Jack 7 of diamonds, and here is the flop.
Let's come 9-4 deuce. We could see fireworks here.
Habib hitting top pair checks with the 9s.
Moon with the flush draw is going to bet. Looks like 300,000. And this pot is going to get raised, folks. No doubt about it. This is going to be the check raise when you flop top pair in this situation. You're going to fire.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to make it 900,000 to go.
Moon standing up, getting up on his feet here.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
He's going all in with the flush draw.
He's putting the pressure on Habib.
I don't see how Habib can get away from this hand, Vince.
No, it looks like Moon Kim could be pushing with the flush draw. Hard to get away when you have top pair, queen kicker.
Well, he could also have 9-10, for example, or 9-8 and be making
Absolutely.
this play. Where you'd have the best hand.
The real estate man in a quandary. What will he do?
I call.
Oh, there you go.
Well, he has made the call. And right now, Habib out in front with the 2 9s.
Flush draw versus...
He's got to dodge a diamond or a
I
jack.
need to dodge a flush draw.
The two friends going
He's got
after
a
it.
flush draw. He's got a flush draw.
And Habib just praying to the gods here in San Jose.
Now remember, folks, this is a jeweler who's bet the diamond draw. He's into diamonds.
Right.
So it's an omen for him.
Here we go with a turn for Moon. Can he get his diamond and end this?
Will the jeweler get a diamond? That's the question. If he does, he'll be our champion.
2 cards to come. Not a diamond there. It's an ace of clubs. Habib with a great possibility of doubling up here and becoming the chip leader.
Well, he'll have about a 2-1 chip lead if his hand holds up here.
Down to the river we go. Poker destiny on this card.
It's a diamond. He has done it. The jeweler has made a diamond flush and taken down this title. Wow. Really picked a great time to gamble.
Huge celebration for Moon Kim. He's our champion at Bay 101. Almost $1 million richer. You did it. And right now, Matt Savage over to talk to our runner-up, Habib.
Obi, it was an incredible night for you. Came down to the last card on the last hand. What are your thoughts here?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy I came this far, but sad at the same time. I couldn't create one more card to take this whole thing down.
It's very great. You have all your fans behind you tonight cheering your name, and how does that feel?
It feels awesome. It feels great. I already feel like a winner. I don't feel like I lost anything.
All right, well, congratulations. Mike, over to you.
Well, we're talking to our champion. From Dublin, California, Moon Kim. Moon, you got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite. We thought you played terrific poker at the final table. How you feeling right now?
I feel great. Amazing.
Well,
Amazing.
in addition to winning nearly $1 million in cash, you also get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup, and you get an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. You can win millions more. Hey! Once again, congratulations to our champion, Moon Kim. Marinella, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. What an amazing night for Moon Kim, the amateur, the jeweler, and now Bay 101 shooting star. Congratulations to Moon Kim, the season 10 Bay 101 shooting star champion. Join us next time as we travel to Hollywood, Florida for the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, the WPT Player of the Year race kicks into high gear as more than one player goes back-to-back for poker glory. There is history in the air and millions on the table, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Marianella Pereira. There can be no doubt that once a player gets a taste of playing for millions under the bright lights of the WPT arena, they can't wait to return for more. But making back-to-back final tables, whether it be in consecutive weeks, as we saw Vivek Rajkumar accomplish last season, or the same tournament in consecutive years, as Antonio Sfondiari did earlier this season, it takes a remarkable player to make that dream a reality. Well, as you will see at the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, a tough field held remarkable players everywhere we looked.
We want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Day one of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown saw the Hard Rock Live transform from a concert venue to a high-stakes poker arena, welcoming hundreds of players descending on the Sunshine State armed with their $10,000 buy-in and high hopes of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
You can't miss your hand.
Many top Florida pros were looking for some home court advantage, and Jason Mercier looking to win an elusive WPT title close to home.
It's always fun to play big tournaments in Florida, especially at this casino. It's like 5 minutes from my house, so hopefully make it to day 2, then 3, then 4, and final table.
Florida native and season 10 wants to watch Ebony Kenny was running good in her home state when she made a royal flush and doubled up.
I've just doubled up with the royal flush.
I think I'm gonna go home now.
But it was not an easy day for season 10 WPT champ James Dempsey.
Lost like 10K slowly, then lost 10K quickly, and then lost 11K very quickly. And that's about it. It's a long way to come to bust out this fast, but oh well.
Defending champion Taylor von Kriegenberg entered the tournament area with high hopes.
So many tough players, someone's got to get lucky. Hopefully it will be me again.
And as the Royal Flush girls checked out the action, they found last season's Seminole Hard Rock finalist Alan Berry in the field along fellow final table players Kurt Kohlberg, Abby Daniels, and Justin Zaki. The only one missing from last season's final 6 was Tommy Vitas. But with registration open until the start of day 2, hopes of a full reunion were still alive. Justin Zaki finished in 3rd place last season.
Tough luck right there for Justin Zaki.
After being crippled by Taylor. And Justin was looking to get a little payback. Taylor later got all his chips in holding pocket kings and ran into pocket aces. As he was ready to leave, Taylor's tournament life was saved when he spiked a 2-outer on the river.
I can't believe it. I don't know. If it wasn't for luck, I'd just be nowhere in this world.
Taylor was among one of the 209 players to survive the day, along with fellow Champions Club members Chino Ream, Jonathan Little, and Matt Waxman. But the big stack in the room belonged to Mississippi pro David Nicholson.
Pretty fortunate to catch cards and make sets and flushes, and it wasn't too difficult today.
Day 2 brought new players into the mix as registration remained open until the start of play, and last season's 6th place finisher Tommy Vitas got in just before the cutoff. New blood in the field brought new hope for short stacks Mike Sexton and Kathy Liebert.
Kathy and I are just in dire straits here coming into day 2. Extreme short stack.
Yeah.
Kathy, one more time, we got to fight from the bottom.
Yeah, well, I bluffed off my chips. How'd you lose?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think I bluffed them off, but
No.
I guess I didn't play too. I made too many bad calls, I guess.
Oh, okay. I did that too.
Registration closed with 290 players, creating a nearly $2.8 million prize pool, with over $750,000 going to first place and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. While ones to watch, William Reynolds maintained some perspective on the tournament.
Day 2, people get sloppy because the end is still so far away. So just got to keep my head in the game and close out this day strong.
It was Williams' cousin Alex Condon proving he's also one to watch as he won the Under 21 Last Man Standing Award at the Seminole Hard Rock for the 2nd year in a row and spoke with WPT Live Updates reporter Jess Wellman.
Are you gonna start a band now?
I might.
Yeah.
I gotta learn how to play it first.
Unfortunately, Alex is one of the many casualties of the day, joining Jason Mercier, Mike Sexton, Chino Ream, and reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg on the rail. But on the upswing were Season 10 WPT finalists Fred Goldberg, Joe Sirach, former ones to watch Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger, and one of the last players to enter the event, Champions Club member Tommy Vitas.
I'm happy with last year. Came back now that Taylor's out, so I got a shot now.
Also playing for a shot at another final table, Season 10 champ Will the Thrill Fiella got his last chips in, holding pocket kings, and was called by former tennis pro Raj Vora with Ace Jack.
King, king, king.
Will cut the king he was calling for, but it completed Raj's nuts straight. And with no help on the turn or river, the thrill was gone just before the end of play.
I got a loose guy that doesn't fold for 40% of his stack, and he decides that I'm playing weak.
Hey guys, I'm bad, man. Come on, turn that off.
Raj is one of the 102 players remaining at the end of day 2, but the big story was the meteoric rise of Tommy Vitas, who more than quintupled his starting stack and was staring up at only one player, Texas businessman Clyde Hinton. And for Clyde, the strategy for entering day 3 with the chip lead was simple.
Don't make no mistakes.
The Royal Flush Girls made the most of the Florida sunshine when they took on some pros in a friendly game of beach volleyball. And while it was all fun and games outside, there was some serious business at hand inside the Hard Rock Live. With Southern pro John Dolan started the day with a bang when he eliminated Season 10 WPT champ Matt Giannetti. A few hands later, John 6-bet all in over the top of businessman Jim Carroll and exposed his cards before WPT champ Hoyt Corkins had a chance to act. Hoyt elected to fold when he saw what he was up against.
That what'd you pull, Hoyt? Okay, it's suck out time.
The board ran out, sending Jim to the rail and the massive pot in John's direction. John was given a 1-round penalty for prematurely exposing his cards, but could afford it now that he was the chip leader in the tournament. Not one to be outdone, Bay 101 shooting star third place finisher Joe Sirach started to make his move.
Came to this table and just started winning every hand. Had some hands most of the time, and I got a lot of chips now.
But Lady Luck was not on the side of WPT champs Hoyt Corkins, Jonathan Little, Tuan Lee, Matt Waxman, and Steve Brecker, as they all were eliminated short of their goal of another WPT title. Past WPT finalist Jason Kuhn rebounded after a rough few levels.
It's been a roller coaster every day. I just embrace the structure of this tournament. You know, that's what's great about WPTs. They give you a shot to play poker, even if you're not running so well. This would be a great one to run deep in, that's for sure.
Once to watch, William Reynolds was also staying patient and picked a prime spot to get all his chips in.
Come on.
Holding aces up against amateur Bill Brown's kings up. But Bill's 2-outer on the river marked the end of Williams' tournament run.
Out of chips, right near the money. Never feels good to bust World Poker Tour, especially when you're about to hit the money at a table full of donkeys. Over and out.
All in.
Ones to watch, Matt Marifiotti and Ebony Kenny were also eliminated to close out the day.
Not good.
And when the dust had settled, only 32 players remained. Leading the way was amateur Bill Brown, but sitting right behind him were young guns John Dolan, Joe Sirach, and Ravi Raghavan. Also still in the mix for last season's finalists Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, gunning for another shot at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title.
97.5.
But there was still a lot more play on the horizon, with the money bubble looming and the WPT Champions Cup on the line. Find out who makes it to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table when we return on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, where our extended coverage of Playdown at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. Day 4 was the make it or break it day for the remaining 32 players, as just 27 players would make the money and only one name could be etched on the WPT Champions Cup. After the early eliminations of pros Joanne Doran and Ashton Griffin, the money bubble was quickly approaching. And for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, the possibility of making a second Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table was getting closer to becoming a reality.
It'd be nice to make back-to-back final tables. I want it bad. I want to get there, but it's gonna be tough.
As Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, Justin Zaki would breathe a sigh of relief when he found a double up on the bubble, winning a race against Memphis pro Allie Prescott. And then it looked like Cash Game pro Sharon Levin, who made a non-televised WPT final table here at the Seminole Hard Rock a few months back, would fall just short of cashing this time around when Joe Sirach called his all in.
Yes!
But a miracle queen on the river saved Sharon's tournament life, and the money bubble would continue. Allie Prescott would be the next player with his fate on the line when he got his chips in, holding nines versus Jason Kuhn's jacks. The board ran out with no help for Allie, who was in decent spirits considering he would be the last player to leave short of making the money at the Seminole Hard Rock.
I think everything happened about the way it's supposed to happen.
Once the money bubble burst, big hands started to collide and familiar faces were dealt pocket pairs everywhere we looked. Season 8 WPT finalist Kenny Super Twan Wynn was the first to fall when he ran sevens into the tens of Michael Lynn.
Sip that.
And then local pro Kyle Valker would knock out another Season 9 WPT finalist Jason Kuhn in 21st place.
Hold on.
And Club WPT qualifier Butch Valleur's deep run would come to an end in 20th place. Tides had also turned for the worse for Bill Brown, who started the day with the chip lead. And for Day 2 chip leader Clyde Hinton, who hit the rail in 18th place. WPT champ Tommy Vitas then collided with chip leader Joe Sirach. Tommy flopped a set of nines, Joe turned a flush, and with Tommy's tournament life on the line, the board paired on the river, giving Tommy a full house and a pile of chips.
I didn't even see you flop the set. I thought you were drawing good on me.
Yeah, but you turned it up.
Just as play was ending for the day, Season 7 WPT finalist Zach Clark was eliminated. And the remaining 15 players would bag up their chips in preparation to battle for a coveted spot at the WPT final table. Joe Sirach, fresh off his third place finish at Bay 101, would lead the way, but also still in contention for a second final table this season were Fred Goldberg, Eli Berg, and Sharon Levin. And hope was still live for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki to complete the rare feat and make back-to-back final tables at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Play moved to the poker room at the Seminole Hard Rock for Day 5, where the remaining 15 players battled for the 6 seats at the WPT final table. And while the Royal Flush Girls relaxed at the pool, the mood at the tables was intense. Chip leader Joe Sirach got off to a rocky start, losing a big pot to businessman Jess Yawitz and doubling up East Coast pro David Paredes. Not slowing down, Joe then made a big bet on the river versus WPT champ Tommy Vitas with a missed straight draw. Tommy made the call with only ace high and was rewarded for his read on Joe. In less than a half hour of play, Joe Sirach had dropped like a rock, losing over 50% of his starting stack, while Tommy Vitas' attempt for back-to-back final tables at the Hard Rock was moving in a positive direction.
Woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Justin Zaki, who also made this final table last season, lost his back-to-back bid when he was eliminated in 15th place by Season 10 WPT finalist Fred Goldberg.
Obviously, I'm pretty disappointed getting this deep in that final table in, but I was short the whole week, so can't complain.
Though Joe Sirach had lost a large portion of his stack, he found a spot to rebound when he picked up jacks versus former high school math teacher Robert Gerardo's tens. Joe got up from the table but stole a peek at the board to see that he would indeed double up.
Just like the first 40 minutes didn't happen. You stew it off and then you cooler someone?
Tommy Vitas found a rush when he eliminated Season 10 finalist Dr. Eli Berg in 14th place. And then Tommy coolered Robert Gerardo with full house over full house, sending the math teacher home in 12th place. Season 8 WPT finalist Ravi Raghavan got all his chips in with aces and was called by young pro Craig Bergeron with kings. But a king hit on the turn, taking away Ravi's shot at another WPT final table. Craig's streak continued when he busted longtime pro Jimmy Tran in 10th place. It was then Joe Siroc's turn to kick it into high gear when he eliminated David Paredes in 9th place.
Hopefully I can continue to play better and improve and make a deep run next time.
Then Joe denied Fred Goldberg of a second final table this season,
Good game, guys.
sending him to the rail in 8th place.
Little heartbreaking, though. I wanted to make the final table bad.
With one more elimination needed before play would end for the day, 3 players saw a flop of 10-8-5, 2 diamonds, and businessman Jess Yawitz pushed his remaining stack in with bottom pair. Joe Siroc called with aces, and Tommy got out of the way. With no help on the turn or river, Joe's aces would hold up, and Jess found himself out 1 spot short of the TV final table.
You know, I'm just fortunate to be here with these players. They're so much better than me, but I had a great time.
The WPT final table was set with 3 players making back-to-back final tables. Joe Siroc in consecutive tournaments, Sharon Levin at the Seminole Hard Rock this season, and Tommy Vitas, who made this very final table last season. But with 3 young pros standing in their way, all 6 would return to battle for a piece of poker immortality and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Back to back, that is the theme of tonight's final table, and right now we turn to 2 men who have been side by side for 10 seasons here on the WPT, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, Mike, Joe Siroc has seemingly come out of nowhere to not only make back-to-back final tables, but also be our chip leader tonight. But we saw in that recap how Joe almost blew his whole stack at the start of yesterday's play. What are the chances of him blowing up early?
Well, even though he's an aggressive player, I don't see that happening tonight, Marinella. He's on a roll, as you said, with back-to-back WPT final tables, finishing 3rd at the Bay 101 in his last event. He knows also that if he finishes in 4th place or higher tonight, he's going to take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings. He comes in as the big chip leader, and because of that, he's going to be the big favorite to win tonight.
He's definitely at a big advantage. And Vince, Tommy Vitas is maybe not the player anyone would peg as a 2-time WPT champ, but he obviously has serious skills. Can you rate his chances tonight?
Well, Marianella, Tommy Vitas, we all know, is a great player. He is a WPT champion, but he's got one problem. He's not cooking breakfast here, so there's no short stack. Doesn't help him. That's what he is, Marianella. He is the short stack. In the 150 tournaments we've had on the WPT, only 2 players have come from that position to do it. But I tell you, the favorite has to be the chip leader. You go to a guy that has a lot of momentum, and that is Joe Siroc. He is tough. He's confident. He's got chips. And right now, he's talking with Matt Savage.
This is your 2nd televised final table in a row on the World Poker Tour. What does it feel like to be on a rush like this?
It's great. I mean, I went from having like a few buy-ins to these things to now like comfortable living expenses for at least 2 years.
With a 4th place finish here, you're going to overtake Will Fiala for the Big Player of the Year. What's it like to be in the spotlight?
I haven't even really noticed the spotlight that much. Maybe after this tournament's over, it'll be good. But I think I'll like the perks that come with it.
All right, Flows. Good luck.
Thank you.
Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Which one of these players will take home the over $750,000 first place prize and add their name to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup? Find out when the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table begins right after this.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida for the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. This tournament started with 290 players, and after 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6. With me, as always, in the booth, my buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Well, thank you, Mike. And we've been having a great time all week long here at the Seminole Hard Rock. But right now, the fun is over. We have the final 6. We're about to begin. The antes will be 5,000. The blinds 15 and 30.
Well, there you see Joe Siroc out in front with 3.1 million, more than twice as many as anybody else at the table. So he is in great shape right now, no doubt about it. First prize, you can see, nearly $800,000. Get down to the table.
Yeah, cards are dealt. First to act, John Dolan. He's from Mississippi. He's got a nice hand, ace-10 of clubs. Let's see what he does with it. And he's going to raise it to $60,000 to go. Joe Siroc quickly out.
Greg Bergeron, he's out.
Tommy Vitas, WPT champ. The short stack tonight looks at a pair of sevens.
What do you do with this? Mid-pair, deal number one. Tommy went out 6 in this tournament a year ago. You know he doesn't want that to happen again.
Just calls. Very interesting now. Sharon Levin with ace-king.
He's a local player here, plays every day here at the Hard Rock.
Yes. And he's going to raise.
Here we go. What action on deal number one here. It was raised and called, and now 3-bet.
It makes it 240 to go. Kyle folding. Dolan also out.
How big is the pair?
It will find out if you call, if you fold, if you shove.
Blackjack, huh?
Better than yours if you didn't push it yet.
You fold if I go all in.
No.
Really?
The camera see. I can't fold. I will look like a joke.
Sharon is known as a very tight, solid player. You just don't think he'd ever make a move on deal number one at the final televised table without a big hand. There you see Fred Goldberg. He made a final table earlier this season, almost made this final table, finishing in 8th place. Tonight here, rooting his buddy on Sharon.
Every time he raises, you call either your jam. It's so sick. Ace king.
Vitas is going to fold it. He did not shove. And Sharon is going to win this pot.
I guess we'll see a rabbit later. Oh, no.
Look at this. He is going to propose that we do a little rabbit hunting. Get to look at the cards. Of course, we don't do that unless we see a flop.
I know that's something you like to do every once in a while, but I'm a big opponent of it.
You don't like that?
It just slows the game down.
Oh, slows 3 seconds. Is that going to slow you down, Mike?
Aggravates you if you would have hit the flop.
And it makes you feel happy if you didn't. Can't you go roll with the punches? Just loosen up a bit.
Take it easy on me then.
Well, I love that you can look at the cards.
Curiosity seeker, that's all.
All right, Sharon out, as is Kyle Bowker. John Dolan now with an ace-8 is going to raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Ciroc out.
Greg Bergeron folds.
Tommy looking very relaxed. He says now he's going to live in Cyprus, the island off of Turkey. He's got a lot of family there.
He's going to where there's money, he says.
Yes.
A long time ago, Amarillo Slim once told me, he says, you can't make money hanging around brokes. He's right about that.
Well, first event of season 11, held in Cyprus. You say there's a lot of rich people over in Cyprus, huh? A lot of opportunity. He has called the hand, and look at this flop. But Tommy Vitas flopping 2 pair queens and 7s, just like that. And he checks it.
Just a dream for him. Top and bottom pair.
Man, Dolan with a continuation bet with nothing, 70,000. Then you repop him here, or, oh, just okie dokie call, Mike.
Wow, a little surprised by that, with possible straights and flushes out there, but
he's gonna gamble.
He's just gonna gamble and just hope this guy keeps leading at the pot. And oh, he's really gonna hope it now, as he has made queens full.
Oh, yeah. Vitas gonna check it again.
Obviously, no card Dolan can catch to win this pot. Just whatever he puts in there, he can say goodbye to.
Dolan's slowing down nice, very shrewd.
Dolan knows he can still beat a straight draw or a flush draw. Now he can no longer beat anything as the Jack of Diamonds comes up.
Dolan not hitting anything, but Vitas says, I have to get something out of this, and he's going to stick out 100,000 on the hopes that his man will call. But no, a quick wet away by John Dolan, and Vitas is going to take down that one. And right there, you see someone in the stands that looks exactly like Tommy Vitas.
Hafiz Khan, a poker pro himself, but Vince, it looks like to me we've got a Vin Diesel look-alike contest here tonight between Tommy and Hafiz. And there you see the updated chip counts. Joe Ciroc still well out in front. Tommy Vitas still on the short stack. 6 pros fighting it out for this title. 4 guys in their 20s, 2 in their 40s.
Onto this hand, John Dolan now going to pick up a pair of 10s. He's getting action so far early on here.
Lost every pot so far, but he's got a raising hand here, and here he comes again.
Yep, makes it 60,000 to go. Joe Ciroc, wonderful player, goes away. Greg Bergeron also out. Tommy Vitas.
Just one little pot. Now he's getting very aggressive with the ace-7 offsuit.
All right, Sharon goes out. Kyle Bowker also out.
Come on.
And look at this. Dolan over the top, all in.
He says, I can't take it anymore.
Nope.
Lost the first 2 pots. Here on deal number 3, he's just going to ship it. I don't see Tommy Vitas calling this for all his money. And he does lay it down. So John Dolan getting on the board, picking up a nice little pot.
Yep. But Tommy Vitas, 40 years old, would love to take down this title. Gonna be tough, though.
I made this final table last year.
Well, Tommy Vitas has made it straight.
I call.
Now he quickly calls.
I made one bad play against Abby and probably cost me the tournament.
So a break for the lady there as she wins a huge pot.
I'm in the same seat as last year, C2, which could be a bad thing.
Deuce of spade comes off. Tough luck for Tommy Vitas right there. Just didn't hit the hand and goes out in sixth place.
Hopefully I don't repeat in the sixth.
He's already talking about the jinx of C2 where he finished sixth last year. Poker players are just superstitious, you know it.
Yes, I do. Well, he's still the short stack, but action right now going to Kyle Bowker. He's a local, and he has a pair of 10s here. Lives in Hollywood, Florida. He has raised to 65,000, around to Joe Sirac. Also folding. Craig out now. It's up to Tommy Vitas.
Always got the ace-king. This is the kind of hand you're looking for when you're on a short stack, and you're just going to ship it.
I'm all in.
And that's exactly what he's done. And I don't see Bowker going anywhere.
Now Sharon's with a pair of sevens going to fold. Now Kyle.
I think you have to go with this hand. You might hate to, but you have to do it.
Big decision for Kyle, 29 years old, thinking about it.
Call.
And he is going to call it.
Kyle says call.
Thinking about the days at Home Depot, just didn't want to go back there.
No. All right, they turn up the cards.
So everybody on their feet here. Tommy Vitas, if he doesn't win this race, would go out in sixth place just as he did 1 year ago. Certainly not a spot he wants to go out. He's been there, done that.
Vitas up from his seat. 10s versus ace-king early on at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Like so many times, it all comes down to a race. Do you live or do you die? And here's the flop. Oh, King Jack 8, all spades. Tommy Vitas out in front with the two kings. Neither player have a spade in their hand. Kyle is going to have to catch a 10 or two running cards to make a straight to win the pot. He would tie it if it came spade, spade.
Here comes the turn, and it's a 9 of hearts. That's good for Kyle.
Gives him a straight draw. He can now make a straight with a 7 or a queen, as well as a 10. Of course, we saw Sharon fold 2 sevens, so that doesn't help his cause.
Kyle's going to need some luck. Otherwise, he'll be on the extreme short stack. He won't be broke. Can he do it here? No. 4 hearts on the river.
And Tommy Vitas doubling up. And with that pot, he will cross the $1 million chip mark.
Tommy, the WPT champion, doubling up. Absolutely crippling Kyle right now. 6 players remain. Kyle hanging in there. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Butch Valor. Now, Butch, you beat out a lot of people to be here today. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
A little nervous. A lot of excitement going on here. Happy to see a lot of the players, but I'm ready to play.
And tell me about playing on Club WPT.
Love it. Get to sit at home, safe environment, get to play as many tournaments as I can, get to see a lot of hands, and you don't lose any real money, but you have the opportunity to win events like this and cash. It's well worth the $19 a month.
Well, thanks so much, Butch.
My pleasure.
Butch Valor is a ClubWPT.com member, VIP, and what a week he had, right?
Well, no doubt about it, Vince. An amazing week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. He played in the tournament, finished in 20th place, and took home over $25,000.
Fantastic.
That's the beauty of ClubWPT.com.
That's true. That's true. Now, also on top of that, you get all the VIP benefits. You know, you can play all the poker you want, and you win your seat into a major event like this, like Butch did. You know, you can make big money.
Yeah, it can all happen for just the $19.95 a month membership fee. Check out clubwpt.com for yourself. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well said. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Sirach well out in front with 3.4 million. But notice Kyle Bowker, Vince. He is on the real short stack right now.
All right, to the felt we go once again. John Dolan, first to play. Quickly mucks a 7-3. Now it's on to Joe Sirach, the free spirit, the skateboarder.
Yeah, picks up the computer hand, the Queen 7 offsuit.
Kind of piques his interest. He's going to make a raise of 60,000.
Greg Bergeron's got 2 10s and just calls with him. Doesn't re-raise, just doesn't want to get extremely involved with a chip leader, I guess, a guy that can bust him.
Look at this. Tommy Vitas with King Queen has called Sharon out. Now Kyle. This is just going to cost him an additional 30,000. He is on the extreme short stack, of course.
He's got no hand, though, Vince. He's got a 9-deuce offsuit, so
he's going to fold it.
Even though he's getting really good action on his money, but just can't see getting your money in there with a 9-deuce. He folds, as I would have.
And the flop comes up ace 6-4.
That's no help to anybody, and look at this. Joe Sirach just going to lead right out.
Well, it's a continuation bet, 115,000. Now Craig with the pair of 10s. Look at this, a quick ejection there.
Well, Vince, he lost his pot by not raising it pre-flop.
Vitas also going out, and Joe Sirach, a great player. He looks back.
Sure, Black deuce.
You see that smile? That is a bluffer's smile.
He threw me off. I was gonna re-raise.
It's only when you bluff you can smile like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely the thief look.
Right?
After the fact, no doubt about it.
Look at this, the cat that swallowed the canary. Joe Sirach.
He just looks like a nice young college kid. Look at him. Clean cut, yet he's a thief.
Yeah, well, this time he's got King Queen. And he's interested again. He's going to make it 60,000 to go. Bergeron quickly folds. Tommy Vitas now with a pair of 3s. Wow, he's going to raise it. Sharon out.
Mullen.
And Kyle moving all in here.
Yep, he's got ace-jack. He's pushed all in. Dolan out.
Joe's not worried so much about Kyle. It's the side pot he might have to play with Tommy that he's concerned about here. He could afford to play it, but just wants to wait for a better spot.
Tommy Vitas is going to proudly show his pair of 3s up against the man from Home Depot.
Look, Kyle.
My turn?
Your turn.
My turn for a flip?
I'll give you that one.
The last time they raced, Tommy Vitas doubled up to stay alive. This time, Kyle Bowker must win this race to stay alive. Let's see if it can happen.
The flop. Oh, it is nice for Kyle Bowker hitting his aces.
Yep, he is out in front.
Jack of heart coming.
Tommy's going to have to catch a 3 or 2 running hearts to win the pot.
Jack of heart.
Bowker smiling. Here comes the turn. And it only gets better for Bowker, hitting aces and jacks.
But who's really sad about this is Joe Sirach. He folded the king, queen, would have made the straight.
We don't need to see it over. Just give him the pot.
Tommy Vitas must catch a 3 here.
The 2-outer to knock out Kyle Bowker.
3. No 3, no 3. Give it to him.
And put him back into aisle number 35 at Home Depot.
And look at that. He said, I won the last time. He said, give this one to him.
8 of hearts on the river. It's going to work for Kyle.
Well, Vince, I've never seen a player say, just give it to him. You know, that's good enough. I beat him last time. Could be good karma for Tommy Vitas.
Oh, now you're starting to say karma. You have grown, my friend.
Yeah. You're rubbing off on me, Vince. I'll tell you the truth. I was never superstitious and all that until I hung around you.
I had him beat.
Do you have king, queen?
All right, cards being dealt once again. Kyle sticking around. 6 players at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Son Craig Bergeron looking very dapper.
Folds his hand. Tommy Vitas.
Almost 5 hours to go 5-handed.
Going out. Sharon, the local here, not gonna play now. Kyle Bowker on a little bit of a rush. Looks at an ace. What's his second card, Mike?
Looks at 1 card. With this chip stack against the blinds, that's enough to move all in with.
But right behind him, Dolan with ace-8. He's considering this.
I call.
Wow, he's gonna call it. Sirach out.
I have an ace.
John says call.
All right. So it's like 50-50.
Well, both players have an ace. Well, Kyle's picked up another nice hand. Ace-king suited this time. Right now, Kyle in great shape to double up yet again.
They think it was a slow roll on TV now. I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace. Huh? I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace.
Kyle explaining that he only looked at his ace when he shoved. We believe you, Kyle. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where anyone can sit with the Royal Flush girls and take a shot at maybe getting a date. Never happens. And here's the flop.
Well, it's come king, queen, 3. So unless it comes specifically 8-8, John cannot win the hand. He'd split the pot if it comes a jack and a 10. And he would love to do that.
Kyle out in front. Here's the turn card. 5 of hearts.
Well, that's going to do it. Kyle Bowker doubling up yet again. So the man who used to work at Home Depot, you might say, he's still in furnishings, Vince. Got some chips.
And just like that, Kyle Bowker is back in the game. More action from the Seminole Hard Rock coming up.
My name is Tuba. I'm one of the Royal Flush girls. I live in Fort Lauderdale, only about 5-10 minutes from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino here. The Seminole Hard Rock has always been an amazing spot for me and my friends, not only just the casino itself, but all the bars and the fun in the sun. The Royal Flush girls and myself got to have a fun-filled day at the pool. We got to lay out, run through the slide, and chicken fights. I absolutely love getting to work as a Royal Flush girl in my hometown.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock. Kyle Bowker has just doubled up and is back in this game. Let's get to the call of action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Joe Ciroc still well out in front. Kyle Bowker still in a distant 6th place.
Okay, and the blinds are going up. Going to be more expensive. The blinds are 20 and 40,000 at this point. Let's go to the table. Tommy Vitas, WPT champion, first to act. Quickly mucking his hand.
11. The local pro plays here every day at the Hard Rock. Picks up king, queen of clubs. He's going to raise it up to 90,000.
Into Kyle Bowker. Oh, he has a 10 ace of hearts.
The guy's got 350,000 left, but he respects the tightness of the guy sitting on his right who raised it, so he throws away the ace.
Yeah, Dolan out, and now Joe Ciroc. Jack 9. He pauses here.
And he knows this guy's a solid player, but he also knows the chip count of all the players at the table. And he's the big chip leader. If he puts pressure on these guys like he's doing here, Vince, then it's hard for them to call when they have over $1 million in chips.
Wow, he has made it 240,000. Craig Bergeron out. Back on Sharon.
You just hate to go up against the chip leader where you might go out in 6th place when somebody's so short on chips like Kyle Bowker is.
He's going to lay that down.
Just very good tournament strategy there.
Gotta be at least 7.
By Joe Ciroc. Understanding the situation.
I just made the final table of Bay 101 in San Jose.
And more chips flow over to Flo's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Ciroc, poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
I have no idea what's up with this run I'm going on. It wasn't looking good for me, and then all of a sudden, 2 final tables. I don't really know how to explain it. WPT Player of the Year would be crazy. I didn't even think about it like 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden I'm up there. I definitely haven't changed my game. I've been playing the same for a year or 2. Yeah, I'm pretty glad I made it back to another final table. It's pretty nice.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Joe Ciroc will overtake Will the Thrill Fire if he finishes in 4th place or better tonight.
It's just amazing. You just never know when you're going to get your rush. It is happening for Joe Ciroc here on the WPT. But back to this hand.
It's happening for Tommy Vitas as he picks up an ace-9 offsuit, and that's going to be good enough for him to raise with. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Sharon out, and now Kyle. Kyle Bowker, ace-9.
Same exact hand as Tommy Vitas. But you just hate to commit all your chips with an ace-9 offsuit. Still got a couple players back behind you. Guys raised in front of you. Play this pot and go out. You'd say, why'd I play it? He's going to throw it away.
Sure. Now John Dolan also folding. Now it's up to Joe Ciroc, who has a Jack-4 of diamonds. He's in the big blind.
He's like he's looking up to the poker guys. What do I do now?
This guy is great. He skateboarded around the Bay 101, in between hands.
This Vince, he is going to raise again.
Yeah.
He just made this same play a minute ago against Sharon, got him to lay his hand down.
He's got imagination, but can you push away an ace-9 at this point?
Again, Tommy Vitas in the same situation. Doesn't want to finish in 6th place like he did a year ago in this tournament. When you're up against the chip leader, though, you just hate to take a chance on going broke.
There you go.
Ah, you are correct. He is going to lay down the hand, doesn't want to see the flop, and again.
Snap you off later.
Joe Sirach stealing pots here.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to sea coral.
When one player is extremely short, he knows other players don't want to get involved until the short stack goes out.
Should have jammed. You were too weak. Too weak there.
Well, the great thing about when you steal pots, too, you feel like you're taking pots, you're earning them. It makes you feel good.
Oh, boy. Looks so innocent, yet he's a thief.
Back to this hand, Vitas out, Sharon with a 7-5 of clubs, considering it for a second, but then he mucks.
Bowker. He looks down at Queen Jack.
I left last time with an ace-9, and this time he says, enough is enough, I'm pushing all in, doling out.
I don't blame him. I'd go on with this hand right now, too, if I had his chip stack.
But look at this. Joe Sirach has picked up ace-jack, and he's looking behind him. He's saying Craig's still in. Pretty big hand for Joe Sirach.
Well, he can well afford to make this call, obviously, with nearly $4 million in chips. And so he does make the call.
Craig quickly goes out, so they show their hands.
Well, Kyle Bowker in dire straits now.
Yep, Joe Sirach in a great place to knock out Kyle.
Kyle's tournament life on the line. Can't blame him for going all in here with the amount of chips that he had, that's for sure. Now he's going to have to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Kyle, the local from Hollywood, Florida. Like to pick up a queen right now. Let's see the first three. Well, no queen there. It's 7-6-3. Joe Sirach out in front.
He knows he can only lose if a queen comes up right now.
Here comes the turn card. 9 of clubs, not good for Kyle.
Vince. Well, Kyle Bowker, the guy who formerly worked at Home Depot in the paint and lumber department, got to feel like a 2x4 is coming to his head right now, unless he hits a queen.
Yeah, the local from Hollywood, Florida, needs luck right now, and it didn't happen.
Doesn't happen as a 5 comes off. So a nice tournament for Kyle, but going to be out tonight in 6th place.
Yep, he fought gamely. Sweated a few hands. The crowd loves this guy. He is a local. He's going to take home $122,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Kyle, your first final table here on the World Poker Tour, but a tough way to go. 6th place. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
Just, you know, I guess it wasn't my day. I lost the big flip to Tommy with 10s against ace king, and then was really short. Made a little bit of a comeback. Looked like I had a shot, but just too short. Couldn't win the last one.
I think that you'll be back.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, congratulations, Kyle. Back to you, Marianella.
With Kyle's elimination, that marks the end of our first hour of coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock. But before we go, Mike, Vince, what can we look forward to when action continues?
Well, Marinella, we've seen some great poker at this final table. I look for more of the same as we determine the champion here, no doubt about it. It's still good to see Tommy Vitas alive going for a second WPT title, but I have to say that the guy came to this final table was the chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that, playing very well. Joe Sirach is definitely going to be the guy to beat here.
Well, he's a cool kid, no doubt about it. He's going to be tough, but I'll tell you something. These guys are impressing me. They are playing all out. Hey, we're in Florida. Let's break some rules. Alligator blood type poker. They are 3-betting, 4-betting, pushing each other around. It is very exciting, but I'll tell you something. Tommy Vitas is a WPT champion. He's pecked and pawed his way back. He's still going to be a lot of trouble.
Break the rules?
Yeah, that's what they do down here.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back next time with more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Hollywood, Florida, the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown rocks on as one of these remaining players will take home nearly $750,000. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. 5 days ago, 290 players from around the world descended upon the Sunshine State, not only for some fun in the sun, but also in search of a WPT title. Now that dream is alive for only 5 players, including 3 young pros, a local cash game specialist, and a WPT champion. For more analysis on these players, let's check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, who has played the best poker so far tonight?
Well, Marinella, we've got a lot going on here at this final table. Tommy Vitas going for his second WPT title tonight. He's still alive, but the man of the hour has been Joe Sirach. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that chip lead. Obviously, he's going to be the guy to beat here, and if he moves up to at least 4th place, he'll become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year standing. So, Marinella, we got a lot going on here.
And Vince, what can we expect to see when action starts back up?
Well, Marinella, we are in Florida, and these guys are playing Everglades-style poker. What I mean by that is that they are like gators in the swamp, waiting for their victims, waiting to snap their bodies in half. That's what they're doing. They are playing aggressive. They are 3-betting. They are 4-betting. It is great to watch.
Thank you, gentlemen. The fireworks are sure to continue with the WPT Champions Cup on the line, as well as over $750,000 to the winner. So let's get back down to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Sirach well out in front with 4.2 million. Tommy Vitas, the WPT champion, going for his second title tonight, sitting in last place right now.
All right, and he's 5,000 blinds, 20 and 40. To the felt we go. Sharon Levin going to fold his hand, and now it's on John Dolan out of Biloxi, Mississippi, 26 years old. He's got a pair of 7s, and he's going to make it 85,000 to go.
Joe Sirach going out. Greg Bergeron doesn't even think about playing the 9-7 of spade.
Now we're going to WPT champ Tommy Vitas. He's got Queen Jack, and he's made the call.
Well, Tommy's the kind of guy who likes to see flops.
7s up against Queen Jack or flopping.
And it's ace-10-3, so Tommy Vitas has flopped an ace-high straight draw, but he's going to check.
And Dolan's going to bet 90 grand. And Tommy looking back down, doesn't want any part of it.
Very nice continuation bet by John Dolan there to win him the pot. John Dolan been at the top of the leaderboard almost all week long. Happy to be at this final table, his first WPT final table ever. In fact, his first WPT cash.
My favorite part about playing poker is just making adjustments to what other people are doing around you. Fairly aggressive. But at the same time, able to be patient in certain spots. I would say that's probably what separates the best from just people that are good.
Well, he is a tough player. He's married. He just had a little baby about 5 months ago.
John, most well known, of course, for being a November 9er back in 2010, where he finished in 6th place in the main event there, taking home 1.7 million.
All right, onto this hand, John with a quick fold. Now Joe Sirach, who has not picked up many hands, but he's still a chip leader. He's been bluffing beautifully all night long. He's going to fold this one, though.
Over to the dapper-looking Greg Bergeron. He goes out again.
Tommy Vitas now has called it. Sharon with an option to raise. He says, I'm fine with that. We have 2-way action.
Now flop comes ace, king, 9. Tommy with the 2 kings checks.
Sharon picking up nothing.
Checks right behind him. And now a 5 comes off.
Sharon has 5s now. He's picked up a piece of that.
Well, again, Tommy checks, but I think Tommy's got to feel like he's got the best hand with kings here. The guy didn't raise pre-flop, so you don't put him on an ace.
Sharon has bet 50 grand with a piece of it.
You can't blame him for betting the 5s after his opponent checked twice.
Tommy's going to make this call.
Now a jack comes up.
No help to either player. Tommy first to act, and he's going to bet his kings this time, 50,000.
A little defensive bet. You want to see what your opponent's got, but you don't want to see it get raised like it's happening here. Sharon coming right over the top, making it 175,000.
And he's also known as the tightest player at the table. So he's got Tommy thinking here, what did I get myself into?
I'm just thinking, did the guy make a straight here? Did he make two pair? What is going on here? He didn't raise before the flop, didn't bet on the flop. And a good call by Tommy Vitas right there. He figured it all out perfectly, that the guy was just making a move, made the call, and taking down the pot. Very nicely done by Tommy Vitas.
Almost worked.
Well, Sharon Levin sickened by that. He's saying, where's the respect, my friend? I'm supposed to be tight, you're supposed to fold.
What he's really saying is, why am I bluffing? What am I doing? That's not my game.
He's a local favorite. Sharon Levin plays here every day. He's got a big fan base behind him.
Vince, this is his second WPT final table in a row right here at the Hard Rock. One was a non-televised event, but it was a big tournament, so pretty impressive stuff by the guy.
All right, onto this hand. Craig out. Tommy Vitas picking up a mid pair of sixes. And he's going to raise to 90,000.
Sharon. Notice he just looked at the ace. He didn't look at the second card. He's just moving all in.
Yeah.
That's enough to go with.
Dolan out. Chirac out.
6-15.
Back around to Tommy Vitas. It cost him over $500,000 to make this call here.
Oh, well, Sharon looks at his second card, a miserable 3. He's not going to like it. He is hotter than a cup of coffee at 7-11.
Strong hand, or you just like to make me sweat?
And look at this. He's getting a feeling that Tommy's going to call him, so he's trying to talk him out of it.
Well, he doesn't want him to play, I can guarantee you that. Tommy probably figuring the best he can be is in a race situation, though. His opponent's probably got 2 overcards.
I call.
Well, what a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see how happy he is when his opponent turns up an ace-3, meaning he's a nice favorite to win this pot and eliminate Sharon from this tournament.
Sharon, his legs buckling, it appears.
So the X.
Trying to get a smile out of him.
I wish I see that 3. I saw the ace. I didn't see the other card. I know you're raising light. I saw the ace. I wish I know I have a 3.
Sharon is trying to talk to anyone that'll listen.
If he wants to win here in this tournament tonight, he's going to have a lot of help. Not a lot, just a lone ace would do it.
Let me go see the ace. Let's see the ace together.
Let's see the ace together.
I raise you with one card. I didn't know.
Ace, right?
Nobody fold the ace. No one. I didn't see one.
Sharon trying to see his ace. Maybe he'll get it. We will see.
A 6 right on the flop. It's come King Jack 6. Whoa! Now the only way
Queen 10.
Sharon can win this pot is it must come a queen and a 10, where he makes an ace high straight.
What's the difference?
Oh, man. 3 of a kind, just like that. Tommy Vitas with a big high five with a pro Joe Alpaya. And Sharon's sick, and he knows he needs runner.
6, 6, 6. It's crazy. Coming in 6, day 6, with 600,000.
Tommy Vitas started out as a short stack tonight, and here comes the turn. It's a 2 of hearts. Sharon drawing dead.
Sharon Levin from Pembroke, Florida, 41-year-old local player here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, out tonight in 5th place.
A fine sport, shakes hands with everyone. Tight, solid game. The local has to say goodnight.
6, that's a sign. I've been seeing 6s all week.
Sharon Levin out in 5th place, gonna take home $158,000, and now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Sharon, you were pretty patient all day long today, and you made your move with the ace-3. What were you thinking on that hand?
I didn't know what my other card is. Yes, and I'm on the bottom. I have just 600,000. The blind is already 20-40. I saw the ace. I hope he will not call. If he call, maybe my other card is bigger than 3. But anyway, flop a set of 6s, so even if I have aces, I'm out. So.
Well, you played 2 World Poker Tour events this year. You final table both of them. Congratulations to you. I'm sure we'll see you back again. $158,000. Congratulations, Sharon. All right, Marianella, back to you.
And with the 6 on the flop, Sharon 11 is out in 5th place. The action at the Seminole Hard Rock is heating up, and we've got plenty more to come, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal, the Royal Flush Girls having fun in the sun, and 5 questions with the reigning champion of this event, Taylor Von Kriegenberg.
I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I had a blast, though. I really did. And that's really all that matters. And I'm still on vacation. Yes.
I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Don Gerling, all the way from Illinois. It must feel great to be here in sunny Florida.
Yes, it is, with beautiful women, too, by the way.
Oh, so you've already checked out the Royal Flush Girls, I see.
Oh, got to dance with the Flush Girls. Hello.
So tell us about your experience on Club WPT and how you got here.
Well, I give them $20 a month, and I got an opportunity to win more than $1 million. And they gave me $11,000, $1,000 in cash, and a $10,000 buy-in here. It's actually phenomenal.
Well, it's so good to have you here, and I wish you the best of luck on day one.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Vince, Don Gerling had the time of his life here with his Club WPT VIP experience at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. And you two can make your poker dreams come true.
That's true. And if you love poker as much as we do, it is a bargain to join ClubWPT.com. Now, for that, you put up $19.95 a month. You get all the WPT benefits. You get to play unlimited poker. Plus, you also have a chance to win a seat at a major WPT event, just like Don did. So check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table.
All right, and as you can see, Joe Sirach is the chip leader with close to 4.2 million in chips here tonight.
Everybody else has got well over $1 million, so certainly anybody's game.
All right, Tommy Vitas has raised to 90,000. And look at this, John with an ace-3 has re-raised to 235. Joe Sirach gonna go away.
Greg Bergeron, who hadn't played much at this final table, but looks dapper.
Yep, he has folded the hand.
And Tommy Vitas going to make the call.
So we got King-Queen up against ace-3. Winner's going to take home close to 800,000 here tonight.
Oh, nice flop for Tommy. He flops top pair. There comes Queen 9-5.
Check.
And he's going to check and allow his opponent to make a continuation bet, which is what it looks like John is going to do.
Yep, the man from Biloxi, Mississippi doesn't miss a beat. He's going to stick out a bet. And a quick all-in by Vitas.
I mean, just a 1 second all-in, an insta all-in, as we say. Bad news for John Dolan as he throws his hand away.
Yeah, he does the insta-muck.
Insta-muck is right. And Tommy Vitas taking down that pot.
Very nicely done by Vitas, a WPT champion.
Well, Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight. Only 15 players in WPT history have won multiple events.
Joe Hague reaction right there.
Tommy looking to become the 16th.
There you go, Tommy. Here we go. Here we come.
He is looking jolly. What a run he's making this evening. Four-handed poker continues at the Hard Rock, and John Dolan going to raise with the Queen Jack. Makes it 80,000 to go. Joe Sirach mixes up his game beautifully. He folds. Black also out. And now Tommy Vitas with a 10-7 is going to make the call. He's in the big blind.
Tommy Vitas is what we call a defender. Just doesn't like to give up his blind, so he makes the call. We're going to see a flop. It comes ace-9 with 2 diamonds.
Helps neither player. Vitas first to play. He checks it. Dolan knows the strength of the continuation bet, even if you don't hit. And again, he's going to put the chips out there like any good gambler would do. 80,000.
Tommy Vitas, of course, has nothing. Just a 10 high, but look at this, Vince. He is getting out raising chips. He is going to check raise with junk here.
Oh, boy.
At least it looks like he is. He knows by doing this, his opponent literally can't continue the hand unless he's got an ace in it.
Oh, boy, he is going to push. He is going to bet with nothing but heart.
That's why this guy's a WPT champ. He's got heart.
And he's going to make John Dolan fold his hand.
What a play by Tommy Vitas right there. He is dabbing it right now.
And look at John Dolan. He's starting to get a rash, itching himself.
We've all heard the saying that your fate can be determined by the turn of a card. But for reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg, Poker Destiny plays only a small piece in a much larger journey, as I found out in this edition of 5 Questions. This time last year in this very room, you became a WPT champ.
Yeah.
How has your life changed since then?
Wow, I mean, over the past year, I've done some things to just soul search and find out who I really am. Like, I looked back on that tournament. I was actually watching it with one of my friends, and she was saying, like, you're not smiling like you always do. Like, I didn't get that happy when I won. Yes! I was almost sad in a way to see myself. Like, I'm not even smiling. Like, I'm just a totally different person. And yeah, I just wanted to bring the smiles, bring the joy, and just try to repeat and win this tournament again.
This last year, I don't think you played a lot of poker. You took a pretty big break, huh?
Yeah,
You've just been relaxing.
And I realized that, like, I got the amount of money that I wanted. I decided it was time to step away from the table and focusing internally and just wanted to change just kind of the way I thought about life, just the way I treated each day, and I just wanted to start, like, experiencing life better.
You played baseball in college, and it is a strategic game. Is there anything that you've taken from baseball that you could apply to your poker world?
I struggled in baseball in college. Baseball would be like, I might go strike out, and then I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself. I'd be so mad.
Yeah.
And, like, that's something now that I just don't do as much. Like, if I bluff off my stack, I'll be like, hey, you thought it was good, you know? You should get upset for, like, maybe a few seconds, but there's no reason to dwell over it.
And what advice would you give young guys and women who want to play poker professionally?
If you love the game, you know, go for it.
Right.
Like, if you're feeling it, just go out, go day in and day out and play. I think that's why you see so many athletes in this game, because they're able to overcome so many challenges. They can get over the bad beats, you know? Not the average person could handle losing a pot for $100-something thousand or, you know, stuff like that, but all of us sickos can find a way to do it.
You feel like you're close to another WPT final table?
I'm just not even sweating it. I just don't even care. I'm like a little bit good at this game because of my ability to just not care. I do care so much, and I don't care at all. It's a cool balance. Hopefully I end up back there, you know.
I do not care, but I really do care. I don't buy it.
Well, Taylor joining the girls at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, as you can see, but won this event a year ago. Very popular guy out here on tour.
Yep, having a good time here tonight. But the blinds are going up to 25 and 50 at this point. First to act is Joe Sirach.
He brought out the sunglasses. Looks like he got at the dollar store. But that's what he does. He skateboards around, gets cheap sunglasses. He's happy.
They get 100,000 with just 8-5. Craig folds a king jack. Tommy Vitas now with a king jack of hearts has re-raised to 255 to go. And behind him, John Dolan with a pair of fours.
All in.
And he's going all in with the fours. Sirach out.
So tough decision now for Tommy Vitas here. The 4-bet, folks, with just 2 fours here. The pot was raised and re-raised in front of him, yet Jolan showing the heart to move all in.
As Joe Sirach meanders over to the rail.
Joe Sirach just looking like a happy beatnik right now. Getting up, walking away, and sort of glancing over his shoulder to see if Tommy Vitas is going to make this call.
Does anyone have any real sunglasses? These are like $5. They don't work.
I think he's overpriced them by about $4.
I think you're right. I think your call is a little bit better, worth about $1. We got a lot of free spirits in poker, though. Oh, look at this.
What
Tommy.
a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see the look on John Dolan's face. He did not want to see that get called. He knows at best he's in a race for all his dough, and that is the case.
Tommy Vitas cannot watch. Got king jack of hearts.
Taking ace-10 up on flop.
He said I'll just take an ace-10 off a couple big cards where I can have a straight draw, at least.
Pair of fours up against king jack. Dolan looking confident.
Not very confident. You're never confident when you're all in, Vince.
Here we go with the flop.
The flop is 5-5 deuce.
Not good for Vitas. John Dolan liking that flop. These fours out in front.
That's a great flop for John Dolan. The opponent must catch a king or a jack. Doesn't happen on the turn as a 9 comes up.
Yeah, not good for Vitas.
If it's not a king, jack, or a 9, John Dolan will double up.
All right. Who will be stung with the pain? We're coming down to the river.
It's a 7. So there you go. What a great time for John Dolan to move in. And he did it after his opponent 3-bet, Vince.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
John Dolan doubling up. Showed a lot of heart right there. Vitas sits back down. 4 players remain here on the World Poker Tour. We're coming back on the Seminole Hard Rock in just a moment.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown has certainly shaken up the WPT Player of the Year standings. Fred Goldberg has moved up on the leaderboard with his 8th place finish this week, but the big story is Joe Sirach. At this stage in the game, Joe is guaranteed to take the point lead away from Will the Thrill Fiala, who held it for most of the season. And the only question remaining is how big of a lead will Joe have as we enter the tail end of the season? We will continue to track the WPT Player of the Year standings, but in the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, four-handed poker at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. As you can see, Joe Sirach, the chip leader, with $4.2 million in chips. Craig Bergeron has $995,000. He's the short stack at this time. Let's go to the hand. Tommy Vitas will fold his 10-7.
John Dolan looks down an ace-8 offsuit.
Yep, he's going to raise to 105, and now Joe Sirach with a pair of 9s. Haven't seen Joe with too many quality hands. This time he picks up a good one.
Vince, Joe has changed his sunglasses. Took the red ones off. Put the dark ones on. Now, how many pairs of sunglasses does a guy bring to a final table? That's my question to you.
Many as you can keep on a skateboard. I don't know.
Yeah. These sunglasses look way better than the other pair, I must say.
More attractive, but look at this. He is going to raise with the 9s. 240 to go. Craig out. Back on John Dolan.
I know John Dolan doesn't like that. Looking at this hand. And he's going to give it up, so Joe Sirach taking down yet another pot.
Yep, looks back at the 9s.
You know, if you look at Joe, he just looks like the all-American kid, the college kid, you know, and you just never know he's got the kind of larceny in him that he does.
Yeah, he says he knows nothing but poker, and I'm starting to believe him. But he is shrewd.
Well, he knows it well.
All right, on to the next hand. Dolan with a quick fold. Sirach with the button and a king-8. And he is going to make the raise. Makes it 100,000 into the tightest player at the table, Craig Bergeron. And this guy is tighter than a Chinese phone booth, Mike.
Yeah, I haven't played many pots today, but taking a long time to act here.
Oh, no. Is it possible he'll play a hand?
On.
Oh, there you go.
Well, he's going over the top. The sunglasses come up from Joe. He says, whoa, this guy's coming into a pot.
Tommy out, and yeah, Joe Sirach saying, I know your game. I'm not getting near that. Folds his hand. Craig Bergeron taking down that pot. Bergeron only been playing for 5 years, but impressive tonight.
This is my first 10K cash, so I'm real excited to make a final table here. So you win, boys, top set. I got a pretty smile, but I'm a fiery guy. Come on, man. It's battle out there. It's who has the balls to pull the trigger. That's going to be the big thing. This is war with chips.
I like that analogy, Vince. War with chips. That's what it is at these final tables.
Well, he is a young guy. He's only 23 years old. He's from Farmington Hills, Michigan. All right, he goes back to his old form. He folds the hand. And now it's on Tommy Vitas, who also folds.
John Dolan picking up a nice hand here. Ace Jack of spade.
Yep, he's raised to 130 to go. Into Joe Sirach, who has an ace-4 of clubs. And Joe Sirach will make the call. Ace Jack versus ace-4.
So we're going to have a flop here. Clubs versus spades. The flop is king, queen, 4. Look what has happened. Joe Sirach now has the best hand with 2 4s.
Inside straight draw for Dolan. And look at this. He will not disappoint. Every time makes the continuation bet no matter what. It's like 135.
He's a 100% continuationer, that's for sure. But Sirach going nowhere with bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty stubborn when a king-queen comes up and you raise or bets, and he still calls 7 of diamonds. No help to either player.
Dolan's going to check this time. Well, Sirach checks right behind him. Doesn't want to fall in any traps here. But a 10 comes off on the river, giving Dolan a straight.
Unbelievable.
And the best hand. He's got the nuts, the best possible hand here.
Went from pain to fame with that card.
Now, he is going to bet, and he would love nothing more than his opponent to raise this pot. But
no, Joe Ciroc too shrewd for that one. He gets out of the hand. So well done by John Dolan. Sweeps in that pot. 4 players remain at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown in Florida. We're coming back for more action on the World Poker Tour.
the World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, while players were competing for their place at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table, I got to have some fun in the sun and play some volleyball with Vince, Tony, and the Royal Flush Girls. Check it out.
All right, ready? The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is amazing. The beach volleyball tournament was so much fun. We got Vince in there, we got Tony in there.
Ow!
The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is one place that I would definitely come back and tell people about. It's awesome.
And you just got served. You've been waiting to say that.
Well, Mike, I only played that because I thought you were playing it. Where were you?
I should have been there. I can play better than some of those guys I was looking at, I can tell you.
We could have had fun. We got the sunburns. The bet.
You're always looking to rob me. You're always looking to get my money.
All right, back to this game. Winner's going to take home close to $800,000. Tommy Vitas with a quick fold, and now John Dolan with just 9-5 is going to raise to 105.
Now, right behind him has been the thorn in his side, Joe Ciroc. Here, Joe picks up ace-jack.
And look at this. He's just going to call it. The 23-year-old Craig Bergeron going to fold. So two-way action between John and Joe. 9-5, ace-jack. Here we go.
And flop comes king 6-6 with 2 diamonds.
Well, Dolan has a 4 flush. And right now, Joe's first to act. And he's going to check it. And Dolan wants to see a card. He checks as well. No continuation bet that time.
First time he hasn't done that. 8 comes up. He now has a straight draw to go along with his flush draw.
Ciroc going to check again. And now Dolan didn't hit his flush, but got the straight draw. A lot of possibilities. This time he's getting chips out. It appears to bet, yep, 150,000.
You're sitting in Joe Ciroc's seat. You're saying, you know, the guy didn't bet on the flop. Must not have a king. He would have bet a pair if he had that. I'm just not buying this. I'm going to call him.
All right. Excellent call so far with ace high. Let's see if it turns on him. River card will be a 3 of hearts, so John Dolan doesn't get there. Ciroc going to check again.
Well, that card is not going to scare Ciroc at all. And John Dolan's going to be thinking, you know, I bet on the turn this guy called me. Will he call me if I bet on the river?
He's getting frustrated by making these bets in prior hands and getting called.
Well, he knows the only way he can win the pot is to bet. If he checks, he just gives it up. He just waves the flag. It's over. And there it is. Ciroc turns up the ace-jack to take down the pot.
John Dolan, boy, he needs some oxygen the way he's getting tooled here by Joe Ciroc.
On baby, I bet 225. I almost did because I thought they had a lot of that.
It's one thing to see after the hand when you know one more bet would have got you the pot, but it's very tough to do.
Almost played it perfect.
Almost played it perfect. Nothing can be farther from the truth. He did make the continuation bet on the flop. He waved the flag on the river.
Oh.
That hand was played far from perfectly.
Right. A little critical there on John, but I have to agree. Now, this time he's going to raise with a queen-jack. Makes it 105. Right behind him, Joe Ciroc, though. He's got king 10. Oh, look at this. He's going to re-raise. Craig out. Now Tommy Vitas going to look down at a nothing hand. He folds, so back on John. And John is going to lay this one down. He is just getting manhandled by Ciroc. The hippy-dippy free spirit does it again.
You know, just incredible. Terrific poker we're seeing tonight.
I'm definitely not a serious guy. No one would say that.
I've known Joe for a while. We lived together in London for like 6 weeks.
I did not live with John. I slept on his couch maybe for like a week or two. Wait, maybe in Vegas. Oh yes, London. Wow, was it? Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, he is one of a kind, and you will probably never meet another like him. He's a free spirit and just goes with the flow pretty much.
Part of my style is being a vagabond. I just like to take it easy and have fun with life.
Well, that is the life of a young poker professional. You forget where you're sleeping, but you don't forget how much you win or lose at the tables, Mike.
When you sleep on everybody's couches everywhere you go, you forget where you're at and who you're with. But he never pays rent. The guy sleeps all over in different countries, different towns with different players. Wow.
To the table we go. Joe Sirach now with ace-6. He's a great player. He is raised to 100,000. Craig, of course, out. And now Tommy Vitas. He has a good hand.
Got those suited connectors you always like to see flopped with.
No, he's not going anywhere. He's made the call. Dolan out. So ace-6 up against jack-10. Here's the flop.
Flop 8-4-3. No help to either player. Actions on Tommy. He's going to check. Comes a continuation bet. By flows.
Ever so nonchalant. He puts in 90,000. Just ace high.
Vitas not mucking his hand yet. He is a player very capable of check raising here with no hand in this spot.
He certainly is. We've seen him do it before. Tommy Vitas, very sneaky, tricky player. But does he want to tangle with the chip leader? No, he does not, Mike.
He gives it up. So Sirach takes down yet another pot. This guy's one tough cookie, Vince, no doubt about it. Back-to-back final tables out here on the World Poker Tour. He is now the WPT Player of the Year, leader in the standings, of the point standings.
And he says he knows nothing but poker, and I don't believe him anymore.
He knows how to not pay rent, sleeps on everybody's couches. He knows how to skateboard. He does a lot of things besides play poker.
This guy is very shrewd. But back to this hand, Craig Bergeron finally going to pick up a little pair of sixes.
On.
Look at this. Craig going all in with the sixes.
He moved in for $1 million.
Oh, but big trouble behind him. The ladies, the pair of queens, but Tommy Vitas. And he goes back over the top all in. Like he should. Dolan out. And Joe Sirach looks at his hand, also folds. So there we go.
You got tens? Queens? You got queens?
Well, Craig Bergeron in dire straits here. Queens versus sixes.
Well, the sixes were lucky early on for Tommy.
Will they be unlucky for him this time around?
He's at the card of the night. Who knows?
Well, Craig Bergeron has Route 66, and he'll be on his way down the road if he doesn't get some help here.
Yeah, 23-year-old from Michigan, a great player. On the ropes right now with 5 cards to come.
And part of Craig's problem is his opponent has the same 2 flush cards he does. So he can't make a flush to win the pot.
Okay, here come the first 3. Ooh.
And it's come King 8-7. So far, so good for Tommy Vitas. The queen's out in front. Obviously, Craig could backdoor straight and win this pot.
Put a 9 up per sweat.
4th Street is an 8 of spades.
Now, Craig Bergeron must catch a 6 to win the pot. Nothing else will do for him. Otherwise, he's out in 4th place.
Can he get lucky here?
Well, it's a 9. So there you go. The 23-year-old poker pro from Farmington Hills, Michigan, Craig Bergeron, going to be out in 4th place.
Well, he played tight but smart all night long. Going to take home $212,000. He's a very talented young player, and right now he's going over to commiserate with Matt Savage.
Here with our 4th place finisher, Craig Bergeron. You're taking home $212,000. Tell us a little bit about your hands tonight.
I just kind of stayed around the stack I started with going in the final table. If you had asked me 4 days ago, you know, if I'd be happy with the 4th place finish, I'd say yes. But today, you know, I expected to win and I wanted to win, so a little disappointing. But.
Well, you're only 23 years old. I'm sure you're going to be back again, and you're looking sharp tonight, I must say. Barry, now back to you.
Thank you, Matt. He sure is. The very dapper Craig Bergeron out in 4th place. We are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide. I save hundreds of dollars on everything from dining out, shopping, entertainment, and vacations with my family. Check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by clubwpt.com. We've had a great time here all week, and it was tough, but we managed to pull Tony Dunst away from the pool to hear what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Prior to 2012, few people in poker knew the name Joe Sirac. But after making back-to-back televised final tables in major events on the World Poker Tour, many are now aware that the quiet and aloof young man, often called Flows, has serious game. In fact, if there's one man in poker that's still unaware that Joe Sirac knows exactly what he's doing, it's probably Joe Sirac. So what kind of plays is he making to propel him to back-to-back final tables? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break him down. At his first final table this season at Bay 101 in San Jose, Joe was usually grinding a medium-sized stack against players that weren't very good at folding, so he was playing fairly tight. Tonight is a different story, with Joe coming into the final table with a substantial chip lead, and he has repeatedly demonstrated he knows exactly how to use it. First, earlier at this final table, we saw Joe maintain a very active opening range. For instance, Queen 7 offsuit isn't an ideal hand to raise with, but with a major chip lead and a very short-stacked Kyle Bowker still in, Joe knew it was unlikely for anyone to get out of line with him. And although his raise got 2 callers, Joe followed through with a small bet on an ace-rag-rag flop that caused both players to lay down. Then we witnessed Joe continue to use his stack size advantage pre-flop by attacking the medium stacks with light 3-bets while Bowker was still alive but on life support. First he made Sharon lay down king-queen suited, then he got Vides to muck ace-9. These players knew it would be a disaster to get their money in light pre-flop against someone that can afford to gamble with them when there are serious, real money implications if they bust before the crippled Bowker, who indeed ended up going out in 6th place. And while Joe is seemingly oblivious to everything around him off the table,
Joe Sirac is looking like a happy beatnik right now.
He's highly aware of his image at the table and how it affects the play of others.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to sea coral.
Joe maintained control once four-handed by firing multiple 3-bets against John Dolan, calling correctly on a dry board with only ace-high, and betting most flops when his opponents refused to fold pre. Now as we enter 3-handed action with Joe holding over half the chips in play, we can only expect him to keep going along the same path. While viewing the final table, 2-time WPT champion Randall Flowers tweeted, "I've never seen Flows show emotion. A true laid-back poker robot assassin." Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
And I'd agree with that assessment. He is an assassin at the table, but calm, cool, collected, never gets upset, never gets distracted. You gotta love the guy.
Hasn't made a mistake this evening. Perfect poker. But we are down to 3 players right now. Let's go to the felt. Joe Sirac first to play. With the button, a 10-5 in his hand. It is suited.
Good enough for him to raise with.
What was that dance? A little magic?
Yeah, makes it 100,000 to go. Tommy now with not much of a hand, 8-6.
Joe Sirac, he's tied one record, back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. He's trying to set another one. Most sunglasses at a final table, different pairs. Might do it.
Well, he seems to whip them out of nowhere. He's got the teal-colored ones now. Tony Vides is going to fold his hand, and now it's on John.
Well, look at this, Vince. He is going to raise it. He's going to give Sirac a dose of that medicine he's been getting all day.
Yep, he wants to get something back at Joe Sirac, and it's going to work for John Dolan. He has pushed him out of the pot with Queen 6.
Well, he finally said to himself, you know, let me try some of that stuff he's been doing to me. The 3-bet.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls. You think they're talking about pot arms or reality shows, Mike?
I think they're talking about where they're going to get sushi tonight, Vince.
Probably right. Back to the table we go. Joe Sirac with the new glasses on. We'll lay this hand down. Tommy Vides now with just 9-5 suited. We'll bump it up.
Yep, 110,000 to go.
10 to go. Into the young guy from Biloxi.
Ooh. Look at this. Dolan's picked up 2 jacks here. She's got a real hand. Obviously going to re-raise with this. And he does so.
Yeah, total of 275. Vitas says, I was just kidding around. And John Dolan going to take down another pot.
Well, Dolan on a little heater now. 3-bet 2 pots in a row. Picked them both up.
And he's a professional poker player originally out of Florida. He's only 26 years old.
Now, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings, and Joe Sirach has overtaken Will the Thrill Fiala, who has led the Player of the Year standings since he won the Legends of Poker back in August.
Player of the Year, Joe Sirach, with 1,800 points. And what's amazing is just a couple months ago, he was saying, I just want to cash. I had no idea this was going to happen. What a roll he's on. But action now on John Dolan. And this time he has an ace-jack.
Well, Vince, he does know if he becomes WPT Player of the Year, he's going to get more attention from the Royal Flush Girls. That alone's enough incentive to try to win that title.
Dolan going to make it 110,000. Joe Sirach, though, has a mid-pair, pair of sixes, and he's going to re-raise. Makes it 240 to go.
Just stays aggressive.
Tommy Vitas going to muck his hand back on John.
Yeah, now it's going to cost John another 130,000 to make the call.
These guys have been fighting for pots all night long.
Oh, look at that. He's not calling, Vince. He is re-raising again. He is 4-betting it here up to 450,000.
Sirach folded the last hand. And there, whoa, he's going back over the top.
Now, this is the 5-bet all-in, folks, and it's another $1.5 million to John Dolan right here, and his tournament life on the line.
John's a little desperate here.
John only has an ace-jack. Hard to put another $1.5 million in there with this hand.
I call this.
And he's made this call.
What a daring call by John Dolan, and we're in a race situation. John Dolan must win this pot to stay alive. And once again, it's the 2 6s as the pair.
Yeah.
The Route 66. That's the hand that sent Craig out of here. Will it send John out of here as well? Now, Sirach gives him a hug just in case you got to sleep on the couch again sometime.
Joe acting very casual, walks over close to us. Doesn't want to look. Here we go. And here it is, Jack 8-7. Jack's there for John Dolan. Nice spike.
That wasn't good.
Well, that's the emotion that Joe Sirach shows. He turns around the Royal Flush Girl. That wasn't good.
Oh, yeah. All right, but 2 cards to come. Can Sirach suck out?
Well, that's a 3, so we're down to the river. Joe Sirach must catch a 6. Craig had to catch that a minute ago when he was eliminated. Joe won't be eliminated, but we will have a new chip leader.
It's been a powerful card here tonight. Will it be again? Will the miracle happen? Last card coming up. Let's take a peek.
Well, a 5 comes off. John Dolan sits back down, and he sits down with the chip lead.
With John Dolan's double up, Mike, Vince, has play been going as you expected? And what should we keep an eye out for when play resumes?
Well, Marinella, the dynamics just changed dramatically with that double up by John Dolan. For the first time tonight, we've got a new chip leader at this final table. But what a final it's going to be. Tommy Vitas going for his 2nd WPT title. Joe Sirach, who now is the WPT Player of the Year, leader in point standings. He can still win this title, but John Dolan is the man right now. He's out in front after that double up.
I'll tell you something, Mike. There is quicksand now in the swamp here in Florida. The Gators are going. They're scattering about. They're looking for roadkill. Who's going to win this? We have 3 very talented players. This is up for grabs.
Well, gentlemen, whatever happens, this will be a fight to the finish, as all these players want to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, a new poker star will be born as the remaining players battle for big money and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Last season, 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg stole the spotlight when he captured the inaugural Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title. Now the WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition as our third hour of coverage here in Florida continues. Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten are on hand to call the action, but before we start, gentlemen, break down our remaining players.
Well, Marinella, 3 terrific players left fighting it out for this title. They've all been under the bright lights of big-time poker tournaments before. They understand the pressure that's involved. Our current chip leader is a 26-year-old pro out of Biloxi, Mississippi, John Dolan. Now, this guy took down $1.7 million in one tournament before when he finished 6th at the main event of the 2010 World Series of Poker. But the other 2 guys, they're also tough. Joe Sirac is making his 2nd consecutive back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. Came to the final table as a chip lead, lost that big race, not the leader anymore, but he's going to be tough with his performance this week. He's also taken the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings, but Vince, don't count out that 3rd guy at the table going for his 2nd WPT title.
That is right, Mike. Let's not forget about Tommy Vitas. He's a WPT champ. He's from New York. He looks a little like Telly Savalas, but what a player he is. Now, he'll be going after his 2nd WPT title, but also he came in as the short stack here tonight. He would be the 3rd player in the WPT history to ever go from the short stack to take down a championship. So there is a lot at stake. And right now, our chip leader, John Dolan, is standing by with Matt Savage.
This is your first time with the chip lead here at the final table. What's your strategy going forward?
Just gonna probably open a fairly amount of pots and see how it goes from there.
All right, John, good luck to you.
All right.
Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. We are close to naming a champion here in Florida, so let's get back to the action here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan out in front with 3.9 million. Joe Sirac with about 2.5 million. Tommy Vitas with about 2.3 million.
Right, and the winner, of course, going to get close to $800,000 for first place at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, the antes are 5,000, blinds are 25 and 50,000. Let's go to the felt. Tommy Vitas.
Tommy going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. He actually made this final table 1 year ago, finished in 6th place. But pretty impressive to make the final table of the same event 2 years in a row.
Well, he's going to make it 110,000 with just a 9-7 of diamonds. John Dolan out. Joe Sirac down with an ace-5.
Well, generally, he's 3-betting if he plays these pots.
How much?
Here he's just making the call. Changing chip stack means a change of style.
Take a look at the first 3. It's a 9-5-4. Sirac picking up 5s. And, of course, Tommy Vitas with 9s. Sirac has checked. Tommy has bet 170. And Joe Sirac is going to call this. Here comes the turn card. 4 diamonds. Action on Sirac. He has checked. Tommy with the 9s.
Well, he's checked also.
Surprising.
I just didn't want to get check raised out of the pot, and now he's made 9s full of 4s here.
He knew a 9 was coming.
But Sirac's got to think he's got the best hand because his opponent checked on the turn.
Yep.
He's got 2 5s with an ace kicker here.
Yeah, he's getting Sirac to bet. Looks like 300,000. And you got a huge hand. Now, you hate this when people look back at their hands, but there's a pro doing it. And now he says all in. Did he raise too much, Mike?
Yeah, pretty big overbet, in my opinion here. And there you see the eyelid of Joe Sirac go up. What is going on here? But it might look like a bluff to Sirac.
That's true.
Well, Joe lays it down with that pot. Tommy Vitas once again moves into 2nd chip position in strong fashion.
And that's one of those hands that you just keep getting involved. You go deeper and deeper. You shouldn't really be in it, and it backfires. And right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, and the blinds are 30 and 60, getting more expensive. And Joe Sirac right now.
He's on a downward spiral right now. He was in total command for so long. Then he lost the race to John Dolan, and he just lost that pot to a full house of Tommy Vitas. So
Well, he's going to raise to 120 with this hand. Pretty good hand, ace-jack. Tommy with a king-jack. And he is going to re-raise. He goes to 280 into John Dolan from Biloxi, Mississippi.
Look at this. John's picked up a pair of 10s. Wow. Now the pot's been raised and re-raised to him. What do you do now with 2 10s? Just incredible. A big hand by all 3 players here in a 3-handed poker game. And John is going to 4-bet it up to 600,000. Joe Sirach knows this guy didn't have to come into this pot. It was 2-bet and 3-bet. He's the chip leader. He would hope these 2 guys would clash, so why would he get in their way? Must have a hand here. Joe Sirach has got to realize that.
Yeah, you don't want to get too involved in this. Joe Sirach, the skateboarder, the vagabond, the free spirit, sort of lives a hippie lifestyle, very relaxed. He's going to fold this.
Well, now Tommy Beatus, who had a worse hand than Joe, is faced with pretty much the same kind of decision, though. You got to realize this guy didn't have to come into this pot. He's the chip leader. Why would he enter it without a strong hand here?
This is Tommy Vitas' 3rd WPT final table. He is a champion. Came in as a short stack, and he probably does the right thing. He folds his hand, gives respect to John Dolan.
John Dolan on a roll.
I have not cashed any WPT events. I think I'm something like 0 for 11 up to this one. I've never signed up for a tournament not trying to final table it with everything I had, but winning this title would mean a lot to me just because my first big TV final table didn't exactly turn out how I wanted it to. I just never have liked to lose, and not that anyone does, but I've never been a good loser. So it would be nice to win this one and at the same time win a WPT title.
He's got sort of the same kind of personality that Joe Sirach. You know, just sort of laid back, easy going.
I agree. Maybe they got something there. I'm going to stop the coffee and start playing like them.
Well, Tommy Beatus picks up yet another king-jack. Got burned on the last couple of his hand.
Well, he kicks back in his chair, and he raises with it, makes it 130 to go. John Dolan going to take a rest. Joe Sirach with a real hand. Pair of 8s. He is on the short stack at this point, though. Only about 1.3 million.
I don't see him just calling with this hand. The question is, how much do you raise?
At one point, he had actually more than half the chips, but look at this. He is re-raised, but not all in.
He's re-raised over $1 million. He's only got $1.3 million, so it's sort of I guess you're going to save $300,000 to bet with. I don't see him going out.
Yeah, right, Joe.
Tommy Vitas.
Is he allowed to raise that much without going all in?
Trying to get a tell on his man. Usually when a guy starts playing around and smiling,
so big.
That's usually the sign a man's going to fold. But maybe not.
Well, he's not all in actuality, but in theory, he's all in Tommy Vitas' mind, that's for sure. And there you see Darryl Fish. Tough little player in his own right, I can tell you.
Yeah, I don't know how Flo's shuffles chips like that. Yeah, me either. Like magic. Yeah, he doesn't like.
I like to hang out with winners because I know that guy's picking up the bar tab tonight.
Possibly borrow money in case you're down. You're right. You got to hang out in groups. Successful groups. And now Tommy Vitas with a big decision here. He'd love to put Joe Sirach out of this tournament, put him to rest.
Well, he knows King Jack's not the best hand right now.
Oh, but he's not going to do it. Joe Sirach is going to win that with the 8s. No sweat.
Show one, Joe.
The 3rd hour of coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is underway, and we have more to come, including Tony Dent's breaking it all down in the raw deal, a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we take a look back in the Champions Cup moment when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And Vince, we've just had a great week down here in Florida.
No, we really have. It's been absolutely beautiful. We're having a good time. But, you know, we're not the only ones that have had a good time. The Royal Flush Girls, they've been enjoying the sun, but also they got to play on ClubWPT.com. They played it in a tournament, and they made them bounties in the tournament. So what's better than that? Bust out a Royal Flush Girl and reap the rewards.
Well, Vince, the great thing about it is you don't have to be down here in Florida to get close to the Royal Flush Girls. No, you can become a Club WPT VIP member and enjoy special access to the Royal Flush Girl photo galleries, screensavers, and more. In addition, you get to play all the poker you want, where you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. Just incredible. And all that for a monthly membership fee of just $19.95 a month.
That is right. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. All right, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan well out in front with 4.6 million. Tommy Vitas in second place with 2.1. And Joe Ciroc in third place right now with 1.8.
Mike, hold the press because Tommy Vitas has picked up a real hand, a gigantic hand, the Cowboys, the pair of kings.
Makes it 125,000 to go.
John Dolan out of the way.
And there you see Joe Ciroc has got the red sunglasses back out. In case you missed it, he's changed sunglasses at this final table more than anybody in WPT history.
Mike, let the man accessorize in his own way. He has a little style, and he's going to call.
And the flop is 8-6 deuce. This flop could spell doom for Joe Ciroc. He's flopped top pair. His opponent has an overpair.
Oh, yeah, and Ciroc is going to check it. And Tommy with the continuation bet, but we know he has a real hand, a gigantic hand. And the amount is $155,000. And most good players, when they hit top pair, do re-raise, and that's exactly what Joe Ciroc is going to do.
Yep, Joe has check raised it here. If I was Tommy, I'd just set him all in right here. If you can beat this hand, good luck to you.
Well, Tommy Vitas, though, going to play it a little bit sneaky. Not the obvious way, just calling. That's gambling in a way.
You're sitting in Joe Ciroc's seat, you're saying, what is going on here?
And that improves Joe Ciroc's hand. A 9 of clubs on the turn gives him an open-ended straight draw as well.
So he's got a pair, an open-ended straight draw, but as you can see, a quizzical look in his eye as when he check raised, this guy called very quickly here, and now he's betting nearly $500,000 more.
Ciroc has checked, and again, Vitas betting.
Joe Ciroc from Albuquerque, New Mexico, incredibly making his second consecutive WPT final table. He finished third at the Bay 101 tournament just before this. With this performance this week, he's become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year point standings. He just had to get to fourth place to take that lead over from Will the Thrill Fiala. But he's looking to get more points and more money, Vince. 24-year-old poker pro.
It's going to be 25 by the time he plays tonight. He is really taking his time.
Check raised on the flop, and the guy quickly beat him in the pot.
What a decision to make. You got a pair of 8s open-ended as well.
Well, Joe Ciroc lays it down. He's known as flows to the entire poker community. Right there, he flowed right out of that pot after that bet by Tommy Vitas.
I never read a book on poker. I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people and put pressure on them when I need to, fold when I need to. It's all about my gut feeling.
Jason behind him with a pair of 4s.
Come on.
Call.
Tommy has called him and is going to be loving it when he sees Jason's hand.
Being a two-time champion would probably secure the confidence in me a lot more than having one title. Without confidence, you don't get anywhere. Poker, especially if you have confidence, you're going to get far.
Here's the river card for the
that's
title.
a queen. Tommy Vitas, he is going to take this title.
2 titles would be really, really significant.
Well, only 15 players in the history of the World Poker Tour have won multiple titles. Tommy Vitas trying to become number 16.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at the Seminole Hard Rock. 3 players remain.
And this was a 10,000 ante, so it's 150,000 to play 3 hands of poker right now. So obviously, as blinds get bigger, the initial raises get bigger, the pots swell up quicker, and the 3-bet is a really big bet, where you're going to be almost pot committed now.
Tommy Vitas is first to play.
1.2 close.
And he's going to fold his hand. Now John Dolan
He says, how much have you got? To Joe Sirach.
$1.270.
A little bit more than that, close to 1.5. Dolan with a king 8 is going to put pressure on.
John wants to put Joe all in. I call.
He's got the queens, he's got the ladies. Tremendous.
Wait, is that all? That's 1.1. All right, we still had action. All right,
John didn't quite set him all in. He left him with just a few chips, but I'm sure it'll go in shortly. Joe thought he had moved in on him, so he said call, but Joe's got 300,000 left here, but this pot has about $2.5 million in it.
All right, king 8 up against queens.
John Dolan just making a move there. It's part of that flop as an 8 comes up.
I'm all in. And John moves all in.
Yeah, Joe Sirach has gone all in with his queens, and John takes a look at the queens, realizes he is behind at this point. Joe Sirach with a big chance to double up here.
Well, this pot has about $3 million in it, so he'll be right at the chip lead if he wins this pot. I'm talking about Joe Sirach well out in front right now with the 2 queens.
And these guys are getting playful right now.
He's got to dodge a king or an 8 here, and Joe Sirach will be in great shape to take down his first WPT title.
Good luck. Good luck, me too.
Oh, man, these guys are buddies. They've roomed together. They've traveled together. They've skateboarded together. And now they got to sweat out the last 2 cards. John Dolan would love to hit an 8 or a king. Let's take a look.
Oh, boy, king on the turn. Unbelievable. Tough luck for Joe Sirach here.
Wow.
That is heartbreak for him. He must catch a queen on the river now to stay alive in this tournament.
Joe, who came in as the chip leader, now just deeply disappointed. Can't believe his fate.
Going swinging, kid. We're about to.
And right now celebrating with Tommy Vitas, his poker pro, Noah Schwartz.
Joe Sirach on the verge of being eliminated in 3rd place in the 2nd consecutive WPT event. Well, it's a 9, so that's going to do it. Well, what a tournament Joe Sirach played. He lost a big race where he had a massive chip lead playing heads up to John Dolan earlier, and now John lucks out on him again right there, catching a king on the turn. But Vince, what can you say about this 24-year-old poker pro, Joe Sirach, the 2nd consecutive WPT event? The guy's finished in 3rd place.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's smiling now, even though he took some bad beats there. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, you had another 300,000 in your bankroll, another 3rd place finish. How disappointing is this?
Not that much. I mean, I came here like just off the final table, and then you make another final table. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's a great attitude to have. Obviously, I'm sure we're going to see another final table this year, maybe. Jacksonville?
Yeah, Jacksonville.
All right. Well, you are in the lead for Player of the Year at this current point, so good luck and continued success.
Thank you.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Even though Joe Sirach is out in 3rd place, he has moved to the top of the WPT Player of the Year standings. We are getting very close to crowning the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champion. Will it be John Dolan who wins his first WPT title, or will it be Tommy Vitas who gets to etch his name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time? Stick around for heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I gotta climb this Dolan mountain.
Mount Dolan.
Mount Dolan, I like that.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
Fasten your seatbelts. Here they come, the Royal Flush Girls. We have Jeannie, Angelique, Danielle, and Tugba bringing out the money.
All the cash being put on the table for these 2 guys to divide up.
To the victors go the spoils.
You get to play for all this money and the opportunity to have your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. Just doesn't get much better than that as a poker player.
It is all on the line here. Which one of these guys will take it down tonight?
Tommy Vitas going for his 2nd WPT title. John Dolan going for his 1st.
We started with 290 players, Spike. You were one of them, but we're down to these 2 tonight. One is going to take home close to 800,000.
I run good at heads up, by the way.
What every poker player dreams of, making the final table and going into heads-up battle for a championship.
They might have a few dreams about the Royal Flush Girls along the way.
heads-up play for the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title is almost ready to get started between Tommy Vitas and John Dolan. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Tommy, an amazing comeback to this point, but your work is not done yet.
Yeah, we got our work cut out for us. More than 2-1 dog, so we'll try and battle it up.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, you've just eliminated your good friend Joe Sirach, and now you're heads up for your first World Poker Tour title. How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing. Got fortunate against Joe, and now I'm in a pretty good spot.
You're in the chip lead, but he's come back from a short stack before, Mr. Tommy Vitas. How do you feel about your chances?
I like my chances. I know he's more than capable. I mean, I know he plays poker well, and I know he's more than capable of coming back, but I feel good about where I'm at.
All right, well, good luck on your quest for your first title.
All right, thanks, man.
Will Tommy Vitas add his name to the WPT Champions Cup for a second time? Action is about to get started, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
You know, John Dolan well out in front with 6.6 million. Tommy Vitas with 2 million in chips. There you see what they're playing for. The winner going to take home nearly 780,000 and get their name inscribed on that WPT Champions Cup.
Quite an honor.
For Tommy Vitas, it would be the second time.
All right, and right now, Tommy Vitas with the button. He's got ace-3. And he will make it 165,000 to go. John Dolan behind him, though, with a queen-10. And he's not going anywhere. He makes the call.
Yeah, wants to see a flop.
See a flop.
And what a flop it is for
boy.
John Dolan. He's flopped top 2 pair.
And look at that. That's a deer caught in headlights right there. So excited. And he's going to check.
He is hoping Tommy Vitas makes his continuation bet here. But he doesn't.
Oh, he's going to disappoint Dolan. To the turn we go.
Checks the ace high. Now the board pairs 10s. A full house for John Dolan. Obviously, no card can come up where Tommy could win this pot.
And when you're that strong, you got to keep checking. But Vitas not going to bite. He checks as well.
And he's got the kind of hand you can check down. And now 2 pair on the board.
Well, that could induce Vitas a little bit with his ace high. So that could have been a bad card for Vitas potentially. Let's see. John Dolan now finally having to come out and bet.
Dolan's got to recognize the guy could have ace high. How much would he pay off with it?
225 and a quick call by Vitas. Did get into trouble on that last card.
I can't blame Tommy for calling the way the hand was played, Vince.
No doubt, no doubt.
That's all, huh?
And Vitas sort of happy that he didn't lose that much. And John Dolan, the man from Biloxi, doing well.
South Florida has produced some of the biggest names in poker, names like Mizrachi and Mercier. But Florida also has a strong group of potential superstars waiting in the wings, including one player who mixes her game up both on and off the felt, as we find out in this edition of Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, dog.
I love the grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
I'm Ebony Kenny, and I'm from North Miami Beach, Florida. I've been playing poker for 9 years. I'm definitely a tournament player. I love tournaments. I love the grind. I love the torture that tournaments are.
Ebony plays a very solid poker game and is dedicated to being the best player she can be.
And I think anybody, especially a woman, who can be consistent enough to stay in the game, that's a testament to their poker playing abilities.
I am hungrier than I ever been, especially being named a Ones to Watch, because it's such an elite group of people. I have so much to prove, and maybe if I do well, it'll kind of change things, and people might start to take me seriously.
Ebony's a fun girl, and she has a lot going on.
I know Ebony really enjoys dancing and modeling.
I love to dance. When I go out with my girlfriends, I'm definitely the dancer of the bunch. I'm breaking it down, you know. My modeling. I mostly do glamour and urban. I've done a couple of music videos and had some spreads in some magazines, so that's exciting. I like the fact that I can turn into a different person whenever I'm modeling.
I don't know much about Miss Ebony, but she's smoking hot. The girl's got looks. Girls got looks.
I work out because I have to stay in shape for modeling, and for poker, you have to have energy to play these long tournaments. So I can beat up all the guys at the table. It gets my blood flowing, and it helps me stay focused, and it actually makes me feel a lot better about decisions I made.
It's cool to see more girls who have a well-rounded life outside of poker.
I have 2 children. I adore both my kids. I think that it's important for poker players to have other things going on in their life.
We are in North Miami Beach. This is where I live.
Raising a kid is a lot of work, and getting good at poker is a lot of work. Balancing the two is very tough. Anyone who can do that is pretty admirable. Seems like she's holding it down pretty well.
I'm extremely happy with what I'm doing. I'm glad that my life has taken me down this path and brought me into what I'm doing now.
Of all the ones to watch who played in this event, Ebony Kenny made it the furthest, but finished just short of making the money when she was eliminated in 35th place. Doc Sands still sits atop the ones to watch leaderboard with his second place finish at the LAPC. We'll keep our eyes on these players as they close out season 10, but for now, let's get back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table.
Well, tough luck for Ebony. She didn't make the money here, but Vince, she's got a lot going for her besides poker.
Oh, a lot of great young talent here on the World Poker Tour. But right now, the heads-up battle continues. John Dolan stretching out his lead, 6.8 million. Action's on him, and he's got a nice hand. Ace-9.
Yeah, an ace-high playing heads-up poker. Good hand.
180.
180. Makes it a $180 to go.
John?
Tommy Vitas will squeeze. Well, he's got a queen-3 of diamonds. Lost an additional 100,000 if he wants to play, and he does.
Well, Tommy likes to see flops, but see if we can get lucky here.
And that flop is?
Oh, and lucky is putting it mildly, as he has flopped a flush.
Just incredible. What a time to get it, and he's going to check and trap.
Well, he may well trap John Dolan because John's got top pair with top kicker here.
Yeah, he ain't going to play that slow because there's 3 diamonds out there. John doesn't have a diamond, so you got to make your man pay. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's coming in with the bet, 240,000. Now it's up to Vitas. You got the big flop, and yep, you got to make him pay. He re-raises, makes it 530 to go with his flush.
Tough decision for Dolan here. Is he on some kind of drawing hand, like a Jack-10 with 1 diamond, perhaps? Or does he have a big diamond in his hand?
I'm all in.
Well, John is not fearful. He has gone all in.
And the snap call by Tommy Vitas, and John Dolan knows he's toast.
John Dolan, hard to get away from that.
Tommy Vitas is going to double up here unless John has 2 runners to make a full house.
Can't beat that defense.
John Dolan, good-natured about it. But what an opportunity for Vitas to double up. Of course, John needs runner. It's almost a miracle. Dolan's sitting back down. And we'll see a couple cards. And this will make the match very close. If Vitas' hand should hold up. And yes, it does. A king of spades. This thing is a wrap. It's over. Tommy Vitas going to take this pot.
Decent flop.
And Vince, we've really got a horse race going now.
John Dolan, good-natured, a good loser at that point, gives half the chips back to Tommy Vitas.
We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock, including Tony Dunce breaking down tonight's play in the Rod deal. Stay tuned.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
When you come to the Hard Rock, you get a little bit of everything. There's poker here year-round. The clubs, the nightlife, the restaurants, and the beaches here. It's the action in Florida that makes it so exciting. If you were going to take your first shot and play in a WPT event, I would come to the Seminole Hard Rock because there's a lot more to do other than just play cards.
Well, players love it here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. It's got everything you could want. Great nightclubs, great restaurants, and certainly all the poker that you want to play.
It is fantastic. Plus, you're 5 minutes away from the beautiful ocean. It is spectacular.
180.
All right, back to the action right now. John Dolan with an ace-queen has moved it up to 180,000. Tommy Vitas with just a 6-4. Let's see what the man from Cyprus will do. Look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Well, that's the first time he gets a hold of chips. He just comes right over the top with a 6-4 offsuit.
440 to go. with a nothing hand.
Playing heads-up poker, you're not going to throw an ace-queen away.
No, he has re-raised. John Dolan is going to push it. Makes it 9-10 to go. Right now, Vitas is saying, why? Why did I get so aggressive?
You better be real careful here. He'll be heading to the swamps of Florida very shortly. He decides to make a play right here. I don't see John Dolan going anywhere with these.
Not in this battle, and Tommy knows it, and he's going to give it up. John Dolan from Biloxi extends his chip lead right now.
Nice hand.
All season long, Tony Dunst has not been one to keep his opinions to himself, and tonight is no different, as we will find out in this edition of The Raw Deal.
I like Tommy Vitas. He has a certain mellow professionalism to him. He's polite to everyone. Whether he wins or loses, he's always pretty relaxed. And it's hard to argue with the guy's resume. This is his third WPT final table, with his first being a major win at the Festa Al Lago in Season 8. But, damn it, I just hate the way the guy plays. Then again, Tommy is the first to admit that he plays unconventional and prefers to rely on his instincts over fundamentals.
I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people.
So, is it a different approach to the game, or am I just being a jealous hater? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Take a look at a few pre-flop spots from his win at the Bellagio in Season 8. He called with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind against an under-the-gun raise just 32 blinds deep. He just called with king-queen out of the small blind with under 20 blinds when offered a prime squeeze scenario. He open-limped with king-jack offsuit first to act and then called a raise out of position. He flat called a raise with ace-jack when four-handed when Freddie Deeb opened an 11-blind stack.
Does not re-raise with the ace-jack.
I mean, I could keep going here, but it's only supposed to be a 2-minute segment. Now let's look at his play tonight. Coming into this final table as the short stack, you might think he would look for a spot to double up early, but instead, he just called a raise with pocket sevens and only 20 blinds. Put it to you like this. If I had pocket sevens and only 20 blinds, I'd slam it all in, run into the stands, and celebrate to a degree that would put Dwight Pilgrim to shame.
Woo! You can't play better poker than me, man.
Then he called a min raise in the big blind with queen 7 offsuit with just 17 blinds. Let's be clear. The reason players like Tommy prefer calling over re-raising in many situations pre-flop is because they are very comfortable with their post-flop abilities. They often prefer to keep the pot small and not risk a high percentage of their stack until they feel highly confident about a particular read or situation. In some hands, this is absolutely the best approach. But I think it's a flawed default approach because the strategy is applied far too loosely and often results in confrontations where you're out of position, without the initiative, and against players that simply won't make big enough mistakes to negate those disadvantages.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title.
Then again, what do I know? I've yet to make a WPT final table, and Tommy is at his third, and heads up for his second title. And at the end of the day, I root for the guys I like, even if I don't agree with every play they make. But whether Tommy still likes me after watching this segment is yet to be seen.
Nice hand.
Tony Dunst thinks he plays all these raggedy hands out of position, et cetera, but I can tell you one thing, Tommy Vitas has got a good feel for the game.
Great feel. And look at Joe Sirach, what a champ. Guy gets knocked out, but he goes to the Royal Flush Girls social bar, and he's having a good time. He has a lot of class, and he's a great player. But let's go back to the table. All right, the blinds are up to 50 and 100,000. Action on John Dolan.
And there you see John with about a little over 2-to-1 chip lead over Tommy Vitas right now.
John has a 7-4 of hearts. And he is going to make a raise, 200,000. Trying to pick on Tommy when he's down. Tommy with Jack-7 has made the call. Here we go.
Oh, the flop comes 7-5-3. Both players have flopped top pair. Tommy Vitas has him out-kicked.
And Tommy has checked it.
You can see some fireworks here.
John Dolan is going to bet 250 now. John also has the straight draw as well as the top pair.
That could get him in trouble.
Certainly could. Vitas now. Cost him $2.15 to call, but he's not just calling. He's popped it. $5.85 to go.
But now John Dolan.
Dolan's really starting to look like he's been staying up with the baby lately, the 6-month-old. Looking a little haggard out there. Baby duties in the middle of the night.
I go back to the first 6 months. Child's life, you don't sleep. It really is difficult. He's out here playing poker. Let Mama worry about it. Maybe that's why he's fought so hard this week to last this long. He get a little sleep here in the hotel.
Someone has to take home the bacon, though, Mike.
All in.
Oh, and he's going to try to do it right here with it all in.
I'm not sure Tommy Vita's going to go anywhere here.
Hi, Cor.
Nope, he's made the call.
Good, solid call by Vitas. Joe Sirach enjoying the moment.
Vitas in great shape to double up and take the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
It is all on the line right now.
The 7-11. Will it be lucky for Tommy Vitas? He's out in front right now. Can he hold him? Tommy just needs to dodge a 6 or a 4, and he'll double up and take the lead in this heads-up battle.
However, if John Dolan should get lucky, he will become the champion. It will be over. John Dolan would put his name on the WPT Champions Cup with the rest of the champs. Let's see the turn. Well, it is a 10 of club. No help for John Dolan.
Well, Tommy Vita's nodding his head because the club came off, gives him a flush draw, meaning John can't catch the 6 of clubs or 4 of clubs and win this pot, so 2 of his outs are gone.
Here we go. John needs to suck out, but he's not going to get it as an 8 of diamonds hits on the river. Tommy Vita's going to double up.
Tommy Vita's taking the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Game over. It's all over. Lights out.
The Kelly Savalas look-alike. Now he's our chip leader. Just incredible. Stay with us. We're coming back with more heads-up action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. While tonight's players take aim at their own piece of poker history, it's time to take a look back at this classic victory and the WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
In 2004, young pro Tuan Lee entered the World Poker Finals, facing a WPT record field of 674 players, but lacking a room for the night. Legend holds that Tuan Lee traded 50% of his possible winnings to friend and fellow pro Hassan Habib, outperforming all expectations.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The newest stop on the World Poker Tour changes everything as one of our own makes the final table and the Player of the Year race gets turned upside down. The heat is on in Florida and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome everybody to Jacksonville, Florida for the inaugural Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who's away on maternity leave. As most of you know, Tony Dunst is the host of The Raw Deal, the very popular segment here on the WPT, featuring Tony's highly opinionated take on the play at the final table. Well, tonight the tables get turned as Tony Dunst has battled his way through the field in Florida and will take a seat among the final 6 in a bid to win a WPT title of his own. We are of course excited for our colleague and we wish him the best of luck, and he's gonna need it because also at this final table tonight is someone else who doesn't hold back, WPT champion Will the Thrill Fiala. Right now, let's go to Matt Savage, who is standing by with Will and Tony. Matt?
Tony,
You've been a very tough year this year. You've been able to persevere and make this final table tonight. What does it mean for you to be at the final table?
Miracle.
You know, man, Will's
Miracle.
talking trash immediately.
Miracle.
He can't even
Miracle.
let me get through my part.
Miracle.
It means a lot, obviously, you know, to be part of the family and here at this final table and battling against such a legend like Will. Obviously, is
Deck smashed him over the head.
there you go. You know, I think he's so eager to get in here. Why don't we ask Will his question?
All right, well, make sure you don't make any raw deal plays
Okay,
tonight.
sure.
Will, dig the threads, first of all.
Thank you.
But let me say that...
You look nice. I can't believe you put pants on.
Yep, I own a pair of pants. Yes, I do.
You've called your shot here. You said you were going to make the final table. You said you were going to overtake Player of the Year once again. What does it mean to be so determined?
It's nice to be focused. I feel good that I'm here. I know that I'm very blessed to be here, and I feel very honored to be in everybody's presence.
Do you own those pants or did you borrow them?
I rented them.
Okay.
I like you better with a microphone, by the way.
All right, guys, thanks a lot and good luck tonight.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you, Marianella. Are you excited?
Matt, I am really looking forward to this final table. We have a solid group of players, and with Will the Thrill there, we are, of course, guaranteed to be entertained. They're both looking very dapper, by the way. We've heard from Tony and Will, but we've yet to see the other players that make up this stacked final table. To reveal those who made it and those who fell short, let's go back 4 days ago to when it all began.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
With cards in the air on day 1A in Jacksonville, the Royal Flush Girls took to the tournament floor to welcome the players. They found WPT champions, final tablists, ones to watch, and even our own Mike Sexton, Tony Dunce, and Vince Van Patten. In this special re-entry tournament, any player who busted on day 1A could pay another $5,000 and enter on day 1B, inspiring WPT champ James Dempsey to gamble it up a bit.
Got it!
The hand of the day would involve a four-way all-in with short-stacked ones to watch Matt Marifiotti in trouble holding pocket sevens against pocket aces, kings, and queens. But with a 7 on the turn, Matt quadrupled up. Raj Vora's aces took the side pot, eliminating the other two players.
That woman just she was rubbing my nipple and stuff during the hand. I mean, I don't know if it was lucky or something, but...
Day 1A would see half the field of 125 players eliminated, including Vince Van Patten, Matt Marifiotti, and Borgata final table player Daniel Buzzgon.
So day 1A didn't go so hot. Are you going to be playing again tomorrow?
No, not because you said that. Really? Of course I'll be playing tomorrow.
Re-entering was not a consideration for those at the top of the chip count, including raw deal analyst Tony Dunce, Legends champ Will Fiella, and current chip leader Darren Elias.
Hopefully I can make it, keep it going, see what happens.
So players, it's time. Get ready. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Start of day 1B gave us two types of players. Those who were just arriving to Best Bet Jacksonville, like WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, WSOP main event champ Jamie Gold, and ones to watch Ebony Kinney.
I just got off the plane.
Then there was the re-entry crowd who had busted day 1A and were looking to invest another $5,000 in pursuit of WPT glory. Included in this group were WPT final tablists Daniel Buzzgon and Sean Kunix. Ones to watch Matt Marifiotti, plus WPT champs Hoyt Corkins and Matt Waxman, who started bluffing before the cards were even dealt. The newest stop on the WPT really went all out, including Best Bet Jacksonville dealer Brian Woods, who showed off his WPT pride. With registration now closed, the numbers were posted. A total of 320 entries created a prize pool worth over $1.5 million.
Yes! Yes! GG! Yes!
But a day that had started with hope would not end well for Jamie Gold and Hoyt Corkins, who both busted. But it was great for French pro Amini Chobani, who ended as day 1B chip leader. And proving they were wise to re-enter the fray, Daniel Buzzgon and ones to watch Matt Marifiotti both survived to play another day.
Overall, I'm really happy with my play today. I only slept 6 hours, so time for bed. Good night, guys.
Day 2 saw half the combined starting fields of Day 1 return and a strong contingent of the 160 remaining players who had already made final tables this season, meaning WPT Jacksonville was shaping up to be about more than just this one title. Joe Siroc's final table appearance at Seminole Hard Rock vaulted him ahead of Will Fiella to take the lead for WPT Season 10 Player of the Year. As luck would have it, Season 9 POY, Andy Frankenberger, ended up right in the middle of their friendly rivalry.
I got Joe on one side, Will Fiella at the other, so right now I got a front row seat for it. Of course, if I take them both out, then I could be right back in it too.
But Joe, Will, and Andy weren't the only ones in the field with a chance at WPT Player of the Year. 5-diamond champ James Dempsey, as well as Borgata final tableists Darren Elias and Daniel Buzgon, all had a shot to take the lead, depending on how long Will and Joe survived. Meanwhile, our own Tony Dunst was practicing his signature raw deal style with poker pro and philosopher Alan Kessler.
Like, I feel like you're a man who, wherever he goes, death follows him.
I'm just happy I made it through on the first hole. Me too.
Unfortunately, it was tournament death for WPT's other man in the field, as Mike Sexton's pocket sevens could not hold against the ace-king of Paris final tableist Byron Kaberman. Back at the POY table, Joe Siroc busted, leaving room for Will Fiella and several others to catch up to him in the Player of the Year race.
It's going to be a dogfight. I think there's still about 6 people in here that it's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year. But I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
The end-of-day chip count would put Fareed Jadid on top of the leaderboard. But with Joe Siroc on the sidelines, the players in 2nd, 4th, and 7th place on the leaderboard all had a serious shot at scrambling the Player of the Year race, as well as taking down this WPT title.
Who will join Tony Dunst and Will Fiella in the fight to win a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship, $400,000 and a WPT title? Find out when our extended coverage of the playdown to the final 6 continues. And later we'll see how the Royal Flush Girls have been enjoying their time in Jacksonville. Plus, we relive an historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. With the competition in high gear, the field has begun to dwindle as the race to make this final table became even more intense. Day 3 of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open was all about making the money. Of the 55 players starting the day, 36 would cash. With players finding themselves short-stacked and busting, the Royal Flush Girls were there to show their support for everyone.
Anything can happen.
Something did happen to WPT champ James Dempsey, and it wasn't good. Shoving with pocket eights, James was outflopped by Matthew Schulte's suited ace-queen. The turn and the river were no help to James, making the Bellagio champ the unfortunate bubble boy.
It was not in the script. It was not in the script. C'est la vie.
As some players were collecting their min cashes, others were collecting chips. Borgata final tableist Daniel Buzgon was all in pre-flop against fellow WPT alum Fred Goldberg and WPT champ Matt Giannetti. With a flop of 8-7-5, Fred bets $100,000 into a side pot.
Folds.
Matt folds his pocket jacks.
Oh, there's your one time.
A 10 on the turn gives Daniel Buzgon a set to crack Fred's pocket aces and triple up. Soon after, both Matt and Fred would bust out, earning a little over $12,000. WPT Jacksonville is one of the few stops that allows players as young as 18 to enter. And Best Bet Jacksonville offered a custom surfboard to the one player 18 to 20 years old who lasted the longest. This meant the last bust out of the day would be bittersweet, as 20-year-old Robert Gorodepski's set would lose on the river to Blake Purvis, who made a straight. Robert cashed in 17th place and rode the waves home. The day would end with 16 players. Will Fiella, gunning for his 2nd title of the year as well as Player of the Year honors, was on top of the leaderboard. Daniel Buzgon 3rd. Paris final tableist Byron Kaverman was sitting in 4th position, with Once to Watch Matt Murphyati holding strong in 8th, and our very own Tony Dunst rounding out the top 10. Day 4's play would lead to the final 6, but the 18 who started the day were remarkably deep, including 5 players with WPT final table experience, as well as WPT Wants to Watch Matt Murphyati and raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. While everyone had their eye on the Champions Cup, WPT champ Will Fiala also had his sights on Player of the Year. An 8th place finish or better, and Will would retake the lead in the POY race from Joe Sirach.
I'm making the final table. 100%. 100%.
The poker heated up as Tony Dunst shoved, holding pocket deuces. He's called by Daniel Buzgon, who had 10s. The board runs out to give Tony a miracle straight on the river.
Oh my God. Holy wow.
Doubling up Tony and leaving Daniel short-stacked. With the field dwindling and players about to go on break, Sean Kunix checks the flop against Matt Murphyati. Matt shoves for almost $600,000.
All in. Call.
Sean snap calls to show he hit a set of deuces against Matt's pair of aces. The board runs out and Matt is shell-shocked as he busts in 9th place.
Son of a...
While Matt sat stunned, Will would celebrate as he once again took the lead for WPT Player of the Year. The day's final hand would pit Paris final tableist Byron Kaverman against Florida businessman and accomplished amateur James Calderero. Byron lost his race holding ace-king.
There it is.
And our final table was set. Will Fiala and Tony Dunst would be joined by our chip leaders, 2 businessmen with strong poker experience, Sean Kunix and James Calderero, as well as 2 pros who both made the final table at Borgata this season, the well-respected Darren Elias and our short stack, Daniel Buzgon. But the story would be all Will Fiala, a man who was as good as his word from a few days ago.
It's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year, but I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
As we get ready for the start of this amazing final table, I'm joined by the best in the business, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, as everyone knows, you made the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here on the WPT just last season. So you better than anyone can tell us exactly what is going through Tony's mind right now.
Well, Marinella, relief is probably a pretty good word. This is Tony's first WPT final table, and I can assure you he is thrilled to be here. But now that he's here, he's thinking about winning. But that's not going to be easy because we've got tough, experienced players at this final table, 4 of whom have been at a WPT final table before, including our chip leader, Sean Kunix, tough young pro Darren Elias, and Will the Thrill Fiala, who tonight is going for his 2nd WPT title this season. This is going to be a good one.
Without a doubt, Mike, this is a tough table. And Vince, how about Will Fiala calling a shot by reclaiming his Player of the Year lead and making a 2nd final table this season?
Wow, just incredible. You know, Will the Thrill is a true character. You know, the wannabe mobster from New York. You know, he's half Tony Soprano. He's half Tony G, the Australian airbag. But he's not half a player because this guy has everything, Marinella. He can really play. He can read people. He can trash talk at the players. But he also likes to eliminate people at the poker table, much like Tony Soprano. He likes to have them swimming with the fishes. This is one great guy to watch. He is always fun. But Tony Dunst, don't go away. You got here. Big chance tonight. Maybe you can do it.
And now I'm going to put both of you on the spot. Who is your pick to win this thing?
Well, because he's the chip leader, Sean Kunix has to be the favorite. But certainly all of us at the World Poker Tour would love to see Mr. Raw Deal Tony Dunst take down his first WPT title tonight. But I pick Will the Thrill Fiala when he made the final table at the Legends of Poker to win, and I'm going with him again tonight. Will the Thrill will take down his 2nd WPT title.
Okay.
All right, Mike.
I have to go with my man Tony Dunst. He's come this far. Maybe he'll win it. Who knows?
All right, Vince, there's a lot on the line tonight. A first place prize worth $400,000, including an entry to the season-ending $25,000 WPT World Championship in Vegas. And 6 men who want nothing more than to etch their names on the WPT Champions Cup. Start of play from the Jacksonville Best Bet Open is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship about to get underway. We've got youth, we've got experience, we've got 6 great players fighting it out for this coveted title.
That is right, Mike. We're in beautiful Jacksonville. We are just minutes away from where Ponce de Leon discovered the fountain of youth. Well, will youth prevail? We will find out. The cards are in the air. Andes are starting at 5,000, blinds 15 and 30. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Sean Koenig's out in front with 2.7. James Calderaro in second place. Here we go.
Okay, on the short stack, Daniel Buzzgone. He's got a queen deuce, and he won't play that. Here's Will the Thrill. Next up to bat, he's going to fold. Tony Dunn's going away.
Over to Sean Koenig's our chip leader. He folds as well.
Darren Elias.
Well, Darren's a tough poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, just 25 years old.
Got a nothing hand at Jack 3 of diamonds. Got a little money in there.
Finished 5th at Borgata earlier this season. And he is going to raise it up out of the small blind with the Jack 3 of diamonds. 75,000 to go.
James Calderaro, real estate investor from Venice, Florida, has re-raised this. Makes it 175.
Wow, what a 3-bet here by the businessman from Venice, Florida. Not just a businessman, folks. This guy can play poker. Got a couple WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, which garnered him $633,000. So the guy knows how to play, as you can see right there, by 3-betting with 9 high.
Just 9-7. He's going to win that pot. Darren goes out. So off to a good start is the amateur player. All right, very next hand, Sean Koenig's the chip leader at this point.
Now Sean playing with a broken collarbone. He was in an accident with his son on a quad runner, but not hurt bad enough to miss this event.
He's going to fold a queen 8. And now back to Darren, who has a miserable 7-3. Won't play that. Calderaro going away. And now the short stack, Daniel.
Daniel Buzzgone, 27-year-old poker pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. Tough player. He was 3rd at Borgata earlier this season.
Well, he has folded, and now it's around to Will the Thrill. And Will the Thrill has a 6-5.
Will the Thrill making the call out of the small blind. But Tony Dunn's going to raise here with the Jack 9, makes it 90,000 to go, and Will quickly calls.
Now our man Tony Dunn's the raw deal here on the WPT, who has beautifully made the final table.
Made a good raise there up to 90,000. Let's see how it works out for him. 9-6 deuce. Will's flopped second pair, but Tony has flopped top pair.
Thrill quickly checking, and Tony quickly betting with the continuation bet. Looks like 90,000.
This could spell trouble for the WPT champ, who has retaken the Player of the Year lead.
Will has called it
By his finish in this tournament.
Faster, buddy.
All right, turn card coming up.
It's okay. It's a regular deal
Will
now.
behind.
When a 5 comes off.
2 pair for Will the Thrill.
He's behind no more, Vince. He has taken the lead. He's got 2 pair.
And he quickly checks it like he hated it. Of course, we know better. And Tony gonna bite here. Like he should. Protect your top pair. And there's the bet, 215,000.
Well, let's see what Will's gonna do now. He's gonna raise it. There's your answer. This comes right over the top of Tony Dunn. Will Tony get away from this hand, or will he be talking about it on the raw deal later?
Got top pair. Got a wild man on your right.
Well, he's going to make a good laydown here, that's for sure.
Very nice, Tony.
So Will the Thrill getting lucky on the turn, taking down that pot.
Come on, let's go. Something. Crowd's dead. We got to wake up this crowd a little.
Will the Thrill is trying to wake up the gang at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
If anybody can wake it up, it is Will the Thrill. I'll give him credit, Vince. He had to get to at least 8th place in this tournament to go past Joe Sirach. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. He has retaken the lead for the WPT Player of the Year going into the main event.
Quite a character. All right, back to play. Darren Elias now with Ace King, a big hand. Darren's out of Montclair, New Jersey, 25 years old. And he's getting out raising chips, of course. Goes to 65,000. Right behind him, James Calderaro with a nice suited connector.
Well, he 3-bet with a 9-7 of clubs a minute ago. That worked for him. Here he just makes the call with the 8-7 of clubs.
Everyone else folding. to the chip leader, Sean Kunix, who has not picked up a good hand yet. And he's going to fold. Two-way action. Ace-king up against 8-7 of clubs. And we are flopping.
And flop comes ace-10 deuce. Great flop for Darren. He's got top pair and top kicker.
Just a thing of beauty. You play it sneaky, or do you come out with a continuation bet? That's what he's going to do. 75,000.
Look at this. James has no hand and no draw. And yet he is playing this pot.
He's got some heart there because he's going to make it 195, Mike.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Problem is your guy has ace-king. That's a quick call right there by Darren. Here we go to the turn.
5 of clubs comes off. That's going to give James a flush draw, but Darren's still well out in front with the 2 aces. Now it's going check, check. Oh, and the queen of clubs comes up.
Miracle card for the real estate guy. James Calderaro hitting his flush. And it's on Darren first. Slow down. Yes, he does.
Then he's going to check. He got raised on the flop. He's fearful this could give his opponent 2 pair or a straight possibly. I doubt he's thinking about putting him on a flush here.
Calderaro's thinking, how much can he get out of Darren? And it looks like 260, a nice amount.
Well, folks, I don't see how Darren is going to fold this hand, but you're going to see him slink out of his chair and slump to the floor when he sees how he got beat and how this guy raised him on the flop with 8 high. No hand, no draw.
Yeah, it's a pretty auto call. Even though you don't like it, you got aces with a big kicker. 260, yes, he's going to donate. And he's going to be disgusted, of course. He sees the flush. Oh, oxygen tank, please.
Yeah, you can see everybody else's eyebrows are going to be raised when they see the hand that James turns over there, because they see this guy's got a lot of heart to make plays like that, to raise on the flop with no hand and no draw.
Absolutely, and Darren there, burned like the toasted Denny's. That is not fun.
Oh, boy.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, including the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Plus, we relive a Champions Cup moment.
Here we go.
Wow.
It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been wonderful, and the whole entire city's been really sweet to us.
We went to the beach, we did a bunch of surfing and playing in the water. The beach was beautiful, the sand was great, the water was amazing.
Clark's Fish Camp was definitely an experience that I will not forget. They had python, kangaroo, ostrich, venison, everything I could ever think of that you could possibly cut up and eat, they had it there.
Honestly, she's had like 17 gator toes. I'm really starting I'm starting to worry here.
Jacksonville, Florida is an amazing place to visit. You'd be so surprised at all of the incredible things they have to offer, and the Best Bet Poker Room was perfect.
Vince, I got to tell you, the Best Bet Jacksonville couldn't be better named, because this is the best bet you can get if you're a poker player. This place is gorgeous. What impresses me the most as a player, you're not cramped. There's plenty of space between tables. The chairs are comfortable. The tables are beautiful. The lighting is great.
Yeah.
I think if you're in this area, folks, and you like to play poker, you got to check out Best Bet Jackson.
We'll also just talk about the food and the service, impeccable. So you're right, Mike. This is one of our favorite casinos.
And how about this, Vince?
Oh, boy.
Dealer Brian Wood has engraved the WPT logo right in the side of his head there. Gotta love it.
I hope he's getting some big tips for that one. I bet he is. Everyone having a good time here as 6 players remain. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $2.8 million in chips. And he is a businessman out of Columbus, Ohio.
But the other businessman, James Calderaro, right on his heels here with $2.7 million in chips.
James is going to fold on this hand, and now Mr. Buzz gone. A short stack at the table with a king-8 of spades. This hand has piqued his interest. Is he going to fire, Mike?
I'll tell you where he fired, Vince. He re-entered this tournament on day 2 after he got busted on day 1, and that was a wise decision because you're going to get a nice paycheck.
Well, he has raised to $65,000. Couple folds.
Round to Sean Kunix. This is Sean's second time he's been at a WPT final table, so Maybe an amateur, but he's been here before.
Well, he's called with a nothing hand, just a 6-4. Darren with an ace-5 gets out of their way, so two-way action. Daniel buzz gone with a king-8 up against a 6-4 by Sean. Here's the flop.
Now flop comes 9-9-4, so just that quickly, Sean has taken the lead with 2-pair. Now Sean is going to check the 2-pair.
And the short stack Daniel.
It's the kind of flop you're normally going to make a continuation bet with, even though you don't have anything.
Up a $70,000 bet, it looks like.
Yep, Daniel doing just that. Let's see now what Sean is going to do.
Well, he's got a piece of it. You know you can't get hurt that bad because the guy's on such a short stack. You've got all these chips. And there you go. He's going to push all in. Put the pressure back on Buzz gone.
Well, Buzz is going to be gone here, no doubt about
Yes,
that.
that will kill you, Buzz.
He is not going to. He is just posturing here, folks. Zero chance he's calling here with the king eye.
Buzz gone out.
All right, so Sean Koenig's going to take down that pot. So the Ohio State Buckeye is dabbing it right now.
Sean Koenig's 39 years old. He works with Verizon stores. And he's playing some good poker here tonight so far. All right, back to the table. Darren. Elias with a 6-3. Quickly folds his hand. James Calderero. Also going out.
So back to Buzz gone. They just raised a minute ago with king 8. That didn't work out. Let's see what he's going to do with queen jack. Remember, he is the short stack at the table, but just wants to wait for something a little better than that. Will the Thrill going to make a raise here with the king 10 of spade?
Why not? He's got the button. Attractive hand. He makes it 65,000 to go. Tony out.
Well, the big blind has picked up a premium hand. He's got ace king. And that good luck card cap you see on Sean's thing is a soccer player. It came from his son's birthday cake. Sean uses it to show his son that you can do anything that you set your mind out to achieve. He wanted to make this final table. He's using the soccer man to prove that you can do it.
That is great. He's also made it 180,000 into Will the Thrill.
Well, calling re-raises with hands like king 10 and king jack. Some pros wouldn't make it, but they're not Will the Thrill. He wants to see a flop.
He's also got position, but he could be in trouble here. Here's the flop, and the king comes up.
Well, this is just why they don't call re-raises with king jacks and king 10s, because they're trouble hands. You flop 2 kings, you're still frozen when your opponent's continuing to bet.
Now Sean with the continuation bet. He looks like he's getting chips out, and of course he is going to bet 235.
He's got top pair and top kicker. A great flop for him.
And Will's thinking, gee, I have kings. Let me find out where I am here.
It's a good flop for Will the Thrill's hand. He's going to raise it here.
Repop it, but look at this, a quick all in by Sean.
I should have waited a little bit.
He should have waited a little bit. I agree with him. I think he made a snap all-in bet when it wasn't necessary with the texture of this board. And Will the Thrill, let's see if he can pick up on that snap all-in bet and realize that he's beat here.
Tough spot.
Well, indeed, it is a tough spot.
I think you got 2 queens for some crazy reason.
Normally, Will is very good about reading opponents in this situation.
You got 2 queens?
It's still better than your hand. Even 2 queens are.
You think so?
Yeah.
I raised you there with I don't know, 2 queens, maybe?
I mean, maybe. I got a terrible table image.
You do have a terrible table image, it's true.
Well, we have a terrible table image, but he got the best hand here. And if Will's not careful, he'll be reporting to the rail.
What a predicament for Will the Thrill. First in the Player of the Year standings. Quite a character from Long Island, New York.
I bet you got to salute the guy. He had to get to at least 8th place to retake that Player of the Year lead. He did it. He's trying to extend that lead now, but if he makes the call here,
Show me.
he could go out in 6th place very easily.
I hate to do that, though. I got to play these other guys, too.
And he is going to make the right fold.
So Sean Kunix extending his chip lead by picking up a nice pot right there.
And that is just horrible for Will the Thrill, whose chips are disappearing faster than a 70s child star.
I know you told us. That was so great.
Tony just so happy it wasn't him. As we look at the Royal Flush Girls social bar, anyone could go out there and talk to the girls about almost anything.
I swear to God, I folded a king. I don't know. You guys going to see it in 30 minutes. Why
Thrill.
not?
Trying to prove that he had kings. He did. Good lay down. We must move on. James Calderero.
This guy's impressed me, Vince, I got to tell you. He goes out here, has this buzz gone.
Yep. Back to Will.
And he's got the suited connectors, a 6-7 of spade here.
He's going to raise it to 60,000 with the 6-7 of spade. Tony Dunst now
like to
with a
keep
pair of
pairs.
tens.
Now, for sure, Tony's going to 3-bet with this hand.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do all day, buddy. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, he's lying about that. You don't want a guy to 3-bet you when you got 7 high.
Well, he's made it 150. Sean out. Darren with a nothing hand goes away.
Yeah, we're going to see a flop. He makes the call of the raise by Tony Dunst.
Tony with a nice wired pair. Can he get lucky with this flop?
Well, King, Queen, 7, so Will's got a piece of it. He's got bottom pair. Not good enough, though, against the 2 10s of Tony.
Well, they both check. And now Will's got 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. What a card for Will the Thrill.
Yep. Will is taking the lead here.
Yep. And he's going to bet it. 125,000.
Well, tough spot for Tony here. Well, he's going to make the call here.
This could be big trouble for the raw deal.
4 diamonds comes off, so 3 diamonds out there. Will the Thrill
Both
checking.
check.
6.
No good.
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice
Will
hand.
the Thrill has overlooked his hand, folks.
What the heck just happened?
He said he had 2 6s, Vince. Didn't realize he had 7s and 6s.
Oh, boy.
He had the best hand.
This is just an absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards. He mucks it.
Well, because he didn't table his cards, he didn't turn his hand up.
Oh, you got me.
He just said he had 2 6s and mucked his hand. His hand is dead. Tony Dunst getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
This is a major mistake by a major player. This is startling.
Well, Vince, even the greatest players make mistakes sometimes. We saw it right there by Will the Thrill. Unbelievable.
Stay tuned. More from Jacksonville coming up.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I find Will Fiala fun to play with.
I warned you not to bluff that ace. You like chin nuts?
A lot of people find Will very obnoxious.
Fred Goldberg money. Buddy, I slow rolled him. I didn't see a 4. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And I think Will doesn't care that they find him obnoxious.
Yeah, and plus they know they can't do to me. You don't listen. I try to tell you, no good, buddy. You won't be here long with me to your right, bitch. Don't worry. They can't say nothing. They can't do nothing because they know I'll just come right back at them, and they don't want that.
I'm not trying to take anything away from his play, but you remember Will Fiala, the man, before you remember Will Fiala, the poker player.
Tony Dunst asked his mind today. That I promise you, if someone's making him go to the rail, it's going to be the Thrill. Love to outplay the Dunster.
Well, Will the Thrill outplayed himself that last hand by laying down the best hand. I'm still shocked by that, Vince.
Button's right.
You know, I just wonder if he was thinking about the other hand that he lost with the 2 kings where he mucked that hand. We know it was a good lay down, but it still might be playing on his mind where he might have thought he had the best hand. I don't know.
But Mike, we've been here for 10 years now on the World Poker Tour, and we have seen great poker, right?
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers can see some more great poker because if they join ClubWPT.com, they'll become a VIP member and they'll have special access to former episodes on the World Poker Tour, whether it be Season 10, Season 1, or whatever they want to watch.
That's very true. You get all the VIP benefits, and you only pay $19.95 a month, okay? So you can play unlimited poker. You also have a shot at winning a seat at one of the major WPT events. We've seen it done, and they've taken home big bucks.
No question about it, so folks. So sign up for ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
Well, we've seen some great poker, but a moment ago, we saw some weak poker when Will folded the best hand.
All right, this has been folded around to Sean, the chip leader. He's got about 3.6 million in chips with just a 7-3, Mike.
Yeah. Really not much of a hand, but he's going to raise it, it looks like, just to try to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Yeah, 65,000 into Darren with just a Jack-8. But he kind of knows what's happening here. He's going to make the call. So a 7-3 up against a Jack-8. And there's an 8 on the flop and a 7.
Well, Sean has flopped bottom pair. Darren has flopped middle pair and a gut shot straight draw, as you can see.
And Sean's going to come out with a continuation bet. It looks like 80,000 with his 7s. And Darren, of course, with the 8s. And a straight draw is going to make the call.
And now a Jack comes off.
Now.
So now Darren has 2 pair.
But Sean first to act is not going to slow down. He's getting more chips out, it looks like. Yep. 160,000 into Darren.
Even though Darren's got 2 pair, he's frozen here because there's a possible straight out there and a possible flush, as you can see.
Doesn't have that many chips, though, Mike. You just fire here and just gamble.
I think you do just what he's doing. You make the call with 2 pair and the straight flush draw.
All right, he's in front, and the river card helps neither player.
King of clubs comes off. An all-in bet by Sean Kunix. What a play this is. And even though Darren has 2 pair, he's fearful his opponent's got a flush, a straight. Just wouldn't think he would make this kind of play with 2 pair or trips with a possible flush and straight out there. But I know one thing. You're sitting in Darren's seat. Just a tough, tough, tough call to make here for all your dough. If he's got the straight or flush, you're reporting to the rail and you're out of here in 6th place.
Well, this could be the turning point for Darren. If he should make this, it would be a spectacular call. He would double up.
Well, you only call this if you think your opponent's bluffing, Vince. That's all.
He's going to lay down.
Just too much pressure.
Yeah,
you can't do it for all your chips. I don't blame Darren for laying that hand down, but you just got to take your hat off to this Ohio State Buckeye. He played that hand with the precision of the Ohio State Marching Band, I can tell you that.
Brilliantly done.
We had a stacked table tonight here at the Best Bet Open, but let's take a look back in World Poker Tour history at another loaded table and its unlikely outcome in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
There we go to the river! Hopes you get lucky!
The final table of the Season 3 Jack Binion World Poker Open in Mississippi featured a Mount Rushmore of poker greats, including a young Michael Mizrachi, 5-time finalist Scotty Wynn, 2-time champion Daniel Negreanu, and the great Chao Jiang. Negreanu, full of confidence from 2 previous wins in Season 3, commanded the table, knocking out Michael Mizrachi on a miracle card, then dispatching Scotty Wynn to the rail. But it would not be the kings of poker who would write this story, but a 23-year-old Cinderella named John Stolzman. With his father cheering him on, the young philosophy major from the University of Wisconsin would hold his own against poker's best.
I'm all in.
Beating Daniel Negreanu in a huge pot.
It's a 6! Wow!
And then sending the player of the year home in 3rd place. With the great veteran Chao Jiang still to defeat.
I call him. He's calling him. He's done it.
John Stolzman would finally complete this astonishing victory.
Here's the river.
John Stolzman has done it, Vince.
Winning $1.4 million and ending the greatest upset in WPT history by calling home to say he had etched his name forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that's the dream of all players, to get your name etched on that Champions Cup. No doubt about it. One player at this table has done that. Will the Thrill Fiala going for his 2nd WPT title tonight.
Right now, Sean Kunix, 39-year-old, is the chip leader with 3.9. He's playing some bold poker here this evening. Back to the table we go. Quick fold by James Calderero. And now the short stack. Daniel Buzzgon has a hand, ace-queen.
You know, he's on the short stack at this table, just the kind of hand you're looking for when you don't have many chips. In my mind, you're just going to ship it right here.
He is from Malton, New Jersey, 27 years old.
He's got less than 10 big blinds. I just get it in there.
I'm all in.
And he does so.
He's going to shove Will the Thrill out. And now Tony Dunst with an attractive king, jack of clubs with the button.
Tony might think the guy's a little desperate here.
285.
Might be moving all in with any kind of hand.
I'm all in.
Now, Tony Dunst has gone all in himself. Doesn't just make the call, wants to shut everybody else out.
I'm not that
Everybody
big.
else folds.
Wow.
So ace queen up against king jack.
Well, Tony could afford to make the call, which is why he did, I'm sure, but now he's going to have to get lucky to win the pot.
Such a real hand for 9 blinds.
I'm tight. I'm in my cave, man. I'm buried in there.
Tony put him on a much wider range, which is possibly true. He could have moved in with a much weaker hand, but he didn't.
Well, the flop comes up 10-9-3. That is good for Buzzgone.
Well, he didn't want to pair his queen now because that would give Tony a straight. He didn't want to see any kind of paint come out there.
Tony would love to hit his card, but it's not going to happen for Tony there as a 4 spades on the turn.
Daniel just has to dodge a face card. He doesn't want to see any paint come out there, Vince. It's the only way he can lose. If a paint comes up, it does not, as the 3 of spade hits on the river. Daniel Buzzgone is going to double up.
Nice hand, Dan. Thank you.
Little hit there for Tony Dunst.
Well, let me say this about Daniel Buzzgone, Ben.
Nice hand, Dan. Thank you.
We keep talking about Will the Thrill, who's the Player of the Year leader right now. If Daniel Buzzgone wins this tournament, he'll be taking the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
And with that hand, we've run out of time in our first hour of extended coverage. Mike, what are your thoughts on tonight's action?
Well, my first thought is I can't wait to see the conclusion of this final table. It is going to be a good one, but the player that's impressed me the most at this final table is the Buckeye, the 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio, Sean Kunix. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that with good play, with some great bluffs. Right now, he's marching with the precision of the Ohio State Marching Band, and that's saying something.
I absolutely agree. Sean has been extremely aggressive tonight. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Well, I tell you, 3 of these guys just can't get themselves out of the Jacksonville swamp tonight. And we're talking about the New Yorker, Will the Thrill, misstepping here tonight. Tony Dunst, kind of conservative. He can't make it happen either. And the young gun, Darren Elias, hasn't been able to make anything happen here either. And Daniel Buzzgone, our other Player of the Year candidate, has a little momentum now after that hand with our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Buzz hasn't gone yet, but, you know, the 2 chip leaders are pushing these guys around. It should be very interesting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from Jacksonville for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Florida, the newest stop on the tour has exploded on the scene as the remaining players battle for the last regular season WPT title. The action continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Mike and Vince, we still have 6 players left. What are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, my first thought, Marinella, is we have youth, we have experience. 4 out of these 6 players have been at a WPT final table before. Will the Thrill Fiala, of course, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Our own Mr. Raw Deal, Tony Dunst, still alive fighting for this title. But the guy that's impressed me the most so far at this final table was the guy who's the chip leader coming to the final table. That is Sean Kunix. He's a 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio. The Buckeye is doing it right now.
Well, Mike, you're right. There's 2 guys that are pushing the other guys around. There is James Calderero from right here in Florida. He got into it early on. He won a big pot from the young gun, Darren Elias, who was off to a pretty slow start. I expect to hear a lot more from Darren before this one is through. And, of course, there is Daniel Buzzgone. You remember him from Brigada earlier this season. He's got a little momentum going. If he wins here tonight, he could take the lead for WPT Player of the Year away from Will the Thrill Fiala. But the play of the night so far was when Will the Thrill, the Tony Soprano wannabe, had a brain cramp, didn't realize he had 2 pair. He folded the winning hand against our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Just incredible that he did that. So let's see if Will can come back from that fiasco. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. There's obviously still great poker ahead. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $4.3 million in chips. James Calderero in second place with $2.3 million. They're the lone two amateurs at the table, yet they're sitting in first and second place. Pretty good stuff by them.
All right, the antes of 5,000, blinds are 20 and 40.
I like to play with.
Play goes to Tony Dunst, the raw deal here on the World Poker Tour. He's going to quickly fold his hand.
Action over to the chip leader, Sean Kunix. Been very aggressive tonight at this final table. He's got a massive chip lead. He's going to raise it here with a Jack-10, just continuing to apply pressure to everybody.
Darren and James both going away. Now Mr. Buzz gone with a king-queen.
Now he just gets away from it.
Okay. And now it's up to Will the Thrill Fiella from Long Island.
And he picks up Queen Jack. He's in the big blind, but he's on the short stack.
It's going in. Do you think? I'm not worried about that.
He's a great, entertaining player to watch. That is Will the Thrill.
Nothing's gone right for Will the Thrill so far since he's made this final table. But Vince, you got to hand it to this guy. He has been the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings most all the years. He lost it in the last tournament. He said, I'm going to get it back. To do it, he had to come in at least 8th place in this event, and he did it.
Don't forget, he took off to go to another tournament in Monte Carlo, got knocked out of that, and had the guts to say, hey, get me back there in time. I want in. So it's nice to see that all that effort has paid off.
Has paid off. He's taking the lead for the Player of the Year race. Now got to decide what to do here in the short stack. He just makes the call. So he doesn't move all in with the Queen Jack, so we're going to have a flop here.
Doesn't have any more chips left, Mike. Here's the flop.
The flop comes 10, 9, 7 of clubs. Good flop for Will.
He's gone all in a quick call by Sean, who has 10s.
Well, Sean's got him out flopped as he's got top pair here. He also has a straight flush draw, but Will has a bigger flush draw.
All I need is the 3 of clubs. You hear what I'm saying?
Need the 8
3 of clubs, or you could just put up an 8. A red 8 will do.
Not the 8 of clubs, as Sean says. That would give him a straight
Just
flush.
put up 3 of clubs and end it.
So Will the Thrill,
3 of clubs
the
and end
Tony
it.
Soprano wannabe, dying for the right card to double up.
Well, Vince, sometimes when you make a bonehead play somewhere along the final table like Will did earlier, the poker gods punish you. Will they punish Will here and not help him?
Ace of spades, no help for Will the Thrill.
He needs to catch a king, a queen, an 8 that's not the 8 of clubs or any other club to stay alive in this tournament. A lot of outs to win the pot. Can he catch something?
Last card coming up. Can Will do it?
Nope. 5 of diamonds comes off. So Will the Thrill Fiella is not going to capture a second WPT title tonight. Nothing went right for the guy. Out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, the Thrill is gone for Will. Takes home $54,000. He's always fun to watch. And right now he's going over to Matt Savage to commiserate.
Well, it just wasn't your day today. Talk about that last hand.
Well, you know, I had a tough spot there. I didn't know if I was going to get a better chance to look at better cards. Every hand I was looking at was a 3, a 5, a deuce. And he's raising every hand. I think I have the best hand, but I wanted to see a flop. And make a long story short, the best flop I could pretty much see from my hand came, and he had top pair. So
you're back in the lead for Player of the Year.
Yeah.
But there is a kid sitting at the table right now, Daniel Busgen, that can take the lead back again from you. What do you think?
He's got a good shot. You know, he's getting smashed by the deck right now, so you never know what happens. But I play as good as I could play. You know, that's all I could do is try to get it in good. I couldn't get a hand at the right time. You know, blinds are really big right now, so.
One more event. We'll see you at the World Poker Championship.
Thank you, everybody.
And there you have it, Will the Thrill Fiella out in 6th place. I have to say I am so surprised to see that he was the first player eliminated tonight. However, he does have the lead in the Player of the Year race. But if Daniel Busgen takes this title, he will overtake Will. Plenty more to come, including my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. And the Royal Flush Girl is having fun here in Florida. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
Yeah, I would definitely consider myself a poker player first and a commentator second.
On the front.
Let's break it down. Definitely always a goal of mine to make an episode as a player. I grew up watching the World Poker Tour. It's pretty surreal to go from the guy who's on his couch in his parents' house watching to the show to the guy who's a part of it and now playing on it. It's very surreal.
We want to congratulate Tony for making this final table. See if we can get lucky and take down the title. Going to need some luck because right now he's sitting in last place. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Koenigs, just continues to increase his chip lead.
Yeah, he is playing tough here tonight. Five-handed poker, Darren Elias with a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise, makes it 85,000 to go. Calderero and Buzzgone going out, as well as Tony Dunst. Now it's around to the chip leader, Sean Koenigs, who's got an uneventful 8-7.
Now he's looking over there at his opponent's stack size. And he's winning every hand he's playing so far, so why not play again?
Yep, he is going to speculate and make the call. And the flop comes up ace 10-6. No help for Shawnee checks.
Well, he's got a gut shot straight draw, but does check. And here comes what might be a nice continuation bet here for Darren Elias with just two deuces. But Sean calls him with the gut shot straight draw.
In a flash. And now a 5 of spades gives an open-ended straight draw for Sean. He's checking again. And Darren slowing down.
And a 4 comes off. Look at this. Sean Koenigs has made the best hand possible. An 8 high straight. How good is this guy running?
It is beautiful. Now the problem is, how much do you bet? You
All
want to
in.
get some money, but look at this. He overbets with an all-in bet, I believe.
Well, you're right, Vince. Because the guy checked on the turn, you know he doesn't have that strong of a hand, so you want to extract chips from him. Why not bet a smaller amount the guy might call you with?
You must not even have an ace there, Darren. Damn.
I did not have an ace.
Damn it. Well, it makes me feel better about shoving. I had a monster.
I believe you.
Darren escaping right there. There's the will, the thrill.
Hate to be on these sidelines right now, guys. Unfortunately, this is where I'm standing. This is called the Losers Lounge. I don't like the Losers Lounge, but this is where we're at. So we're dealing with it right now. We'll be back for the championship, though, and it won't be in the Losers Lounge, I promise you that. Coming back with vengeance.
Those guys are on the plane by now. He has a lot of class by sticking around, showing his personality.
Well, the truth is he wants to see if Buzzgone goes by him in the Player of the Year status. Man. That's why he's here. Don't worry.
Right. All right, Calderero out. And there's Buzzgone. He is folding out onto Tony Dunst. King 3 of hearts.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push with this.
Well, he has moved all in with a King 3.
Right behind him, our chip leader.
Timing is
fold.
everything.
Darren now. Uh-oh.
How much is it?
Got an ace 9. That is callable.
Tough decision here for Darren, no doubt about it. It's one of those very marginal, you do or you don't. Tough decision.
I call.
Tony's trying to talk him out of it. It's not going to work. Darren's making this call.
Well, what a nice call by Darren Elias. That's why the pros respect this guy. He's just got a great feel for the game.
Good call, Darren. It's too bad if I lose this, I won't have even gotten to play any poker.
Well, what's unusual, if Tony loses this pot, he'll have lost about every pot tonight. The only pot he won, he didn't even have the best hand.
Here's the flop. Can Tony outdraw his man here with a King 3? Here we go. It is a 10-6-5. Not good for Tony Dunst. Ace high in front there for Darren.
You know, Tony needs to catch a king or a 3 to take the lead. 2 runners to make a straight or a flush would do it for him, but he needs help. Well, the queen comes off, so we are down to the river. Tony Dunst must catch a king or a 3 to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the dapper-dressed Tony Dunst will be out in 5th place.
River card is a deuce of diamonds.
Well, congrats all around. Nice showing for our own Tony Dunst in this tournament, but just not meant to be tonight. He is going to finish in 5th place.
Well, Mike, he never really got any hands, no momentum to go with, but what an effort for our very own raw deal, Tony Dunst. He's out in 5th place, going to take home $66,000. He's excited to watch, and right now, he's over to talk to Matt.
Tony, a 5th place finish today. How disappointing is this for you?
More disappointing than the finish is the fact that I didn't really get to play any poker. It was just kind of like lose a bunch of hands in a row with one exception and then bust, so not a lot happened.
All right, well, back to the booth, but I'm sure you're going to be back in another final table.
Good Thanks, job, Matt.
Tony. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tony Dunst out in 5th place. He's had a great run here in Jacksonville, Florida, and we are all very proud of him. Coming up, my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. You and Mike Sexton, who would win? Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville.
Earlier this season in Las Vegas, British pro James Dempsey captured a WPT title in his very first WPT event. James has always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, as well as a certain Mike Sexton catchphrase, as I learned in this edition of 5 Questions. Why is bingo, bango, bongo the best poker line
It's the
ever?
absolute best. I started playing poker 10 years ago, and I used to watch the WPT, me and my brother, and it was just one of Sexton's great lines. And when someone used to flop gin, he'd go, bingo, bango, bongo. I used to love it all the time.
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo!
And he just stuck with me ever since. He doesn't even say it anymore, and I was very upset, but he gave me a bingo, bango, bongo Bellagio.
Just for you personally?
Just for me.
James Dempsey, bingo, bango, bongo. He takes down the pot.
I was like, that was it.
That was gold. Now, you won the very first WPT event you played in. What's your secret?
Run good. Like,
luck box?
Just run good.
Oh, it's the 10!
It's the 10, he done it! James Dempsey has done it!
Just love the game, and the game will reward you. That's important.
You reigned victorious.
Yeah, I'm the king. I'm the king of the Bellagio for at least another month.
Now, you've done some commentating in the world of poker. Did you learn anything from it?
Just everyone's terrible.
James Dempsey will be alongside me commentating.
That was brilliant. There's 5 players. You've chosen the best poker player with the most chips. And you thought, this is the guy I'm going to go after.
How has that helped your game?
They never helped my game. It's helped me make some enemies.
And he keeps attacking for no reason.
Attacking, you take it personally. I'm not attacking, you're a lovely guy. Why does everyone get so personal when people tell them they're terrible at poker? It's a game,
that
man.
you're not a lovely guy.
It's a game.
You can see how they play. They're absolutely terrible.
No one's going to want to hire you. What is he doing?
I'm a good commentator.
What a donkey.
Yeah, but that's what people want to hear. Like, he's terrible. I want to hear, oh, yeah, I suppose you could do that, those reasons, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Just say they're terrible. Like, it's fine.
What's the difference between playing poker in Europe and playing poker in the States?
Everyone's a bit crazier in Europe. It's weird. You play against the good players, and they're just a lot more aggressive pre-flop. And then you get, like, a lot of crazy, like, Spanish and French and Italian people who just sit there for 3 hours and then just go berserk in one hand. They just, like, I've had enough of this. And they just start raising turns, just go berserk for, like, an hour.
Serious question. Heads up.
Okay,
You and Mike Sexton, who would win?
I'd win. Bash him up.
Thanks for trying to be humble for a millisecond.
Bash him up. Bash him up.
You and Vince, heads up. Who would win?
He just looks too cool, doesn't he? So I'd probably just, like, tremble. I'd be like, can't beat this guy. He deserves it. I feel like he might win.
So you'd win against Sexton, you'd lose against Vince Van Patten.
Yeah, Mike. I think he's too jaded with the game. He's been playing it too long, you know. Vince just seems like he'd just be like, oh, yeah, I enjoy life, whatever happens, and then it'll just come to him. That's what happens, you know. You just gotta love the game.
Boy, he doesn't know me too well.
Oh, boy.
So we'll teach you.
Me neither. I have to play this guy some heads up here. No, I think James Dempsey is so good for the poker world. The guy's just got great sense of humor. We played some golf with him this week.
Yep.
Vance, we sure enjoyed that, for sure.
He was awful. And he doesn't mind you telling the truth there. He was just,
oh, it's good to have a pigeon on the golf course, though, you know?
Pays off like an ATM, but he is fun to play with.
Okay, action on Sean Kunix here. Got the ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, quick fold by Daniel. And Sean with an ace-7 is going to raise, makes it 100,000. Darren out. Calderero has called with a queen, jack. Flop is 6-6 deuce. Helps neither player. They both check.
Now a 10 comes off.
James going to check again, yielding to the chip leader, Sean Kunix.
Well, Sean thinks the ace-high is the best hand now. His opponent checked twice, and indeed it is.
125, and that's going to
I had
do
the
it.
best team. Huh? I had the best team. Yeah, he did. I had a hand off.
Good bet on the turn there by Sean.
39 years old, second WPT final. He was 6th at the Festa Al Lago.
Well, there you see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, rooting the son-in-law in. Vince, we should say that he's also playing with a broken collarbone. Got in an accident. He and his son on a quad runner, but the broken collarbone not stopping him from playing this tournament.
Well, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50, and now our chip leader, Sean, with a queen, 10 of hearts. Will make it 125 to go. Right behind him, though, Darren with an ace-9 of spades.
The ace-9 worked well when they knocked Tony Dunst out of this tournament with it, so he is going to play it again.
Okay, the other guys fold. So ace-9 versus queen-10. Here's the first 3. And it comes up king-king-5. That's a 4 flush for Sean.
He's going to check it.
Raise before the flop and checks the 4 flush.
It's gone check, check.
6 of spades helps neither player on the turn. And here comes Sean. Got a ton of chips in front of him. He's got momentum, and he's got a bet. Looks like 250,000.
And look at this, Vince. Darren Elias. He's going to make this call with just an ace high. Believes it's the best hand, and it is the best hand. That's why you got to love this guy. His poker instincts are just terrific. Now a 9 comes off, so Darren improves his hand to kings and 9s.
Sean slows down. He checks it.
Now here's a spot where I would probably just check it down, Vince, even though you like to make a value bet. But if your opponent check raises you here, you may have to muck the 9s. And what's he going to pay you off with? Will he pay you off with 2 6s or a small pair if that's what he has? I don't know.
Well, he's not doing what you would do and I would do. He is going to bet it, try to get a value bet. But of course, we know Sean doesn't have anything.
Value bet indeed. There's almost 850,000 in the pot, yet he's only betting 175,000.
TC fly bet.
Nice hand, buddy.
But Sean doesn't get tricky. He folds the hand. Darren will take that down and look like a genius.
I can tell you, folks, this guy's got the respect of all the poker pros. They really like this guy's game.
The best hand.
I think there's something to be said about enjoying what you do. The charity event at the Bay was a lot of fun. They call it the Titans of Silicon Valley. I think they were executives for internet companies. Helmuth was doing the commentary. I think Negreanu made the final table with me. The rest of it were the executives. They beat us. The amateurs ended up taking it. I know when to take it seriously and when to have fun with it, and today's business.
Well, business indeed. Right now, Darren sitting in 3rd place, looking to take down his first WPT title tonight. So it is all business for him, but Sean Koenig's well out in front, as you can see.
The action's going to go right back on Darren Elias. He was 5th at Borgata this season. What a talent, and this time he's got king 9, and he will raise. Makes it 105,000. Calderero out.
Around to Daniel Buzgone. He finished 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Could take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race if he wins here tonight, but goes out here.
Sean Koenig with a queen-jack will make the call. So we have king 9 up against queen-jack, and there's the flop, and it is a queen on the flop, queen 10-4, but they're all spades.
Well, Sean is going to check the top pair. Darren, as you can see, has the flush draw with the gut shot straight draw.
He's going to bet 110,000. Sean with top pair, no flush.
Oh, but look at this. It's going to be the check raised by Sean, Vince. Yes, it is. He has check raised him to 275,000. But Darren, with the double drawing kind of hand, is going to make the call. Now, kind of hand that's scary, because even if you make a spade flush, you're not really thrilled with the 9 of spade. Now the 10 comes off, which pairs the boards. Sean's still out in front with the queens, but he's going to check them.
Scary card sometimes.
Look at this. Darren is reaching for chips, Vince. Most players would just snap check behind him to get the free draw with the flush or the straight, but not this guy. He is betting out 425,000, going to put the pressure on the chip leader.
That is one bold move by the 25-year-old.
Well, you're scared the guy was slow playing you with a flush. Maybe he's got queens with a bigger kicker. Maybe he made 3 10s on the turn, where you're essentially drawing dead. And Sean is going to give it up. But salute this guy, Darren Elias, for making that bet on the turn to win that pot.
Now that Tony Dunst is no longer at the final table, he has found his way back to his command center. Hear his critique of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around. Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents on this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know, it's always been my dream to play my way onto a WPT final table and lose every hand once I got there. I mean, seriously, the only hand I won, I wasn't even supposed to win. Fortunately for me, Will Fiala didn't want Player of the Year quite bad enough to examine how his hole cards match up with those on the board. But beyond that, I was mostly forced to sit and watch everyone else play poker while my stack evaporated in front of me. And the man I watched the closest at this final table is Darren Elias. Although many of you may be oblivious to Elias, he is well known and unanimously respected among his peers. He built his reputation as a successful online player, and this is his second WPT final table this season. However, Darren is still without a win in a major live tournament, though many considered him the favorite coming into tonight's competition. Several of Darren's battles have come against chip leader Sean Kunix, and although Darren hasn't been able to extract a large degree of chips from him, I think the skill edge is increasingly apparent the more you watch the two of them play. Their first conflict is pretty straightforward. Darren bets his pair of twos on an ace-high flop, and Sean decides to call with a gut shot and likely has some intention to bluff on future streets if he misses. Instead, Sean gets a run out giving him the stone nuts, leading him to move in for Darren's stack, which is about 2.5 times the size of the pot. I doubt Sean thinks he's being called often, but I don't blame him for taking one big shot at eliminating Darren. Sean and Darren's second hand together further demonstrates Darren's skill. It begins with Darren just calling pre-flop instead of moving in. This being done because Daniel Buzzgun is on a much shorter stack, creating severe payout jump implications for busting to the larger stack of Sean. On the flop, we see Darren check behind to control the size of the pot with his ace high, and then he calls on the turn when his hand is still good. His intention was likely to call once and fold to another bet on most rivers, but he finds a helpful 9, and when Sean checks, Darren goes for thin value with a small bet, likely because he can sense Sean's weakness. Their last hand makes me think that Darren believes he has a pretty good read on Sean. The pre-flop raise and flop bet are pretty standard, but the check raise from Sean would cause many players to fold a king-high gutshot straight and 9-high flush draw. Instead, Darren feels he can best represent a very strong hand by just calling, and that if his hand doesn't improve on the turn, he'll be able to take the pot away with some cards. As it happens, he gets a fairly useful bluff card, and his half pot bet on the turn is enough to get Sean to release top pair. It's quite a poker clinic Darren is putting on here, even if it kills me to say it, seeing as he's the one that busted me. But perhaps I'll just kill him.
Well, Tony Dunce is right. All the pros respect Darren Elias. He is a tough cookie right now, sitting in third place. The man of the hour, though, right now, Sean Kunix, still well out in front.
The businessman from Columbus, Ohio. Let's get back to the felt. Action on Darren Elias. Quick fold by him, as well as James Calderero. Now Daniel Buzzgon with a king-9.
Ship it. If you want, all in.
And he is short stacked, and he's going to push with the king-high.
Sean was egging him to ship it, so he did.
Well, Sean's got Jack 10.
5-15.
Well, it's about a $500,000 bet.
I call.
And he's got to make this call.
Wow, Sean is gambling here with a jack high. I mean, that's when you think you're running good, folks. When you call an all-in bet with just a jack high there, you are gambling.
Sean's feeling good. And can his intuition be right? Here comes the first 3 and a 9 on the flop. That is good for Buzzgon. He is out in front with a pair of 9s. 9-6-5 on the flop. No real help for Sean Kunix. Here comes the turn.
Well, 7 of spade comes off. Buzzgon has the king of spades, so he blocks the flush draw.
Down to the river we go. And a 5 on the river pairs the board.
So Daniel Buzzgon doubling up. And remember, if he wins this tournament, he will take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
Sean's still out in front. Plays a lot of hands.
And he is a player. He is not a hen on her eggs in terms of his chips here, no doubt about it. He may be chip leader, but his chips are in action.
All right, now Darren Elias with a king-jack has raised to 105. Calderero out. Daniel Buzzgon with just a 9-7. Won't call. Only one to beat is Sean. And he's got, well, a miserable looking 5 deuce. But But he's going to cap his cards with that soccer player, superhero, whatever the heck it is.
Well, however this comes out, I'm not crazy about this. Coleman raising with a 5-deuce offsuit.
He's going to speculate. Maybe he'll get lucky. Wow, he's got big possibilities.
Yep. Flop the open-end straight draw. He's going to check it.
Darren hitting nothing there, but continuation bet with the king high, of course, 110.
I would think Sean would check raise here. But he's not. He's just calling here. And he's been playing very aggressive. I think a check raise would have won him this pot. Let's see what happens. Now a king comes off where Darren has 2 kings and will be going nowhere. And now all of a sudden, Sean Kunix is reaching for chips. And this hand is being played very puzzling in my mind by Sean Kunix.
Well, he is going to bet. Looks like 275,000. Darren, of course, hitting the kings there.
Darren trying to sort all this out. And the guy called me on the flop, and now all of a sudden he's going to lead out on the turn. Why? I don't see Darren going anywhere here.
No, he's made the call. And down to the river we go. Can Sean hit his straight? No, it's a 7 of diamonds.
Well, obviously the only way Sean could win this pot's to bluff at it. He's just throwing up the white flag, Vince.
Well, I don't blame him. He's
Can't
checking.
possibly win by checking here with a 5 high. This is a very peculiar played hand by Sean Kunix.
He called anyhow, I believe. But anyway, Darren going to make the bet. 575, and that is a wrap for Sean Kunix, our chip leader, who's starting to get whittled away a little bit.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he misplayed every street on that hand. Called a raise before the flop with a 5-deuce offsuit. Flopped the open end straight, and then check called instead of check raised, and then let out on the turn for some strange reason when the king hit. But nevertheless, he maintains the chip lead.
Okay, on to the next hand. Calderero from Venice, Florida, gonna fold. He's been very quiet as of late. Now Daniel Bezgon with an attractive ace-jack. And he will make it 110 to go. Doesn't go all in this time. Has enough chips to not have to do that. Now Sean behind him with a 5-3.
Well, we saw him play the 5-deuce last time. Now he's going to call a raise with the 5-3 offsuit. Just not crazy about these plays.
Plays almost anything. Can't put him on a hand. The flop comes up 10-9 deuce.
And he's also got a lot of heart to bluff when he doesn't have anything, but
no help to either player here.
Just not sure you're supposed to be dipping into your chip lead with hands like this.
Well, they both check. Here comes the turn. 8 of diamonds. That gives an open-ended straight draw, though, to Bezgon. Nothing for Sean, but Sean's going to bet 200,000.
Well, Daniel Bezgon has the best hand and the best draw, but it doesn't look like much when your opponent's betting. He doesn't have that much invested in the pot so far. Do you really want to gamble here? Or you're going to have to maybe catch a straight to win the pot? Nope. He's going to lay it down.
So Sean Kunix, a sigh of relief for him. Finally, one of his speculative hands pays off.
Well, it pays off because he fired there, Vince, with the 5-3.
Yeah.
But he is stacking the chips. But his chips are not sitting on those stacks, folks. He's getting them in the pot with these very marginal hands. Let's see if that holds up for him.
All right. Now it's on Daniel again with that very good king-queen of hearts. Last time he made a nice raise, but didn't go all in.
All in.
Let's see if he does differently. Yes, he does. This time he's going to push all in. Sean out.
I think you have to. With the blinds this size and his stack size.
Darren out. Oh, boy, but Calderero from Florida, he's picked up a solid one. Ace-jack.
7 1/4. I call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to call. He's going to love this.
He's out in front with the ace high, so nice call by James there. Bezgon is going to have to get some help, or he is going to be eliminated in 4th place.
And here comes the flop. The flop comes up 2 pair for Calderero. A thing of beauty.
At least it's the jack of hearts. So many possibilities.
Well, Daniel can catch a 10, which would give him an ace high straight. Also hit 2 runners to make a flush. Could come king, king, and queen, queen, but he is up against it right now.
Yeah, Bezgon in trouble. Okay, turn card coming up.
Oh, the 7 of hearts comes off.
That's a 4 flush there for Bezgon.
I am good at runner flushes.
James is thinking, oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. I flopped the top 2 pair. And this guy's still got a lot of outs.
Down to the river, but Bezgon's not going to get it. It's 4 clubs.
Well, that's going to do it for Daniel Buzzgone. We saw him finish third earlier this season at Borgata. Tonight he finishes fourth. Nice tournament for him. But the buzz is gone.
Yes, it is. For Daniel Buzzgone, 94,000 for his fourth place finish. He was on the short stack all night, played it really well. But it's down to 3 players right now, and Daniel Buzzgone over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel, short stacked much of the final table. Are you happy with this finish?
I guess. I mean, coming in with only, what, 570, didn't expect much, so I guess this is a decent result.
Well, with this finish, you are catching up on Player of the Year, even though Will's still ahead of you, but you have one more event to go, the championship. We'll see you there.
I don't know. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe I'll just give it to him. I don't think so, though.
All right, buddy. All right, we'll see you again. Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Daniel Buzzgone has been eliminated in 4th place, though he has picked up 600 Player of the Year points, putting him in 3rd, but not quite enough to overtake Will the Thrill Fiala. WPT's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
We have a lot going on at Best Bet Jacksonville. The games are terrific. We've got lots of poker, tournament, and cash. We have got a race book that is just beyond any other one that I've seen.
Good job.
We've got great sushi. Our sushi bar and our sushi chefs are tremendous.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been incredible. Everything's brand new, it's fresh. It just looks really awesome inside.
Here, poker's our business, so we go the extra step to take care of our players.
Well, Mike, we have been having a great time all week here in Jacksonville. I mean, they have shown us such great hospitality. We went to the dog races. We went to that crazy restaurant where you ate the alligator. And, well, you didn't. You had a steak. We've been having a good time.
Just a great time in Jacksonville here. But it was a great experience for our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Greg Lee.
Oh, that is true. Greg Lee won his seat on ClubWPT.com, went for the big bucks, got to play in the room with the big guys. Didn't happen for him, but he also got to enjoy some fun things. Got to party with the Royal Flush Girls. Not too bad.
Well, when you become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you also get other great benefits, such as the Entertainment Savers Guide. You get to play all the online poker you want, and you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as seats to WPT events, just like Greg. And it's only $19.95 a month.
Yeah.
The price is right. You can't do better than that. Can't do better than that.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Sean Koenig's out in front.
It was easy.
He's got 4 million. Darren Elias with 2.9, and it's action on Darren. He's got an attractive 8-6 of hearts. He will raise to 110. James Calderero behind him with a pair of 4s. Will make the call. And now Sean Koenig with an ace-deuce.
Well, he's going to play too, Vince. He just plays anything. I don't like calling with ace baby cards, offsuit cards, when it's been raised and called in front of me, but I'm not Sean Koenig, and he's flopped 2 pair aces and deuces here. Wow.
And a 4 flush by Darren Elias. This could heat up. Calderero now has checked. Sean gonna bet 275,000.
Oh, Darren raised before the flop. So Sean obviously hoping that he's just got 2 aces with a big kicker.
Well, he's called it. James getting out of the way. So 2 pair for Sean. Just doesn't want to see a heart show up. But of course a heart shows up. 3 of hearts, making Darren a flush.
Well, I don't think you're going to put your opponent on a heart here. He raised before the flop. He didn't raise on the flop, which you think he would have done if he had a flush draw. I think Sean's putting him on 2 aces with a big kicker, and that's what I'd be doing too here.
Well, he is going to bet, going to find out where he is. 400,000. And Darren now.
Well, let's see how he plays it here. He's just calling, does not raise with the flush. Sort of camouflaging the strength of it a little bit here. But also taking a chance in my mind in case another heart comes off or the board pairs. But that doesn't happen as the 5 of diamonds hits on the river. And the way this hand has been played, no doubt Sean thinks he's got the best hand with aces up.
Yep, and he is first to play, and he's getting chips out to bet, it appears. Yeah, he's going to stick out 700,000. Healthy bet.
Now, the only thing Darren's thinking about here is, do I raise or do I just call? There is a chance his opponent could have a bigger flush.
I call.
And he is just going to call. He shows him the flush and takes down the pot. Sean a little bit shocked that he didn't win that pot because he never got raised during that whole hand after the flop. And with that pot, folks, we have a new chip leader at this table for the first time tonight. Darren Elias has overtaken Sean Kunix for the chip lead.
Right now, the Andes are going up to 10,000, blinds going to 30 and 60,000. Three-handed poker at the best bet in Jacksonville continues. Action's going to James Calderero. And he has to fold a 10-4. Sean Kunix down with just a 10-6. Let's see what he does with that. He's going to play it, just calls.
Well, Vince, I am absolutely convinced that Sean Kunix might have been the guy that coined the phrase, any two will do when you're playing hold and poker. This guy plays anything.
Darren's not going to raise with his 9-7, but he gets sevens.
Flop comes ace 7-3 with two hearts.
Nothing hitting there for Sean. He checks. Now Darren has hit the sevens. And he's getting out betting chips, 80,000.
Sean, of course, has no hand, no draw, no nothing. But that doesn't stop him from check raising.
Whoa. He certainly does. Makes it 225.
And look at this. Darren Elias has made the call with two sevens. Most players would just insta-fold when they got check raised there, thinking their opponent's got two aces. Now the jack of hearts comes off. So Sean does have a flush draw. Now Sean looking back in his hand. Now when a guy does that, looks like he's always got a heart in his hand. We're checking to see if he has one. And it's gone check, check here. And now the ace comes off.
Helps neither player.
Now Sean knows the only way he could win this pot is to bluff at it, and he's doing it. He's
go.
betting $500,000 here. And Vince, because of that turn card and river card, very tough in my mind for Darren to make this call here.
Well, this would absolutely break Sean if Darren should call this. This would just destroy him. This would be a great call, but no, he is not going to call. Sean's going to pick this one up with absolute zip and pip. Beautifully done.
And with that pot, Sean Kunix retakes the chip lead.
And that smile
King
is
high.
when you bluff. Not when you win, it's when you win with a bluff.
I'll tell you one thing about Sean Kunix, Vince. He earns a lot of his pots by betting on the river with no hands, and he has done it time and time again, and it's paying off for him. Really, really showing some heart.
All right now he is raised with an ace-9 to 150. Darren out. Calderero now looks at a king-10.
And this guy's been very quiet since early on at this final table, yet he's raising here, Vince.
Wow. He makes it 375 with the king high.
Because this guy hadn't made many moves, if you're sitting in Sean's seat, all of a sudden that ace-9 dwindles up, and he's going to throw it away.
That's a big laydown for you, James.
What do you think? Think that was a dead hand?
It was a big laydown.
So finally, Sean had the best hand and
Nice
junked
raise.
it.
Well, you're right. That's because James has been colder than the maitre d' at a French restaurant all night long. So when he raises, you got to get away. Well, that is Angelique at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you can actually meet them in person when you visit us out here on the World Poker Tour. All right, on to the next hand. Darren Elias with an ace-8, the button, and makes it 125. Calderero with just 10-8.
And he's got nothing, but he won the last hand without having the best hand, so maybe he'll do it here. He makes the call.
And Sean now with a king, 3 of diamonds.
Well, we know Sean's not going anywhere. He plays any two card. We've seen that.
We have three-handed action here. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes 9-7-3.
Well, that's open-ended straight draw there for Calderero. That's a pair of threes for Sean.
Well, both players check.
And nothing for Darren. And look who's betting.
Well, he's got really the worst hand of the three.
He's got a bet. 160. He's got position. That's what he's got. And Calderero just calls.
And why not call with bottom pair when two other players have bet and called already?
Yeah, this is getting interesting.
Sean doing it with the 2 threes. Oh, the 6 comes off.
James has made the best hand possible, the 10 high straight.
And he's going to check it.
Well, what he's saying right now is, please somebody bet at this pot. I've got the best hand possible. There's no flush draw out there. Nothing. I love it. And here he comes, Sean Kunix, diving in there.
$500,000, Mike.
For $500,000.
And Darren has now an open-ended straight draw. And look at this. He's going to put his action in there.
He's gambling a bit here in my mind. Makes the call here with just the open-end straight draw. Unfortunately for him, he is drawing dead as the cards lie.
You got the nuts. You got two guys playing nutty in front of you. What do? You just sit on it?
You're going to raise here in this spot, even though there's no flush draw out there.
Got to protect your hand, I guess.
You know, somebody might have flopped 3 threes. Somebody might have 2 pair. You just don't want to give him a free card that could beat you.
An additional 600. He loses Sean. He loses Darren. But that's a good pot for Calderero.
Got a new chip leader, baby.
James takes down a monster pot right there. And
Nice
with advance for the first time tonight, he's the chip leader at the final table.
Certainly is. The local from Florida has taken the chip lead here in Jacksonville.
James Calderaro has taken down a big pot, and with that hand, we have come to the end of this hour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Guys, what are your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, Marinella, what we're seeing is an amazing final with that last pot. James Calderero has taken the chip lead at one point or another. All 3 of these guys have had the chip lead. This is just terrific poker. They're not playing for third place, second place. These guys are all playing to win.
That is true. And James is actually a local from Venice, Florida. Very impressive, but they're all playing loose. How about this Sean Kunix? The guy looks at more hands than a manicurist. That's the way he plays. It's fun to watch.
And Mike, what do you think about Darren Elias?
Well, Darren Elias is just stoic. He's the pro that all the poker pros on tour have so much respect for his game and his play. Don't count this guy out, even though he's not the chip leader anymore.
Thank you, guys. We really do have a great competition here. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Here in Jacksonville, Florida, our last stop on the regular season becomes an extraordinary battle to be the best. Another name will be added to the Champions Cup tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marinella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who has been away on maternity leave. As we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Florida, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have 3 players left and a great competition.
Well, you're right, Marinella. This is a great competition because all 3 of these guys have had the chip lead at one time or another in this 3-handed battle going for this title. We've got 2 businessmen, 1 young pro. The businessmen are James Calderero, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, also a businessman from Columbus, Ohio, fighting it out against this young pro, Darren Elias, that is truly highly respected by all top poker pros. This is a great competition. All of them fighting for pots, making moves, bluffing. They are playing to win tonight.
That is so true, Mike. These guys are playing looser than a soccer mom drinking eggnog. They just don't care. They're splashing it around. They are very impressive. They're taking down all the big names. First, it was Sean Kunix, sending Player of the Year frontrunner Will the Thrill Fiella to the rail. And Darren Elias took out our own raw deal man, Tony Dunst.
The river's a deuce.
And finally, James Calderero eliminated our other Player of the Year candidate, Daniel Buzzgone. The buzz is gone, and we've got 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
And Marinella, we know that this is going to be your last stop while you're filling in for Kimberly Lansing, where she's been out on maternity leaves. And I just want to say from both Vince and I how much we've enjoyed working with you. You're a real pro, and truly, it's been an honor to work with you. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, guys. It has been an honor working with you and sitting in for Kimberly. I know she's excited to return, but I'm glad I got to be here for this one. But now it's time to get back to the task at hand, and that's crowning our next WPT champion. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, as you can see, Mike, James Calderero from Venice, Florida, a businessman in real estate, 46 years old, is the chip leader with close to 4.9 million in chips.
Well, James has 2 WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, where he cashed in $633,000. So the guy's been at big-time poker events before. He knows what he's doing.
All right, Andy's at 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60. James out Sean.
That's 8 drinks.
Queen 5 has called. Now Darren Elias has picked up a pair of 8s.
Yep, got the 2 snowmen. And he is going to 3-bet this.
Yep, he is going to make the raise, makes it 200,000. And Sean likes his Queen 5 of hearts, is going to make this call. So action starting fast again. Here we go, 8s versus Queen 5. And the flop comes up a queen, just like that. Great for Sean.
Sean out in front with 2 queens.
And he's going to check.
Darren checks behind. What a check there with 2 8s by Darren.
9 on the turn.
And it's a 9 of hearts. Sean has a flush draw as well as 4 hearts. And again, it goes check, check.
Check, check.
Darren Elias just seems to know when not to get involved. Now the 6 of hearts comes off, giving Sean a flush. Just incredible, the feel that Darren Elias has.
And Sean is going to come out of the woodwork and finally bet it, 250,000.
Now Darren's certainly going to pay this off because it wasn't bet on the flop or the turn. So he's going to get shown a flush. So another daring pre-flop raise call by Sean Kunix pays off.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. A family man. It's his second WPT final table.
Yeah, he's a big Ohio State Buckeye fan. And right now, he's earned a few Buckeye leaves to put on his hat. I can tell you that, the way he's played at this final table.
And right there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And look at this, Will the Thrill enjoying that moment.
Well, Vince, he's enjoying it because he knows with Daniel Buzzgone going out in 4th place, he's once again the leader of the WPT Player of the Year going into the final event, the WPT Championship.
All right, back to the table. Action on Sean. He's got a 5-3 of spades, and he's going to raise to 150. Darren behind him with ace-3 will make this call. And now James Calderero, our chip leader, also going to call with an ace-4.
Vince, I never thought I would say it, but Sean Kunix makes Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey look like tight players.
He does. He plays loose.
Flop comes 5 deuce deuce. Sean has flopped the best hand. He's got 5s up. Both the other 2 players have a wheel draw, a straight draw.
They both check into Sean. And Sean, who raised before the flop, going to make a continuation bet with the 5s. Looks like 275,000.
Well, Darren with the gut shot straight draw. Looks like he's going to make the call here, Vince.
He is going to speculate.
And indeed he is. And James also has a gut shot wheel draw, but he's going to give his up and let these 2 guys fight it out.
Going to the turn. And it is a queen of clubs. No help to either player. Sean's going to slow down. They both check.
And a 4 comes up.
Oh, my.
This gives Darren a wheel.
There was a miracle card on the river. This could hurt. On Darren first. He's going to make a bet. 625.
Well, it's a healthy bet, too. As you said, 625,000. And the way this hand was played, Vince, it'd be tough for Sean to get away from this 2 5s. He knows his opponent called on the flop. Now, what did he have? Did he have a straight draw? Did he have a flush draw? Would he bet 2 4s on the river? Unlikely. He would just check it down.
I call.
Whoa.
And Sean has made the call, and Darren's going to show him the straight and take down the pot. And a nice pot it is.
Nice suck out again.
That is brutal.
What a 6 suck out again.
There, Sean is muttering to himself.
I love my call, though.
He says he gets sucked out on, but had he bet on the turn, he'd have won that pot instead of lost it.
Might want to rethink that great call, though.
Our 3rd hour of coverage from Jacksonville, Florida is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a look at what the Royal Flush Girls discovered here in Jacksonville. A brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch, And Tony Dunst telling it like it is in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This week in Jacksonville, we learned what all the Royal Flush girls were good at. We went golfing, and Tuba crushed the balls in the course. And then we went to the dog races.
I need to bet.
And Brittany bet on some dogs and won all the money.
Yeah!
And Jeannie went surfing, was really good at it with her athletic self. And I won the poker tournament against James Dempsey. We had an amazing time here in Jacksonville, and I look forward to coming here next year.
And Vince, we've had some great experiences down here in Jacksonville during this tournament, other than playing in it, where we both busted out. But,
Thank you.
You know, we've gone out and played some golf. We've gone to the dog races, went to some amazing restaurants.
Yeah, we actually ate alligator paws. Remember that? You ate a steak, but I had to eat the alligator paw.
Yeah, but you don't have to spend a fortune to have a great poker experience. You can become a Club WPT VIP member and gain all the benefits from that.
That is true, Mike. We have a guy, Greg Lee, who plays on ClubWPT.com, and sure enough, he won his way into the big time. Now, he didn't make money, but he had a shot, and he also had a great time.
Well, VIP members get unlimited poker. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You have access to past WPT episodes and other great benefits.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see our two chip leaders, Darren Elias in first place, James Calderero in second place, and right now Sean Kunig's on the short stack. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He is now in third place.
All right, Darren Elias, the 25-year-old from New Jersey, has ace queen. He's going to make it 125. Calderero out.
Well, Vince, win or lose tonight, you got to be impressed with Darren Elias's play. I can tell you that.
Sean now with a jack nine of hearts. He is on the short stack now.
Well, going to cost him 125 to make the call, but he's raising to $500,000 here.
Oh boy, this guy mixes up his game.
I got a feeling it's not going to work here.
Well, Darren with the real hand, and there he goes, all in.
Snap call by Sean Kunig, and he proudly displays the jack nine. You can see Darren just a little bit shocked that the guy was so anxious to get his money in with that hand.
I think Sean felt he was pot committed. Just feels the hand out. He's going to go with it. And this guy was the chip leader for so long, and right now he is in trouble.
So the Buckeye needs help here.
Go Bucks.
Jack nine against ace queen. Here we go.
And it comes 7-7 deuce with two hearts.
That helps.
So there you see, Sean has flopped a flush draw.
Yeah, Sean has a shot.
Well, he can take the lead with a jack or a nine. He'll win the pot if a heart comes off.
4th Street is, no, not good for Sean. It's a 6, no heart.
So Darren Elias out in front. If the ace high holds up, he'll be the big chip leader playing heads up for the title. Can Sean Kunig catch a heart, a jack, or a nine?
Here we go.
Everybody on their feet. Here's the river card. The three of hearts.
Oh boy.
Sean Kunig has outdrawn Darren Elias on the river. He made the heart flush to win that pot. Go Bucks, he says. And I can tell you, they're thrilled in Columbus, Ohio right now.
Wow, the Buckeyes can suck out too, baby.
Oh. Notice he was just using the left arm to do his shouting and cheering with, because he's broken his right collarbone. So he can't raise the right arm up, but he can sure use it to push chips in the pot. We've seen that. There he gambled with the jack nine, and it paid off
He
for
is
him.
delirious. He is happy. Well done. His dream of becoming a WPT champion on the line, but it's a diamond.
And that's going to do it for the Buckeye.
I am very proud to be back here again. Honestly, I can truly tell you, going this deep was purely heart.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yes. Yes. 3 weeks ago, my son and I got on a quad runner. We went up a hill, it really wasn't that big, and it flipped up in the air. I had just enough time to take my right arm, and I don't know how, by the grace of God, my adrenaline was pumping as it came down over the top of us. And I can't even imagine if I wasn't able to stop it. The experience that I've been through in the past year really gave me a lot of humility. I'm very humbled by my life and the fortune that I've been given, and just the ability to be sitting here again. It's a great privilege. It's very fortunate.
That is one lucky guy.
Well, fortunate in life and certainly fortunate on that last hand to make the flush on the river to stay alive in this tournament. And it's anybody's game here, Vince. Everybody's got chips to play with. It'll be interesting to see how this one comes out.
James Calderero is the chip leader. He's going to fold that hand.
And he knows these two guys like to clash about every pot, so why not just sit back and let them battle it out for a while?
Sean Kunix plays almost anything. He is going to call with his 8-5. Darren with a 5 deuce, also content to see a flop. But look at this flop, 5-4-3. They both have 5s.
Both players have flop top pair. Sean's got the best kicker, but Darren has the open end straight draw.
Sean is checked, and Darren is going to bet this 80,000.
And Sean makes the call.
4th street is a 5. Look at that. They both got sets. Sean's going to check it.
Well, this could spell big, big trouble for Darren Elias here. Any card that doesn't give him a straight or pair of the board comes off of there, he's going to lose a lot of money with these 3 5s.
Darren plunging away again, 225 and a quick call.
Sean's very anxious to get his money in there, of course. Why wouldn't you with 3 5s?
What is the river card? A queen of diamonds.
Both players have 3 5s, but Sean has him out-kicked, as we say.
Sean is going to trap again with the check.
Call.
Look at this.
Well, he never took a bet with the 3 5s, yet he's going to win the pot because he has his opponent out-kicked. Darren can't believe this pot was never raised somewhere along the way, but
nevertheless, Sean Kunix, the businessman from Ohio, is back.
I would say so. Back in a big way with that hand. Sean Kunix is once again our chip leader. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open.
This season, Dan O'Brien and William Reynolds made their actions heard both on and off the felt, as you'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love to grind, sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch.
I was always the talker back in school, and I was scolded for talking, but now I get paid to talk from time to time.
I'm here with Ones to Watch, Dan O'Brien, Will Reynolds. Guys, thanks a lot for joining me here in the booth today.
One of the best things about this season on the World Poker Tour has just been commentating.
Well, live stream is actually very new to poker. It's only really developed over the last year, so people can essentially get it as it's happening.
You can see the whole cards, and you have 2 competent commentators in the booths discussing different strategies, being analytical, breaking everything down. I like Sharon's check, honestly. It seems like Tommy maybe has something up his sleeve when he's checking back.
It's definitely helpful to hear just really good poker information and to start training your mind to think the way that top players think.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy.
He plays well, but he's had a little bit too much success this year for my liking.
Some of the best moments are when people are just playing just awful poker, and I can just sit there from my pulpit and just tell everyone how bad they're playing.
I can't say enough how much I dislike that 3-bet to 5-bet.
Dan has no filter, and so it's kind of interesting to hear him talk.
I think to be a good commentator, you just have to be honest and willing to speak your mind.
It's up to the commentator to really tell a story.
Will's just a total clown, a lot of fun to work with.
Now, Vitas has chips to get a little saucy himself. We can see some 3-bets.
Saucy?
Think they're going to throw that sauce back and forth at each other?
Yeah, I sure hope so. You know, that's what makes a good story.
What is this sauce?
Yeah, you getting in on this sauce, or what's up?
It's sauce time.
Like you guys been hitting the sauce.
Who will be boss sauce?
Will Reynolds is kind of the complete package.
He's really happy, he's really upbeat, and he's also a very smart player.
He's kind of thinking that one step ahead, that one level further.
That's when mistakes just keep getting amplified. When you're out of position, all hand, you know, he got fooled by the delay C bet.
We have a lot of fun in there.
This is so Bush League. We all should have been ready. And we're back. I love doing commentary.
Luckily, I have Will to kind of disperse your insanity a little bit.
Hey, when you have Will trying to tone down the insanity, you have a terrible, terrible plan.
Well, Vince, the ones to watch are tough young players. These guys do great on the live streaming, and that could be the future of the poker world, where you actually get to watch the whole tournament live as it takes place and see the cards as these players are playing them.
Well, it is fun, and right now we have a great battle going on here at the best bet. Sean Kunix is now the chip leader again. Sean has folded. Darren Elias picks up ace-king of clubs, big slick. And he's going to pop it to 150. And Calderaro with a pair of tens.
Well, this is a huge hand in a three-handed poker game as well. So, Vince, it's not going to shock me to see all the dough go in right here, right now.
Well, Calderaro has raised. Makes it 375 to go.
Small one.
There's the push all in, and of course it's being called.
And the classic race situation, the two overcards versus the under pair, happens all the time in poker tournaments. Both these guys are nodding their heads. They know one of them is going to get lucky and win this pot. The other is going to take a serious blow. Well, Darren Elias had the chip lead just a while back. Now his tournament life is on the line. If he doesn't get lucky and catch something here, he'll be out in third place.
Here come the first three, and that is a good one for Calderaro. Nothing hitting for Darren Elias with his ace-king. It was 9-5 deuce. Calderaro still out in front. Here comes the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we are down to the river. Darren Elias must catch an ace or a king, or it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, he would be our third place finisher. Can the 25-year-old spike the right card? No, not to be. It's a 6 of clubs.
So the young whiz kid, Darren Elias, 25-year-old tough pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, is sort of stunned right now, Vince, but he is out in third place. A good sport. Just wasn't meant to be, I guess, for him tonight.
He'll take home $147,000. He has respect already by the entire poker world. But right now, Darren Elias out in third place. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Darren, a couple tough beats there at the end. Give me your thoughts.
Well, it's unfortunate. His last hands kind of played themselves, so it's part of the game, but it was hurt.
All right, I'm sure we'll see you again. Good job. All right, back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. With Darren Elias out in third place, we are now heads up with James Calderaro and Sean Kunix getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open heads-up action is next on the World Poker Tour.
Nice hand.
Son of a...
There it is. Byron, great job, bro.
Thanks,
Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you had asked me going into the final table who I thought was going to get heads up, I wouldn't have picked Sean and James. In fact, I would have told you that there wasn't even going to be a heads-up match because I was going to get a massive chip lead four-handed, then super cooler everyone by making an 8-high straight flush against a flush and 2 full houses. Easy game. Unfortunately for me, final tables are just about the only thing on television that don't play out according to a script. I got knocked out in 5th and barely got to play a hand. It was all rather anticlimactic after a thrilling and chaotic tournament where I had to extensively battle with the game's top talent, and often against the 2 men we now find heads up for the title.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah. I even made current chip leader Sean healthy by making a pretty bad check shove against him with King 7 on a 10-9-8 blind versus blind hand where I raised from the small and he called with Jack 10 in the big. Sean never really lost the momentum from that point on. Although he's not a full-blown professional player, he's been a regular in the high-stakes tournaments for years, and he finished 6th at the Festa El Lago in Season 8. He's also a successful businessman and a guy that clearly enjoys himself on the tables. so I don't think he was feeling too much pressure throughout the tournament. The only player left to stop him is James Calderaro, another man who made his money outside poker, but also has generated a respectable list of cashes, including finishing 13th in the World Series main event in 2009. So what do I anticipate in a heads-up match between these two? I think these two guys will do more calling from the big blind than re-raising. The re-raise wars you see at many final tables are often between younger, internet-trained players who have it ingrained in their minds that playing out of position is playing at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, James and Sean both seem pretty comfortable with the idea of just calling out of position, especially when getting a good price. I think Sean will be the more aggressive of the two, not only because I think his game is naturally that way, but also because I think he's emboldened by having held the chip lead for so much of recent play. And I think if Sean wins the tournament and gets a bit too celebratory, an old school East Coast guy like James might just come over and give that broken shoulder of Sean a nice good squeeze. I can remember a moment when I certainly wanted to.
Well, for years, the wise guys in poker said, you can't win it unless you're one of us. Amateurs can't win. Well, we are getting proven wrong here in Jacksonville. We have two businessmen going after this title.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
What a moment, and out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We have Tuba, Brittany, Jeannie, and Angelique.
Beautiful girls, beautiful cash, and it's all on the line.
Every poker player's dream come true right here.
In addition to all that cash on the table, the winner gets that $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season, where they can win millions more. And perhaps more important to these guys, Vince, as businessmen, is that the winner gets their name on the WPT Champions Cup. That is something that's a dream come true for all poker players, amateur or pro.
That is just something that can't be bought.
Well, Vince, what a battle it's come down to. We started this final table with 4 pro players and 2 business owners. It's the 2 business owners fighting it out for this title. The pros are gone, but make no mistake, folks, it is not a fluke. These 2 guys are real poker players. They came to this final table in first and second chip position, and they're the ones fighting it out for the title. And Vince, I'll tell you one thing, these guys have both shown me a lot of heart at this final table. They're not afraid to bet. 3-bet hands, bluff on hands. Most amateurs, you'd think, have to have cards before they do any betting. Not these guys.
Let's just do this together.
I like this style. Now they're going for the drink. It looks like a quaint little Mexican drink they call tequila.
Well, there you go, Vince. Maybe that's the answer. That's what we missed out on this tournament. We got broke. We didn't have the shots.
My kind of poker players, these guys. You know, another thing about these guys is that they're 2 veterans at the table. You've got a 46-year-old and you've got a 39-year-old playing against each other. Used to be a young man's game.
Vince, it's nice to see the young whippersnappers finally missing out on a final table. Let the middle-aged guys go at it once.
All right now, Calderaro with an ace-5 of spades has raised to 180. And Sean Kunix
Nice job,
with a
James.
queen-9 says, I'm content to fold. Take that pot.
We might be showing a lot of hands.
Yeah.
I mean, you now, let's just dance.
Let's have fun.
Absolutely. That's what I like to do anyway.
Fun.
Yep.
They look like they're having fun, and they're going after big bucks here.
Why wouldn't they be having fun? They're playing heads up for a title out here on the World Poker Tour.
By this time with the button, Sean has a 10-8 of hearts. And he will raise, makes it 155 to go. James with a Jack-9 with a re-raise.
He's going to 3-bet it here with just a Jack-9 and a quick call by Sean.
I call.
So obviously the tequila is taking effect. Both men
gambling it up here.
Yeah.
Now flop comes ace-jack-4 with 2 hearts. James has got the best hand with 2 jacks.
And he's going to bet at 350.
But Sean has the flush draw. I think when you hit a flush draw, you just have to raise it here. You don't have to worry about hitting the heart if your man goes away.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. He makes it $1 million to go.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in James' seat, you just can't stand the heat with just 2 jacks here. You think your opponent's got an ace in this situation?
Whoa.
He gives it up.
You are correct.
Nice raise by Sean Koenig to take down that pot.
Good in.
I like the way he played that one.
Oh, and that is a bluffer's laugh, of course. Kind of like a hyena.
Oh, yeah? My wife calls me Sparky, like Chevy Chase.
His wife calls him Sparky. Now, Vince, if he wins this tournament, she's going to call him Mr. Sparky.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at this point. Action on the guy from Venice, Florida, James Calderero. He's got a pair of fours, and he will raise, makes it 240 to go.
Now Sean Koenig with a decent hand, king 10 of spade, playing heads up. He is certainly going to make the call to see a flop.
And he does so. So fours up against king 10. And the first three cards, there's a 10. On the flop, 10, 8, 5. They both check, though. Three of hearts on the turn. And finally, Sean can't take it anymore. He's got top pair. And he's getting betting chips out. It looks like a 225 bet.
225,000.
Calderero with just a pair of fours.
Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now. He's going to call him with the 2 fours. As the cards lie, must catch a 4 to have the best hand. And he does.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but even though it is a 4, there's 3 hearts and a 3-card possible straight out there.
Oh, and Sean, the victim, is going to have to act first, and he's getting betting chips out again. 275.
Yeah, look at this. James, who's made 3 fours on the river. Apparently not afraid of the flush of the straight because he is raising it here.
Good job. Those hearts helped you, buddy.
Wow, that's a good laydown. Didn't even think about it. Got top pair. But just a beautiful laydown.
A daring raise, in my opinion, there with a possible flush and straight out there. What are you going to get called with if it doesn't beat you?
Well, they are splashing around, and right now, James Calderero in the heads-up battle. Twice as much as Sean. 6.3 up against 3.2. Line still 40 and 80. Back down to the felt we go. Action on Sean. And this time he's got a real solid one. Ace, queen.
He'll be going nowhere with this hand.
He's going to make it 215 to go. James with just a 6-3 of spades can afford to speculate, and he does. Ace, queen, 6-3.
Now flop comes 7-4 deuce. Different suits. James has the gut shot straight draw, but checks.
Yeah, Sean now with nothing really hitting there, but a continuation bet, a solid 250.
Look at this. James just calling with the gut shot straight draw. I can see check raising here. I'm not sure about the call. Now a king comes off.
Helps neither player. Again, Calderero is going to check. Sean Koenig, you got to just give this guy respect for his heart in the game. He has nothing. He just keeps plunging away, and it's going to work again.
Damn.
Good
That
hand.
was the hand, baby.
Was that the one?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was trying hard. He gave me a turn card.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There's no flush draw out there, though. Oh, now there is, you're saying.
I like the way these guys play. Fearless poker. These guys don't have to hit hands. They bet nevertheless. On to the next one. James this time with a nothing 3 deuce of clubs. Just calling. And the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000.
Well, stop the presses. Finally a hand nobody raised.
No raise.
Sean happy to see a free flop here with his king deuce offsuit. And what a flop it is for him as he flops kings and deuces.
And he's going to try to trap. He checks, but James not going to fall into the trap. He checks as well. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Well, 3 hearts out there now.
Neither player has a heart. But Sean with his 2 pair now has to bet. 175,000.
Look at this, a daring call by James here. He doesn't have a heart. He's only got bottom pair here. And the heart comes off. The ace of hearts comes off. Sean is going to check. Whoa, that is showing some style right there. The insta-bet right there when the 4th heart came off. He's just hoping his opponent doesn't have a heart. That's the case. And now it's tough to call with 2 pair events.
375, he's bet into Sean, and it's
See,
going to
no
work.
tanking, no tanking.
You suck down.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't. You don't want to look. Oh, boy.
Well, there you see it.
I like it.
Put the salt and the pepper in the shaker, mix it all around, put it into the cuts. That's exactly what Calderaro just did.
He showed
Nicely
him the
done.
bluff.
Oh, yeah. Great action here in Jacksonville. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
I'm not trying to be any celebrity or nothing. I just want to play poker and collect money.
The hell is this? It's 100 light, I can feel it.
I like to make the most fun out of it. If I'm at any kind of table.
You just locked it in for the rest of your life. I locked it in from the day I was born.
I want to have laughing and joking, and I hate to just to sit there with the, it doesn't make sense to me. Why are you here?
MS is ridiculous.
If you don't have a good time, you shouldn't play it.
Well, I love that philosophy. Have a good time or don't play. Makes sense to me, Vince. And look at these two players almost dead even in chip count.
That is right. Lines of 50 and 100. Action on Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio. His second WPT final table. He's got 7-4. He has made the call. Now James with a king 7.
He says, okay, let's go.
Yeah, why not? Hey, buddy's calling and stuff like that. Let's try something different again. He might hit a pair of 4s or something.
The flop comes up Jack 6-4.
How was that for forecasting? Said he might make a pair of 4s. That's exactly what he's done.
They both checking a 10 on the turn. And now this time James is going to bet 150 and it's been quickly called by the 4s.
And the 9 comes off and it goes
King
check,
high.
check. And 2 4s are going to win this pot.
I told you had a pair of 4s.
James all excited about that.
Hey, I had a 7 kicker.
It's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Will the Thrill out there.
Aldo, come on, man! Hey,
I don't know what's taking so long. He won't gamble.
Oh, boy. Those might be the most false words ever said on the World Poker Tour, that Sean Kunix won't gamble.
And a watch.
And a watch he wants to sign.
Will the Thrill just pleased with his week, made some money. Retook the lead for the WPT Player of the Year point standing, so he's happy, especially happy sitting among the Royal Flush Girls. How can you blame him?
He is enjoying himself. Back to the action we go. Calderaro with a pair of 3s. Raises to 275. And Sean will go away.
Eyebrow again?
That eyebrow twitched.
It's the same
like
hand with the eyebrow the last time. You're going to see. I'll get him.
Both guys feeling the effects of the Mexican drink.
You're a good man,
They
James.
imbibed
Yes,
for
I am.
4.
That's part of my problem, though. But
Me too.
Very talkative bunch. And here we go.
Think it's
Sean
waiting for
with
the
a
blind to go up?
6-4 of hearts. Moves it to 200.
400.
Calderaro making it 400 with an ace-9. And a quick call by Sean.
That's
So
risky.
here we go, a big pot brewing right now. Over 800,000 in there.
Me and James about to get in a pissing match.
Ace-9 up against 6-4. Here's the flop. Pair of 10s and a 5-4 flush again for Sean.
And a continuation bet here by James.
And
Now, we
600,000.
saw Sean raise with the flush draw earlier to win the pot and take it away from James,
James is
but
buying the
this time he
drinks,
just
buddy.
calls.
You buying him?
After I win this pot, I am.
Here comes 4th Street.
A 5 comes off, so 10s and 5s out there now.
James going to check it.
But Sean, look at this, Vince. He didn't raise on the flop with a flush draw. Now there's 2 pair out there, and now he's betting.
Yeah, 650 with the 4 flush. That's all he's got.
I'll show you this one, James, because I feel bad for you.
Actually, just wants to show it to him
that's a
because he
tell.
wants them to go away, and that's exactly what's going to
Hard draw?
happen.
Hard draw?
No, it's 6 hearts.
Remember a moment ago, James showed him a bluff. Now the table is turned.
It's a 6 high.
He's showing
It's
the bluff.
6 high.
You forgot the rabbit hunt.
Rabbit.
Well, they're going to take a look at the
damn
card, and look at this.
It's a heart.
Kid, talk to me.
Wow. Sean would have made the flush to win that pot.
So good lay down there for Calderaro.
What a donkey.
Say it. Still doing the blinds?
Still 50 and 100.
And right now, Sean Kunix is higher than Charlie Sheen in a hot air balloon, just enjoying this great moment.
Why not? They don't come around often.
275.
This time James has a queen 10. He's going to move it up to 275,000. Sean with a king 10 of spades.
I call.
Getting very serious all of a sudden. Makes the call. Queen 10 versus king 10. And here is the flop.
Let's come 4-4-3. No help to either player, and it goes check, check.
Turn card will be a 10.
Just a beautiful card for Sean.
Call.
Because he has the best hand. He has his opponent out-kicked, as we
Check,
say.
300, quick call. Down to the river we go.
Deuce comes off. Again, Sean checks, and James got to think he's got the best hand now with tens. At least I would think so.
Big bet's coming.
I like that table talk. Big bet. Someone usually you don't want a big bet.
How much?
But this is the bet. 650. Little does he know, he's in a terrible place here. That would be James Calderero.
James thinks he's got the best hand. Right now he's wanting the guy to call. You see he proudly turns up the queen 10,
baby.
But it's not good enough.
Holy James. Oh my God, that was sick, James. That was sick.
Tequila has kicked in officially. And that's all I can say.
I pissed my pants on that one. I wasn't going to say that on TV.
A little too much information there, but he is going good right now.
He's a funny mother chicken.
Well, James is enjoying it, even though he lost a big pot there. And as you can see, Sean Kunix has taken a huge chip lead in this battle, 8.2 million to 1.3.
I've seen people come back from a lot less.
Oh, I'm coming
you
back.
Fight, baby.
I'm definitely coming back.
Fight.
You just made this last a little longer than I wanted to.
Fight.
Sean Kunix was one card away from being eliminated with 3 players remaining.
I'm all in.
And look at this,
Are you
Calderero
really?
with ace-8
And
has
I'm
gone
only got
all
100
in.
grand invested. Let's see.
This could do it here.
Sean's got a pair of 3s.
How much? Count it down, baby. Can you believe it? I actually have a hand. He's got a lot of loot, though.
Well, James has been whittled away. He's only got 1.2.
Sean has 8.2 million.
How much?
If he plays and loses this pot, he'll still have a huge chip lead.
1.3 for the championship. Son of a gun.
With a whole mother chicken.
I actually don't want it to end yet. Everyone in the world would call with this hand. It's embarrassing. We're on national TV, and I'm going to fold this for Will.
No.
You see these 2 red 3s?
Pretty shocking.
Yep.
Well, it's
I'm
shocking
too afraid.
considering all the hands we've seen him play so far tonight. Well, Vince, I don't know if it's the liquor or the pain pills for Sean, but for a guy gambling as much as him to throw a pair away there when he could win the title is sort of surprising.
Well, for years we've been telling people you don't call off your money with a
Yeah,
little pair.
but not this guy. He plays every pot.
But look at this. Sean has picked up 3s again.
I'm all in.
And this time he moves in with them.
Yeah.
He's going to put the pressure on his opponent.
Well, I see one card. It looks pretty nice.
That's a good one.
It's not that good. Jack of diamonds.
Wow. I see the other one. I don't even know if it's suited. I call.
He is calling it.
I got 3s again. 2 hands in a row.
And James Calderero called with Jack 10 of diamonds.
So the money could have been in the last spot with the 2 3s versus the 2 overcards. It wasn't, but it's in there now with them.
James.
You know what to do, right?
Whatever happens, James.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, the businessman from Columbus, Ohio, on the verge of taking down a WPT title.
Everybody on their feet. Sean wins this pot, he'll be our champion.
Here we go.
All right, let's see the flop.
Here comes the flop.
Hold your breath.
A 3, right on the flop. It is not over, though. James can catch 2 running diamonds to win, 2 runners to make a straight to win, and it could come a 4 and a 6 where they'd split the
8
pot.
of diamonds would be a nice card. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds is a good card.
How about that? Sean folded 2 3s the last time. This time he's all in with them, and he flops 3 3s.
An extreme long shot there for James, and it's a 9.
A 9 comes off, so it is not over.
Hold that
James
horse.
can catch an 8 to win this pot. He'll make a straight if an 8 comes out there. He must catch 1 to stay alive.
Got a 4 outer. Let's see what happens. Down to the river.
All right, let's see the river. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds. River.
It's a 6. So that's going to do it. Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio, has done it, Mitch. Came to the final table as chip leader, and he's taken the title.
Oh, he's done beautifully. He dropped the threes when he wasn't going to hit. He took the threes, took advantage. He's our champion. Congratulations.
Well, he's over to see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, shaking his hand, saying, Sean, you know, you made it to this final table before. You didn't do it. This time you did. And you see the emotion of Sean Kunix right there, how much this title meant to him. Folks, those are tears of joy.
He seemed pretty happy, the fact that he won. Maybe you guys are friends. And
Absolutely. I'm glad he won. I mean, it was me or him, and I feel, nothing but I'm happy he won it. I mean, of course, I wanted to win it, and I didn't. I took second, and it is what it is.
All right, well, congratulations on your finish.
Thank you.
Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion, Sean Kunix. Sean, you came to this final table as the chip leader. Vince and I thought you took it to him all night long. You were the most aggressive player at the table. Was that your strategy to go for it all night?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a good strategy. Your timing was impeccable there. And I'll tell you got to be very proud of the way you played all week long this week.
Yep. Thank you very much for everything. It's very humbling.
Well, in addition to all the cash that you're taking home, you get a $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship. But probably just as important or more so to you is you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends of the World Poker Tour.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, the Buckeye did it. Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. An emotional and memorable night for Sean Kunix. He was aggressive from the beginning, and he was confident that he was going to take this down, and that he did. Congratulations to Sean Kunix, the Season 10 WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion. Kimberly Lansing will rejoin the WPT next time as we travel to Vegas for the $100,000 Super High Roller event at Bellagio. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for the fantastic time I had sitting in for Kimberly, and of course, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The poker revolution has descended on the city of brotherly love. Our 11th season starts with a brand new stop, Philly style, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Philadelphia, known for being instrumental during the American Revolution, home of the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall. Philly is raising itself to a new level in history as it welcomes the world of high-stakes poker. We're at Parx Casino, where 5 days ago, a field of established pros and excited amateurs started their quest to be one of the first players of Season 11 to have their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Trying to make it happen, WPT Parx. First step, day one.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's get ready, shovel up, and deal.
With play underway, Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls hit the floor to see who was in the field.
Feel some rev happening already.
The truly top poker players in the world. Sean Deeb in the house here in Philly.
Amanda, Vince and Mike.
The event's always stops at the pretty girls, doesn't matter. Well, we're in the house here in Philly with two-time WPT champion Cornell Sempan.
How are you?
And over here, superstar player Darren Elias. Darren.
All right, distract all of them now.
Fun. Mr. Raw Deal himself in the house.
Because it looks like we got a big turnout here in Philly.
It does, but they're going to give me 2 chances at it, so I'm going to make the best of it.
As Dan mentioned, anyone who busted today could re-enter tomorrow. Unfortunately, Dan was one of several players who went broke and had that decision to make.
Are we seeing you tomorrow? What do you think?
As the day was drawing to a close, the current chip leader, New Jersey grinder William Brindise, found himself up against respected young pro Sean Deeb. After a flop of 8-8-7, Sean shoved holding pocket tens. William called holding queens. With an 8 on the turn, Sean was packing his bag, but a miracle 10 came on the river, doubling Sean up and pushing William down 2 notches on the leaderboard, while vaulting 2-time WPT champ Cornell Simpan to the top of the chip count.
Long ways to go. Long ways to go. We're here at day 1B of the WPT Parks.
Several big names were in the field for day 1B, including recent back-to-back WPT champion Mad Marvin Ruttenmeyer, Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, and the most successful woman in WPT history, Kathy Liebert. Once again, Mike Sexton started the day checking out the competition, this time in search of players who busted day 1A and re-entered day 1B.
Try it again today, right?
Well, Tony, I'm visiting you again, and there's one reason why.
Why are you visiting me?
Well, you went tapioca pudding yesterday. Was it a bad beat? You just didn't play too good, didn't run too good. What happened?
I ran queens into kings and ace kings suited into aces at the end of the day.
Day 2, we're starting out. It's a brand new day here. We got some tough competition. Sean Jazzieri, WPT champion right here. On your left, John Turner in your big blind. Not easy around here.
It's not the best lineup. It really is. I prefer yesterday's table.
We're back to talk to Darren Elias. Darren, one of the perks of getting broke on day 1A is you get more television time this way. You're back for day 2. Good luck to you, AP. We hope to see you at the final table here.
All right.
Hope you do better on day 2 than you did on day 1.
Okay.
Can't do worse.
One player who didn't have a good day was frustrated Kathy Liebert.
I had 2 sevens against ace queen, but the guy that beat me, he wanted to be kind of a jerk about it. You know, whatever.
The day would end with 103 survivors, making 196 the combined starting field for tomorrow, and leaving chip leader Henry Liu feeling good.
This is me. Smiley face.
Day 2 would see the remaining 196 square off. Some players started the day doing well, and some made an early exit.
Just a day in the life. Gotta go to Legends now. Next stop, WPT Legends Poker.
As the money bubble drew close, some monster hands were in play. Stephen Reynolds, a scrappy young pro known as Sizzlin' Betta, woke up to pocket aces to knock a player out and scoop a big pot. Established pro Christian Harder woke up to ace-king against ace-jack, but Christian learned that holding the best hand pre-flop does not guarantee a win. But it would be Michael Ruana that would earn the unwanted distinction of being on the true money bubble, as his ace-queen ran into both pocket kings and pocket aces for a 3-way all-in. Pete Malcown's aces would hold, busting Michael in 55th place. The day would end with 47 players. Stephen Reynolds and pro Anthony Gregg were doing well, with Brent Roberts leading the pack.
Who will make it to the first final table of Season 11 here in Philadelphia? Find out when our extended coverage of the play down to the final 6 of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and Season 11 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic. With the competition in high gear, the race to make this final table became even more intense.
We're looking for a big Alan Barry blow-up today, courtesy of Jeff Forrest.
Come on, hammer off me. I mean, how long do you want to take me?
With players setting up their stacks for day 3, New York poker pro Henry Liu called it out.
It feels good. I mean, field is tough. It's thinned out. You know, everybody's competitive. It's definitely not easy.
And the Twitterverse agreed with Henry. Day 3 would be the biggest challenge yet for the remaining competitors. And the day was not good for WPT champions, as Steve Brecker would shove with pocket 8s to be beat by young pro Chris Lee, who was holding pocket queens. Victor Ramden hit the rail in 39th place, and Foxwoods champ Jeff Forrest shoved with ace-jack to be called by local grinder Larry Sharp, who was holding pocket 3s. The flop gave Larry a set, the board ran out, and Jeff was eliminated in 36th place. Then it was junior poker brat Alan Berry's turn to shove holding 9s, but once again, Chris Lee woke up with a monster hand, this time pocket aces, and with barely a sweat, Alan Berry busted in 31st place. Late in the day, Henry Liu would find heartbreak as he was all in against Anthony Gregg. Both players held ace-queen, but Anthony would river a flush to send Henry home in 19th place. The day ended with 16 players, with respected and humble pro Anthony Gregg on top of the leaderboard.
I really just ran super hot today. Like, I got lucky a few times.
Day 4 started with 2 tables. These 16 players had one goal in mind: make the final 6 and then become the next player to be immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. Royal Flush girls Tuba and Brittany stopped by to check out the field and wished the players luck.
See, standing here has helped you out.
Yeah, can I get you ladies behind me? It seems like you're pushing all the luck that way. What do you feel about that?
Over there. It's weird because sometimes I'll think that I'm like distracting the guys by being around, and then the times that I stand by the guys, they end up winning to me.
The girls discovered a field filled with young East Coast pros and a few talented amateurs. They caught aspiring aerospace engineer Andre Niffler's ace-queen, holding all in against a suited ace-10 to double up. And the last senior player at the table was a playful Robert Pine, who liked to be called Santa.
I already got a 5 on Holy Red last night.
A 16 dwindled to 10.
Last name's coming.
And 2 tables broke down to 1. Santa would find his pocket 7s was poker's equivalent to a piece of coal against Stephen Reynolds' kings, but Santa didn't seem to mind.
I had a good time. I enjoyed it. They're all good players, you know. Better than the old man. I'm an old man, that's all. Take it easy.
The TV table and the Champions Cup in striking distance, eliminations came hard. But for respected pro Anthony Gregg, Twitter lit up with well wishes from his buddy, Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps. And Anthony would need some divine help as he found himself all in holding pocket jacks against Joey Kudin's pocket kings. As fate would have it, a jack spiked the turn, giving Anthony a set and sending a disappointed Joey home in 7th place.
Congratulations for making the TV table.
The scene was set for Season 11's first TV table. A fresh group of young, talented East Coast players, all ready to make their mark and prove they have what it takes to become the next member of the WPT Champions Club. With our final 6 players settling into their seats, we turn our attention now to our own Poker Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton, and former tennis champ and cash game expert, Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it is great to see you again, and exciting to be starting Season 11 of the WPT right here at Parx Casino.
Well, Kimberly, it is great to be here in Philly. And Vince, it's great to be working with you for yet another season. And how about this Parx Casino? Amazing, huh?
Parx has been incredible. It's impressive. They have a great casino. They have a poker room, but right next door, too, right here, thoroughbred racing as well. So it is fantastic. And you know, Mike, years ago, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence right here in Philadelphia, and I feel like I'm sitting with one of the founding fathers of poker, and that is you, sir, Mike Sexton.
All right, you two, what are your thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, Kimberly, 2 things jump out at me. One is how young these guys are. The oldest guy at the table is 27 years old. And the other thing is that it's an all East Coast final. I mean, everyone's from New Jersey, Maryland, or right here in Philly. Now, our current chip leader with over $4 million in chips is Stephen Reynolds. Now, Steven's brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games, but tonight it's Steven that's trying to put the gold on the mantle. But the real poker pedigree at this final table are the 2 guys that are sitting in second and third chip position. In second place with 3.6 million in chips is Anthony Gregg. Anthony's from Columbia, Maryland. Anthony, only 25 years old, has already accumulated 2.4 million in his career earnings in poker. There's been someone who's been tweeting him good luck all week long here to make it to this final table. It's another guy from Maryland. Oh yeah, he happens to be the most successful Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps. Starting out in third chip position here is a highly respected pro, Chris Lee. Now, Chris is known as Genius 28. He's a Duke graduate. The guy's a very successful high-stakes poker player, and he has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Vince, I believe that one of these 2 guys with poker pedigree are going to take the title tonight.
They might, but rounding out the field, we have 3 very tough, trash-talking, back east kind of young guys, all going after this title. We have Chris Van Dersen. Now, they call him the fish tank. I don't know what that means, but I like it. He'll be swimming around the table tonight. Along with him, Andre Neffler. Now, he graduated at the University of Michigan in aerospace engineering, and I'm saying to myself, what is he doing at a poker table? Shouldn't he be making a rocket or something? But along with him, Larry Sharp, his first ever time at the World Poker Tour, first tournament ever. So, you know, he's got his work cut out for him. But right now, our very own Matt Savage is talking to one of the chip leaders, and that is Anthony Gregg.
Anthony, as it turns out, you're kind of a big deal. Michael Phelps tweeting you good luck. And also, you've been labeled the best all-around no-limit player in the world. What's all the fuss about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how credible that label is either, but I guess I'm just like a quiet guy myself, and some of my higher, like more well-known friends like to hype my name up because they think I deserve credit or something. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself a big deal.
Well, I think you're a big deal. Well, we'll see if you can prove it out there tonight on the felt. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. First place tonight will win over $400,000, including a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. And they will also join all the other WPT champs and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. And later, Tony Dunst is back for another season of no-holds-barred analysis and the raw deal. And we reveal WPT's Season 11 picks for hot young players on the tour with a new edition of Ones to Watch. Plus, a look at all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here at Parks. Action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Like every other kid, I came up watching old seasons of World Poker Tour. I've watched Gus Hansen on TV. That's pretty awesome, right? Winning a tournament like this would validate what I'm doing for sure.
I've been getting texts every other minute for people saying good luck.
Larry Sharp, Chris Van Dersen.
Yeah, you got me doing interviews. I mean, that's a little weird, putting makeup on me, but
It's gonna be tough. These are all great players. So, you know, for me, I'm just having a blast, trying to play some poker, have some fun.
The only reason to ever be in a tournament is to win, so there's no other reason to, like, drive the 2 hours, sleep in the 5 different hotels.
I've never won a live tournament before. That's kind of why I keep playing them. I just won a trophy. Some evidence, you know, that I made it.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
And we're starting out our new season with a brand new stop at Parks Casino, located just outside the historic city of Philadelphia.
And Mike, with our brand new season, we have brand new players, a brand new attitude. These guys are entertaining. The cards are in the air. So let's go to the felt.
Well, brand new players is right, Vince. 4 of these 6 players playing in their first ever WPT event.
They're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, joined by the Parkettes here of Parks Casino. Well, there's nothing like seeing a WPT event live, and when you're here, you can meet the Royal Flush Girls, Mike, Kimberly, myself, and ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar during our final table. The antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30. Here we go, Season 11. Andre Neffler, first to act, a quick fold by him. Now Chris Lee folds as well.
Now over to Anthony Gregg, 25-year-old from Maryland.
He's raised it. And Larry Sharp, a former high school basketball coach, folds.
Well, Chris Van Dersen making the call with the 2 4s. We call him the fish tank.
Stephen Reynolds folding. So Mike, two-way action here. 9-10 up against 2-4s. Flop comes up ace-3 deuce.
The fish tank checks the 2-4s, has the straight draw, and the best hands you can see.
Nothing hitting there for Anthony Gregg, but he doesn't care. He's going to put in a bet. Continuation bet of 60,000.
But the fish tank calls him. Nice call.
Looking for a straight there, the fish tank, but a 9 hits on the turn. That is beautiful for Anthony Gregg. He picks up 9s now. The fish tank has checked it.
Look at this. Anthony Gregg was bluffing on the flop when he bet. Now he's made 2 9s on the turn. Now he thinks they're the best hand. Now he's getting a value bet in.
Quick call by fish tank. The card is a 6 of hearts.
Again, Chris checks. We need to call him the fish tank because there's 2 Chris's at this table. We love the fish tank nickname anyway.
I got a feeling what it really means is that Chris, the fish tank, is a tank, and he captures all the little fish.
Right now, he's trying to capture Anthony Gregg in his pot.
He's not going to capture anybody here with just the 4s. And look at Anthony putting in a value bet, Mike.
Cool.
And he's going to get the action. He gets the call by the fish tank.
Just great bet sizing by Anthony Gregg there. Got the value bet in for the $165,000 on the river. But Vince, the guy was bluffing on the flop. He got value bets in on the turn in the river when he thought he had the best hand. Well played by Anthony Gregg there.
Yep, he's 25 years old, lives in Columbia, Maryland. His 14th WPT event. Back to this hand, though. Quick fold by Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg, this time with just a 5 deuce, is going to make it 60,000, Mike.
Vince, he's letting it be known early here that he's the man to beat at this final table. He has come to play.
Larry, Chris, and Stephen Reynolds out and around to Andre Niffler. He's got a pair of 5s.
So Andre Niffler makes the call out of the big blind with the 2 5s. This guy pretty amazing himself. Went to the University of Michigan.
Here's the flop, Queen 9-9.
Majored in aerospace engineering. Andre checks.
Well, Anthony Gregg gonna put in a bet with just 5 high. Andre out in front with his 5s. But you know what? He gets scared. He folds the hand.
Yeah, Vince, incredible. The guys come out with both guns blazing, raise the first hand with 10-9 offsuit, won that pot. Now he wins the pot with a 5 deuce. Back-to-back wins for Anthony Gregg.
Can't beat the tone.
He is out to a great start. That is Anthony Gregg playing with just air, zip and pip, but making things work here. All right, to the felt, to this hand. Andre, first to play now.
With that pot, Anthony Gregg has assumed the chip lead at this final table.
Passed on it.
Andre out, and now Chris Lee. He's got a pair of 3s. They call Chris Lee Genius 28. He's going to raise to 60,000. All right, now Larry Sharp.
Vince, Larry Sharp's hobby is playing basketball. Can you take him? Do you think you could take him?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll take him.
You're an old guy. The guy's just, he's young.
We want to play these matches anyhow, so I might as well say that I can do it. See, I think he's been sitting at the poker table too long. I think he's probably stiff. He's rusty. I'd take him. He's on the short stack, as you can see by a red short stack indicator.
Come on.
Oh, he's moving all in here,
wow, Vince. He's going to push. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds out, so back on Chris Lee.
Well, cracks his knuckles there. Well, when you have a small pair and the guy moves all in.
I'm folding a pair.
First, you have to hope you're in a race, then you got to try to win it, so.
Look at this, he's going to be successful with that bluff. Queen High's going to win. We are having a good time, season 11. And you know, after 11 years on the World Poker Tour, we have seen a lot. We've seen great poker.
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
The magician saws the woman in half. We have seen beats. We've had fun along the way. You can't beat this.
Oh, you're right, Vince. And now, our viewers are going to have a chance to recapture some of that excitement of the WPT if they become a member of ClubWPT.com. And one of the great perks of becoming a VIP member is that you get access to former WPT episodes.
Yeah, if you're a poker player and you really want to learn about other players and their tendencies, and you can maybe play a satellite to get into one of these tournaments, you can't beat ClubWPT.com. You play all the poker you want, you get all the VIP benefits. It really is an incredible tool on poker and a lot of fun. So don't forget, join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. Back to the felt we go here in Philly.
I'm going to assume this is going to...
Anthony Gregg out in front right now.
Yes, he is with over $4 million. To the felt we go. Chris Lee with a quick fold. Anthony Gregg not going to play now. Larry Sharp, the former high school basketball coach, he is going to fold. And Chris, the fish tank, is going to raise with a pair of sixes. Makes it 60,000. Fold by Stephen Reynolds. And now Andre Niffler.
The aerospace engineer going to call him with the queen jack. And it comes queen high as it comes queen 3 deuce. Andre out in front now.
He's going to check his queens, and fish tank is going to bet.
Well, it's a standard continuation bet here. Plus, he has a flush draw. Action on Andre Niffler. Going to make the call with the queen jack.
Well, we'll just call Andre the Rocket Man.
I like that.
That's what he used to tinker with.
Well, now an ace comes off. Neither player are going to like that card. And they both check.
Down to the river we go.
Well, the 4 diamonds comes off, so the fish tank has made a flush.
Oh, man, just backed into that flush. They both check. Andre disgusted.
Fish tank is going to show him a flush and take down the pot.
Nice hand.
So the fish tank maneuvering the waters well there. Well, very lovable guy. Loves to drink, loves to play. The fish tank is just a big, jolly old guy. Now, there you see Anthony Gregg still out in front. Stephen Reynolds in second place. Chris Lee in third. 6 players left, fighting it out for over $416,000 in this coveted WPT title.
All right, decision going to Andre Niffler. Has a lousy 5 deuce, folds his hand, as does Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg.
Anthony Gregg also has 5 deuce, but he's going to raise with his. Anthony is our current chip leader, as noted by our green big stack indicator.
Larry Sharp out, fish tank out. But here we go with Stephen Reynolds. Going to stick around with a king 7 of hearts. So 2-way action. Here's the flop.
Yeah, flop comes 8-6 deuce. Stephen checks.
Anthony Gregg has picked up a piece of that.
Check.
But he's going to check it as well. To the turn we go.
4 diamonds comes off now.
Check.
Let's give Stephen a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, but he's going to check it.
Check.
2 checks. To the river we go. Oh, look at that card. 5 hits Stephen Reynolds just beautifully.
Well, he's now made it straight. He is reaching for chips.
95.
And sadly for Anthony Gregg, he has made 2 pair with that river card.
$95,000 bet by Stephen Reynolds. They call him Sizzlin' Better.
I always go straight.
And he is going to get the action. He gets the call.
Well, Anthony Gregg not going to be pleased with himself the way he played that hand. Checked it twice when he had the best hand and then paid him off when he had the worst.
Stephen Reynolds taking down his first pot of the evening. He's got some chips.
We have a quick break in the action, but we are about to reveal who the hot, exciting players are that have been named the WPT Season 11's ones to watch. You don't want to miss this. Stick around.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Well, this place is rocking and rolling here in Philly tonight, no doubt about it. The 3 guys that came to the final table as their chip leaders are still in first, second, and third place. Action's been good, but we're looking for more exciting stuff right here at Parks.
And Mike, you know, we got the fish tank and we have the rocket scientist. What a field we have. They're excited to play. Can't beat this.
Welcome back to Parks Casino and the inaugural TV event of Season 11 here on the World Poker Tour. Looking at the WPT Player of the Year race, tonight's winner will tie Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, who just won the WPT Merit Cyprus Classic. Marvin's win in Cyprus also made poker history. Marvin had also just won the Season 10 WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, making him the first player to win 2 WPT titles in back-to-back events. Now, all season long, we will track all the players' progress and see who will follow in the footsteps of Season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirach. In the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here in Philadelphia.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And there you see the chip counts of the players. Stephen Reynolds out in front with 4.2 million. Anthony Gregg sitting in second place right now.
6 players going after this very prestigious title. And right now, It's on the fish tank. The guy from Philly, he quickly folds. Steven Reynolds now with just a Jack 10 is going to splash around with a raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Andre the Rocket Man out.
But look at this. Chris Lee is going to 3-bet it here with an ace-8 of spade. Well, he runs out a better hand of Anthony Greggs. He folds the ace-jack.
Larry Sharp with a pair of 9s here has folded the hand quickly.
Well, the 3-bet's what shut him out with the 2 9s. Now let's see what Steven's going to do here with the Jack 10 offsuit. Not the kind of hand you really want to play out of position with, but he's making the call here.
They call him sizzling better. Let's see if he gets lucky. Oh, yes, he does. Hits 10s on the flop just like that, and he's going to check.
Yep, it's come 10-6-4 with 2 clubs.
Let's see if we got a club going on.
Well, anytime you 3-bet before the flop, you're going to make a continuation bet on the flop, and Chris Lee doing that right now. 140,000. Now, even though the flop has come 10 high, you're still a little worried that your opponent might have something like 2 queens. So you just make a crying call here, even though you flop top pair.
Well, he has called it, and here comes the turn card. 8 of hearts hits Chris Lee. Steven checking again. Well, Genius 28 going to stick out another bet, 265. Not really a genius bet, it appears.
Now Steven Reynolds playing in his first ever WPT event. His brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games. He's trying to get the gold tonight.
Well, he's called it. A good call. Down to the river we go.
And now the board pairs 4s. Both players have 2 pair.
Check.
A nice check by Chris Lee there on the river. Steven going to take the pot down with 2 10s. Well, Vince, right now, Steven Reynolds, who came to the final table as our chip leader, on a little bit of a roll here right now. He's picked up a couple small pots in a row.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, as we will find out all season long. So let's take a look at who made this year's cut in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
Lots and lots of smart people being driven into poker, realizing that there's a lot of money to be made. And I think he picked me as the one to watch because I'm a talented poker player and a fun person to hang out with.
Poker is so much more than just a game for me. It's a way to financial freedom and a form of expression.
Poker was a dream at first. Like, when I first started playing poker, it was like the dream of being like Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu. And at this point, I'm friends now with Daniel Negreanu and Gus Hansen and all those people, which is still absurd for me to say, by the way. You know, like, it's awesome.
Poker to me has become something more than just a game.
Amanda Musamichi, one of our ones to watch here in season 11 on the World Poker Tour.
Poker kind of gives me hope for the future in the sense that if I can really make something of myself, I'll one day be able to branch off and do more meaningful things.
Poker turned me into a man. It helped me grow. Every time that I thought fate or karma or destiny had something in store for me, it didn't. And it crashed down right in front of my face. And it had to teach me to let go of things and just say, you know what, this is out of your hands. You can't sit around and dwell on things that you have no control of. You have to make rational decisions.
I feel like there's definitely a lot of pressure on me because like most of the people here on the Ones to Watch are like all pretty much already well known. Like I'm more like underrated, so I'm definitely really motivated to do really well this season.
Poker is everything to me. I love it more than anything except for maybe music. I love writing music. I love writing songs, playing my guitar, but poker, I don't know, it just gets my mind off things.
Poker, to me, is just the greatest game ever. It's a good way to challenge people mathematically, psychologically, physically. It's like a virus that keeps changing, improving, getting stronger.
Well, Vince, I can tell you, a number of those players really are ones to watch. They're terrific players.
Yes, they are. They also have some very deep thoughts from young poker players. They're kind of deep kind of people. I like to see that.
Now, speaking of young players, the oldest player at this final table is 27 years old. Youth prevailing here in season 11, that's for sure so far.
All right, the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. A quick fold by Anthony Gregg. Larry Sharp also folding. Actions on Chris Van Dursen, the fish tank. And he's going to raise with 10, 8 of spades. Reynolds out. Oh,
Oh, look at this.
Andre picking up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Yep, he's in the small blind here.
He's the Rocket Man.
Just gonna call here. I'm not fond of this play. And the reason I'm not fond of it is because you entice the big blind to call, where now you have to be 2 players with the aces instead of just 1.
Chris has got tens, Mike, and he didn't raise as well. Very interesting. And look at this, a 10 on the flop, 3 of a kind.
Incredible. This could spell big trouble for Andre here.
Oh, now the Rocket Man is going to explode with a bet, it appears.
Well, he's gonna lead right out in bed here.
115.
And I'll tell you one thing, if Chris Lee happens to pull the trigger and raises here, we're gonna have a giant pot. Remember, Fish Tank was the pre-flop raiser here. Chris Lee just calling with the 3 tens.
And Fish Tank also with tens, just a pair of tens, of course, is also going to call.
Well, he's calling because he thinks if one of these guys would have flopped queens, they would have checked to him and maybe check raised him. And now a 9 comes off. That's got to be a scare card for everybody, including Chris Lee, who flopped 3 tens, because it looks like a potential straight out there now.
But the Rocket Man, Andre Niffler, of course, on the short stack. And again, he's going to plunge away. 150.
How much do you have left? About 4 something.
Chris Lee saying, how much more you got, my victim? No, he's going to move it up to 425 to go. Fish Tank gets out of the way. And back on Andre. Now, he's only got 400, 500 left.
The weirdest hand here.
Well, Vince, the toughest thing about 2 aces is getting away from him. He may be able to get away from him because he let out here on the turn with this hand. He's finding out where he's at, though, when his opponent makes a big raise.
Oh, man, they're so pretty.
I want to show this one, kind of.
Remember, he made this raise with a man sitting behind him, so he's got to have a hand here that most likely beats the 2 aces, and that's exactly the case. Good laydown by Andre there.
Well, he saved his short stack.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well done.
I thought you had that.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Parks Casino is one of the most impressive casinos I've been to.
Amazing!
It is really huge.
Once you go in the casino, see these beautiful ladies, they call them parquettes, and they're really, really gorgeous girls.
When I tweeted about the fact that we're coming to Philadelphia, everybody was just raving.
It's so high-end, you know, you would think you're in Vegas.
You're watching the World Poker Tour.
Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss, and Tony Dunst is ready to launch a new season of No Holds Bar analysis in this edition of The Raw Deal.
The math says you're dealt pocket aces every 221 hands. But the heart says, oh my God, I have aces, play it cool, just think about baseball. Of course, the big question with the pinnacle hand in poker is how to get value with it. And Andre Niffler intends to do so by just calling pre-flop. Does his play make sense? Let's break it down. Going into the hand, Andre had just under 22 blinds and was positioned in the small blind. In that situation, almost every professional is shoving his entire range against an open raise from late position. Generally, flat calling out of the small blind on a short stack is an awful idea with any hand. But there are certain situations, like this one, where the flat call pre-flop makes perfect sense. This is because Andre believes that Van Dersen isn't an experienced enough player to realize that no good player would flat call medium strength hands from his position. Andre doesn't want to risk losing Van Dersen by shoving or re-raising pre-flop, so instead he elects to call. I actually like Andre's pre-flop decision here, but there is one catch. Sitting behind him is the very experienced Chris Lee, And he knows precisely what a flat call from the small blind on a short stack means from a good player. The only two hands a player of Andre's quality would just call with there are aces or kings. Everything else gets shoved pre-flop. As a result, Chris Lee already knows what Andre has when he just calls, leading him to pass on re-raising his pocket tens in a situation that many players think is a clear 3-bet. When they get to the flop, Andre decides the board is coordinated enough that he should just lead out, a play he's hoping will result in getting all in against one of his opponent's weaker holdings. Chris Lee calls behind with his set, and Chris Van Dersen makes an optimistic call with second pair behind both of them. The 9 on the turn is not the card Andre was hoping to see. He knows it's bad because it completes the straight draw for King Jack and makes 2 pair for hands like Queen 9 and 10 9. But he also knows that checking causes him to lose all control in the hand. He decides to bet small and evaluate. And when Chris Lee raises behind him, Andre becomes certain he's screwed.
The weirdest hand here.
Not only does Andre likely believe Chris has a better hand, but he also likely believes that Chris knows his holding because his pre-flop play is so transparent to a good player. The raise from Chris Lee causes both opponents to fold.
I want to show this one, kind of.
And gets a show from Andre, confirming what Chris knew all along. And Chris remarked, "I thought you had that."
I thought you had that.
You're too good.
It took serious discipline to get away from this hand, and I respect the fold. But I think the show was a counterproductive flash of ego that potentially exposes his trapping strategy to unaware players. It's okay though. He's only gonna have to wait 220 more hands to try again, which is about 8 hours at a final table.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well, it backfired for Andre, that's for sure. This is his first WPT event, but he's on the short stack right now, as is Larry Sharp. The chip leader, Steven Reynolds, with 4.6 million. Let's go to the felt. Larry, Chris out and around to our chip leader now, Steven Reynolds, with an ace queen of clubs, makes it 80,000.
Steven raises.
Andre out.
Chris out.
And now round 2. Anthony Gregg with King 8 of diamonds, Mike.
Well, he's in the big blind, and he's going to make the call here. So these are the two chip leaders going at it. Well, flop comes 9-3 deuce. Anthony has flopped a flush draw. Good flop for him. He's going to check.
And the chip leader
75
with ace queen with a continuation bet, 75,000.
It's a textured board. Everybody's going to make a continuation bet on. The question is Anthony Gregg going to check raise the flush draw?
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where the ladies are really enjoying the evening.
Now, Anthony's just going to call. And Vince, I think he's just calling because he knows he's up against the chip leader, the only guy that can break him at the table. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Anthony has made his flush, and look at this. He is going to lead out and bet with it.
Show tunes going off in his head.
I show you 2, you show me 1. I show you 2, you show me 1.
Oh, boy.
I like that horse trading, Vince.
He's going to lose him.
I'll show you 2 if you show me 1.
It's a pretty good trade, 2 for 1, right?
Steven Reynolds folding the hand very wisely, and Anthony's got to be kicking himself a little bit, saying, maybe I should have checked.
Well, I think he should have checked.
Yeah.
Maybe let's guy take another stab at it.
He did a little reversal there, chased his man away. The board chips over to Anthony Gregg.
I was the that bet. I mean, I bet because I thought I was going to turn a 5.
Vince, I'm more impressed with what Steven said. I'll show you 2 if you show me 1.
Right.
Very good.
Action on Fish Tank. He folds. Steven
So what I'm going to do is...
scoots out of there. And now, wow, Andre Neffler picks up 10s. He picked up the weapons of mass destruction earlier, didn't raise. So this time he's gone all in with the 10s. But look at this, folded around to Larry Sharp. Larry is cold with ace-king.
Well, last time his opponent had 2 10s and cracked his 2 aces. Well, this time he's got 10s against the ace high. His tournament life on the line. Well, it's the classic race, the 2 overcards versus the under pair. If the 10s don't stand up, Andre will be our 6th place finisher.
Let's see the flop.
King in the window.
King right on the flop.
What a flop from Mr. Sharp.
That is bad news for the Michigan man, Vince.
He now is going to have to catch a 10 to win this pot, or 2 runners to make a straight.
Here comes the turn card.
4 clubs comes off. We are down to the river. Andre Niffler is going to have to catch a 10 on the river to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's the queen. So tough luck for the Michigan man. Andre Niffler going to take home $61,000 for his efforts here this week. But a tough little player, Vince. Just didn't win the race he had to win.
Crowd going nuts there for Mr. Sharp, and Andre Niffler has to say goodbye. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andre went down on a classic race, ace-king versus 2 10s. Your first final table on the World Poker Tour. Give me your thoughts.
Table. You know, I'm excited to be here. This is awesome. Lucky to make it this far, have some fun, play with a bunch of good players, so I can't complain.
Well, you're looking for a job. You had a $24,000 cash a couple weeks ago, another 60 today. You still gonna be looking for a job? You can play poker.
Oh, still looking for a job. So poker's it's fun to play sometimes, not every day for a living.
All right, so if you're hiring out there, this guy's a genius. We'll see you next time.
All right, thanks.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
I am so proud of him. Very mature decision coming from Andre Niffler, who is out in 6th place. That brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage here at Parx Casino. Mike and Vince, what do you make of the action so far?
Well, Kimberly, no surprises so far at this final table. One of the short stacks has been eliminated. And the 3 guys that came into the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position.
That is true, Mike, and I tell you, they're playing pretty conservative so far. But I do have a prediction. I believe that the winner will definitely be a guy that's under 30 years old from back east. That's, I'm just saying. But, but actually, my personal choice is the fish tank. If he wins, no one will forget this guy. What a nickname. We don't quite understand it, but who cares?
Who cares? All right, guys, join us next time from Philadelphia for more of Season 11's coverage of the Parx Open Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Mike, wake up, it's showtime.
Are we really going to do this?
Oh, we gotta do it. Pick it up. Good luck. 1, 2, 3! It's a slump. It's the worst. Let's just wrap this. Let's exercise.
I got a better idea.
What?
I'll show you on the run.
All right.
What do you say, Rock?
Rocky. Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Come on, Mike. Go! Hit! Come on. This is it, Mike.
Yes, I'm an old man.
Yes, I know.
I need a spot.
All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to the top. You ready?
For 100, you got to bet.
All right, go, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20. I'm going. $100. Good luck. Yeah! That's a good workout. That's it. We did it. No Adrian!
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our esteemed commentators Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, it looks like the city of brotherly love really inspired you.
And well, Kimberly, certainly Vince had a great idea for us getting in shape while we were here in Philly. But I'd like to say a couple things. Number one, he didn't give me enough of a spot going up the rocky steps. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I got sore knuckles from pounding that meat. Boy, that was tough.
Well, you were faster than I thought, that was for sure. The weird thing about him is he wanted to eat the steak after it fell to the floor, but that's another story. Forget about that. No, but we did get in shape, but moderation is key. And, you know, we may go back to the Twinkie diet after this.
And the guy snores, I got to tell you.
Don't get into it.
All right, let's get down to business here. What do we look for moving forward?
Well, the three guys that came to this final table as our chip leaders, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in first, second, and third place. But I think the guys in second and third have more poker pedigree, meaning more experience. They've won more money. I think they're going to be the guys to beat tonight.
Yeah, these guys are as good as anybody in the world today going after a huge title. And you got to love the guy that they call the fish tank. We still don't understand quite what it means. Oh, what a great nickname. This is going to be great. Great entertainment.
All right, we have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, 5 players left. Stephen Reynolds out in front with $4.3 million. Anthony Gregg in second place. Chris Lee in third. And there you see what they're playing for. The winner tonight going to take home over $416,000, as well as get that WPT entry into the WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season.
Okay, Andy's 5,000. Blinds 20 and 40. A quick fold by Chris Lee and Anthony Gregg. And now Larry Sharp with King Jack of Diamonds is going to raise to 80,000. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds has called with Ace 8.
Larry played basketball at Allegheny College. Was a former high school assistant coach for a while.
The flop is a 7-3 deuce.
And quickly checked by the pre-flop raiser, Stephen.
4 diamonds there for Larry Sharp. Yep, and Larry's going to bet 95,000 with the 4 flush.
Oh, look at this. Stephen's going to check raise here, Vince.
240.
He's going to represent strength that he doesn't have.
Whoa, makes it 240,000 to go.
Well, Vince Larry is just going to ship it here with the flush draw.
And a quick fold by Stephen Reynolds. Can't take the heat.
The former basketball player in college dribbled right through the traffic there, Vince. Took down that pot nicely.
It wasn't a big pot. No.
Well, these guys are opening up their games. Look at that look by Mr. Sharp. And right here, we're going to take a look at the Wonder Cam. Oh, wow.
Nice hand.
Flush would have happened for Larry Sharp.
I was going to do something either pre-flop or post-flop.
It was getting pushed. It was going in.
Either on both?
On both, so.
I mean, then I either 3-bet fold there or I check raise the flop.
Yeah. I didn't have air to tell you that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought I had the best hand. I do not. If you snap shove it in my face, probably.
All right, on to this hand. Our chip leader looks down at an Ace 8. He's going to make it 80,000.
Well, Stephen, check raise with the Ace 8 a minute ago. That didn't work out, but he raises the next hand with it.
Chris Lee with a King Queen. They call him Genius 28. Will make the call. Anthony Gregg out. And look, Fish Tank has picked up a pair of 3s and also will call, Mike.
Well, I'd call too with the 2 3s there. 3-way action.
And here we go.
Now flop comes 9-7-6. Stephen now with an open-in straight draw.
Yeah, Fish Tank with a quick check.
115.
And the chip leader going to bet with the open-ended. 115,000 to go.
Well, hard for anybody to call.
Yeah, Genius can't, and Fish Tank can't as well.
So nice continuation bet there with the open-ended straight draw by Stephen, and he takes down the pot. Well, his brother Garrett is a 5-time BMX champion at the X Games, won 5 gold medals. Tonight, Stephen trying to put some gold on the mantle.
I'm definitely a naturally high-strung guy. Definitely have lots of energy, and I mean, that energy can go any which way. The thing that I probably like most about poker is it's a mental challenge for me, and honestly, it's the only thing that wears me down at any point. The only thing that takes enough energy that at the end of the day it wears me down, so it's perfect for me.
Horrible laugh, but a great poker player. Steven Reynolds.
You can't have everything.
And he's loving the experience here tonight. He is a chip leader with $4.3 million.
Anthony Gregg right in his heels, however, with $4.2 million.
And the winner's going to take home $416,000 out of Philadelphia here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach. With an uneventful 9-deuce, he folds that hand.
Over to the fish tank. He's got the king, queen of diamonds. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Oh, but look at this.
210.
Steven picks up kings, goes to 210. Quick fold by Chris and Anthony.
So back to the fish tank.
What a time to get kings.
Well, another 130,000 for him to call.
Now look at this. This is a, oh, they also call fish tank Big Sexy.
Big Sexy, yeah.
Do you find him sexy, Mike?
I think the fish tank is more appropriate.
Okay. Well, he's got a big decision here, but look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Wow, he is 4 betting here with king high.
Yeah, like 1.5 behind.
And he's up against 2 kings.
Maybe a little more.
Not good for the fish tank.
Yeah, about 1.5.
Fish tank could be cracked here.
The fish is heading toward the hook here, Vince.
600.
Wow. There you go.
Repopped. You think fish tank will get the message? Yes, he does. He's got to lay it down. So a big pot for Steven Reynolds. And there is Steven's other brother, Nathan, who's enjoying the moment.
Plenty more to come from Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. And later, we'll see how Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush girls enjoyed their day at the races here at Parks. And Tony Dunst is on board, ready to break down tonight's action in a new installment of The Raw Deal. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, we're really enjoying ourselves here at the Parks Racetrack. Beautiful girls like Kelly work here. It is great.
Let's go bet and make some money.
Let's go.
Who do you like?
What's so hard about it? There's only 7 horses. Can't you pick a winner?
Forget about the winner. Let's pick the horse that finishes last.
You don't bet on horses that finish last.
No,
I refuse to do it.
Okay.
I'm picking the winner.
Race number 8, we want to bet on number 4 to win.
I'm not ready because I have a few more minutes, so I'm going to study it.
He's too serious about the racetrack.
I don't understand it.
You know, he's like one of those poker players take forever to act on their hand. That's what Vince does out here at the track. He waits till the last second, till they're in the gate before he makes a bet, like something's going to fall out of the sky and tell him who to bet on. Finally, he's going to make a bet. All right, Benny, what's the magic number?
My friend, I had to go against you.
Okay.
I'm betting the 8.
We are betting on Horse Justice. Horse Justice.
Justice?
Run. Yeah.
The winner right here, folks.
That's what I bet.
Number 4, I've already talked to the jockey.
Come on, you fool. I got him. I got him. All right.
You got broke, Vince. You got broke. Here's our man right here. Well, we've sure had a great day here at the Parks Racetrack. Kelly, thank you.
Thank
and Parks
you.
for all your hospitality.
Thank you.
It's great here. Come check out Parks.
Man, wouldn't you know it, the Royal Flush girls won all the money that day. That was fun.
Well, that was the only ticket I cashed all day, but it was a great time. No doubt about it. Steven Reynolds out in front with nearly $5 million in chips. Anthony Gregg in second. Chris Lee in third.
Andy's at 5,000. Blinds 25 and 50. To the cards we go. Chris Lee. They call him Genius 28 with a quick fold.
There's the Duke graduate. That's why he gets that name.
Anthony Gregg out, and now Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach, is going to raise to 100,000 with a Queen 8. But right behind him, Fish Tank with Queen 9 has made this call.
And Steven Reynolds calling as well with the ace-10 of hearts, so 3-way action here. And the flop comes king, queen, deuce. Steven Reynolds has flopped the nuts, the ace-high flush draw with the royal flush draw.
Just incredible.
Oh, check.
Fish Tank has checked. Oh, and Steven is going to play it slow. He checks as well.
And they both check to Larry. If you got 2 queens, you might bet here, thinking they're the best hand.
Well, he's got position, and he's going to take a stab at it. 130,000. Fish Tank going to quickly call.
Well, Fish Tank has a flush draw with his 2 queens, but obviously no good. As Steven Reynolds has flopped the ace-high flush, and here come the raisin chips.
And he's going to put pressure on with the re-raise. Makes it 300,000.
And he's hoping somebody's got a smaller flush.
Larry mucks his hand.
Action back to the Fish Tank. Now he's got 2 queens and the flush draw, but the problem is the guy checked and then check raised in a 3-handed pot here on the flop. So if you're Fish Tank here, you're going to be frozen. It doesn't matter what comes off. If a queen comes off, if a 9 comes off, or if a heart comes off, you're still frozen because you don't know where you're at in the hand.
Well, he's going to speculate. He could be into trouble here. He's called it. 5 of spades on the turn. Fish Tank got a check.
Now Steven.
295.
Now betting 295,000 into a pot that's got over $1 million in it. We've seen the Fish Tank go with his gut instincts, though. He's not afraid to put his money in the pot if he thinks the guy's taking a stab at it. Fish Tank is on the hook right now. The question is he going to get reeled in?
All right.
No, he's going to give it up. The man says, all right. He shows you the queen. Didn't show him the heart.
And that is Steven Reynolds' brother, Nathan, who forgot to wear his shirt tonight. Getting very excited there.
Well, he knows the brother's going to make some cash tonight. Might loan him a little to buy a shirt.
All right. Back to the next hand. Larry Sharp with 5s has raised to 100,000.
I call.
Fish Tank out. Steven with ace-5 is going to call.
Well, the men raise, you can see, a popular raise by all these young guys.
Everybody else out of the way. So 5s versus ace-5, and we are flopping 2 10s and a jack. Larry first to act. And make a continuation bet.
Well, those kind of cards are scary. When your opponent doesn't re-raise before the flop but calls you.
He's taking a lot of time, and now he finally checks.
Both players check. Now the 6 of spade comes off, so Larry has the best hand and the best draw.
Larry's going to check again. Steven checks behind him.
Well, again, it goes check, check.
And the river card, a big ace. Steven Reynolds hitting aces right there on the river.
It sure is. Gives him the best hand with aces up now.
But Larry's just going to fade away as he checks here.
Well, he's checked for a 3rd time. Steven, very happy to hit the ace on the river. Is going to bet. Going to take down that pot.
So Steven Reynolds extends his chip lead to the delight of this crowd.
You had 1 on every street except for the river.
Oh, look at that. Little salt in the wound there, Vince. Says you had me all the way till the river. You should have been betting, pal.
Well, we are having a great time here at Parks. Now remember, when you come to a live WPT event, you can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself, and ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. All right, back to the action. Quick fold by Fish Tank.
Can't tell you exactly. I know.
Steven Reynolds now picks up a pair of 9s. He's going to raise it, making 100,000 to go.
But Genius 28 with a pair of deuces has made the call behind him. Anthony and Larry out, so 2-way action.
Yeah, flop comes king, 10-8. Steven checks the 2 9s on the flop. So Chris, thinking he might just have ace high or maybe a pair of 7s that might get away from him. If he bets, does just that.
Yeah, well, he's been called. That was 115 going to the turn. And a 10 pairs the board. Steve's going to check again. Genius 28 due here, just with deuces, and he's going to slow down, take a free card, basically giving up, but he hits the deuce.
I check.
He now has deuces full. I'm talking about Chris Lee. Steven checks the 9s again.
Oh boy, show tunes going off in your head. How to play it.
Well, it looks like an absolute nothing card on the river. a deuce, and it was the joker for Chris Lee.
Just one value for it. Figure out exactly how much you can extract from your victim. Genius, 28. What will that number be?
Well, there's 530,000 in the pot. The number's going to be 315,000. And I think the way this hand was played, because Chris checked on the turn, going to be tough to lay down the nines. But Steven lays down the 2 nines. What a lay down that is, Ben. I don't know that I could have laid him down. I mean, you have to essentially put your opponent on a king to lay down 2 nines there.
Really didn't want to fold. Said really didn't want to fold.
You said ace high?
Point was, whatever I had, I really didn't want to fold.
You folded pretty quick for a guy who really didn't want to fold.
Well, great action here at our first televised event of season 11. Now, all season long, we're going to look back at some of the greatest moments of WPT's epic season 10, which included a fantastic competition for Player of the Year.
The race for Season 10 Player of the Year started with Will the Thrill Fiala taking down the title at the Legends of Poker. With cashes at Borgata
nice hand.
and 5 Diamond, the always spirited Will held the lead for Player of the Year. But mid-season, young pro Joe Sirac would jump ahead of Will by taking 3rd place at back-to-back final tables.
Kind of crazy.
Down but not out, Will was determined to win Player of the Year.
It's up for grabs for anybody. They got to come with this.
He made the final table at Jacksonville, but went out in a disappointing 6th place. That finish, however, put him back in the lead, but by a very narrow margin. It would all come down to the WPT World Championship. Going into the event, there were 75 players who could pass Will the Thrill and take the Player of the Year title. Will busted early in the tournament and could only sit and sweat out the results.
I'm sweating profusely right now. There were 13 people that could still pass me for Player of the Year.
As fate would have it, it would be the quiet young pro Joe Sirac that would crush Will's dream. With an impressive 10th place finish, Joe locked up his place in poker history.
I'm very excited, obviously. It's pretty crazy. I didn't think I was going to take it back.
The Season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirac, and creating one of the season's greatest moments.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
It's weird, but because people think that poker is just about sort of the strategic element of the game, but really I think there's a lot of, I'd call them soft skills, understanding bankroll management, understanding emotional control. You just accrue life experience when you're in college, and then you come out and you're a little bit older, you know, you're a little bit wiser, and I think maybe you're better prepared to deal with sort of the mental, emotional swings that come with poker. I think finishing school can help you. You know, it helped me, I know that.
Please join me in welcoming our players. In seat 3, Chris Lee.
Well, Vance, that was very well said by Chris Lee there. No question about it. And when you graduate from Duke, you are a little brighter and smarter than the rest.
Well, he's got some chips here, 3.1. But our chip leader right now, Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better, is the chip leader still. Let's go to the felt. Anthony Gregg picks up the weapons of mass destruction, just like that. The pair of aces. Look at that.
And it makes the men raise with the aces just like he does any other 2 cards.
Boy, I don't doubt folds, any of this. 3 folds. Now Anthony's hoping against hope. He gets action, and he's got to get some by Chris Lee. Genius 28 with just 6-3 of clubs.
He's got one of those hands you're just looking to hit a flop with, where you might crack somebody. Well, it comes 10-8-8. No help for Chris there. He checks.
Thanks for the follow.
Anthony with the huge pair, gonna stick out just 75 as a little teaser.
Oh, Vance, look at this. Well, we know he's not going to call. He's either going to fold or raise to try to steal the pot. This could be doomed for the Dookie here if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's going to try to get creative with a nothing hand and re-raise. 205. Anthony's saying to himself, does this guy possibly have an 8, or is he just messing around? But he's going to call.
You're always afraid he's got an 8. You're hoping he's got some kind of drawing hand. Now a 10 comes off. That's not a good card either in case his opponent had just 10s before because now we would have a full house. Well, Chris Lee's parents in the house rooting for their son tonight.
And action on Chris. Genius 28 is going to slow down. He checks.
Many players would check right now with the 2 aces here, but if your opponent had something like a Jack-9 or a 9-7 suited, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw. Or if they had a pair of 3s, for example, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw to beat you. Anthony Gregg is going to bet.
Yeah, 215,000, and he's going to chase Genius 28 away.
The only player at this final table who re-entered this tournament, meaning he got busted on day 1A. He re-entered on day 2. You're allowed to do that here at Parks, and obviously it was a wise reinvestment for him.
Here's something, Mike. The biggest bargain in the world is playing poker on ClubWPT.com. You play, you have a shot, you can get out on the World Poker Tour in the big time.
Well, you're right, Finch. You got a chance to win over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can win seats at WPT events where you're playing for big-time money. In the Parks Open Poker Classic, we had 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers.
Yeah, we did.
That was Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. What an experience our 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks. You can do it too. Join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Right now we're going back down to the felt here in Philadelphia at Parks. All right, and right now Steven Reynolds, they call him Sizzlin' Better, is the chip leader with 5.3 million. And the fish tank, Chris Van Dersen, is down to the short stack with about 900,000. Action going to Anthony Gregg. He's got just a Jack-8, folds his hand.
All in.
There he out as well. And Chris moving all in with the ace-6 of diamonds on the button. I would do the same thing against the 2 blinds with his chip stack.
9.
Steven with a king-jack, folds his hand, but Chris,
Wow, I'm glad I didn't.
with ace-king, has made the call, and it's a great one.
Sure is. There's also a good laydown by Steven to lay down the king-jack. Well, the fish tank on his feet, his tournament life on the line here.
You gotta put the diamond, 2 diamonds up, right?
I'll take a lot of pain.
Small sweat.
A little bit unlucky the big blind wakes up with ace-king, but the fish tank has to get lucky to live on in this tournament. Parks, his home casino, plays here all the time. Got a lot of fans rooting for him. Very jovial guy, but right now, the fish tank is on the hook.
Flop comes up 8-4-3, all hearts.
You gotta put the 5 up at least.
Fish tank, they also call him Big Sexy, not looking that attractive at the moment.
Take the king of clubs.
As his hand fizzles away.
I mean, I got 5 red cards. Isn't that a flush?
And an 8 on the turn pairs the board.
That's exciting. All right, I'm okay with that turn. I'm okay with it.
Fish tank needs a 6 to win the pot, but would split it with a 3 or 4.
Can I get a black 3 one time?
Oh, the water is overflowing in the fish tank. It is moving around.
Oh boy, the tank is cracking.
Can he get lucky? Here's the river card. It's a deuce. Not going to help fish tank.
So that's going to do it for Chris Van Dersen. They call him Fish Tank. Good sport. The local guy from Philly finishes in 5th place.
Well, he's a very colorful character. He has to say goodnight. Going to take home 76,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a good run here. You're taking home 76,000. You don't usually play tournaments. You know, what was it like to have this experience for you this week?
It was cool, you know. I mean, it was my home casino. Like to play. Had fun. You know, great players.
They're calling you the fish tank, but what is this team Big Sexy all about?
You know, I mean, look at me, obviously. It explains itself.
All right, well, it's been great fun to have you all week. Hopefully have you back on the World Poker Tour.
Thanks a lot, man.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you, Kimberly.
And there you have it. Hometown favorite Chris Van Dersen is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in Philadelphia continues with 4 players right after this.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic.
And we'd like to welcome a new sponsor for the World Poker Tour, and that is Vegas.com.
Yeah, we're glad to have them on board. From hotels to shows, Vegas.com, a great place to plan your next trip to Las Vegas.
That's right, Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Well, the Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised WPT stop of season 11. Earlier this week, the WPT held a non-televised event in the Mediterranean at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Mad Marvin Rettenmeier made history by winning that event right on the heels of taking down the Season 10 WPT World Championship. The first time any player has won back-to-back WPT titles. It also puts Marvin in the lead for the WPT Player of the Year race. Marvin did play here at Parks, but he busted on day 1B, meaning whoever wins here in Philly will automatically tie Marvin for the early lead in the WPT Player of the Year race. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the Player of the Year trophy and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Philly with Mike and Vince.
4 players are left fighting it out for this title. Whoever does win will join all the other great champions and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
That is right, and the antes are now up to 10,000. Blinds 30 and 60,000. Action on Chris Lee. Genius 28. First to play, he's got ace-5.
Well, when you're playing short-handed poker, ace-5s are pretty good hands. Chris knows it. He's going to raise it.
120 to go. Anthony Gregg right behind him with a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, we know he's going to play the pot. The question is he going to call or raise? And he just calls with 2 jacks to camouflage the strength of his hand.
Yeah, Larry and Steven fold their hands, so two-way action, ace-5 up against jacks. Here we go.
Now, flop comes 5-4-4. It looks to be a good flop for Chris. He's got 2 pair with top kicker right now. Again, if you're in Anthony's seat, do you just call or do you raise? He opted to call pre-flop, and he's going to call again on the flop.
Very dangerous. Hoping against hope. Overcard doesn't show up, and it doesn't. Just a 6 of hearts. Pretty benign. And Chris is going to slow down with a check.
Well, Anthony now going to take the lead. He's going to bet 235,000. If you're sitting in Chris's seat, you know the guy called you before the flop, called you on the flop. So even if he had a 6-7, his 2 6s would now beat your 2 5s. So I'm a little puzzled by this call by Chris Lee here. What hand could he possibly beat?
Well, he has made the call, and a king of hearts on the river. Now there's flushes possible, a big overcard, a pair on the board, and Chris is going to check. Anthony Gregg now can't really like that king popping up there.
Hey, you're just not going to put a guy in a king-queen. He wouldn't be calling all that way.
He's going to bet, nevertheless.
1.4.
But look at this.
Wow, a quick check raised by Chris Lee to 1.4 million. And this is going to put a lot of heat on Anthony Gregg right here. And right now, Anthony's giving him that speech that we've all done at times. Why did I bet that on the river? Now, what do you do if you're Anthony Gregg? Virtually all you can beat is a bluff here.
Well, it's an additional 900,000. This would be the call of the night if he should do so, but not easy.
A guy check raise you with 3 hearts out there, a possible straight and a pair.
Call.
And an overcard. Tough to call, but Anthony Gregg has done it. And he is going to win this pot. What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks. That is playing some poker, but you got to admire Chris Lee for taking a shot there. Thought he could get him off a hand like that. I think he put him exactly on that hand. 2 9s, 2 10s, 2 jacks. Thought a check raise would get him off of it with the possible flush out there, the king overcard, etc., etc. Anthony Gregg was not buying it, and I can tell you, he's about to get another tweet from Michael Phelps. Great play, my man.
Anthony cannot suppress the smile. He is excited. All right, back to this hand. Larry with a quick fold.
Feeling like a check feels good. You know what I'm
and
saying?
now Stephen Reynolds with a nice hand, ace-queen of diamonds.
Oh, look at this, Vince. He just limps in on the button with the ace-queen suited. Chris Lee calling a half a bet out of the small blind with king high. And Anthony just happy to see a flop here. Got the suited connectors and 9-8 of hearts. A flop comes king 9-6.
Wow, Chris Lee picking up kings with a bad kicker. He's first to act. He's going to stick out a bet of 100,000.
Well, He's got top pair.
Anthony Gregg now with nines, though.
And he's got second pair. He's going to make the call. And look at this. Steven is going to make the call with no hand and no draw.
He's going to speculate. Turn cards, eight of diamonds. That's a 4 flush now for Steven. And Chris Lee going to bet 300,000 with his top pair.
Well, he is not dogging it here. Thinks the kings are the best hand, and he's betting.
Anthony will go out.
Well, I'm surprised. Anthony threw away 2 pair there. 9s and 8s he just threw away.
I'm all in.
Oh, and look at this, Vince. He's moved all in. Well, this is called the semi-bluff play. So when you have a flush draw or a straight draw, and you just move over the top all in, hoping the guy throws his hand away. Well, Vince, you're not going to put the guy on any kind of a set because he would have raised on the button had he had a pair. That didn't happen. He limped in on the button. And now all of a sudden, he is going to raise on the turn here when the 8 pops off. This is an amazing hand. Anthony Gregg didn't even hesitate to throw the 9s and 8s away. And this guy moves all in with ace high.
Well, genius 28 would be a genius if he should make this call. And nope, he's going to fold the hand. So Steven Reynolds is going to rob him there.
Unbelievable.
That's good. That's it.
Look at this. Chris Lee says, I should have called.
Got to take a look at the Wonder Cam, Mike, see what happens. Jack of clubs, so Chris Lee would have doubled up in a huge way.
Just didn't want to risk his tournament life. Nice all-in bet by Steven there to take down the pot.
While the action here is heating up, Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It's coming up. Don't go away.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to call it like it is in this edition of the Raw Deal.
You know that character in action movies that stands there silently, ominously, while everyone fights around him, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his supreme and devastating skills on his opponents? In poker, that's Anthony Gregg. His quiet and professional demeanor might not be the stuff that compels fans, but his skill is the stuff that professionals fear. So what makes him so talented? Let's break it down. The hand begins with Chris raising ace-5 on the cutoff and Anthony calling on the button with jacks. I think in some cases, Anthony would re-raise here with the intention of 5-betting against a 4-bet, but I think he elected to call here in hopes of inducing a shorter stacked Larry Sharp to shove from the small blind. Larry decides to do no such thing with 10 high, and we see a heads-up flop between Anthony and Chris. The 4-4-5 flop looks pretty good to both players. Chris bets and Anthony calls. The turn is the 6 of hearts, bringing a flush draw. Chris knows there's not much value to be had by betting, so he checks and decides to call the 1/3 pot bet from Anthony. When the river completes the backdoor flush draw with the king of hearts, things get interesting. Chris checks and Anthony fires a value bet of $500,000 into a pot of $1.1 million. Chris comes to the conclusion that his hand is almost never good, but also correctly reads that Anthony is likely betting a medium strength hand. He knows there's very few hands Anthony would call with pre-flop that contain a 4, and that pocket 5s are less likely with his holding one of those 5s. He also knows that Anthony can't have the nut flush because he's holding the ace of hearts himself, meaning he has 2 blockers to some of the strongest potential hands in Anthony's range. When Chris puts all these pieces together, he decides to make a daring play and check raise to $1.4 million.
1.4?
It's a strong play, and the smaller raise size is even selected to make it look as though he's trying to get value. Now it's Anthony's turn to think things over. He knows Chris's value range for this river check raise is comprised of flushes and full houses. He likely believes that Chris would elect to bet on the turn with most flush draws instead of check call, making those holdings improbable. He also likely believes that Chris would bet pocket kings on the turn, and that he would sometimes still bet the turn when he already had a boat, like 5s or 6s full. As a result, the only holdings Anthony thinks Chris might have are pocket 5s or pocket 6s that took an unusual line. In the end, Anthony decides it's more likely a capable player like Chris is bluffing than going for value in a strange way.
Cool.
So he makes the call and discovers he's won the pot.
What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks.
And as much as he wanted to maintain the professional facade he wears at the table, he just couldn't help but smile about that one.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he should have smiled about that hand. A terrific call with the 2 jacks.
That is right, but right now, it's all about Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better. He's the chip leader with 6.7 in chips.
Definitely sizzling right now.
Anthony Gregg back on him. Anthony looks down, and an uneventful 4-deuce will fold that. And now Larry Sharp folds the hand. Steven now with king 8.
150.
Has raised to 150.
All in.
Chris Lee, Genius 28, has pushed all in with an ace high.
This is close. I mean, if you're smart enough. What's it? You said it's like 1.2 exactly.
He's got Steven Reynolds mumbling to himself.
Yeah, it's going to cost him over $1 million to make this call, Vince. I just don't think you can double up a guy as tough as Chris Lee with a marginal hand like this. He's made the call. He has done it.
I
Wow.
thought there was honestly a possibility king 8 would be ahead, and I figured it's hard for me not to be 40%. And honestly, you're a pretty damn good player. I want to kind of make you race me out.
I just wish you had king 9.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh boy, not really.
Good luck, man.
I will not say that back to you.
Go a little nutty on us here, but maybe he'll get lucky. Has a chance of knocking out Chris Lee.
Chris Lee just too tough a player. Let's come Jack 8-5. He's taking the lead, so maybe Steven knows what he's doing after all.
Who's the genius around here? Steven, so far, as he outflops Chris Lee.
You want to fold an ace or not?
No.
I guess you guys didn't fold an ace.
Definitely not. If you're going to fold the ace and 9 if I'm calling with worse.
Incredible. Here we go with a turn.
There's
Chris Lee has retaken the lead with 1 card to go.
I thought I was going to get there. I don't know if he's going to re-get there, but I really thought.
Now it's Steven Reynolds that has to catch a card. Needs a king or an 8 to eliminate Chris Lee from the tournament.
Well, those aces hold up. Here comes the river card.
king 8.
6 of clubs.
So Chris Lee going to double up there. And Vince, in my mind, he's just too tough a player to give an extra $1 million worth of chips to.
1.195.
Just didn't like that spot to make that call.
Wow. Very dramatic poker.
The Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised event of season 11. Recently, the WPT held a number of regional events across the United States, as well as national tournaments held around the world. We'd like to congratulate those winners and remind you that the schedule of all our upcoming competitions can be found at WPT.com. Now, let's get back to the action here in Philly.
This time, Steven Reynolds with his hand, king, queen of hearts, has bumped it. 125 to go. Chris Lee out. But Anthony Gregg with an ace-4 has called it. Now into Larry Sharp.
Oh, he's got ace-jack of diamonds. He's on the short stack here. He could well ship it right here, Vince.
On.
Exactly what he's going to do. He has plunged all in.
I'm all in.
And Steven Reynolds behind him says all in.
Wow. Well, he's gambling here. Maybe because he was hot the last hand, going to try it again. Who knows? But right now, Larry Sharp out in front with the ace-jack of diamonds with a great shot for him to double up.
Steven Reynolds once again a slight dog.
I don't know. We're four-handed. We has 24 big blinds raise call.
Well, he's got his certain philosophy.
Well, Steven Reynolds just had a big chip lead a minute ago. He just doubled up Chris Lee. May double up Larry Sharp right here.
Aces and jacks for Larry Sharp. Beautiful flop for him.
And he's got 2 pair. Obviously, Steven can catch a 10 and make a straight that would win. He can also backdoor a hard flush and win. But right now, Larry Sharp in great shape to more than double up here.
Yes, feeling like a winner, but anything can happen. And wow, 7 of hearts.
Let's do this. That's a good one.
Never easy, and Stephen very happy with that card.
I got the heart.
He knows he can now win with any heart. Now the Jack of Hearts wouldn't win it for him, because that would give his opponent a full house. But
this would be an ugly, ugly beat here for Larry Sharp.
A brutal beat for Larry Sharp right there. 2 runners to make a flush after he flopped the top 2 pair. Larry Sharp out in 4th place on a horrid beat.
Well, he'll take home $108,000 and a bad beat story. And right now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Whoa.
Larry, obviously a tough beat there, the runner. But you had a good night tonight. This is your biggest live cash. I know you play a lot online.
Yeah.
What's it like to play with these guys out there?
It was a really good experience. I mean, Final Four especially, like, very, very tough. Got it in good. I can't do anything about it.
Congratulations on your score.
Thanks a lot.
And I'm sure we'll get to see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations. Thank you. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Larry Sharp out in 4th place, and what a rough way to go. Mike and Vince, I mean, what do you make of the scene tonight?
Well, tough luck for Larry Sharp there, no doubt about it. But when the smoke is cleared, we're down to 3 players, and it's the same 3 players that came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're in that exact same order as they're going to fight it out for this title. What a finish this should be.
Can't believe it's amazing. There's lots of pushing and shoving and calling and catching going on. Lots of gambling. They are ready to really gamble, step it up. 3 players remain. It's going to be a fantastic final.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Philadelphia, the first stop of season 11 has launched an historic battle to be the best. Continuing coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the first televised event of the WPT's 11th season. We're coming to you from a brand new stop here on the tour, Parks Casino in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our in-house experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, as we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Philly, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, my first thought is it's not a surprise that this final table has come down to these 3 players. They came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're sitting in that exact same order now. We've got Stephen Reynolds out in front, Anthony Gregg in 2nd, Chris Lee in 3rd. I don't think it's a shock these 3 guys are fighting it out, and I'm looking forward to watching this final table because these guys have got game. They're not afraid to go with their instincts and their reads on their opponents. We've seen that already at this final table. Vince, this is going to be fun to see how this plays out.
It's very, very good. And these guys are young, eager, back east kind of guys, and they're desperate for this title. This means a lot. It is up for grabs. They are really starting to shove now, so should be fun.
All right, thanks, guys. We've gotten word the action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
So Stephen Reynolds with just over $7 million, our chip leader. Anthony Gregg in 2nd place with $5.1 million. Chris Lee with $2.6 in 3rd place.
Andy's at 10,000. Blinds at 30 and 60s. To Anthony Gregg we go to first. And look at this. On this hand, picks up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces. And notice he casually keeps talking as he sees the aces. As he raises, makes it 125 to go.
Well, Stephen goes out, but look at this. Chris Lee is going to raise out of the big blind with a 7-4. And my guess is he's going to get re-raised right here by the 2 aces.
Anthony Gregg with that casual talk as he raised with the aces seems to have paid off. because he gets the action, and there's the re-raise. Makes it 585 to go.
A lot of times these young guys don't have anything when they 3 or 4 bet, but this time Anthony Gregg has got the goods and was hoping that his opponent would 5-bet him, but it doesn't happen.
So Anthony Gregg, 25 years old.
Oh boy, cocktails.
Well, let's talk about this final table that was assembled at Parks.
Mike, think about it. With the World Poker Tour, we started 11 years ago. And so the oldest player at this table
would have been 16. But these guys were watching this match. That's why they're pros today. That's why they're playing for this big money today.
We taught them everything they know.
Exactly. Wonder if we'll get a kickback, you think?
No.
Okay, I think you're right. All right, boys, don't forget us, you know?
Mike, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000.
Let me add that 4 out of the 6 players at this final table playing in their first ever WPT event, including our chip leader, Stephen Reynolds.
Well, Stephen has folded this hand, but now Chris Lee with 10-Jack is going to raise, makes this 215,000. Anthony behind him with just a Jack 3 of diamonds. And what is he thinking? I'll tell you what he's thinking. He's going to re-raise it.
Wow, just comes right over the top of Chris Lee there. So I'm telling you, Anthony Gregg is owning Chris Lee in this tournament at this final table. Seems like every pot Chris loses, it's to Anthony Gregg.
I used to play a different card game called Magic. A bunch of poker players play, like Justin Bonomo, Scott Seaver, Isaac Haxton, like that whole group. And poker just seemed like the next step. When people see you around and doing well for so long, they know you must be doing something right. So there's like a mutual respect.
That is Anthony Gregg. He plays that game they call Magic the Gathering. Have no idea what that could be.
Well, those are bright guys that played that game. And David Williams, WPT World Champion, wasn't on that list. But he's a Magic player that came into poker also. So something about that game that makes these guys very good poker players.
All right, back to the table we go. Chris Lee now with ace-7 of clubs. First to act, he's got ace-7 of clubs. He's just going to call Anthony Gregg. Calling as well.
Check.
And Stephen Reynolds not going to raise, so here we go, 3-handed.
3 players left, 3-way action. And flop 8-5 deuce rainbow.
Reynolds picking up the 5s. Anthony, nothing. And he's going to check. Stephen going to check. And Chris now is going to bet it. That's 115. Anthony out.
And Stephen going to look him up with the 2 5s.
Certainly is. Turn card.
And the 4 of clubs comes off. Quite a card there for Chris Lee. It gives him a nut flush draw and a straight draw.
They both check.
And now a deuce comes off, so Stephen's got to feel that his 2 5s are the best hand here. Knows for sure if his opponent had an over pair or 2 8s, he would have bet the turn there. That didn't happen. Confident his 5s up are the best hand.
And he's going to bet 80,000 for a little value.
And Chris Lee thinking about calling him with just ace high, Vince.
Yep, he had the 4 flush. They call him Genius 28, but this time the Genius has to say goodbye. Giving the pot up to Stephen Reynolds, the chip leader, who extends his chip lead.
Our third hour of coverage from the Parks Casino is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a special look at how Parks Casino and the WPT Foundation is helping local heroes. Plus, a look at the hot young lady who calls Philly home, but is making poker her life in Season 11's first edition of Ones to Watch. It's all when we return to the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, and we're the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, and we start with a local grinder who is making her presence felt wherever she goes, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that how you say it, or Musumeci?
Amanda, it's Musamecho or is Monsabani?
Musumeci. Amanda Moose, is that it? I don't even know.
It's Amanda Musumeci from Philadelphia, PA.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that right?
Some of my favorite places in Philly are South Street. It has a lot of color. It's really fun. I love South Philadelphia with the Italian market. They have some really great food down there.
What I know about Amanda is she's really beautiful. She's crushing the tournament circuit right now.
I enjoy the competition of being one of the few females that are out there that actually do well.
Yeah, she definitely plays a lot more than most people.
It's a male-dominated sport. It gives me a lot of confidence to get out there and be able to tangle with the boys.
She is really good at getting people to get out of the comfort zone at the table.
That's like a little bit of my Philly attitude coming out, where I'm just like, I want to get you guys. Like, I don't want you to beat up on me. I'm a tough girl. I get from tournament to tournament on the circuit in my car.
You've got to be a special personality to just live out of a suitcase and say bring it on.
We're driving grinders. We'll do 15-hour days, crash for a few hours at a hotel. Usually I have my little cat in my lap and keep rolling. We just roll all year.
That's some crazy work ethic right there.
It's no James Bond lifestyle, that's for sure.
Boozer, he's my wingman. I got him in Vegas at a shelter 4 years ago, and he has been on the road with me for 3 of those 4 years. He's like a circuit cat. My friends will bus a tournament, and they'll be like, hey, is it cool if I swing by and say hi to Boozer? I'm like, really, dude? Like, what about me? Am I nothing?
I'm not really a cat person, believe it or not.
My biggest supporters are definitely my parents. My whole family is pretty supportive of my entire career and has always been. They always told me I could do whatever I want as long as I could afford to put a roof over my head, and it made me happy. And here I am doing that.
Well, Mike, I totally understand bringing the cat along on the circuit because, you know, you don't want to tell all your friends, human beings, about your bad beat stories because they won't listen. But a cat has to listen. It's a thing of beauty.
Good luck to Amanda, but she's going to beat those other ones to watch. She better be good because those guys are great players.
All right, three-handed poker. Here we go. Anthony Gregg this time is called. Steven out, and Chris Lee.
Wow, surprised Anthony would limp in on the button with King 10 offsuit there. Chris Lee now going to raise it out of the big blind with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Makes it 255 to go.
And just that quick, Anthony gives up the hand. So, I mean, Chris was raising thinking he had the best hand with the Queen 10 suited, but he didn't.
Nice aggressive play by Chris Lee. They're the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar with the Parkettes. Enjoying the action at our final table. Now, if you are a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And everyone who comes out to our live TV events can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself. So come on out. Hope to see you here on the tour very soon. Back to this hand, Steven.
160.
Right now, Steven Reynolds is going to pop it up with ace-queen. Chris Lee behind him.
Oh, he's got ace-jack suited. Well, Chris is 25-year-old poker pro, graduated from Duke in sociology, been a pro for 2 years. And when you're on the short stack, I'm guessing you're going to 3-bet it with this hand. And so does Chris Lee.
Says charge, makes it 370 to go. Anthony folding his hand. Back around to our chip leader with his ace-queen. Staring down Chris.
All in.
Well, big hand here. All in and called, and Steven has him dominated. It's ace-queen versus ace-jack. And as you can see, Chris Lee not happy. He knows he's up against it. He knows his tournament life is on the line. He's got to have help. And there you see Steven's brother and his fans.
Yeah. I would be getting in obviously worse aces than ace-jack. I'm glad that I have a better one, though.
You think?
I'm gonna apologize in advance, buddy.
What for?
Putting a bad beat on you.
Nah, that ain't happening. My man, Dominic, right? No, D. Damn, it was something with a D, man. I was close. I was close, though. Yeah. He wouldn't have known what letter your name starts with, bro. Do him dirty.
Steven trying to chum it up with the dealer.
See, the confidence of youth, Vince.
Spade, spade, spade.
The guy with the worst hand thinks he's going to outdraw him. The guy with the best hand says no.
Here we go.
Now the queen right on the flop. Big trouble now for Chris Lee. He gets up from the table.
I feel like I'm safe to do this, right?
Knows he has to hit 2 runners to make a straight or a running jack-jack. Nothing else will do for him. It's over for Chris Lee. He is one terrific poker player, folks. Just wasn't meant to be for him tonight. He came to the final table in 3rd chip position, and he goes out in 3rd place.
Yeah, now he's going over to his family and friends. He's going to pick up $158,000. He didn't win the championship tonight, but Genius 28 shows off in this event, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a lot of people will be happy with a 3rd place finish, but you're obviously disappointed. Tell us about your feelings right now.
You know, I'm definitely bummed out. You know, happy to finish, you know, in 3rd, but obviously when you get this close, you want to get all the way, so.
Well, all right, Steven Reynolds called you the perfect player, so I'm sure we're going to see you back here at another WPT final table.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, you got it. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. A disappointed Chris Lee exits the final table, and now we're heads up with Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action at the Parks Open Poker Classic is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yes, and out come the gorgeous Royal Flush Girls. Tuba, Ivy, Danielle, and Brittany. Looking beautiful tonight as they lay out the cold hard cash here this evening in Philadelphia.
Well, in addition to the prize money these guys are going to win, the winner also gets an entry into the $25,000 WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, where he could win millions more.
On top of that, of course, they get their name inscribed on the beautiful WPT Champions Cup with all the champions' names.
And I'm sure to both of these guys, getting their name inscribed on that cup is just as important as the cash they're going to win here tonight.
Heads up action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway between Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Well, poker player and a day trader by profession, are you buying or selling right now?
I'm selling stock myself, a little overpriced right now. Buy low, sell high. So it's time to start jumping ship, guys.
Well, this table has been awesome. It's been fun to watch. I mean, what are your observations of Anthony so far?
I mean, there was 2 players particularly I didn't want to play heads up, and I managed to find one of them. That's my observation, is one of the 2 best players at the table.
Well, the goal is you are heads up, and you do have the chip lead. Good luck to you, Steven,
yeah,
and your heads up match.
All right.
Anthony, to our viewers out there that have come to this final table and seen the names, may not think this is going to be a tough table. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, if they didn't think it was a tough table, they were definitely mistaken. I mean, yeah, no soft spots at all.
Good luck to you in the heads-up match.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Right now, Steven Reynolds, sizzling better, is the chip leader with $9.7 million.
Has nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead over Anthony Gregg as we start out the heads-up battle. There you see the prize money that these guys are going to get. The heads-up battle begins.
First hand to Anthony Gregg. He's got Queen Jack. He's raising to 165.
I call.
Steven with Ace-5 is making the call. No raise with the ace. Here we go with the flop.
The flop is queen, queen, 3. A dream flop for Anthony Gregg there as he's flopped 3 queens.
Just a beautiful flop. Steven checks it. Anthony gonna bet. Little TC fly bet. 125. Hoping he won't chase away his victim.
Now Steven not believing him, calling him with the ace high, thinking it might be the best hand. Little does he know.
King of spades helps neither player.
Steven drawing completely dead, as you can see. Anthony firing again, this time 290,000.
He certainly is. And Steven not saying no moss yet. He believes his ace high perhaps is in front. He's called it.
You know, Rocky was an underdog, Vince, but he had a chance. This guy's got no chance to win this pot. Just giving his money away here.
10 of diamonds on the river. Steven checks. Anthony relentless.
Anthony obviously hoping he made a pair of kings or something on the turn.
Wow, 690 into sizzling better.
And he called him on the flop with ace high. Called him on the turn with ace high when he was drawing dead. Will he give away more money? He lays it down, so Anthony Gregg takes pot number 1 of the heads-up battle. And this is going to be a battle, Vince. Make no mistake about it. I know Steven Reynolds had almost a 2-to-1 chip lead, but I think he's going to need it against this guy.
Right now, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000 here at Parks. $10,000 ante. Here we go. Action on Steven. And Steven looks down at a big hand, ace, king of spades.
Oh, look at this. Just limps in on the button and throws the chips high so his opponent can see he's just limping in. Anthony with the 8-3 just says, okay, let's see a flop. 10-7-3 here. Anthony's flop bottom pair. He's going to lead out and bet 125,000.
Steven with ace king gonna call.
And now the 9 of spade comes off. This gives Steven the ace high flush draw. Anthony has bottom pair and an open end straight draw.
He's still gonna push. He's betting 325.
Wow. You'd think he'd be a little scared. When the guy limped in on the button, those middling cards usually hit a guy.
750.
And you see what's happening now. He's getting raised to 750,000. So what's Anthony going to do now?
They're just so excited I put more chips in the pot. I don't even know if I have anything.
He's not going anywhere. He's made this call.
Well, we'll see how good it is. He's got bottom pair and an open end straight draw, but obviously there's 2 flush draws out there.
River card is a 6. He hits the straight. Anthony Gregg being stubborn here, sticks around.
1.2.
Makes his hand, and now he's betting 1.2. And he's going to chase away Steven Reynolds, who could not connect with the river card.
So Anthony Gregg catching a nice card on the river there where he could bet and take down that pot.
As you can see, Steven Reynolds with 9.2 million, but Anthony 5.6. Sneaking back into this contest.
You see they're changing gears now. Limping in on the button with ace-king suited, Vince. Something you don't see very often. Usually in heads-up play, good players raise every time on the button with any 2 cards.
Anthony Gregg here with ace deuce of clubs is raised to 200,000. Steven with the 10-7.
Makes the call.
Okay, and the flop comes up king, jack 7, pair of 7s for Reynolds. And he has checked it.
Well, the continuation bet.
300.
And look at this, the check raise with bottom pair here.
Yeah, min raise.
And it's going to get the job done. So a nice raise there by Steven to take down that pot. And what a battle this is going to be.
And right now the antes are going up to 20,000, blind 60 and 120. Getting more expensive here in Philly at the beautiful Parks Casino.
250.
Right now Reynolds is going to raise with a nothing hand. 10-4 makes it 250 to go. Anthony going to call with king 9 of diamonds.
Now, Anthony Gregg out front at the moment. Well, flop comes ace jack 6 with 2 diamonds. Anthony's flopped a flush draw. He checks. It's gone check, check. Now a 9 comes off, so Anthony now has 2 9s and a flush draw.
He's first to act. He's going to check it again. And Steven's going to check as well.
That goes check, check. And now a 10 comes off. Steven now has the best hand with 2 10s. So all the trapping Anthony was doing, probably not doing him very good.
Wow, Anthony has checked.
180.
And finally, Reynolds going to come up with a little bit of a value bet here.
Well, it is a value bet here, Vince, of 180,000 and a good one, but look at this. The check raise by Anthony Gregg right here, and Vince Stevens saying to himself, why didn't I just check there? I might have won with 2 10s, and in fact, he would have. Just like that, we've got a real horse race in terms of chip count now.
Oh, that's incredible. And look at this now. Steven Reynolds with 7.7 million in chips, but Anthony Gregg almost tying him up with about 7.2. What a battle we have.
Slowly getting nibbled and nibbled and nibbled away. 250.
Steven Reynolds this time queen jack makes it 250 to go, but Anthony with a real hand, pair of jacks.
645.
Wow, Anthony picking up some good hands here in this heads-up battle here.
I call.
And Steven gonna call him with just queen jack. Wonder if he's a little tilted by limping in with ace-king suited, and then betting on the end where he got check raised out of the pot.
Nevertheless, Steven has hit the queens.
Dream flop here for Steven.
Outflopped Anthony.
As the cards lie, his opponent's got 1 card in the deck he can win with.
750.
And Steven is gonna bet 750,000 with the queens.
Well, this pot could spell big trouble for Anthony Gregg. Jack of clubs, the only card in the deck he can win with.
Well, he's gonna call with the jacks. Hoping against hope his opponent doesn't have a queen, but we know better. Here's the turn.
10 of clubs comes up. Now, neither player has a club in their hand. Both have an open-end straight draw. Steven has the best hand with 2 queens.
Anthony checks it.
Check.
Steve gonna check behind him. River card is a 3. Helps neither player.
Well, another check by Anthony. Now look at this. Again, Steven stands up and looks at his chip count.
It's 5.5, right?
That's when you're playing heads up. There's no reason you should ever have to look at your opponent's chip stack, see how many chips they have. Just look at your own. You got to know how many chips are in play. Just doesn't make sense. Why a guy would have to do that?
1,315,000.
This is a great value bet right here by Steven. And as you can see, Anthony doesn't know what to do.
And for the first time tonight, Anthony looks completely confused, baffled, hates to muck this hand. But it would be a fantastic laydown if you should get away from this.
Strange hand.
And the more time he takes, the better Steven is feeling. He'd love to get a value bet and get it paid off of 1.3.
You can just see Anthony's mind whirring away there, trying to put all this together. Just can't figure it out because the hand was checked on the turn.
What do you have?
That's not a good way to start up the talking. I can't factually answer that one.
You know, that he sort of gives that Peter Lorre laugh.
I mean, you should have started off with, do you have a 2-beat? And then, do you have a
2-beat?
And then, do you have a 9-beat? And then, do you have a queen beat?
Do you have a queen beat? Wow. Yeah. Do you have a straight beat?
Yeah.
Steven said yes, he had a straight beat. His nose is going to grow shortly.
This is like the hand of the final table for me, you know?
So far.
No, I'm saying the hand that I have.
It's tough for Anthony to figure it out. Just can't imagine the guy would check top pair on the turn here with 3 clubs out there. Oh, Vince, I think if he does call, it's strictly what we call a curiosity call. He just can't put this puzzle together, and sometimes you just pay off a bet because you want to see what the guy's got and how he played the hand the way he did. Of course, you're hoping he's bluffing.
This is a big moment here at Parx Casino.
And there it is. He does make the call.
Nice hand.
He's not going to like it. Steven going to take down that pot.
Oh boy, and Steven, you can buy your brother a shirt with that one. Beautifully done by the chip leader, Steven Reynolds. Getting some value in there at the end. Heads Up Action will continue here at Parks in just a moment. Stay with us here on the WPT.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to season 11 of the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Over the past decade, the World Poker Tour has helped thousands of players live out their dreams by awarding more than $550 million in prize money. And now the WPT Foundation is using the power of poker to influence positive change by raising money and awareness for some excellent causes. At every stop this season, we will take a look at the organizations that make a difference for our partner casinos and their community. Earlier this week, the Royal Flush Girls joined Mike and Vince on a tour of the Ben Salem Emergency Medical Services, which provides a much-needed and appreciated service for the community surrounding Parks Casino. This thing is serious.
When Parks got involved with us, their donation allowed us to have a third crew up during the day. It reduced the time to get an ambulance in Ben Salem from 17 minutes to 8 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for your public service. The true heroes of the world, you people really are.
We love the World Poker Tour. Such an important service. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Now, it's nice to see the WPT Foundation supporting local charities and Parks doing well to support their community.
Yes, they have, and the big battle continues here at Parks, and the antes are going up to 25,000. The blinds 75 and 150. Action on Steven Reynolds. Steven with a king 7 of hearts. Won't raise, just calling.
As we've said before, his brother Garrett.
425.
The 5-time X Games gold medalist in the BMX.
I call.
He's looking to put the gold medal on this tournament on his mantle.
Well, Anthony with just a 10-7 figures if Steven couldn't raise, I'm going to represent like I have a quality hand. He does not, but he gets called.
Well, a lot of players would just be happy to see a flop. They had a 10-7, but not Anthony. He's trying to win it without seeing a flop.
Flop comes up king, queen, 3. That's kings for Steven Reynolds, nothing for Anthony Gregg.
The continuation bet comes, but Steven will be going nowhere after flopping top pair. I can promise you that. Just a matter if he calls or raises.
Call.
He's just calling.
It's uncomfortable if you are Anthony Gregg.
Well, Anthony knows he's got some kind of pair. Now an ace comes off. Now will Anthony try to represent the ace? And it looks like he is. He's going to fire another shell here. And I think it's going to be very tough for Steven to call here.
Well, look at this. Anthony with just a bologna sandwich. Betting $1,075,000.
Over $1 million bet.
And you are right. Even though you have kings, bad kicker.
Yep.
Very easy to release this.
Call.
He's going to call it, Mike.
Wow, that's a tough call, folks. And now another king comes off.
Well, that's going to make Steven feel a lot better.
Well, Anthony's got to recognize the guy called me on the turn. He's going to call me on the river, unless he's got specifically 2 little spades.
Anthony is going to check. I believe he sees the writing on the wall. And now Steven wants to punish him just a little bit more.
1.8 million.
Oh, yeah, that's all. 1.8. And as you can see, Anthony is not quickly folded. He's acting as if, he had a hand and he's got a decision to make.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we know better.
Just posturing here.
Oh, yes.
Vince, call your Hollywood director buddies. This guy's going for a role here.
Yes, he's very good at it, too. Nice, natural actor. And now you do the right thing. Go away.
So there you go. Another nicely played hand because he played it tricky, Vince.
Weird hands.
Thank you, man.
Huh?
I said thank you.
No, I said weird hand.
Oh,
but
I
nice,
thought you said good hand.
Nice hand also.
All right.
Maybe.
Vince, what an experience that our two ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks.
Yeah.
We had Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. They qualified online to win a seat in this Parks Open Poker Classic. Actually had a shot to take home over $416,000.
Mike, it is the greatest bargain in poker, bar none. And these guys got to hang around the Royal Flush Girls, and you and me, and we did have a good time with them. I'm a big fan. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table here in Philly.
Back on Anthony. What a display of poker this young man has played tonight. Very strong, and this time with a pair of nines.
All in.
Cool.
I have an ace.
A nice limp in on the button there by Anthony Gregg. I don't blame Steven for moving all in with an ace high in that situation. As the cards lie, Anthony a 2-to-1 favorite to double up and stay alive.
Raise it goes. Chuck. It's Chuck.
But if Steven gets lucky, he'll be our champion.
Bounce him off the wheel, baby. Wheel ball. Asking for the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Going a little nutty on us.
The first time in my life I've asked for the wheel on a flop.
Well, he's asking for the wheel.
It's a good time to ask
He only
for it.
needs one spoke, Vince. Just an ace will do.
He is superstitious, maybe.
It's sick that you have a diamond, like.
Stephen Reynolds
I
from
know, like-
Toms River, New Jersey.
I go from like flipping to like 3% with the blocker. I'm not sure of that math, but that sounds right. I already know the wheel. It's 2, 3, 4. I've got the straight already. Straight. I've won. Straight.
Strong, positive thinking by the young 27-year-old.
Straight.
Anthony Gregg must win this pot to stay alive.
Straight.
Steven just hoping to get lucky and end it right here, right now.
Nines versus ace-5. We are flopping.
Here comes 10-8 deuce. Good flop for Anthony. 2 nines well out in front. All spades on the flop. Neither player has a spade.
Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades.
He is
Dead
begging.
to man. Dead to man.
Here we go. Turn card. Will he catch his ace? No, it's a deuce of clubs.
Well, he's going to have to catch an ace on the river to win this pot and take this title right here. Nothing else to do for him. Anthony all smiles. He knows he's way out in front with a great shot to double up and pretty much even up this match.
River card, our queen of hearts. Not going to work out for Stephen Reynolds. Anthony Gregg going to take this home with a pair of nines. And that is a nice double up for Anthony out of Columbia, Maryland.
Well, there you can see Stephen with a slight chip lead after that pot.
Practically dead even as the heads-up battle continues.
Well, all the jumping around and laughing will now cease for Stephen Reynolds. He's going to have to go back into game mode.
Anthony this time with a queen, 4 of clubs. Is just going to call Stephen.
Check.
Content to see a flop with 7-5, and here we go. Flop comes up 10, 9, 8.
Vince, as you watch this heads-up battle continue here, you can see Anthony Gregg trying to keep the pot small, thinks he can outplay this guy after the flop, and I believe he can.
550.
Steve check raising, making it 550 to go with an open-ended straight draw.
He is raising this pot. And Vince with a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. You might just want to ship it with this hand, but Anthony taking the conservative route, just making the call.
And let's see what happens on 4th Street.
Well, a queen comes off. Neither player really crazy about that card, even though it pairs Anthony.
1 million.
But when your opponent bets, like Steven's doing now, one pair doesn't look too good with a 4-card straight on the board.
Betting $1 million.
Well, Anthony's calling in hopes to hit a club. Probably afraid his queens might not be good. But another queen comes off.
Check.
Well, here's Steven just waving the flag. Once the guy called him on the turn.
7 high. 7 high.
The 3 queens are going to win this pot for Anthony.
So Anthony has turned this around completely.
You just wonder, had Steven had the moxie to bet again on the river.
Yeah, he wins it.
It's very tough to call with 3 queens there with the 4-card straight out there.
We got a new chip leader in town. That is Anthony Gregg. Can he take home this title? We will see. We're coming back.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, we are down here right now as the heads-up battle continues at the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, Steven told us before the final table started, it was more important for him to win the title than to win the money. I'm sure Anthony feels the same way. Getting your name engraved on this cup is the dream of every poker player. One of these two guys is going to do it tonight.
All right, let's go back to the booth.
Having the World Poker Tour here at Parx Casino has been amazing for us. We are the first Pennsylvania casino to partner with WPT and the very first to have the televised main event.
We had 500 entries with a prize pool of over $1.6 million. The buzz in our room has been amazing. We had players from all over: Alan Barry, Matt Glantz, Paul Volpe, Alan Kessler, Kathy Liebert, and Steve Brecker. I think a player, in order to win this, needs a lot of patience. It takes mental stamina, physical stamina. You're playing 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day. I consider poker psychological warfare.
Easy game. Easy game.
Well, Dwight's just bluffing about that. It's an easy game. So many good players out there these days, including these two, fighting it out for this title.
And look at this. Anthony Gregg has turned things around. He's got 11 million now. Steven Reynolds with about 3.8.
Well, Anthony was down to 3 million just a few moments ago, as you mentioned, Vince.
Check.
Now Steven's down to that number. Let's see if he can turn it around like Anthony did.
Well, the flop comes up Queen 6-3. Anthony with a pair of threes. They check, check.
Well, he's going strictly small ball, not betting a pair after his opponent checks.
Check. 4 clubs on the turn. That gives 2 pair now to Anthony.
And he won't be checking anymore. His opponent's got a gut shot straight draw. He's going to make him pay for it.
300,000. That's going to be all for Steven Reynolds. He's getting washed away here.
Anthony extends his chip lead, one step closer to taking down this WPT title.
Yep, and Steven Reynolds just not as jolly as he was just a few minutes back when he was a couple cards away from a title.
Well, here, Anthony gets a walk, as we say. First time we've seen that in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, punished. Yeah, and punished by that.
Anthony's starting to roll over Steven Reynolds. Can the young 25-year-old from Columbia, Maryland, do this right now?
14 bigs.
Right, he's got 11.4 million.
Whatever you like.
Against 3.4. Blinds are 125, 250. Here we go with the button. Anthony looks down at a king 9.
Well, it's strictly small ball here as he just calls again on the button.
I'm all in.
Steven with ace-4 goes all in.
Call.
And he's going to get the call.
Wow, what a gambling play by Anthony there. In my mind, he leapt in on the button and then called over a $3 million bet with king 9 offsuit. I got to say, I'm a little stunned by this play, Vince.
I'm certain that Anthony's logic was, even if he loses this pot, he'll still be pretty close in chip count. He'll just play from there, but if he gets lucky here, it'll be over, and he'll be our champion.
Now it is up to the poker gods. Who can get lucky on this hand? And a king just like that on the flop. Great for Anthony. He's out in front with kings.
Well, Steven started as a 3-2 favorite before the flop, and now, as you can see, he's nearly a 9-1 underdog.
Ace bomb.
9.
Turn card. Steven begging for an ace, but it's a queen.
Well, we are down to the river. Steven with just a 7% chance to win this pot and stay alive in this tournament. All smiles for Anthony, but all he wants to do is dodge an ace on the river, Vince.
Steven wants to hit the 3-outer. Can he do it to stay alive?
And it's a 10. So there you go.
He did, man. He played really well.
Good luck in the 25K.
Lady Luck smiling down on Anthony Gregg there to eliminate Steven from the tournament.
Heartbreak for Steven Reynolds. He is out. He's our runner-up, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Steven, $244,000 in your first World Poker Tour event. Are you happy or are you upset? You had the big chip lead there for a while.
That's definitely
digging already, and I know it'll burn its way in for the next 9 months to a year.
Well, I think you've proven something to yourself. I think you've proven something to the public out there. You played great against a great player, Anthony. I think you're going to be back again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me.
All right, guys. We'll see you again. Mike, over to you.
Anthony, congratulations to you. You came to this final table on second chip position, and what a tough fight it was. You got to be feeling great right now to be a WPT champion.
Yeah, feels really awesome. I mean, I've been wanting to win a lot tournament for a really long time, so it's nice to finally get the monkey off my back, you know.
Well, in addition to the $416,000 you're taking home, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. But just as important to you probably is getting your name etched on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you're excited about it. I know a friend of yours has been tweeting you good luck all week long. That would be none other than the most famous Olympic champion of all time, Michael Phelps. I expect the next tweet you'll hear from him is congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I mean, appreciate it.
One more time, our champion, Anthony Gregg. Kimberly, back to you. Go.
Congratulations to Anthony Gregg, the season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to Los Angeles and the Bicycle Casino for the always exciting Legends of Poker tournament. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Since our inaugural season, the WPT has made 10 legends here at the Bicycle Casino, and tonight we're looking for number 11. The Legends of Poker final table continues now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker final table here in Los Angeles. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and tonight I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis pro and poker expert Vince Van Patten. So Mike, with one player out and Josh Hale holding a massive chip lead, how does that affect the dynamic of this final table?
Well, Kimberly, the dynamics could change based on the thought process of the other four players. For example, one guy at the table may be thinking, you know, the best chance for me to win this tournament is to put myself in a position to play heads up against the big stack, and by doing that, I've got to outlast these other three guys. So therefore, I'm going to go into a tight mode and just try to outlast them. On the other hand, another player might be saying, you know, I've got a chance to win a WPT title tonight. I'm not going to win it by sitting back trying to hold on and play tight and outlast somebody. I'm going to fire it up, play aggressive, go for the gusto, and take my chances and go out wherever I may.
And Vince, what do you think is going through the players' heads right now?
Well, I think show tunes are going off in their head right now. I mean, they want to follow in the footsteps of the great Doyle Brunson with the big cowboy hat and Will the Thrill. He won this event last year. They are legends. These guys want to become legends. There's a lot of excitement at this table as 5 players remain. It's going to be good.
Well, guys, we have word that cards are about to get back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. Josh Hale well out in front with over 9.2 million in chips. Everybody else chasing him, and they're chasing that $500,000 first place prize, as well as to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Okay, action onto Greg Mueller from Canada.
Greg, a top pro, great high-stakes cash game player.
1BB.
Well, he is folded, and now the chip leader, Josh Hale.
Always a legend, Mad Dog.
From San Diego with just 9-8 is going to raise.
Makes it 130,000 to go.
Right behind him, a guy from LA, Ali Islami, with a pair of queens.
Ali, another great high-stakes cash game pro. Didn't play that many tournaments, but does pretty well when he does play them. See how he's going to play these queens. He just calls, does not re-raise with the 2 queens. Maybe hoping to entice somebody to try to make a squeeze play behind him.
Max Steinberg out, and Ralph Malik also not going to play, so two-handed, 9-8 versus Queens, and the flop comes up King, Jack 10.
Well, Josh does have an open-end straight draw, the sucker end, as we say, but he is going to fire out a bet there, 210,000. Ali quickly calls with the 2 queens, has the open-end straight draw. And now an ace comes off. Ali with the best hand possible right now, the ace-high straight.
Just a perfect card for Ali. No flush possibilities out there.
And Josh betting 440,000 here.
Call.
And Ali just calls. Doesn't raise with the straight.
He's just hoping the board doesn't pair. Of course, then he would have the cinch.
Well, he's also hoping his opponent fires again at the river, especially now that the 4 hearts has come off, because he can't be beat.
Oh, what a card. Just a total blank. But the bad news is Josh has checked it, and now Ali has to put out a little money. 500.
It's enough where he hopes he gets called. Now Josh is just going through the motions here. Has no intentions of calling. He could not possibly win calling.
I got you, bro.
I got you, bro.
He'll see you later.
Certainly does. He's got the nuts. Ali Islami, second time in the World Poker Tour final table, takes down this pot.
I like Ali. I like Ali a lot. He's fun to have at the table. He can get creative.
Yeah, he's a big talker.
I am going to say this.
Then you have to be careful with a player like that.
Hitting hands over and over again. That's not a bluff. Sometimes dreams can come true.
Ali actually scares me the most out of anyone at the table. I'm definitely going to have to really watch him closely.
He's always going to be dangerous. Definitely not going to be sad to see him bust out.
Last time I was at the table for such a short amount of time, they didn't even bother putting a bio in for me.
And that's going to do it for Ali. The high-stakes cash game player from LA is going to go out here.
Well, hopefully you guys will have a chance to get a bio in for me this time.
Well, he's a colorful guy, happy-go-lucky.
It just shows you the respect the other players have for his game, because he is a dangerous player, and I guarantee you, he's not looking at the prize money. He's only looking at the first place trophy.
All right, back to the felt. The chip leader goes out, Ali as well, and now the guy that looks a little like Donny Osmond back in the day, Max Steinberg, looks at a king-queen.
Yeah, could be his cousin for sure.
All right, he's going to raise it, 160 to go. Next to act is Ralph Malik, first time ever at a WPT event with just a 4 deuce of hearts. Has not folded yet. Well, what is he up to? He's 35 years old, plays a lot of cash games here, wants to prove himself to his family and friends.
All in.
And look at this, he has gone all in with just 4 high. Greg Mueller goes out.
Wow.
What a move by Ralph.
This is a guy that got a master's degree in chemical engineering from the University of Texas. I'm talking about Ralph Malik. He could blow up right here as if opponent called him.
What is Donnie Max Steinberg gonna do?
Needs to be suited.
Well,
can he be bluffed out of this? Yes! And what a play that was.
The beauty of poker, you don't have to have cards to win. You just gotta have heart to bet.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you know what? If you're a Club WPT VIP member, you actually get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. So come on out to the tour, the WPT, and meet Kimberly Lansing and Mike Sexton, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself. Be happy to see you.
Action over to Greg Mueller now.
And Greg Mueller is going to raise to 175 with just ace-7. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 40 and 80,000 with a $10,000 ante. Josh with a king-jack is going to make the call.
As you can see, the green indicator next to Josh's cards there show that he is the chip leader now. If they have a red indicator, they're the low stack man.
Well, he's called it, and everyone else looks like they have gone out. So here we go. Ace-7 versus king-jack, and the flop comes up queen 10-9. Look at this, a straight for Josh Hale.
The rich get richer. Here comes a continuation bet by Greg, but this Canadian will not like it.
200,000.
This is like taking a puck in the side of the head. Not going to work for Greg here.
Oh, well, Josh is going to re-raise, going to play it fast. Now, Greg has a problem because he has absolutely nothing, just ace-high, and he's going to fold. Josh Hale there, the amateur at the table from San Diego, the chip leader, extends his chip lead.
Plenty more to come from the Bicycle Casino, including the Royal Flush Girls hitting Muscle Beach. A look back at one of Season 10's greatest moments, and the Bicycle Casino becomes even more legendary with a secret to reveal. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour. Stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. Welcome back to the WPT Legends of Poker here at the Bicycle Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Now, Vince, as you know, this week we had 3 ClubWPT.com VIP members earn the chance of a lifetime by winning a seat into this tournament and actually having a chance to play for $500,000 and up against some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, they not only played, but they also had a great time. I mean, they got to hang around the Royal Flush Girls, and you and me, and we did have a good time with them, right?
Well, it was not only great meeting all these guys, but 2 of them, Efren Abustan and Philip Smith, actually went deep in this tournament and made money. But I'm not sure that the 3rd guy that qualified, Matt Carranza, didn't have a better time, Vince, because as you said, he got to come out to Venice Beach with us, played in the golf tournament with us, just had a great time, thoroughly enjoyed himself. Matt, you got to be loving this.
I'll tell you what, I can't stop smiling, Mike.
Well, actually, Mike, I think that all 3 were winners. 2 took home money, the other one had a ball. So if you too want a shot out here on the World Poker Tour, go to ClubWPT.com. You'll have a great time. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
They did it. You can too.
But right now we have 5 players battling for big prize money here at the Bicycle Casino. And as you can see, Josh Hale with $10.1 million in chips, Mike.
And everybody else sitting on right around $2 million. So it's going to be interesting to see the tactics that's used here now by all these guys with the short stacks.
All right, Max Steinberg first to play, goes out. And now Ralph Malik looks down at a king-8 of clubs.
Well, we saw the guy move all in a minute ago with a 4 deuce. They were suited, but this is suited too. So if you can move in with a 4 deuce, you can certainly raise with a king-8. And he's doing it. 170,000 to go.
Greg goes out, and now Josh Hale with a pair of deuces. He's a chip leader. He's from San Diego. He's a recruiter headhunter by profession, and he's going to make this call.
Now it's around to Ali Islami. It's going to cost him $90,000 more to call, but the pot's got $470,000 in it.
I'll do it for you.
So he's getting priced in here to make the call with the 6 deuce of spade, and he's doing it.
All right, 3-way action.
The flop is Jack, Jack, deuce. Can you believe it? Josh Hale has flopped a full house actions on him.
Just incredible. Deuce is full just like that.
You talk about running good. Look at this, Vince. He is going to lead right out in bet. I'm a little puzzled by that. 150,000. Ali, now who has 2 deuces, is making the call.
And now the original raiser, Ralph Malik, with just king high, is
can't do anything.
He's going to run away.
Been betting cold in front of him when 2 jacks are on the board. And now a queen comes off. Obviously, Josh is hoping that Ali has flopped 3 jacks.
Slow down here, Josh. I don't think it's going to work if you bet, but he is going to bet $400,000.
You can't blame him. You almost presume your opponent flopped 3 jacks when he calls you on the flop of a jack, jack, deuce. When he didn't raise pre-flop, you're not going to put him on a big pair. So you're hoping he's got 3 jacks here. You got a great chance to bust the guy.
Oh boy, he's going to chase Ali away. Deuce is full on the flop. Everything's happening properly for Josh Hale tonight from San Diego, the non-professional at the table.
Well, Vance, one thing's for sure, he's been a card rack so far at this final table. No doubt about it. He's made trips a couple times. He flopped the nut straight once. There he flopped the full house. Everything going Josh's way.
Well, that's the way it usually is for the champion on the World Poker Tour. You got to get the cards, make them work. Back to this hand, Ralph with a quick fold. And now Greg Mueller. Very charismatic Canadian player is going to raise with his hand. He's got king-10 of clubs.
Yep, makes it $220,000 to go.
Folded back around to Ali. Ali's got ace, deuce of diamonds. He's not going to play. And Max will not play as well. So Greg Mueller picking up this hand just like that. And he wants to hear the applause and the friendship and the love in the room.
I mean, there's a big pause.
He is an affable guy. He's a fun guy. Greg Mueller.
Yeah, a lot's happened since I came in 4th in Reno. I think that was in 06 or 07. I remember how excited I was back then. It was my first WPT final table. All my buddies from back home flew in and got smashed, and we had a great time. But I think I'm a little bit more experienced and composed now, and I think that will kick in and help me win.
Well, Vince, what I want to know is what's happened to Greg's hair since the last time we saw him at a final table? It's all gone. Has he taken that many bad beats?
I guess he lost it in a poker game. Who knows? But right now, Josh Hale's the chip leader with 9.8 million. And he's going to be 10,000 still. But the blinds are going up to 50 and 100. Let's take a look at Greg's cards. Whoa, he's picked up a pair of sevens.
Yep, got the 2 walking sticks. He's on the short stack at the table. So the question is, what do you want to do with the 2 sevens?
He played professional hockey over in Germany back in the day. Tough guy.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push all in.
Now, just going all in, right under the gun, going to force somebody to pick up a big hand to play with him.
Well, Josh has gone out, but Ali with ace high won't play. Max Steinberg, Max has got a huge hand, ace king.
Well, he's going to go with this, man.
7 and 5 is 12, 14, 16, 18.
Well, Max is asking for a count, but I think when you pick up ace king, you just got to go with it in a short-handed poker game.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He has gone over the top all in. Ralph getting out of the way.
Well, he's got Greg covered.
Yep.
Well, Greg is hopeful once he gets called that he's in a race. That's the best scenario he could be in.
Yeah.
And that is the case. So Greg Mueller has raced on skates many times in his life. Right now, he's racing for his tournament life.
Yep, he's got a couple World Series bracelets. Second time at the final table on the World Poker Tour. Can it be his night tonight? 5 cards to come in a race, and here come the first 3. And so far, so good as a 10-8-5 emerge on the flop.
Yeah, Greg very happy with that flop, no doubt about it. Just trying to dodge an ace or a king.
Well, could it be his year? Here we go with the turn card. Let's take a look.
King right on the turn. Again, Max getting lucky. It's not over. Greg Mueller can catch a 7 to win the pot, but he's going to have to hit the slot machine to do it. It's going to take 3 sevens.
Just a horrible, painful turn there. Going to the river. Last card.
Well, it's a 4. Tough luck again for Greg Mueller. He loses that race, and he is going to be our 5th place finisher.
A horrible beat for Greg.
Vince, he's gotten deep year in and year out in our tournaments, and it seems like he's always very unlucky when he gets knocked out. This time it's not very unlucky. He's a slight favorite to win this hand is all, but still, when you get knocked out, I don't care how you go out, whether you're outdrawn, whether you lose a race, or you just take a bad beat, doesn't matter. The pain is the same. You're out the door with no shot to take a WPT title tonight.
And right now he's over to Matt Savage in front of the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Greg, pretty tough turn card there with that king on the turn. How disappointed are you in tonight?
Obviously, I'm pretty disappointed. I mean, thought I faded a race one time, and you know, the king rolled off. I was really looking forward to winning this one. I felt good all week.
It seems like you were in the zone for a long time in this tournament, and obviously you're a great player, so I'm sure we'll see you again in another World Poker Tour final table. Congratulations, Greg.
Thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you. Back to you, Kimberly.
Poker pro and all-around good guy, Greg Mueller is out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table continues with a look at what fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here in Los Angeles. So stick around.
Muscle Beach was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Feel the burn, baby. Feel the burn.
Well, I got a chance to actually step onto the gym and do my own workout.
That's it.
Woo! Oh, good workout.
Welcome back to Los Angeles. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Everyone's having fun here at the Bicycle Casino for the Legends of Poker. And as you can see, Josh Hale is the chip leader. He's got 9.9 million in chips.
Now, Vince, now I can see why some of the guys go to Venice Beach to work out. If the Royal Flush Girls are out there, that would be worth it.
Well, we did have fun out there that day, but right now it's on to Josh to become a legend here. He's the chip leader. He's got Queen Jack, and he's going to make it 210,000 to go. Right behind him, Ali Islami.
Yeah, he's on the button, got position, got a king queen, makes the call.
He certainly does. Max out, and Ralph Malik now. Another ace king here tonight.
And he's in the big blind here. And the first guy raised, the second guy called. I'll be shocked if Ralph doesn't come over the top here.
What do you have, Ali?
This is his first time ever. Ralph Malik playing a WPT event. He says, I have a lot to prove, and he's going to push all in.
It's always strange to me why a guy asks the guy who called on the short stack how much he's got, rather than worry about the chip leader, who was the raiser.
Don't let it bother you, Mike. Josh out, and now Ali with King Queen. Let's see how much more in addition. About 1.8.
Oh, that's what he's thinking about. He knows this guy makes some moves every once in a while. Would he be making a squeeze play right here?
There's Vanessa Russo, good friend of Ali's, rooting him on.
Next level is what?
Ali trying to figure out
20, 61,
is it worth the investment time-wise? And he says call.
Well, he's made the call. He thinks the blinds are going up so high the next couple of levels. You might as well go ahead and gamble here. Not the hand Ali wanted to look at, that's for sure. He'd much prefer looking at a pair of 8s or a pair of 9s or an ace-jack, but as it is, he's dominated, must get lucky. Now he has a few more chips than his opponent, but if Ali loses this spot, he will be extremely short-stacked.
Well, the flop comes up Jack 4 deuce. No luck for Ali. Didn't hit his queen, so Ralph out in front in a great place to double up and almost put out Ali. 7 of hearts on the turn.
That's even worse for Ali because now the queen of hearts won't even win it for him, as his opponent has a flush draw. So he's got to catch one of 2 offsuit queens.
There's Vanessa looking disappointed for Ali. Ali needs to hit the queen. Can he do it? Here we go. Nope.
The deuce comes off. So Ralph Malik doubling up there.
You don't have to go. You can stay.
I was going to shake your hand.
Shake my hand. All right, you're welcome to shake my hand. Nice hand, buddy. I'm not leaving, though, either. I'm going to hang out for a little while longer, if that's all right with you.
Well, Ali does not have the size of the small blind left, Ben. So he's not out, but definitely he is down to dental floss.
Yeah.
Max Steinberg closing in on our chip leader, Josh Hale. 4 players are still left fighting it up for the $500,000 first place prize, as well as the seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, to say nothing of getting their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Awesome. Because I won't explain it to you. It's all right. Never mind.
Josh with 4 deuce is going to raise here. Makes it 110. And that is going to put all of Ali's chips in, but Ali has a pretty good hand. Ace 10 up against 4 deuce.
Yeah.
How'd you wake up with a hand?
So Ali just looking to double up here. Get mildly back in the hunt anyway.
By the way, technically, it would have been really easy to wake up with a hand because I only had to be 4 high.
Well, a flop
so really,
of 8, 7, 6.
Almost every hand would constitute a hand at that point.
Ali's giving poker lessons and sermons.
Let's see a 5 ball.
You name
Well,
it.
Ali does talk a lot at the table. I got to tell you that for sure.
Here comes the turn. Aces for Ali there.
Still got your 5.
Yeah, only a 5 would lose it for Ali now.
Yeah. What doesn't help me, Ralph? What are you talking about?
Well, it's a 3.
4 doesn't help me. That's not good.
So Ali Aslami lives on.
the turn, that wouldn't be good.
He's not dead yet, but still on the respirator, even though it's turned on to low now. Instead of desperate.
Yeah, you win a little pot, but just still steaming like a cheap economy car. As Vanessa Russo watches the devastation. Just can't believe what's happened to him. Ali from LA, a fine player, his 2nd time ever at the World Poker Tour final table. Back to this hand. Ralph Malik has picked up a pair of 3s, and he's going to make it 210,000. Josh going out, and Ali now with a king 7.
Well, Ali's only got about 250, 60,000.
Call.
But look at this. He specifically says to call. Doesn't move all in, saving some chips because he knows it'll make it difficult for those guys to bet.
Now Max has Jack 7 of clubs. He was in the big blind, and he has made the call as well. So 3-handed action. Here we go. Can Ali survive? Flop comes up. Ace 8-8.
So Ralph's still out in front with the 2 3s.
And Ali's going to check. Max is going to check. And Ralph with the threes is going to bet. Looks like 100,000.
Yep, he's going to bet the size of the big blind. Ali quickly calls with his last money. Makes it very difficult for the third man to call.
And Max goes out, so they're going to show the hands right now.
Well, that worked at least. At least they got one good thing done here.
Meaning he eliminated one player, but he better worry about winning the pot. Because if he doesn't, he's going to be out in fourth place.
A little bit of maneuvering with the tiny stack, you know. Don't have a lot of space to maneuver but they did maneuver a little bit. Pretty happy with it anyway.
Ali looking like he has hope, and look at this, an ace.
Now his opponent must catch a 3 to win the pot. So Ali in great shape to more than double up here, nearly triple up.
Yeah, things turned around for Ali. He's got a smile on his face. And down to the river we go. Will Ralph disappoint him with a 3? No, it's a 9 of hearts.
So Ali Islami, who just had less than 100,000 just a moment ago, now is up to over $500,000.
Ali has hope. We have 4 players sticking around. You stick around too. We're coming back for more here on the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
For the past few seasons, the Legends of Poker has played a pivotal role in determining the WPT Player of the Year. In Season 9, champion Andy Frankenberger had the distinction of being named Player of the Year as he held on to his point lead after winning this event. And last season, Legends champ Will Fiala jumped out to an early lead, only to have it snatched away from him by Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach at the WPT World Championship. Looking at the current Season 11 Player of the Year standings, WPT champions Anthony Gregg and Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer are atop the leaderboard, but tonight's champion will vault into the lead as they'll earn 1,200 points for their victory. We'll keep you up to date on the Player of the Year race all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action here at the Bicycle Casino with Mike and Vince.
But there you see the chip counts. Josh Hale well out in front with about 8 million in chips, but Max Steinberg closing the gap with about 6.2 million. But Ali Islami, the buzz here, he's down to less than the big blind not too long ago. Now got 700,000 in chips.
All right, Max gets out of the way, and now Ralph with an ace-6 is going to pop it. Makes it 210,000 to go. Josh Hale folding his hand. And now Ali with a king-8 has a decision.
You could try the stop and go. That works sometimes.
Stop him from doing what?
The things that you might be considering of trying. Like you could do that one.
Everything I'm doing so far is
perfect.
Yeah,
I know
it's
this.
working the way I mean it to work.
I know this.
So I guess it's unfortunate about the ace king.
Yeah, might not work so well this time. Calling here.
Oh, thanks.
A 30-year stack with a king-8 offsuit, but let's see what happens.
All right, and the flop comes up a 9-5-3. Ralph still out in front, and Ali's going to check.
Well, Ralph does not make the continuation bet, so 3 of hearts comes off. Now, both players have a flush draw. Ali has a king-high flush draw, as you can see. Ralph with a 6-high, but Ralph has the best hand right now with the ace-high.
But Ali has bet this 3-10 because he's got the 4 flush. And, well, Ralph is going to call. Let's see what happens on the river. Oh, boy, it's a flush.
Jack of hearts comes off. Both players now have a flush. Ali's only got about 180,000 left.
Caught the flush on the river, but he's going to check. Try to trap here. Now all in by Ralph, and a quick call, of course, by Ali. Nicely done.
Obviously, Ralph thought he had the best hand when his opponent checked. He had less than a couple 100,000 left with 1.2 million out there, so he bet the flush, but Ali has the bigger flush and doubles up yet again.
He made the most out of that hand. Well done, Ali.
What a comeback this would be, Vince. Ali Islami was down to the size of the big blind. not long ago. Now has well over $1 million in chips.
Yeah.
Right now, our executive tournament director and sideline reporter, Matt Savage, is over to talk to the very talented poker pro, Vanessa Russo.
Here at the Legends final table, and we have Vanessa Russo out in the audience. Who are you here sweating?
Ali Islami, a good friend of mine.
Are you having any fun today? I mean, he keeps coming over for, is he asking for advice, or what's he asking you?
Well, first, about the fun. I mean, it's definitely fun now, but he gave me like 18 heart attacks in a row. But when he comes up and talks, he's just asking for like, you know, my observations when I'm watching him play a hand and, you know, anything I notice about, you know, him in particular or whatever, just poker player talk.
Obviously, you're one of the great players of all time, so I'm sure he's getting good advice. Vanessa, thanks for being with us.
Well, Vince, Ali wanted me to make sure that I told all the ladies out there that he is single. So even though he's up there flirting with Vanessa, he says he's open to the field.
That's nice. All right, back to the table we go. Ralph has raised with Queen Jack to 210.
Call.
Josh is going to call with his King 9 of hearts. And look at this. Ali Islami's got a pair of 9s, a real hand.
Pot was raised and called already to him. You'd think he just might 3-bet here.
Okay, I raise. I'm not all in, by the way. I'd like to point that out.
Look at this. Ali is going to raise to 1.5 million.
Very good bet by Ali.
Max going out.
He's saving 10,000 for something just so you don't have to turn your cards up or you'll have something to bet on the turn.
Now Ralph has folded, but Josh.
Well, he re-raised him all in because he only had 10,000 left, obviously.
Can Ali pick this one off? We will see.
Now Josh could well afford to make the call just to take a shot to eliminate this thorn on everybody's side.
I'm not a thorn. I'm only a thorn in one person's side. Why are people working this out?
Here come the first 3.
It's not that hard.
Queen 5-4.
Appreciate the action, but not a good play.
Ali looking good with the 9.
Max understands.
Well, a 5 comes off. All Ali Islami has to fade on the river as a king.
It trips me out. I just don't get it.
If he doesn't, he'll have well over 3 million in chips.
Could be one of the greatest turnarounds we've seen on the WPT. Here comes the river.
It's an 8. Ali Islami has done it again. What an incredible comeback by this guy. Everybody in the house stunned at the turnaround of Ali Islami. Everybody was virtually counting the guy out just a short while ago, Vince, when he didn't have enough for the big blind. And yet now look at him.
Ali doesn't want to go away, Mike.
He sure doesn't, Vince. What a comeback this guy has made. He doubled up. He tripled up. He doubled up, and he doubled up again.
All right, back to the action. Max Steinberg first to act, and he's going to quickly fold his hand. On to Ralph Malik, also folding. But Josh Hale with an ace-deuce is going to raise. Makes it 225 to go. Ali with a pair of deuces. He's picking up cards. His hands are holding up. What a turnaround.
Just opting to call here, not re-raising. Up against the chip leader, of course. He's now got some chips, so let's look at the flop. Flop comes 7-3-3. Josh checks. Well, Ali checks right behind him. Just doesn't want to get check raised out of the pot. And another 3 comes off, so Josh checks again. Now, Ali's got to think he's got the best hand now, Vince. You just have to put your opponent on something like Queen Jack, an ace of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
You got to think deuces are good here. Ali does, and he is going to get a bet in. 225,000, quickly called by Josh with the ace high. Now a 5 comes off. And again, Josh checks. And Vince, Ali is good enough to recognize his opponent's probably got ace high. So he's going to get the value bet in of $500,000 on the river.
And Josh Hale is going to pay him off.
Ali confident the ducks are good. Indeed they are. And there you see a little frustration, the emotion starting to set in a little bit on the amateur, Josh Hale.
Well, there is always frustration at these final tables. And you might remember emotions ran very high here last year as well. Let's take a look back now, as we will be doing all season long, at one of the best moments of season 10, which took place right here at the Legends of Poker.
The The Season 10 Legends of Poker proved to be a hard-fought battle with an amateur player from Canada who wore his emotions on his sleeve.
Unreal.
After getting pushed out of a number of pots by East Coast pro Will the Thrill Fiala, Jeff Vertez stayed determined and drew his line in the sand.
I'm all in. I call.
Will summoned help from the poker gods when he asked for a jack.
Jack of hearts.
Jack, 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 jack.
Well, spades. Jack of spades.
Will spike one right on the flop, turning the tables, leaving Jeff the one to call for cards.
Hit the king. Hit me with the king. Hit the king. One time with the king.
Christ almighty.
Jeff's outs never came, and Will Fiala would go on to become the Legends of Poker champion. Though disappointed with his finish,
Wait.
Jeff Vertez embodied the true competitive spirit of the World Poker Tour.
And I'll be back. I'll be back. For sure.
Creating one of Season 10's best moments.
Improving your game takes lots of practice. That's why we play on ClubWPT.com, where we can try new strategies and adjust our game by playing as many tournaments as we want, as often as we want, without risking any money. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching the World Poker Tour.
People think about Vegas and they say, oh, that must be the poker capital of the world. I tend to think that Los Angeles is. We have some of the biggest card rooms in the world.
Many players feel home at the bicycle casino. We know what player wants. They want a hotel, and we're building one for them. The bicycle future is bright. We're hoping that we'll finish it in December of 2013. So when you're coming in here to 13th season, you can check in your hotel room. And don't ask me for a comp.
Oh, believe me, they will be asking for comps, but players will love it when they put a hotel here at the Bicycle Casino. And Vince, how big will the Legends of Poker be then when there's a hotel here?
Oh, huge. Okay, right now you see Max Steinberg's the new chip leader, $6.1 million in front of the Champions Cup. The honor that every poker player dreams about, winning the title and getting their name engraved on that beautiful cup. But here we go. Max first to play. He's got King 9, and he's gone up to 20,000. Lines of 60 and 120.
Yeah, Max, the 24-year-old pro out of Washington, D.C.
Makes it 350 to go. Ralph out. Now Josh Hale.
No longer his chip leader.
Yep, he's got Queen Jack. He's going to make this call.
He's still playing.
The real surprise package is this guy, Ali Islam. He's still here. He's got 4.1 million. He goes out on this one, and we're going to see a flop. King 9 up against Queen Jack. Here we go.
Yeah, flop comes Jack 7-3. Great flop for Josh. He is taking the lead in checks. See if we get the continuation bet here. Yep. Looks like it.
Yes, by Max Steinberg. Pretty in pink. He is going to make a bet of 250 with just King High. Josh has got to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, most guys would raise here in this spot when they flop top pair. Josh just going to call, though. Not raising. By not raising, you give your opponent a chance to catch a card that could beat you, in this case a king. That doesn't happen as a 5 comes off. So Josh in great shape here. Again, he checks.
Yep, he's throwing the rope to the man in pink, but he's going to check behind him. Down to the river we go. Will Max get lucky with a king? No, but he gets a 9.
9 of clubs comes off. So obviously Josh got to feel like he's got the best hand for sure. So he's going to get in a little bet here. Looks like 300,000. That's not a big bet into a pot that's got 1.4 million in it, but he wants to get called here.
Thinks he's putting in a nice value bet. Perhaps it is. Max has caught 9s.
1,500,000.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Mobile to base. He's re-raised this.
Well, I am trying to figure this out, Vince. He's got a hand you could easily call with, the 2 9s. The guy didn't raise your back on the flop, so might not put him on jacks, but by raising here, you expose yourself. In my mind, if the guy had a set, he's not going to check on the turn, Vince. There's a possible straight out there,
right.
2 possible hearts out there.
He would have made that call, but Josh did not. He has folded the hand. Nicely done by Max Steinberg.
Max Steinberg, who came to this final table in last place, is the chip leader with 4 players left.
Pretty impressive. Josh Hale, just disillusioned, taking his whippings here tonight at the bike. Can he come back? Let's go back to the felt.
Well, Vince, he misplayed that hand on about every street, it looked like, and unfortunately it cost him the pot. I guess you got to hand it to Max for putting enough pressure on him to run the guy out.
All right, onto this hand. Ralph now with an ace-10. Ralph from Los Angeles, 35 years old. First cash on the World Poker Tour because it's his first event. Originally from Texas. Now he's putting in a raise, makes it 250 to go. But Josh looks down at a pair of sevens.
Well, Josh can't even remember back when something went right for him this final table. Even though it did a lot early on, but certainly not lately. The guy's raised in front of you. You pick up 2 sevens. What do you do now?
Well, I'll tell you what you do. You re-raise. Get aggressive. That's what he's doing. Makes it 550 to go. Ali out. Max fades away. So back on Ralph.
How much more do you have?
310,000 probably.
Okay, I'm all in.
Well, this is a bold 4-bet, in my opinion, by Ralph with the ace-10 here.
I call.
But he can't push around Josh. Josh has made the call.
Well, that's a tough call to make for all your dough with the 2 sevens there. I can tell you that, but he's made it. We got a race situation. I'm sure Ralph is happy to see he's in a race. It's about the best spot he could be in.
So Ralph has Josh covered, of course.
Yep.
Ace-10 versus sevens. Here's the flop. Well, it is good for Josh. Queen-9 deuce appears.
Ralph will be a big chip leader if he could somehow win this pot. But right now, Josh Hale in great shape to do that and double up here.
And that would put Ralph on the short stack. 4 clubs, not going to help Ralph at all.
Josh showing no emotion so far, but I guarantee you, his heart is pounding and he's holding his breath right now. One more card. Come on, let me double up and take the lead back.
Crowd on its feet, rooting Josh on. And a 3 of hearts on the river. That is good for Josh Hale. He is back on top as the chip leader.
And there you see his friends and family finally got something to cheer about again, Vince. Went well for him early on. Then he was dropping dramatically. Now with that double up, he's once again the chip leader, as you can see.
Well, my chips have been flying, and looking at the WPT stack tracker, Max Steinberg had a great start at the final table and is now second in chips. But let's not forget Ali Islami, who was down to just 1 big blind. He miraculously built his stack up, putting him back in contention.
We've seen crazy action all night long. Right now, it's anybody's game.
And he's still 20,000 blinds, 60 and 120. 4 players remain at the tournament Doyle Brunson won back in the day, the Legends of Poker. Who will become the legend tonight?
First pocket I don't know if that's exactly right, but it's around.
We're going to call it that. It sounds more interesting.
Ali Islami has picked up kings. He's got the Cowboys. Suddenly gets very serious. What a time to get him. And look at this. He's just going to call. He's going to try to slow play. Now, Max behind him with a nothing hand, 5-6.
He's on the button, and he's going to call.
All right, he's got 1 sucker.
So he's hoping to see a flop.
And now Ralph is looking down at a pretty solid ace-10.
All in?
He's gone all in.
Well, we just went all in with it a minute ago. It didn't work out.
Oh,
I'm
look
all
at this.
in.
Josh also with kings. He goes all in.
I'm all in,
And
too.
of course, Ali has to go all in.
Wow.
This is crazy.
So we got 3 all-ins here.
Max runs away, of course.
Josh and Ali have the same hand. Both have a pair of kings.
They show the hands. This is incredible.
This is a disaster. Don't laugh. This is terrible.
One time ace. With ace.
This is a disaster. Stop your laughing. This is not at all funny.
One time ace, dealer. You got me, dealer.
Quite unusual here at the Bicycle Casino as 2 kings are up against ace-10 for a humongous pot of the night. And the flop is Queen 7-7. How do you like that? The kings are out in front.
Well, Ralph is going to have to catch an ace. That's all he can do.
The weirdest final table.
Unless quad 7s come up.
Sexton's calling for running 7s.
Otherwise, he is going to be out of here.
I heard running 7s over there. Jesus.
Unbelievable. Well, the river card is irrelevant. They're both drawn dead. Unbelievable.
Ralph Malik has done it. He spiked the ace on the turn. He is going to triple up.
Oh, man, big smile by Ralph, formerly from Texas, to come out to L.A. to play poker at the Bicycle Casino and play big tournaments, and right there, he makes a big suck out.
Well, gentlemen, that hand brings us to the end of our second hour of coverage from the Legends of Poker. Mike, I got to ask you, when's the last time you saw a hand as dramatic as what we just witnessed?
Well, Kimberly, obviously a lot of drama here at the Bicycle Casino tonight. We've had more ups and downs than a ship in a storm here, but it looks like Max Steinberg is the guy to beat right now, Vince. He started out in 6th place. He's now the chip leader. Everything going his way. We'll see what happens.
Vince, how do you see this one playing out?
It's crazy. Well, big blinds mean big, fast game. I mean, that's what's happening tonight. They're shoving, they're pushing. They got to use a lot of quick strategy. They're doing that. We're seeing everything. One legend is going to be coming out of this. Who will it be? I don't know.
Well, please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
In Los Angeles, 6 players fight for the coveted title and a chance to achieve legendary status. Season 11 coverage of the Legends of Poker starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh!
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Los Angeles and the Bicycle Casino. Since the WPT's inaugural season, the Legends of Poker tournament has elevated players like both Fiala and Andy Frankenberger to the forefront of the poker world, as well as cemented legendary status for Hall of Famers Dan Harrington and Doyle Brunson. Well, tonight will be no exception, as just 5 days ago, 622 poker players entered and sometimes re-entered the $3,500 tournament here at the Bicycle Casino, all with aspirations of becoming the next WPT champion and achieving legendary status in the poker world. The 11th WPT Legends of Poker event brought out top pros from around the world, as well as a large local field, all hoping to become the newest member of the WPT Champions Club.
This is day 1A of the bike, WPT Legends of Poker.
I'm really excited to be here.
Gotta make a hand.
It's time to shuffle up and deal.
Allow me to welcome you to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker. Shuffle up and deal.
Defending Legends champion Will Fiala liked his chances.
Will the Thrill has done it.
And was still feeling confident a year later.
Feeling good?
I'm feeling really good.
Also with a new outlook was Season 9 Ones to Watch, Joseph Chung.
In Season 9 of the World Poker Tour, I was fresh off my final table. I had what they call too much money syndrome. I was playing crazy in a lot of hands. The past couple of years I've toned it down, took my image into account, gotten a lot tighter, and I'm just a better player overall.
And as some players were just sitting down, including Season 8 WPT World Champion David Williams, a frustrated Vanessa Selps was standing up, becoming the first casualty of the day.
Made the right read on someone, and he hit a 2-outer on the turn.
Are you going to play tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
And the bust-outs kept coming, including two-time WPT finalist Justin Young, whose turned set of threes was no match for Jesse Yaganuma's flopped set of sixes. Luckily for Justin, this event is a re-entry tournament, and he'll have a second shot at this WPT title.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is too good a tournament to miss. I wish I could rebuy again right now.
Justin wasn't the only busted-out player with plans to come back.
See you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna take a hit like a champ and come back tomorrow.
And re-enter the next day. With so much on the line, it seemed like the close quarters were ratcheting up the tension.
That was just disgusting. That's disgusting.
No, you keep the next time. Keep the next time.
You want to 9, I don't care.
Why are you so Yeah, I insulted him. Because you're the bodyguard, you can't go around pushing people, man.
Man just came up to me and pushed me and started talking to me.
No stranger to fighting, UFC announcer Bruce Buffer would put his money on Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati.
I would go with the shorter guy. Yeah, definitely the shorter guy.
When the dust settled for the day, it was chip leader Michael Littman who had all the muscle. Down but not out was defending WPT Legends of Poker champion Will Fiala, who ended with 39,500 in chips. All of this excitement, and it was only Day 1A. Day 1B saw some familiar returning pros looking to take another shot, as well as plenty of amateurs who were firing just one bullet at their chance of advancing to Day 2.
Most amateurs play Day 1B because they're just going to take one shot. That's me, the amateur, hey!
After cards were in the air, Mike Sexton made the rounds and checked in with some of our favorite players, including WPT loyalist Alan Kessler, who was closing in on his 100th tournament on the tour.
We know you made the money more than anybody else on the World Poker Tour the last couple of years, so good luck today. But we want to see you at the final table. We need you at the final table.
I'm trying.
And the Royal Flush Girls railed the action and checked in with raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. Unlike Day 1A, Season 11 wants to watch Brian Hastings and Season 10 5-diamond finalist Vanessa Selps were off to a great start, picking up chips early.
So this is the time of the tournament where I think I really do well, and hopefully, you know, I'll end the day with 200K.
Throughout the day, the deck was hot for some
There's a poker god.
and cold for others.
So sick, man.
But Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach, who had the day off after advancing on Day 1A, stopped by the Bicycle Casino and got his hair styled at the Mitch Grooming Bar. The day was not as relaxing for Season 8 WPT Legends of Poker champion Prahlad Friedman.
Still defending, so that's what I tried to do, but I was unsuccessful.
Vanessa Selps had her tournament life on the line when she got it all in pre-flop with Ace-9 against amateur Josh Hale holding Ace-Jack. With the board of Queen, 6, Jack, King, Josh flopped middle pair and Vanessa had a straight draw for the chop. But a deuce on the river sent the poker phenom home earlier than she would have liked. For ClubWPT.com online qualifiers Philip Smith and Efren Abustan, the dream continued as they walked all over WPT champion Adam Weinrob.
Club WPT guy has been punishing me today.
And Season 11 ones to watch Brian Hastings.
Yeah, he was beating me up in a few hands there. I think he had it. Seems like an honest fella.
At the end of the day, 191 players survived, and Hilmar Solvason was chip leader with 227,000, followed closely by amateur Bhagwan Tejwani, who had high hopes of becoming the next legend of poker.
I want to be a legend.
The remaining field from days 1A and 1B combined forces as 302 players continued the long journey on the road to the final table.
On Day 2, there's still a lot of the field left. People aren't feeling the pressure of the bubble yet, so there'll still be some erratic, crazy play.
And as expected, people were not afraid to get their chips in the pot. For some, it worked out well, including Season 10 LAPC champion Sean Jazayeri, Season 9 final tableist Ali Islami, Season 4 Reno final tableist Greg Mueller, and of course, WPT champion Dwight Pilgrim.
One step at a time.
But others weren't as fortunate. Daniel Strelitz got his chips in holding top 2 pair on a board of Ace 10-3 against Eric Davis's flopped set of threes. But it was the turn that led to an outburst from Eric when Daniel spiked a 10 for a bigger full house.
Kidding me. You gotta be
An inconsequential 8 on the river sent Eric to the rail
I'm not gonna do it.
with a bad beat story to tell his friends.
Out the door, man.
Over at Table 7, last season's Legends of Poker 6th place finisher Awais Ahmed also flopped the set. This time it was aces, but it was no match for Joseph Chung's turned flush, and Awais would fall short of making back-to-back final tables at the Bicycle Casino. It would also be the end of the road for Season 11 ones to watch Brian Hastings and Dee Dozier.
There is a seat next to Justin Young if anyone would like it. Yay.
WPT Legends of Poker defending champions Andy Frankenberger and Will Fiala.
Well, I was trying to repeat my win from last year. Couldn't get that.
Gonna have some fun down at the beach tomorrow and see if I can cheer up a lost weekend.
But hanging in there were ClubWPT.com online qualifiers Philip Smith and amateur poker player and professional ladies man Efren Abustan, who stole a good luck kiss from the Royal Flush Girls. As the day came to an end, Ali Islami, Joseph Chung, and Max Steinberg were at the top of the leaderboard, along with Season 11 ones to watch Jason Kuhn, who had a chance to chat with one of the Royal Flush Girls.
Hey guys, this is Tuba, and I'm here with Jason Kuhn, one of our new ones to watch. Do you play to win or for the cash?
Well, I mean, I think all tournament players play for the win, but sometimes you've got to drop the ego and just try to make the most money you can.
Who has what it takes to become a legend? Find out when our extended coverage of the play down to the final 6 at the Bicycle Casino's Legends of Poker continues. Plus, Tony Dunst breaks it down in The Raw Deal. And we'll see how the Bicycle Casino and the WPT Foundation are playing for a better world when Vince and the Royal Flush Girls visit the Bell Gardens Explorers program. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Players at the Legends of Poker continued to clash as the race to the final table heated up. With the money bubble approaching, day 3 began with 84 players all looking to make a big splash at the Bicycle Casino. 63 players would make the money, but only one would hoist the WPT Champions Cup, so expectations were high.
I feel great today.
I'm not playing for the bubble money, I'm playing for the $500,000, so.
Usually do well at the bike tournaments, hoping for TV time this year.
My plan is to accumulate as many chips as possible.
I am the money bubble. They better be worried about me.
And while the remaining players were getting ready to battle, Mike, Vince, Club WPT online qualifier Matt Carranza, and other prominent members of the poker community took their talents to Venice Beach.
Want another knee brace, Vinny?
This is 1960s, how you wear your socks.
Hey.
Push your socks down, Mike.
Oh, get there, baby.
What kind of shot is that? Get it to Prod.
No money was won out on the court for Season 8 WPT Legends of Poker champion Prahlad Friedman. But back at the bike, his wife Dee was in good shape to cash as the money bubble grew nearer. Tensions mounted as hand-for-hand play got underway.
We're only playing for $500,000.
When one player went all in, it seemed like the remaining 63 all gathered around hoping for an end to the bubble torture. All eyes were on Elio Fox, who was all in with Jack 10 against Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who held pocket aces. Elio's holdings would not improve, and he would leave the Bicycle Casino empty-handed. After the money bubble burst, the players were free to mix it up.
I'm in the money, I'm going to open up now.
And just like Bhagwan said, the players loosened up and started to gamble. And though some would fall, they were not going home empty-handed.
Always somber when you bust these things.
At the end of the day, 18 players remained, but it would be Greg Mueller who would be second in command going into day 4, giving him quite the advantage.
2.4 million. It's nice to have chips. It's a lot easier to play.
On day 4, the 18 remaining players put on their game faces and took their seats to prepare for battle, all with the common goal of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
I think there's some really good players left. We'll see. I think I'll actually kind of learn how good the field is as the day goes on.
Play was fast and furious as Season 9 ones to watch Joseph Chung was eliminated in 18th place.
Lost a coin flip. Everyone's short stack. You gotta win those coin flips. Whoever runs the best is gonna win this thing.
And ClubWPT.com online qualifier Efren Abustan exited in 17th place, winning $18,000 and a little love from the Royal Flush Girls. But it was amateur Josh Hale who was a one-man wrecking crew as he busted Sam Barnhart in 15th place, David Marshall in 11th place, and cash game specialist Jesse Martin in 9th place.
I mean,
I feel better in tournaments than I ever have before, but I'm ready to just get back to grinding cash games.
Chips continued to fly as Ali Islami, Max Steinberg, Jeff Madsen, and Ralph Malik all found crucial hands to double up. Although Greg Mueller took a big hit from Ralph Malik, he got those chips back, calling Steven Grainer's all in on the flop.
I'm all in.
Holding ace-10 on a 10-high board. Steven's pocket nines never improved, and he busted in 8th place. Tension was in the air with 7 players left and only 6 seats at the TV table when Jim Willerson found himself in the hot seat as he got coolered running his pocket kings into Josh Hale's pocket aces and was eliminated in 7th place on the TV table bubble. The final table was set with a bicycle casino regular, a local high-stakes cash game pro, a former hockey player, 2 talented young pros making their first WPT final table, and a headhunter from San Diego, all aspiring to become the next legend of poker. Tonight's final table of 6 players have all had some success in the poker world, but they still have something to prove, the right to be called a WPT champion. For more insight on our final table, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis pro and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, we've seen 2 of our final table players here before, Ali Islami and Greg Mueller. Do they have what it takes to take down this title this time?
Oh, they sure do, Kimberly. Greg Mueller and Ali Islami are the real deal on the green felt. What impresses me the most about them is that both of these guys have been successful high-stakes cash game players for a lot of years. I think their experience is going to bode well for them tonight. And Kimberly, I look for one of these 2 guys to take the title tonight.
And Vince, what does it take to become a legend of poker, in your opinion?
Oh, good question, Kimberly. To be a legend of poker, you have to be bigger than life. Take Doyle Brunson, for example, okay? He is bigger than life. The big cowboy hat, great poker player, used to ride around on a horse, now he rides around on a scooter, but nevertheless, he is bigger than life. Will the Thrill Fiala also won this event. He's a champion. The gold chains, the big personality. He's a legendary player. That's what it takes. Now, one of these guys tonight will emerge as a legend at the bike, but it's not going to be easy. This is a tough tournament to win. You've got to play very bold. You've got to play aggressive. You have got to play looser than the scrambled eggs at Denny's. This will be fun. One of them will do it.
Now, Vince, we know Josh Hale is the big chip leader at this table, but a guy that's probably not to be overlooked at the table is one of our short stacks, Jeff Madsen. Now, Jeff's only 27 years old, but when he was 21, he took the poker world by storm. The guy won 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. Now, this is his first WPT final table. We're thrilled to have him here. And right now, Jeff's gone over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jeff, it's your 52nd World Poker Tour event and your first final table. What took so long?
I don't know. I've had some close calls before, last 2 tables. I don't know, I'm just playing well lately. I don't know why I haven't really broken the bubble yet, but I'm really relieved and happy that I'm finally here.
How bad do you want this win tonight?
Really bad. I mean, I've been playing professionally 6 years, and WPT is a very prestigious title, so I'm looking forward to giving it a good shot for sure.
All right, well, we'll see how you do tonight. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Our first place finisher tonight will take home $500,000, which includes a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. The start of the WPT Legends of Poker final table is moments away. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This stuff's kind of exciting to me. I've never really done an interview or anything like that, so this stuff's all kind of new.
That's what I've been working for many years. And hopefully a stepping stone to, bigger and better things.
Everyone thinks I'm a loose cannon. Maybe it's the way I look, maybe it's just the raging chest hair.
I think the most important thing is knowing your player and knowing what's going on in their head psychologically.
And I've wanted this final table so bad. That just means that I want to win so much more.
Battle's on, and the competition is going. You do what it takes to win, and winning a WPT title would be awesome.
Welcome back to Season 11 on the World Poker Tour. We're in Los Angeles at the Bicycle Casino, providing complete coverage for the WPT's Legends of Poker tournament.
Mike, this is very exciting. This is our 2nd decade on the World Poker Tour. It's just amazing. And right now we have 6 players going after this major title. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Josh Hale out in front with 7.3 million. Greg Mueller in 2nd place. Ralph Malik in 3rd place.
And that's what they're playing for. The winner tonight is going to take home $500,000 in that coveted WPT title, with the opportunity to have your name engraved upon the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, Jeff Madsen first to act. He's going to fold. And now Ralph Malik out of LA also folding. Around to the ex-hockey pro, Greg Mueller. Look at this. He has picked up the ladies, the pair of queens, the Fire Island hand.
The Canadian, one of the most popular players in the poker world, going to raise it up here. Makes it $135,000 to go with the queens.
Into Josh Hale, the chip leader. He's folding. And now Ali Islami, local pro, also folding. Will Greg Mueller get action with this? It's up to Max Steinberg. Nope.
He folds as well. So Greg Mueller taking down pot number one.
That's great news.
Would have liked to have some action from
Mike, ever since season number one, people have had dreams of coming out here on the World Poker Tour and making the big bucks. And we know a couple of these players that had that dream come true this week.
Well, you're right, Vince. ClubWPT.com has awarded over 75 seats into WPT tournaments worldwide. We qualified 3 players for this Legends of Poker right here this week. And 2 of these guys, Philip Smith and Efren Abustan, actually went very deep in this tournament.
That's amazing. They're amateur players, yet they did go deep. Philip, I think, finished 38th, picked up $9 grand. Efren came in 17th place and picked up $18,000. So it's amazing what you can do on the World Poker Tour.
Folks, listen. If you want your chance to live the dream like these guys did, go to ClubWPT.com, sign up for a membership, and you can play for your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, as well as win entries out here to WPT events. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go. First one to act in this hand will be Ralph Malik. He's 35 years old, tough poker pro, and he looks down at a pair of 9s.
Yeah, very bright guy. Got a BS from Penn State University and a master's degree in chemical engineering from the University of Texas.
Well, he is smart because he's figured this out. He's raised Greg Mueller out, and now it's around to our chip leader, Josh Hale.
Well, you can see he's chip leader by a little green chip stack indicator we have.
That's true. And he's got a pair of jacks, Mike.
Now he's also got the big chip lead, so my guess is he's coming over the top of the 3-bet, and indeed he is.
Yeah, repop makes it 3:35 to go. Ali out. Max Steinberg also out.
Down to Jeff Madsen, he folds as well. So now we're back around to Ralph Malik.
And he is desperate for this title. He says this is going to mean so much to him and his family to prove he's not just a cash game player, but a great tournament player.
This hand indicates why the mid pairs are the toughest hands to play. You get one, you raise it, you get re-raised. What do you do now?
Well, he's got some chips, so he can afford to speculate. He has made this call. So Jack's up against 9s. Here's the flop.
Now flop ace 6-3. Neither player actually wants to see an ace come out. Fearful their opponent has one.
Ralph has checked it. And now, if you're Josh, you don't like the ace out there, but he's going to bet. Makes the continuation bet. 325.
And if you're sitting in Ralph's seat, you thought you might have had the best hand a minute ago, but now you're not so sure. But wow, he's going to make the call here with the 2 9s. Wow, he's gambling. A 5 comes off.
So both players nervous with this hand because of an ace out there. Now Ralph is going to check again.
Well, once you get called on a flop with an ace out there, you become a little cautious, as you see Josh has. He checks on the turn as well.
The other card pairs the board.
The board pairs 6s.
Both players would just like to get out of this alive. Not having to spend too much more.
Check.
Ralph checks, and a quick check behind it by Josh.
Josh is going to win this pot with 2 jacks. So the chip leader adding more chips to his stack.
That is right. Josh Hale from San Diego, 31 years old. He's got the crowd behind him. He's got chips.
Got some favorites in the
non-professional player trying to become a legend at the Legends of Poker here at the Bicycle Casino.
You know, all players want to get their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. One will do it tonight.
Josh Hale, he says he's an amateur. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to do under the added pressure of the audience and the lights and the cameras.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
Earlier this week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls visited the City of Bell Gardens Police Department and learned about their Explorer volunteer program and how it's making a difference in the community.
The Bicycle Casino is involved with the Explorers program, so we went down to the local police station where we got to meet the Explorers and learn a little bit more about the program that they run.
The Explore program is a national program, and our goal is to reach out to the at-risk youth in the community to not only possibly create a path to law enforcement, but also just to build character and leadership skills and interpersonal skills.
Hey, Rocio. What's up?
The program is very essential. We are drawing from our youth in our community. We are putting them in a partnership with our police department, basically mentoring these kids to become better citizens of our community.
So long.
What a fantastic program for those who want to take an active role in helping their community. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
All right, the Legends of Poker continues, and as you can see, Josh Hale is the chip leader. He's an amateur player out of San Diego. He has 8.4 million in chips.
Well, he's got the big chip lead right now, but he's got a lot of tough players to get around to get his name on that WPT Champions Cup.
All right, to the action we go. Ali Islami, an entrepreneur, a poker pro, looks down at a king jack.
Raised right under the gun here with the Kojak hand. Makes it 125,000 to go.
Young Max Steinberg is going to fold his hand, and now Jeff Madsen has picked up ace-king. What a hand.
It's one of the two short stacks here.
All in?
And he's going to move all in with it.
Certainly is. Everyone folding. Back around to Ali. That's a lot of pressure if he's just holding king jack. Ali from LA. Ali's second time at a World Poker Tour final table. Considering this.
All right, you got to have a pretty big hand, I guess. I think. I raised him through two shorts. There you got to have a good, really big hand. He'd probably have me dominated. Good.
Yeah, he does have him dominated exactly. Ali goes out. Jeff Madsen taking down that pot.
And there's Jeff Madsen's family in the audience rooting him on tonight.
WPT, the final table kind of eluded me. Right in the beginning, I got close. I got like 8th, and I got an 11th, 18th. You know, maybe I blew it one of the 2 times, and maybe I just ran bad. But, you know, I've been wanting to make it, and I just had to adapt and kind of mature into the poker player I knew I could be. Right now, I'm just kind of clear-headed and relaxed and playing at the top of my game.
Well, he's only 27 years old. He's got his opportunity here tonight.
Vance, here's a little tidbit about Jeff. One of the best rappers in the poker world.
Good to hear. Or not. Right now it's on Max Steinberg, who is pretty in pink. He's going to fold. Jeff Madsen also folding.
Ralph Malik.
Yeah, with a nothing hand here.
And he's out as well. Over to the Canadian pro, Greg Mueller. He's got the ace-3. Going to raise it on the button here. Makes it 135,000 to go.
Yep, with just ace-3. Now, Josh Hale with a jack-6 of hearts can afford to speculate. That's what he does. He's made the call.
Yeah. Calls over $100,000 more with the jack-6, so Josh looks like he's come to play a little.
Ali goes out. So two-handed poker. Ace high up against jack-6, and we're flopping.
Now flop 8-5 deuce, no help to either player.
Josh Hale is going to check. And now let's see if Greg Mueller makes the continuation bet. No, kind of surprising.
He's got the gut shot straight draw, but he checks it. Now an ace comes off. Greg now has the 2 aces, but notice it gives Josh a 4 flush.
And now Josh, first to act again. He's going to check, but a quick check behind it by Mueller with aces.
He did want to get check raised out of this pot, and that's the reason why. A 4 comes off, gives Greg a straight.
Oh, what a card for Greg Mueller. Nothing hitting for Josh.
The only way Josh can win this pot is to bet at it, but he doesn't do it, so essentially he's just waving the flag. Whether Greg bets or not, Greg's going to win this pot.
Josh has checked. Unless Greg is going to bet 325. And Josh apparently doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve.
And he's going out, so Greg Mueller going to take down this pot. I must say, I'm a little surprised, first of all, to ever see Greg Mueller checking 2 consecutive streets. Doesn't matter what he has.
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar And that is a great addition we have here on the World Poker Tour. If you're a Club WPT VIP member, you get preferential seating at the bar, so come join us. But back to the table we go. Ralph Malik, first to act. He's got ace queen.
He's under the gun, but certainly going to raise with this hand.
Ralph plays a lot in Los Angeles. He's 35 years old. He has popped it, makes it 125 to go.
There's Greg Mueller quickly out.
Yep, going to take a breather. Chip leader out. Ali Islami not going to play, so it is back to the man. Max Steinberg, 24 years old. He's got Jack King this time.
Well, he is the short stack of the table, as you can see by the red indicator there next to his cards.
This is his first cash ever on the World Poker Tour. And look at this. He's going to push all in with just king high.
Wow, daring hand to push. When a guy raises under the gun, you give him credit for a pretty good hand normally.
Jeff out, and now Ralph. Pretty strong ace queen. Hard to fold this, I would think. And he is going to make the call.
Wow, that was way slower than that.
And Max Steinberg, who looks like a younger Donny Osmond.
He really does.
He does. A little bit. He's in trouble right now.
When a guy raises under the gun, Vince, you normally think he's got a pretty good hand, and not sure if you're the short stack moving in with King Jack is a wise thing to do, but let's see if Max gets lucky and wins the pot. He's going to have to stay alive in this tournament.
And get lucky on the flop. Here we go.
Well, 9-3-3.
That is not good for Max Steinberg.
No, Ralph Malik well out in front here with the ace high.
Max's chance of becoming a legend, dangling in thin air right now. Here comes the turn. No.
7 of diamonds, so we're off to the river here. Max Steinberg needs some help, needs a king or a jack, or he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
Okay. River card coming up. Can Max get lucky here?
He's done it! That jack comes up on the river. Unbelievable good fortune for Max Steinberg. He stays alive. The dream continues.
Oh, his chance of becoming a legend has not gone away yet. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour. Wow.
I would say everyone is a force to be reckoned with, but I think I'm the best player at the table, so I'll probably be the biggest force.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards, and that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I love this facility here, the bike.
The bike is definitely a special casino to me. I think it's the first place I played. I do live the bike here. I've commentated for them.
So obviously, with players like that, the game is very beatable.
I can't think of any casino that really does a show like that.
The bike's great. I love it out here. The food's good. The games are great. I think it's the best card room in LA, to be honest with you.
I love the Legends of Poker. I love playing poker in California, period.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at the Bicycle Casino at the Legends of Poker.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Josh Hale well out in front with about 8.2 million. Everybody else trying to track him down.
That is right. The ante's still at 10,000. Blinds are 30, 60,000. First to act, Ali Islami. And he has 10 deuce. Quick fold by him. Max Steinberg next with an 8-6. Won't play.
Over to Jeff Mattson.
Yeah, nothing hand. He goes out as well.
Ralph Malik on the button with the king 3 offsuit. Opts to fold, so battle of the blinds here.
Yep, Greg Mueller. Tough cash game player. He's going to make a call.
And just calls with the queen 6 of diamonds.
But Josh Hale has an ace high, ace 9, not a bad hand.
We're going to raise in that spot like most guys would do when the guy limps in the small blind.
Yeah, makes it 135 to go, putting the pressure on Mueller. And Greg will call the raise.
Yep, Greg wants to see a flop here.
And the flop comes up queen, jack 9. That is good for Greg Mueller, hitting queens, but he's going to check.
Yep, he's got top pair. Josh has got bottom pair. It's a scary flop with bottom pair when a man calls a raise pre-flop, but Josh going to take a stab at this pot. Bets out 140,000, and as you can see, Greg Mueller quickly calling with the top pair.
And it's a continuation bet. Oh, wow. Oh, a 9.
Greg checks, and now Josh has the lead with 3 9s. Vince, I think you have to bet here in this spot with that straight potential out there.
Oh, he's going to play it sneaky. He's checking again.
Wow, that surprises me. I
right.
don't like this play. He's camouflaged, he's got 3 9s, but he could have got beat in this hand.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. He's not going to. A 4 spades on the river. And now he's going to get Greg to bet.
Well, you got a good point, Vince. 400,000 is the bet by Greg Mueller, and he
Quick
calmly
call.
turns up queens, but they're no good. And you see Greg Mueller in shock. The guy turns up 3 9s.
I have queen 6. He has 3 9s with an ace.
And Greg going to tell the audience what happened. Greg looking a little annoyed by that.
Well, he just can't believe the guy wouldn't bet on the turn with a possible straight throw out there, but he didn't, and Josh is going to take down the pot.
I didn't enter the thing thinking I would min cash or thinking I would just make the final table, thinking I'd just be on TV. I entered this thing to win.
We've seen great poker action so far here in Los Angeles at the Bicycle Casino, but you should know WPT also holds main tour events that, while not part of our televised season, they are streamed live on WPT.com. In all other ways, these events are just like our televised events, meaning there's millions up for grabs, and the winners get WPT Player of the Year points, qualify for a seat into the WPT World Championship, and of course, they get their name permanently inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
That is right, Mike. Now, we kicked off season 11 in Cyprus, where Mad Marvin Rattenmeyer made history by becoming the first player ever to win back-to-back WPT events after winning the season-ending WPT World Championship.
In addition to our main events, there are WPT regional events held in the United States and WPT national events that take place in the rest of the world. These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name. Since the beginning of season 11, the WPT National Tour has hosted tournaments at Mazagan Beach and Golf Resort in Morocco, Casino Gran Madrid in Spain, Casino della Valle in St. Vincent, Italy, Casino di Venezia Canagera in Venice, and La Croisette Casino Barrière de Cannes, where we saw French rap star Bruno Lopez not only bank 108,000 euros, but he also won a seat into the upcoming WPT Grand Prix de Paris, which is our next televised main event, where he's got a shot to take his poker skills to the next level.
That is right. Now, a little closer to home, a number of WPT regional events have taken place right here in the U.S. at venues including the Potawatomi Casino in Milwaukee, Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Derby Lane in St. Petersburg, and Seminole Casino Coconut Creek. And most recently, since we last saw our viewers, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, where Mike Frazen won a first-place prize of $130,000.
We would like to congratulate Mike and all the winners of these terrific tournaments. To learn more about upcoming events, log on to WPT.com and click on Tour. Now let's get back to the final table here in Los Angeles.
Action over to Jeff Madsen.
Like that, kind of. Okay. Word.
Tough player out of Vegas. He's only 27 years old. He is first to play. He's got a nothing hand, and he will not get fancy with it. He folds the hand into Ralph. Ralph has an ace deuce. Doesn't play that. Greg Mueller also fading away.
Round to the chip leader on the button with the queen 10. Everybody would raise with this hand on the button as the chip leader, and he's doing just that.
Yes, he does. Make it 130 to go. Ali out. Max Steinberg, pretty in pink, with an 8-10 of clubs.
That's certainly the kind of hand you want to see a flop with, even though you're up against the chip leader. You're going to call to see a flop in this spot.
Yes, and he has. 8-10 of clubs, up against the chip leader with queen 10. And here's the flop.
King, queen 7, 2 spades.
Josh hitting queens there. Max with nothing. He's going to check.
And Josh checks right behind him here. Now a queen comes off.
Wow, Josh hits 3 of a kind once again. So beautiful. Max going to check, though. Not going to fall into any traps. And Josh has got to come out and make a bet right now. Yes, he does.
Well, 2 possible flushes on the board.
230,000, Mike.
So maybe a straight draw. Does bet. Takes down the pot.
And look at Josh. Big smile as he extends his chip lead to well over $9 million.
Rogel analyst Tony Dunst has been keeping close watch of the action we've seen tonight and is ready in Command Central to give us his detailed analysis in this edition of The Raw Deal. Tony.
I can't imagine how thrilling it must be to make the final table of your very first World Poker Tour event holding a massive chip lead. But Josh Hale knows exactly how that feels. Though I suspect he might also be feeling pretty nervous about it too. What gives me that read on our chip leader? Let's break it down. For the first few orbits at the final table, everything goes Josh Hale's way. By the time he finds himself in a blind versus blind confrontation against professional Greg Mueller, he's already increased his stack by nearly $1 million. Greg enters the hand second in chips, meaning Josh can put even more distance between himself and the field by bleeding chips off Greg. The hand begins with Greg limping in the small blind with Queen 6 of diamonds, and Josh making a standard raise with Ace 9 offsuit from the big. When Greg calls, we see a Queen Jack 9 rainbow flop. It's a coordinated enough flop that neither player can be thrilled with their holding, but anytime you have a pair in a blind versus blind battle, you know it's likely the best hand. Greg checks, and Josh makes a bet of $140,000. It's worth pointing out that this is probably a better spot for Josh to check behind. His opponent will never fold a better hand, rarely call with a worse one, and many of the holdings containing a 10 that Greg would limp call are already better than Josh's bottom pair. But if Josh is confident enough to bet his bottom pair on the flop, surely he's confident enough to bet his trips on the turn, especially with the 9 of clubs adding a flush draw. Yet inexplicably, he checks. I couldn't understand his motivation for checking back in that spot, but I figured it must be a slow play and that Josh was planning on raising the river if a safe card came off. And he couldn't have asked for a safer card than the 4 of spades. At this point, Greg is convinced that his top pair must be good, so he makes a value bet of 40% pot and hopes to get called. Here comes the raise, I thought, but a half second later, Josh's chips were on the felt for a just call. Greg confidently tables his hand, expecting to drag the pot, and struggles to keep his jaw from hitting the floor when he sees Josh's trip 9s. The hand left me mystified. The only explanation I could come up with was nerves. That Josh hallucinated a monster under the bed and decided he could definitely maintain his giant chip lead if he just called. That, or he didn't realize he was the one holding the monster.
Well, whether he was right or wrong, you can see he's the big chip leader right now. No doubt about it. The rest have to come from way behind to catch him.
Josh right now is the monster at the table with well over $9 million. Back to the felt we go, Ralph Malik. Make a quick fold there. Greg also getting out of the way.
Back to Josh Hale. He's out.
And now Ali.
Ali Islamic at the famed Doyle Brunson hand, the 10 deuce suited, but goes away. So it's the battle of the blinds here. And look at this, Vince. Max Steinberg has picked up 2 aces in the small blind.
The weapons of mass destruction. And he is just calling, gonna play it sneaky.
Well, he limped in the small blind.
Now Jeff Madsen with ace 3 has gone all in.
And it worked to perfection as Madsen goes all in.
Snap call, of course.
And it's the one hand that you can't stand if you're Jeff Madsen. No other hand would he be more than probably a 2-to-1 dog. Doesn't matter what his opponent had, but he is a predominant underdog, as you can see.
Yeah, you can, apparently. Couldn't have had kings or something.
Jeff Madsen, who took 52 times to get to a final table on the World Poker Tour. This is his shot tonight.
Well, Vince, he came close a couple other times. Finished 8th, 11th, 18th.
All right.
But this first time in the top 6.
Here's the flop.
Yeah, flop comes 10, 8, 7. To win, Jeff's going to have to catch 3-3, but he could tie if 2 runners come to make it straight, but he knows he's heading for the door.
Here comes the turned card.
A queen, that's going to do it. Jeff Madsen drawing dead. He is going to be our 6th place finisher. Happy to see him make the final table for the first time. But unfortunately for Jeff, wasn't meant to be. Out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, highly respected pro Jeff Madsen's going to take home $75,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jeff, you really never got anything going tonight. Can you talk about a little bit about your performance?
Yeah, I mean, I only had 18 big blinds to start, so, you know, my decisions were pretty straightforward. It was just kind of all in or fold situations. And the last hand, blind versus blind, I have a suited ace. If he shoves, I'm calling, so it doesn't matter that he limped. So.
Seems like your breakthrough event here on the World Poker Tour. I'm sure we're going to see some more final tables. What does it mean to have your family here behind you?
It's great. I wish I could have gone a little farther, but it's good to have them supporting me. And, you know, I know I'll be back, so I'm not too disappointed. I did what I could.
All right, we'll see you again. Kimberly, back to you.
All right, with Jeff Madsen out in sixth place, that brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage at the Bicycle Casino. So guys, have you been impressed by the play we've seen so far?
Well, Kimberly, it's been a fun night, and we've seen some good poker so far, no doubt about it. I've been especially impressed with both the play and the demeanor of Josh Hale. He was the chip leader, the lone amateur at the table, came to the final table with the chip lead, still has the big chip lead. But I really love the play of both Greg Mueller and Ali Islami. I still think one of those two guys are going to take this title.
And Vince, who should we keep an eye on when play resumes?
Well, you know, you got to keep your eye on Max Steinberg. You know, he survived a long shot. He sucked out there. Usually that says something in a tournament when you can do that. You think it's destiny? We will see.
Thanks, guys. Join us next time from Los Angeles for more of Season 11's coverage of the Bicycle Casino's Legends of Poker. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, 10 players have earned the right to claim legendary status here at the Bicycle Casino. Who will be number 11? Continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker final table begins now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, as we begin our third hour of extended coverage here in Los Angeles, I have to ask you, what are your thoughts on the drama that's unfolded this evening? Mike?
Kimberly, it's been an amazing final table. Incredible drama, as you mentioned. We've had some good plays, some good bluffs, and some big suckouts. Our current chip leader with 4 players left actually had to spike a jack on the river or a king to stay alive in this tournament. We saw another big hand where 2 players had 2 kings. Another one had ace-10. The ace came up in the turn where he sucked out to win that pot. And don't forget, big name pros Jeff Madsen and Greg Mueller have already hit the rail. It's just been amazing so far. I can't wait to see how it comes out.
And Vince, Ali Islami has been on this seemingly unending roller coaster. Now he's short stacked. What kind of advice would you give him? What's his next move?
Well, that's right. He's short stacked again. My advice is get down to the 100,000 mark and then creep your way back up there. I mean, that was crazy. This has been a wild ride here at the bike. Haven't seen anything quite like this before. This is one of the good ones.
Thanks, guys. Action is about to get underway, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Max Steinberg out in front with 6.5 million. Ali Islami on the short stack right now. That's what they're playing for. 500,000 goes to the winner, plus a coveted entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season and getting your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Yeah, it's all on the line. Andy's at 20,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. Let's go to Max Steinberg. Looks a little like Donnie Osmond, and he's our chip leader right now. And he's got an 8-6 of hearts.
Well, Max, a 24-year-old poker pro out of Washington, D.C. Could have been the first one out, caught a jack on the river to stay alive, and here he is, our chip leader. He's going to raise it right up to 350,000.
Ralph Malik, poker pro out of L.A., formerly Texas, goes out, and now Josh Hale.
Well, he's got the pair of 4s. The question is, do you re-raise with the small pair? Do you just call to see a flop? What do you do?
Josh is a working man, a headhunter recruiter down in San Diego, California, a non-professional poker player, and he's going to call with the 4s, not raise.
Makes the call. Ali Islami, top pro from L.A. going out.
And we're going to see a flop.
Ace, 9, 8, 2 clubs.
Yeah, Max has hit a pair of 8s. Josh is going to check.
Looks like Max is going to bet bottom pair here.
He's only played 2 WPT events ever. His first cash, of course, here at the final table. And he's going to bet this 545.
Why am I so bad?
Well, this is Josh. It's his first ever WPT event, and he came to the final table as chip leader, and he's still here with 4 left.
And actually benefit from the fact I play like a little girl.
He cannot compete any longer, mucks his hand, and Max Steinberg is going to take down this pot and extend his chip lead. Max also has a brother who's an identical twin, also plays poker. And now there's the Champions Cup.
All the winners in the history of the World Poker Tour have their name engraved on that trophy, and that's where you want your name engraved, folks.
Back to the table, Ralph, quick fold, and Josh now. The 7-5 of clubs.
Got those suited cards you like to see flops with?
Yeah, he's just called.
Well, he limps in. And Ali Islami now with the small pair here.
I'm all in.
Ali's on the short stack, as you can see by the little red indicator next to his hand there.
That's right.
He's going all in with the small pair.
It's about that time now. Max Steinberg, our chip leader, has a very attractive king-jack of diamonds. This could be it. He might have to stick around.
Because he knows Ali's a top pro. When the guy limped in front of him, Ali could be making this move with not much of a hand.
That's right, the old squeeze play.
And therefore, Max thinking about calling here with the king-jack. He's got the chip lead. There's nothing more to take Ali out of this tournament.
Gonna make the call.
Well, he may have a chance to do it.
Josh goes out, and they show the hands.
Sorry, Ali, I can't leave flip.
Well, apparently I can't get knocked out, so I'm gonna see how it goes.
Well, it's come down to another race at this final table. Max with the 2 overcards, Ali with the 2 deuces.
Ali Islami, he's been on Mr. Toad's wild ride here all night long. This could be over for him. Here we go with the flop. Well, Max has hit his kings just like that as King Queen 4 appears.
If I do my poker math right, that puts you at a solid favorite.
Max Steinberg hitting what he wants tonight. So far, so good. Way out in front.
Maybe you're right.
The king-jack fast becoming his favorite hand in poker, that's for sure.
Here comes the turn. It's an ace. 2-outer, Mike. 2-outer.
Must catch a deuce to win the pot, Ali Islami, or he'll be our 4th place finisher.
Yeah, he has fought back so beautifully tonight. Could this be the end of his dream here?
Well, it's a 5, so that's going to do it for Ali Islami. Out in 4th place, but Vince, you have to admit the guy put up a great fight, came back from virtually nothing to get $4.5 million in chips. Unfortunately, didn't go his way after that.
Man, he was the comeback kid tonight. Almost had the dream working. He's going to take home $133,000, and right now he's over talking to Matt Savage.
Well, a pretty wild ride tonight. Big hand he lost earlier on and got down to 100,000. Back up to almost a chip lead. Tell us about it.
I mean, it was an absolutely wild ride. If this doesn't make for a good show, I don't know what will. It was great fun, and I really thought when I built back from that I had a shot to win this thing. I did have a shot, I guess, but got a little bit unlucky at the end there.
Well, you picked up a little more TV time than the last time. Mike and Vince got to say a few nice things about you. I'm sure we'll see you at another final table soon. Kimberly, back to you.
Thanks, Matt. Our 3rd hour of coverage from the Legends of Poker at the Bicycle Casino is underway, and we have a lot more to come, including a look at what fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here. Tony Dunst gets raw as he breaks down tonight's play, and a young aspiring poker pro lets us tag along as she clocks in to her other day job in this week's edition of Ones to Watch. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are in season 11 at the Legends of Poker at the Bicycle Casino, and we're having a great one. But before we get back to the table, I want to talk about our sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, Vince, ClubWPT.com is a great way to play and learn poker by playing online. And you can play for your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, as well as win entries out here to WPT events.
That is so true. Plus, you get VIP benefits. You get to do so many things. Plus, you get to watch the great shows on the World Poker Tour. You can watch this guy, Mike Sexton, actually play on day 101 with that horrible beat against Mattisau.
You too can enjoy all the VIP benefits, play all the poker you want. Really, ClubWPT.com is a fantastic deal. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the action. And right now, Max Steinberg, 24-year-old, has the most chips, 9 million, up against Ralph Malik and Josh Hale. Antes have gone up to 25,000. Blinds are going to be 75, 150, Mike.
And that's what's incredible to me is the three elite players with the most experience, the high-stakes cash game players and all, were eliminated in 6th, 5th, and 4th place here. It's these three guys fighting it out for the title.
Only makes sense to me. But right now, Max Steinberg has raised, makes it 425 with his king high. And Ralph with a 9-7 of diamonds.
Just incredible. Two of these guys are playing their first ever WPT event. One's playing in his second.
Ralph is going to call this with his 9-7. And now Josh Hale, former chip leader, is also going to call with just a 6-7.
Well, he's getting priced in, so we got three-way action here. Now, flop comes King, Jack, 3.
Max spiking the kings.
Yep, great flop for Max.
And Ralph is going to check. Josh is going to check. And top pair man, will he make the continuation bet? You would think so, but interesting. Not.
Can't believe he didn't bet there, Vince.
Ace on the turn.
There's a possible straight out there. Somebody could have 2 deuces where you give him a free card to beat you. Just shocked he didn't bet the kings, but let's see what happens.
Very surprising.
Well, again, it's gone check, check to him. So now he must think the kings are good. Nobody bet when the ace hit. Nobody bet when the king hit.
Yep, and now he's going to put out 750,000 into Ralph with absolutely nothing.
And he has no hand, no draw.
2 million straight.
And he is check raising to 2 million here.
Can you believe this? Josh going out?
Well, let me tell you something about this Ralph. He is not afraid to play the game.
We saw him bluff with a 4 deuce early on and be successful with it, and he's trying it again, raising with zip and pip.
Yeah, he came over the top with a 3 bet with a 4 deuce for all his dough once. Here he's check raised to 2 million with no hand and no draw. And really, I don't know how Max can go any farther here.
Max has got to be kicking himself saying, what did I just create? I set myself up, and now I've got a horrible decision to make.
I don't understand how you can check the flop and then bet the turn.
Yeah, you're right. And he cannot call, so Ralph Malik has pulled off another huge bluff. Just a lot of guts. This is a guy that came from Texas to play poker in LA, to play in the big time, and he is doing it here tonight. He's the star at the table right now.
My confidence is almost at an all-time high, and hopefully it will get higher from here. Sky's the limit.
Well, I'm really impressed by this guy so far, no doubt about it.
And speaking of confidence, there is Joe Sirach, the Season 10 Player of the Year. He's hanging out at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. Look at him having fun, flirting with the girls. Good times. But back to the table, Mike.
Except for weather.
Josh is going to quickly fold his hand back on Max Steinberg. Just got bluffed out of a big pot. Momentum changer, perhaps. But this time with ace high, just going to call. And now it's on Ralph. Wow, I got to like this guy. Just 8-4. He's going to stick around.
I agree. You wouldn't expect this kind of play from a guy that's got a master's degree in chemical engineering. And right now, playing in his first ever WPT event, he's showing he's got what it takes, man, to get to the top.
Yep. And Max has bet this. He's betting 225 with ace high. Ralph with an inside straight draw. And he's going to speculate with a call. And now a 3 of club comes up on the turn.
Max still has the best hand with ace high. As you can see, Ralph now has the opening straight draw.
Max is going to check. And Ralph checking behind him to the river. Can Ralph hit here? Oh, yes!
The deuce comes off. Ralph has made a straight. Action's on Max. Now he's got 2 deuces now. Not much better than the ace high, really. He's going to check. Well, there's no way Ralph is checking. He's just trying to figure out how much can I bet to get this guy to call.
Wow. Almost play any hand. He does so, and then he makes something work out of it. This time he's betting 525. That's the beauty when you get away with a few bluffs.
Well, Vince, he gives himself a chance to win pots, either by bluffing or catching cards like he's done here.
The poker gods come back to please you. Max can't take the heat. And Ralph Malik now sprinting down the stretch here at the Legends of Poker.
As you know, for the past few seasons, we've followed young, dynamic poker pros as they begin to make a name for themselves in the poker world. One of these players lives right here in Los Angeles and has aspirations not only on, but off the felt as well, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
I am Dee Dozier, and I am from Auburn, Alabama.
Dee is the sweetest Southern belle that I have ever met.
Dee Dozier's a really bright, funny, cool chick.
She has such a friendly, warm energy.
People would call me shy, I feel like. Just kidding. That would never happen. I moved to LA about 10 years ago. I absolutely love it here. It gives me the opportunity to pursue both my passions, music and poker, all in one city. Okay, I think up until this summer, my reputation as a poker player was just, oh, she's just this dumb girl that plays poker and laughs a lot. I used to talk a lot at poker tables. Yes! Oh, I have a lot to learn. But I'm having a good time. That's all that matters. But this summer, I think I committed to it. I really committed. I lived with 2 poker players all summer, Taylor von Kriegenberg and Mike Sowers. They're like, you have to pay attention. You have to constantly pay attention and be watching people and learning from them. And now I'm just very focused. Yes, it is! Yay! Sorry, that's really loud. Yeah, I finally had a good year. I finally made some money. If I'm not playing poker, I'm making music. That's just what I love to do.
Dee has the most angelic voice.
I love music. I love it. I love making music. I think it taps into a part of me that I don't share with people on a day-to-day basis. When I am in a recording studio, I feel so much happiness. And then we lay the guitar, and then we lay the piano, and then I do my vocals, and then I come in and do background vocals. And they edit it, and I get to hear it for the first time. I'm in heaven, an underwater rave. Oh, so don't you run from me. Thank God I'm your fantasy. La 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 love you. La 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 love you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I wrote that song. I wrote that. It makes me feel complete, like I have purpose, you know.
I think creative types are some of the best poker players.
She has that artistic drive to her.
And someone who is a very artistic background, they may do something at a poker table, to me, seems so like it's lacking logic, but really it's so much a higher level than I can understand. And so those creative thinkers are usually your toughest opponents to play against.
Grammy or poker title? Don't make me do it, I can't choose.
Yeah, my little love shoe. You're my #1, never be my #2.
I love you so.
I am Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stick around for more of the World Poker Tour.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
I'm Brittany, I'm a Royal Flush Girl, and I'm at the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles having a blast. This entire week has been awesome. The Bicycle Casino is beautiful. It's got an awesome poker room. We had a chance to play Ultimate Texas Hold'em, which was so cool. The Club 21 girls wear these pretty dresses. I've never seen dealers all fancy and pretty. I got some pretty good hands, and it's so easy to win money.
My cards.
We stepped away from the tournament floor to play a round of golf.
Yeah, I'm better than some of these poker players.
That's good, that's good. Thank you.
Rio Hondo's beautiful golf course. We couldn't have asked for a better time in LA.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the Legends of Poker.
Dwight Pilgrim, please report to the driving range immediately.
Oh, boy. I'm not sure he should even go there, Vince. Maybe golf is just not his game. Stick to poker, Dwight.
All right, back to the table we go at the Bicycle Casino. And right now, 3 players with almost the same amount of chips. Amazing contest we have here tonight at the Legends of Poker.
Certainly anybody's game, no doubt about it.
Action on Ralph Malik. He's got 7-5 of diamonds.
Well, we know this guy's a very creative player. We've seen that time and time again tonight. And he's going to raise here to 300,000.
Josh Hale now, the recruiter, the headhunter by profession from San Diego with a queen 5 of clubs, is making the call, and now Max Steinberg.
Well, 825,000 in the pot, cost him another 150 to call, so he's getting priced in. He's going to call, so we have three-way action.
They are splashing around here as we go down the stretch here. Jack 10 deuce on the flop, helps no one. And Josh is going to check.
Check, check. And check.
Ralph will not make the continuation bet, a queen of diamonds. That's good for Josh. He's hit top pair. But Josh is going to check. Max checking.
And Ralph checks as well.
Okay.
Just surprised neither one of the 7 highs would bluff at the pot. It's the only chance they have to win it is to bluff at it.
3 of hearts on the river. Josh going to check again.
Well, again checking the 2 queens. Going to give one of these guys a chance to bluff at it.
Come out wherever
but
you are.
they just waved the flag.
Yeah.
And good for them for doing so, because Josh would have called them with 2 queens, and they would have lost some money. But Josh taking down that pot.
The non-professional from San Diego. First time ever on the World Poker Tour, Josh Hale.
You guys are the best. You always know. It's so amazing to me.
Getting close to becoming a legend here at the Legends of Poker.
I'm not scared to play any of these guys, but it is kind of a mental game, wondering what they think of me. I assume these guys probably have some kind of respect for my game now, so I'm not sure I can represent playing the bad amateur anymore, but I'll try.
Well, it's hard for the bad amateur theory to work when you're down to the final 3 of a WPT event, Vince. People know you got to be able to play some, or you wouldn't get this far.
Oh, he can play a lot. Guy's a very clever player. I'm impressed. And right now, Max Steinberg first up to act. He's got ace-7, 24-year-old. This is only his second WPT event. His first cash, of course.
I'm going to raise on the button here with the ace-7.
And Ralph finally going to fold a hand.
425,000.
And Josh with the jack-9 will make this call. So ace-7 in against jack-9.
Josh trying to hit some kind of flop. Let's come ace-queen-jack. So Josh has flopped bottom pair, but unfortunately for him, Max has flopped top pair.
Josh is checking, and Max looks like he's getting out the continuation bet. He's hit his aces. He's going to push in 425,000. Josh Hale, though, will make this call.
Josh just wants to test the water one more time and see what happens.
6 of spades on the turn, helping neither player.
Action on Josh. He checks again.
Max is going to give him a free card, but it's okay if you're Max. 3 of clubs on the river. Josh going to check.
A possible flush and a possible straight draw out there. Surprised Max checked on the turn, but it's obvious he's now got the best hand when his opponent checks again on the river.
Max is going to bet now 650,000 as a little value bet, and he's going to get called off.
Well, Josh hoping he's got something like 9-10 where he's drawing it up and down straight. That's not the case. He's got the aces. And again, Josh not thrilled with the way he played that hand.
Well, he had a feel, but Max wasn't that strong. He was incorrect that time, and he has to pay for it. We're in the wee hours here at the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles. What an event we've seen all week long. Action on Ralph Malik, 35-year-old, first WPT event ever. He plays with almost anything. And this time with a jack, 6 of spades is going to raise to 300,000. Josh is folded, and now Max with an ace-jack is just going to call.
We're surprised he doesn't raise here, knowing a guy could raise with a lot of different hands on the button.
Well, the flop comes up 10-9 deuce.
Max has nothing now, though. His opponent bets here are going to be hard to continue with ace high.
Max with his ace high is just going to check, and Ralph with nothing is going to make the continuation bet of 325.
And look at this. Max just feels like his ace-jack is the best hand, and it is.
Yeah, good
he has
aces.
made the call. Pretty incredible.
Turn card is a king of hearts.
Well, both players have a gut shot straight draw. Queen would give him a straight, of course. Give Max the best hand possible, but again, goes check, check here.
Yep, Ralph not going to push there, and down to the river we go.
Oh, the queen comes off.
Holy mackerel.
This is going to spell trouble for Ralph. He's made the king high straight. Unfortunately, his opponent's made the ace high straight.
Oh, man, Max has the nuts.
Well, he is going to lead out and bet.
He's got a guy that has, oh, man, this could be very, very interesting. Max is going to lead 900,000, Mike.
And now, even if you're sitting in Ralph's seat here, you're thrilled that you made the king high straight. But if you think rationally, you know a raise is not going to do you any good because there's no chance your opponent's going to call you unless you're beat. I mean, unless he's got a jack in his hand, which means you're not gaining any value.
Whoa.
But he's doing it. He is betting $3 million here. And now you know Max is going to go all in, obviously, with the best hand possible. He is just licking his chops right now.
I'm on one.
There he goes. He has gone all in, and now Ralph has put himself in a horrible place.
Well, Vince, it's pretty easy if you think about it.
And he's calling it.
It's a bad, bad mistake by Ralph here.
It's going to break Ralph.
Cost him the tournament, Vince. He's gone out in third place.
He was playing the best at the table all night long.
He compounded his mistakes in that hand. You shouldn't raise even though you made the king high straight there because your opponent can never pay you off unless you got a jack in his hand.
Absolutely right.
When he raised you back, he must have an ace jack. You have to have the discipline to throw the jack high away, the straight away. He didn't do it, and he's out.
How it goes. Good
All
hand.
right, well, he's got to be a third place finisher, going to pick up 192,000. He's in a total state of shock, and right now, he's talking to Matt Savage.
Ralph, kind of a tough ending to an incredible night for you. All of these players, to a man, said that you were one of the toughest to read, a player that they never knew where you were at. What do you think?
You know, I'm new to the live, I guess, tournament scene. I've been playing cash games for a while and then online. But yeah, a lot of these people, I guess, don't know me. And, you know, hopefully I can keep playing some of these and continue to have some success. Appreciate it.
Well, I really think you earned a lot of respect here tonight on the final table, and I'm sure we're going to see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
That'll do it for Ralph Malik, who's out in third place. We're now heads up with Josh Hale and Max Steinberg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action from the Legends of Poker is next on the WPT.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
My nickname is Number 2 because I'm an identical twin and I was the second twin out. And there's also other reasons. I kept getting second in tournaments that I would play, but now it's just a total joke because I won a bracelet this summer. I'm not Number 2 anymore, Number 1 now. Hopefully Number 1 today too.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. Angelique, Brittany, Jeannie, and Tuba. They're putting out the cold hard cash on the table, Mike.
And a lot of money it is. The runner-up tonight going to get about $300,000. The winner's going to take home $500,000, get an entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season, as well as get his name engraved on that WPT Champions Cup, where he'll be alongside the legends of the poker world.
Oh boy, 11 years at the Bicycle Casino. It's coming down to this event right now. Who will be the champion? We will see in just a few moments.
Heads up action here. The Legends of Poker is about to get underway between Josh Hale and Max Steinberg. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Josh, you started the final table day with a huge chip lead, and now you're short stacked, but you got heads up. How are you feeling going into this heads up match?
I feel pretty good. I mean, I'm happy to be here and looking forward to maybe be on the right side of a cold deck here against my buddy Max.
Are you going to quit your job if you win today?
No, I like what I do, but this will definitely be fun for the hobby, yeah.
We're here with Max Steinberg. He started off the final table as a short stack. Now you're the chip leader. And going into this, you said you were the favorite to win this tournament. Why?
I would say I said I was the favorite. I just thought if I got a few chips that I felt like I was the best player at the table and that I could do some good things, and that's what I've done.
Do you think that validates you a little bit, maybe, you know, takes you to the next level and where you go from here?
I don't need anyone else to validate me. I validate myself. I know that I'm a great player, and so that's enough validation for me. So I don't really care.
Confidence, I like it. Good luck to you, heads up.
Thank you, thank you.
Pretty astounding that it's come down to the two guys. One came to the final table with the big chip lead. The other came to the final table in last place. And now the guy who came in last place has a 3-to-1 chip advantage over the other guy playing for the title.
Max Steinberg is the chip leader with 13.8 in chips. Josh down to about 4.8. When he's going to take home 500,000, runner-up about 300. And now the antes are 25,000, but the blinds are up to 1 and 200,000. Here we go. Max to look down first to act. He's got a nothing hand, but does he have the guts to raise with it? Apparently, yes. Makes it 500,000.
Well, these guys have got Wild Bill Hickok sweating their play here, man.
Yes, they
That
do.
trophy.
Now look at this. Josh with ace-queen just says all in, and that's going to work very nicely in hand number 1 of the heads-up battle.
With intense action and a couple of missteps, it's that time of the night where we turn to our raw deal analyst Tony Dunst for some chalk talk on the play we've seen thus far in this edition of the Raw Deal.
If you just tuned in, you might be wondering how exactly Max Steinberg has such a substantial chip lead going into heads up. Has he been crushing the final table all night, or was he just the guy that ran the best? As it turns out, Max's lead is partially the result of his thoughtful play, and partially the result of a huge gift he received from the guy who moments ago was second in chips. Let's break it down. With 40 blinds to start the hand, Ralph Malik raised Jack-6 of spades on the button, and Max made the call from the big blind with ace-jack. The flop and turn play were pretty straightforward, but it's the river where things get exciting. Both players make a straight when the queen of clubs rolls off, but Max makes the nuts with the ace-high straight. He fires a healthy bet of 900,000 into 1.4 million, and after thinking it over for a moment, Ralph raises to 3 million, leaving himself only 2.1 million behind. Max takes a moment so he doesn't appear overexcited, then moves in. At that point, Ralph knew something was wrong, but he had invested 2/3 of his stack in the hand, and he had the second nuts in a spot where it's difficult for his opponent to have the nuts. So he decided to call the rest off and was eliminated as a result. But Ralph's major mistake in the hand was the initial river raise. With 4 to a straight on the board, Max will fold every time he has worse, call every time he ties, and raise the few times he has the nuts, meaning Ralph can't actually get any value by raising this river. Worse yet, he could call this river and still be tied with Josh Hale, but instead he's gifted Max the chip lead and ensured himself a $300,000 pay cut. So remember, don't just raise because you have a strong hand. Take a moment and think about what worse hands call you. And if you can't come up with one, you're about to spew.
Well, Tony got that one right on the raw deal, that's for sure. Totally agree. And even if you do raise with the king high straight, you must have the discipline to throw the hand away when your opponent moves all in over the top of you, because he can only raise there with an ace-jack.
All right, let's get back to this battle, though, because right now, Max Steinberg with a king-jack this time. He's going to raise it to $500,000. But Josh from San Diego, non-professional, with an ace-3 behind him.
Well, ace-high, strong hand, playing heads-up poker. Just how strong?
I'm all in.
Wow, he's gone all in. And that is going to put huge pressure on Max right there, because Max knows he's got a nice chip lead now, but if he plays this pot and loses it, his opponent will have the chip lead.
It's all right, don't worry about it.
Well, that is a lot of pressure, and it is going to work for Josh Hale. First time ever on the World Poker Tour, and he's shining here tonight as his fans get excited. Pushing his man out with just ace-high. Well done.
Well, Max playing in only his second WPT event, so inexperience prior to getting in this WPT event, seemingly not a factor for these guys.
All right, back on Max. Takes a look down at a queen-6. He's got the button. Blinds are 100 and 200,000 with a $25,000 ante. And Max has raised to 500,000. Josh with a queen deuce of hearts has called.
And he quickly makes the call, wants to see a flop, and it's come 10-10-6. Josh checks the flush draw. Max has hit a pair of sixes. He's going to bet, but Josh has got the 4 flush.
You love that 10 of clubs, don't you?
I would expect some fireworks there. But this could be the check raise, Vince, for sure, with the flush draw.
It's 550 to call. Or do you want to get dangerous and make a push here? If you're Josh with the 4 flush, he's looking back at his cards. What does that say?
I'm all in.
He says all in.
It says he's going all in. Well, now, if you're Max, you got a sword out there. You look back, see if he had a 10 or if he had 2 hearts. If he think he had 2 hearts and you're looking to gamble, you might want to go with the 2 sixes.
On top of my bet.
He's analyzing the table talk.
I call.
And he's going to make this call.
Wow, he made the call with 2 sixes. Didn't think he'd re-raise all in if he had 3 10s. Would just call or make a smaller raise. But because he went all in, I'm certain that's the reason Max called him there, thinking his 6s were the best hand right now. Well, they shake hands, but Josh needs to hit a heart to stay alive.
Legends to be made right now.
If Josh wins this pot, he'll be the chip leader in this heads-up battle.
Here we go with a turn.
4 diamonds comes off.
Oh, boy.
Max Steinberg's got to dodge 1 more card to become WPT champion. He's just got to dodge a queen or a heart.
And don't forget, he started as the low stack, the short stack at this table. What a comeback this would be. He's 1 card away from this championship. Here we go, Mike.
Everybody on their feet. Here comes the river card.
And the river card.
It's a heart. Josh Hale gets to sit back down with the chip lead. Wow. Well, Vince, you just wonder about some kind of fitting justice there. Max Steinberg stayed alive with 6 players left when he had to hit a river card to stay alive. Josh Hale doing it right there to stay alive as well.
It is never easy on the WPT. Stay tuned. The heads-up battle will continue from the bike. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker. The race for the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year is already in full swing, and tonight's champion will leap into the top spot on the leaderboard, overtaking both Anthony Gregg and Marvin Rettenmeyer, as they'll earn 1,200 points for their victory. We will be keeping an eye on the standings all season long, but now it's time to get back to the call of the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Josh Hale now the chip leader with about a 2-to-1 chip advantage over his opponent, Max Steinberg.
Yeah, things have turned around here at the bike. To the hand we go. Josh now with a pair of 9s, just like that.
Well, hitting some cards right now, and what a time to hit them. Playing heads up for a WPT title.
It's going to make it 500,000 to go. Max going to peek down at a King 7 offsuit. He has got to be stinging from that last hand.
Yeah, he's been tripping over himself a little bit here in this heads-up battle. Nothing seemingly going right for him so far.
He's just 1 card away from a championship.
Wow.
Now he's going to raise with the King 7.
Yeah, like 1.3 million. Vince, I think with 2 9s, you just ship it.
He's going to look back down, and there he goes, all in.
Yeah, if the guy's got a bigger pair than you, he's just got a bigger pair.
And that is too much heat. Mike mucks his hand.
So another 1.3 million. Max wilts away there. Well, Josh Hale on quite a roll in this heads-up battle, but Vince, he is holding over the other guy, definitely getting a good run of cards at the right time.
All right. Play goes to Max this time. He picks up ace high, just at ace 3. Caps his cards. And he's going to press. Makes it 500,000.
Josh with yet another pair. You're only supposed to get a pair once out of 17 deals playing Hold'em. And just had 2 9s the last pot. Picks up 2 6s this pot. But this time just opts to call. Going to see a flop.
All right, mixing his game up pretty well. Let's see if it works for him.
And flop comes 8 deuce deuce. Josh out in front with the 2 6s. He's going to check.
Now Max, of course, not hitting anything there.
Well, but Vince, you think the ace high probably the best hand here?
Yep.
Think your opponent would have re-raised you if he had a pair in his hand? So I don't blame him for betting here. His opponent could easily have something like Queen 10. You hate to give him a free card to beat you.
Oh yeah, continuation bet in order right now. And he's going to bet and a re-raise. All in, of course, by Josh. He's trapped him.
Well, Max cannot call again, I don't think. What can he really beat here? Except a possible flush draw, but...
You have an 8, I guess. Actually, I don't guess. I think you have an 8.
Pretty close. About the same thing.
Not quite.
Yeah, you definitely have an 8.
Okay, definitely wrong, but a good laydown.
Yep.
And Josh Hale's going to take down another one.
Really widens that chip lead. Now has over 15 million in chips. Max down to just about 3 million. So let's see if Max can turn things around the way Josh did. Incredible. Another big pair here for Josh. This time 2 jacks.
Chris.
And he is going to make it 550 to go. But Max has a super hand himself. Goes all in with ace-king.
Well, all in and a snap call, of course. Doesn't matter who you are. If you pick up either one of these hands playing heads-up poker, you're going to get your money in the middle and hope for the best. Max in a race situation for his tournament life. Remember before,
Pretty one.
with 6 players left, he had to catch a king or a jack on the river to stay alive. Now he's got to win a race to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
I'm having so much fun. I want to keep playing. All right. Ace in the door? No. Ooh.
Now it's come 8, 8, 9.
That's good for
So
Josh.
far, so good for Josh.
He is out in front with the jacks.
He's just got to dodge an ace or a king.
Can he do it? The non-professional
2 running 8s would also win it, obviously, for Max. But
got this tournament in a $400 satellite with a huge chance here.
5 comes off. We are down to the river card. Max Steinberg needs to catch an ace or a king on the river to stay alive.
Otherwise, we have a new legend here, Mike, at the bike. Here we go to the river. They are chanting his name. Josh Hale, 1 card away from being our champion.
It's a jack. Josh Hale's made jacks full on the river.
Incredible.
To take down the hand and become the Legends of Poker champion.
And Josh Hale getting mobbed by the Halebirds as our runner-up, Max Steinberg, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Max, it's never easy. 1 card away from being the World Poker Tour champion at the Bet Legends at Bike. What's your thoughts right now?
I'm just happy with my results. I mean, if I went into this knowing that I was going to get second, I'd take it every time. So I'm happy with what I got, and Josh is a great player, and I felt like I played very well, and the card's good.
Well, you gotta love the attitude, Max. Congratulations. I'm sure we're gonna see you again.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
All right, back to you guys.
Josh, I got to tell you, that was about a big ebb and flow of a final table on the World Poker Tour as we've ever seen. But I got to ask you a question. This is your first ever WPT event. You got in here by winning a $400 satellite. Did you really think on day 1 that you had a shot to win this poker tournament and become the Legends of Poker champion?
Of course, Mike.
I like a man with confidence. Well, Josh, I'll tell you, a terrific performance you put on, not just at the final table, but all week long. Terrific. In addition to the $500,000 in cash and your $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship,
you get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great players in the history of the World Poker Tour.
Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time. Josh Hale, Legend of Poker champion from San Diego, California. Kimberly, back to you.
What an incredible journey. He came to this final table as the chip leader, and he leaves as a champion. Congratulations to Josh Hale, the Season 11 WPT Legends of Poker champion. Join us next time as we travel to Paris and the Aviation Club de France for the Grand Prix de Paris. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Paris, history is on the line as a former champion goes for his second title here at the Aviation Club in France. To do so, he'll have to battle through a tough international final table to become the first player ever to win the same event twice. The Season 11 Grand Prix de Paris starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Paris and the Aviation Club de France. In the history of the WPT, no Champions Club member has been able to repeat their success in the same tournament. Now, several have tried, including Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, and Antonio Esfandiari, but all have come up short. Tonight, Season 9 Grand Prix de Paris champion Theo Jorgensen goes for his second title and a chance to write his name in the record books. Now, making this final table alone was no easy task. When it started 5 days ago, the field was stacked with some of the best players in the world. Plus, with its re-entry format, several of them took 2 shots at a chance to become the Season 11 Grand Prix de Paris champion.
Players, merci to all of you for your continued support of the World Poker Tour, and bon chance in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, let's shuffle up and deal.
To give players the chance to re-enter if they busted, the Aviation Club split day 1 into 2. A surprise that even defending champion Matthew Waxman was unprepared for.
It's going to go to the loo, but apparently you can play both days, and it would be kind of foolish of me not to play both.
The Grand Prix de Paris is always a who's who of international pros, and for Season 11, the Americans arrived en masse.
Bonjour.
Some of who took 2 shots of making it to day 2. 2 late arrivals were good friends Season 8 Player of the Year Faraz Jaka and Season 9 Foxwoods finalist Mohsen Sharania, who had plans to play the event, but that's as far as the plan went.
I don't know where I'm sleeping tonight. The plan was to figure it out at the end of the day, but now I think me and my roommate Faraz Jaka are going to go find a hotel room during our dinner break.
This year's event also brought out the most notorious player to ever final table in Paris, Tony G.
I'm gonna rip you apart so hard. Surinder Suna, where is he now? You know, I'm looking for him. He's not here. He's nowhere to be seen. I'm still here, going strong.
When the remaining players from both Day 1 heats were combined, 143 players were still alive
Magnifique.
out of the 228 total entrants. Local player Jacques Angebol was at the top of the chip counts with over 225,000. French poker pro Anthony Lelouch in second place, and a Champions Club member and Season 4 Grand Prix de Paris runner-up Juha Helppi in fifth with over 96,000.
It's day 2 of the Grand Prix de Paris.
With the Champions Cup on the line, players took their seats and settled in for a long day of poker. American poker pro Brian Collin came into the day with just 34,000 in chips and looked to be having trouble getting things going early on. But that momentum would change when he cracked Casey Castle's pocket aces to become one of the bigger stacks in the field.
Yes, I am the donkey.
Some French guys have been kind of like talking trash, so I wanted to mess him up all day. I don't know, but he kept playing back at me, and it's the first time I got a hand against him. And I had queens, and we went all in. He had aces for like the 6th time today, so I kind of just thought he might be messing around, and he wasn't. But I managed to get a lucky straight on the river, so to double me up.
Another player with some day 2 mo was Mr. Tirania, who had found a place to stay and was putting his time in Paris to good use, amassing chips and playing solid poker. But day 2 would be the end for 80 players, including Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris winner Matt Waxman, 2-time WPT champion Marvin Rettenmeyer, and Season 9 WPT Championship winner Scott Sieber, to name a few. Despite Brian Collins' strong run, it wasn't enough to capture the top chip position for the day. That honor went to German pro Philip Philbort Grisham, who finished with over $280,000. In 3rd place, Hollywood writer-producer Matt Salzberg ended with almost $230,000.
I had deuces 3 times, and I made sets 3 straight times with them. So it's been going good.
Day 2 ended with a field of 63, among them top pros such as former Once to Watch Jason Mercier, Andrew Lichtenberger, and Faraz Jaka. Plus 2 former Grand Prix de Paris champions still in the field, Theo Jorgensen and David Benjamin. Only 6 would make it to the televised final table and have a shot at the title.
Who will make it and be crowned champion of the Grand Prix de Paris? Find out when our extended coverage of the playdown to the final 6 in Paris at the Aviation Club du France continues right after this.
You know, sometimes you want to work on your poker game without worrying about risking any money. That's why we love to play on ClubWPT.com, where we can play as many tournaments as we want without the fear of going broke. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Paris and the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Aviation Club du France's Grand Prix de Paris. Days 3 and 4 saw the clash of some of the best players in the world and some unexpected bust-outs as the race to the final table continued.
While Vince and the Royal Flush Girls took in the French countryside to visit an animal rescue center representing the WPT Foundation, play got underway for the start of Day 3 at the Aviation Club. The 63 players who survived were a mix of top pros and amateur hopefuls looking to become the next player to etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup. Early in the day, acting as a one-man wrecking crew was Matt Salzberg. Matt, a writer and producer for the Showtime series Weeds, was making the best of his first visit to the Aviation Club.
Today is like absurdly good so far. Popping sets, making some flushes. It's just been a really sick day. I busted Fabrice, ace-queen suited against ace-queen suited. I popped a flush. That was pretty sick. Then I popped a set against Benjamin and got it in against him. And then I busted Tony G in a flip, ace-king against queens. I binked an ace. Just been making a lot of hands, you know?
Now they're afraid of you.
Yeah, they're pretty. I've been showing a lot of nines, so yeah.
Only the top 27 players would cash in Paris, and the field quickly diminished throughout the day. On the edge of the bubble, some players tend to tighten up and hope that another player in the field will be the unfortunate one to bust just short of the money. Jason Mercier isn't one of those players. After raising pre-flop with 4 deuce of hearts, he continued to play his hand aggressively after hitting bottom pair and an inside straight draw on a board of ace 3 deuce. His opponent, Frenchman Raphael Abitbol, holding ace-queen for a pair of aces, was put to the test when Jason went all in on the draw-heavy turn. After tanking for a considerable time, Raphael made the call and was relieved to see he had the best hand. He still had to fade a deuce 4-5 or any heart on the river to win the hand. To his amazement, he did, and crippled Jason's stack. Fortunately for Jason, he was able to hang on and avoid being the bubble boy. That honor went to early chip leader Anthony Lelouch, whose pocket kings ran into Brian Collins' pocket aces. Jason busted shortly after in 27th place. He was followed by Season 10 LAPC champion Sean Jazzieri in 26th place, eliminated by reigning player of the year Joe Sirach, who had an up-and-down day 3.
I did make the money. I wasn't sure if I was going to.
When play ended for the day, 24 players remain, including French rapper Bruno Lopez in 4th place, Matt Salzberg in 2nd place, and still in the chip lead, Philip Grisham, the only player to crack the million chip mark. On day 4, another busy day took place along the Champs-Élysées, both on and off the felt. The final 24 players were a good mix of young American poker pros, Kyle Julius, Brian Collin, Mohsen Charania, and Andrew Lichtenberger. 2 international pros, Germans Fabian Quass and Philip Grisham. 2 Champions Club members, each with past history at the Aviation Club, Grand Prix de Paris winner Theo Jorgensen, and Season 4 runner-up Juha Helppi. And they were just a few of these remaining players. Fabian Quass made the first splash of the day when he knocked out Andrew Lichtenberger. Andrew went all in with king-queen offsuit and was called by Fabian's pocket trays. The tray on the flop gave Fabian a huge lead. An 8 of clubs on the river sealed the deal and sent Andrew packing. Matt Salzberg continued his day 3 dominance, knocking out Juha Helppi in 20th place and French pro Jean-Philippe Rouard in 19th place. These pots also catapulted Matt into the chip lead, which drew the attention of Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten, who had stopped by to check out the action. Theo Jorgensen also found his groove, knocking out Kyle Julius and Florian LeCant to move up the chip counts. Brian Collin, one of the early chip leaders in this tournament, finally met his match against Canadian Timothy Adams. Brian's ace-6 could not improve against Timothy's ace-queen, and Brian was eliminated in 15th place. Timothy also busted French singer Gregoire Boissonneau in 11th place. In one of the biggest hands of the tournament, Joe Sirach put almost his entire stack into the pot pre-flop and was called by Theo.
1.
He still had about 40,000 held back, which led to a little ribbing from Theo.
It's going to be a hell of a comeback if you fold and win this one.
But with so much committed, Joe had no choice but to put the rest in on the flop, and saw that his ace-3 was crushed by Theo's ace-king. Last year's Player of the Year, Joe Sirach, failed to improve and was knocked out in 10th place to pick up some Player of the Year points in just the 4th event of Season 11.
The winner of this event will take home 1,200 points and be tied atop the Season 11 leaderboard with Legends of Poker champ Josh Hale.
When we reached the television final table bubble, one hand gave new meaning to the term nosebleed stakes. In a pot against Matt Salzberg, Timothy Adams was put to a decision on the river after Matt led out with a $45,000 bet. Timothy went into the tank when his nose actually started bleeding. While simultaneously addressing his medical issue, Timothy threw out a raise of $125,000. Matt quickly folded, and then Timothy tabled pocket deuces for the stone-cold bluff to the shock of everyone.
I figure he can be bluffing there with the blood pouring out of his nose.
That's the best move I've ever seen.
Like, I figure he can never be bluffing there, right?
Unbelievable. That's got to be, I bow down for that one.
The TV table bubble busted when French player Jérôme Douieb's ace-queen ran into Matt's ace-king.
The final table of the Grand Prix de Paris is always comprised of a very international mix of players, and tonight is no exception. Most surprising is that for the first time, no French player is seated among the final 6. For more insight on our final table, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, how impressed are you with this final table?
Well, Kimberly, I'm very impressed with the players at tonight's final table. 5 out of 6 of these players have won big-time tournaments around the world. And the other guy is Matt Salzberg from LA, and he's our chip leader. Certainly the guy starting out in 2nd chip position. Mohsen Charania from Chicago is no stranger to the World Poker Tour. He has made 2 final tables. But the big story tonight is Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. Theo is looking to win this event for the 2nd time, and no player in the history of the World Poker Tour has won the same event twice. So, Kimberly, we've got a bit of poker history possibly in the making tonight.
We do, and Vince, of course we love it here. What makes the Aviation Club so special?
Well, Kimberly, it reeks of poker history. There are statues in the hallways of poker players in pain. all you hear throughout the club are loud French accents with bad beach stories. It is incredible. But tonight we have something else that's incredible. We have a player, Theo Jorgensen, going after his second WPT title at the same place, never been done. And he's ready to talk about his good luck charm, his father.
Well, there was big doubts about whether he was a lucky charm or he was a jinx. But 2 years ago, he proved that he was the lucky charm. So it's pretty vital he's here.
Thank you, Theo. Such a nice guy and very humble, too. Our first place finisher tonight will take home over $500,000, including a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship, and have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. And later, we find out what poker means to the Season 11 ones to watch. The start of the Grand Prix de Paris final table is moments away. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. Welcome back to Season 11 on the World Poker Tour. We're in Paris at the beautiful Aviation Club de France for the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris.
Yes, Mike, it is great to be back at the Aviation Club where the different cultures clash at the poker table. We are definitely not in Kansas anymore. The cards are ready. They're being shuffled and dealt. Let's go to the felt.
Well, we started 4 days ago with 228 players. We're now down to these 6. There you see our chip leader, Matt Salzberg from the U.S., the lone amateur at the table. Winner tonight will take home over 400,000 euros and get a coveted entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season.
Now the ante's going to start at 2,000. The blinds are 8 and 16,000. First to act, Timothy Adams from Canada, and he's going to look down at a Jack 10. All right, Timothy with a quick fold, and now it's around to Mosin. He's going to fold his hand. Matt Salzberg, the Hollywood producer, writer of the show Weeds, has a pair of 4s, Mike. He's a chip leader, and he's going to pop this. Makes it 35,000 to go.
Well, tough German pro, Philip Grissom out. Around to Theo Jorgensen. Highly respected guy from Denmark. Won this tournament a couple years ago. Looking to take this title for the second time tonight.
He's got a huge hand, ace-king, and he re-raises. He makes it 85,000 to go. Fabian Quas out. Back on Matt. He's going to make the call with the 4s.
Vince, I got to ask you, I know you're a little superstitious, and one thing you don't like is the way they turn the flop over here in Europe, where they do it one card at a time. You'd like to see them all at one time.
I like one big plunge.
If I had my preference, I'd take them all at once, but I don't let the one card at a time bother me while I'm over here.
Let's see. First hand, good action. Flop comes up, Jack, Jack, 6. Timothy would have hit a Jack there. He's a little sickened by that.
Theo going to make the continuation bet. But as you can see, Matt quickly calls him.
Nice call by Matt Salzberg, the so-called amateur at the table from Hollywood. Here comes the turn card.
Well, a 10 comes up.
Oh, that just makes Timothy Adams a full house. So he's completely disgusted. And Theo's going to slow down with his ace high. And Matt also going to check behind him, going to the river.
The 3 comes off. Nice card for Matt. Got the best hand with Jackson 4s. Action on Theo.
Yeah, but if he sticks in a big bet, but he does not, he checks.
Ace-king.
Matt checks behind him, and the Hollywood producer gets greenlit on the very first hand, takes down the pot with the 4s.
Well, the lone amateur extends his chip lead.
What a bunch we have here tonight in Paris at this final table.
Well, I don't think I've ever played a final table this tough.
Phil is very good. Phil is a guy that's going to pay me off.
Mosin, that guy's really good. He's tricky, he's calm.
And then there's Matt.
He's the only person at the table, I believe, that doesn't play professionally.
Timothy plays extremely well.
He pulled a sick bluff on me when his nose started bleeding.
Fabian, he is relentless, just aggression, aggression, aggression.
Theo has an aggressive style that is hard to counter.
This is going to be a dogfight.
Well, a dogfight indeed, but a good one. Really, 6 international star players in their own countries.
Matt Salzberg, as you can see, the chip leader with over 1.9 million. And he's at 3,000. Blinds are 10 and 20. Action on Philip Grissom.
Good one.
Philip looks down at a king-jack. And he is going to raise. Gets folded around to Timothy Adams. Now, Timothy this time with a pair of fours.
How much did you start with, Phil?
Stay the same.
I don't even know what that is.
You didn't look at the chip counts?
No, who cares?
$7.75.
Timothy Adams has a World Series of Poker bracelet already in his young career. 26 years old, but he's going to fold the fours. And now Mosen also not going to call with Queen 10.
You're a professional. Well, Matt Salzberg's got chips. He's in the big blind, got some money in the pot, so he makes the call with the King 5 of spades.
That's right. Well, he's a writer. He's from Hollywood. He's creative. He's trying to create something here. Will he do it? Flop comes up 8, 9, 10.
2 hearts. Matt checks, and Philip has an open-end straight draw, as you can see, but doesn't want to get check raised out of the pot, so he checks also. Deuce of diamonds comes off.
Neither player. Matt not hitting, and he's just going to check.
Philip, who played the one-drop tournament at the World Series of Poker this year. That was $1 million buy-in poker tournament.
And this guy's a big gambler, no doubt about it. You also played that, made the money, didn't you, Mike?
I did, actually. It was quite fun.
Oh, look at this. Philip, with just basically nothing, is going to bet, and he is going to win this pot.
Well, Philip, a tough player, won 2 European poker titles in 2011. Looking to take down a WPT title tonight.
They're the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying the moment here in Paris. Well, there's nothing like seeing a WPT event live. And when you're here, you can meet the Royal Flush girls, Mike, Kimberly, myself. Let's get back to the table. And right now, Matt Salzberg still having the chip lead with close to 1.9 million. Action on Fabian.
Fabian, poker pro out of Germany.
Yeah, Fabian's got a queen jack.
Started this final table on the short stack, and he's still there.
Fabian Quas. He got in this tournament through Ace Satellite. Bargain basement, and he's going to raise with the queen jack. Makes it 40,000 to go. But right behind him, Timothy Adams with Ace King.
Oh, big hand for Timothy here. He's going to 3-bet it up to 82,000.
Certainly is. Mosen out. And now Matt Salzberg also folding.
Philip out as well and round to the big blind.
Uh-oh. Ooh la la. Look at this. Theo Jorgensen with the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces, and what a time to get them.
The perfect spot to pick up 2 aces in the big blind. The pot's been raised and re-raised in front of Theo. He is loving this. And here comes the 4-bet.
Oh, chips and a plaque flying out there with the aces.
200,000 to bet by Theo. Fabian quickly folds.
Timothy has a big hand, though. Ace-king. He's got to be thinking, what is going on here? Oh, man, he's getting out extra plaques, extra chips. He's going to re-raise. He makes it 480,000 to go. Back on Theo.
I'm all in.
And there you go.
Cool. I got the nuts.
Quick call, but Timothy's not going to like it. He's up against the one hand he doesn't want to be up against. 2 aces.
Now, Theo Jorgensen doesn't have the chips that Timothy has, so Timothy will still be around if he should not get extremely lucky. But what a position he's in right now. Timothy Adams slips on the banana, and Theo Jorgensen from Denmark in great place. Right now, here's the flop.
Now, flop 4-4 deuce. As you can see, to win this pot, Timothy's going to have to hit running kings. Nothing else will do for him. They'd split it if it came a 3 and a 5.
And right there, you see the lobby pretty full here. Watching the action on the TVs out there. Here comes the turn.
Well, a deuce comes off. That's going to do it for Timothy in this pot. Theo Jorgensen going to double up and take 1 step closer to capturing this event for the 2nd time.
Oh, he's got to be loving this. Theo Jorgensen is going to take this pot. Well done.
There's more from Paris. Stay tuned.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Aviation Club de France. And you know, Mike, we have been here since season 1 on the World Poker Tour. These tournaments are always great.
Well, Vince, you're right. There's nothing quite like poker right here, smack dab in the middle of the Champs-Élysées at the Aviation Club. And you can remember back in seasons 1 and 2, we had Christopher Johansson win, we had David Benjamin win, and that was when the Greek was at that table and all that commotion took place. Maybe the most exciting event we've ever had in the World Poker Tour.
Remember, he used to call it the Isle of Crete. The blood rolls, the Isle of Crete. It was insane. It was so exciting. And you know what? If you're a Club WPT VIP member, you actually get access to all those great shows here in Paris.
And in addition to that, you can play all the poker you want. You can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can win seats out here on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
There you see Matt Salzberg, the lone amateur from the U.S., our chip leader with $1.8 million, but Theo Jorgensen right on his heels now in second place.
Timothy, how much is that now?
Just over 400.
Timothy Adams on the short stack right now with just over 400,000.
Mohsen Sharania.
Nice.
Quickly fold. And now it's on Matt Salzberg. He's got an ace-5. Likes to play a lot of hands. This time he's going to raise, makes it 45,000 to go. Philip is out, and now Theo Jorgensen.
Well, Theo on the button, going to 3-bet it here with the king-queen. Makes it 100,000 to go.
Everyone's out, but Matt, he's going to call this with his ace-5.
I'm not fond of this play by Matt. Calling re-raises with an ace baby card.
He's trying to write his own script here. Let's see if he gets lucky.
Well, he might be writing the right script, Vince. He's flopped 2 aces. He's got the lead.
He's going to check him.
Well, Theo has the ace-high straight draw, as you can see, and bets.
Makes the continuation bet of 125. A quick call by Matt.
Matt has the nut flush draw.
Not repopped, and here's the turn, 7 of hearts.
Well, Matt checks. Theo reaching for more chips. Just has a king high, but gonna fire a second shell. At least it looks like it. And indeed he does. This time he bets 275,000. There you see Matt fumbling with his chips a little bit, but he does make the call and makes it pretty quick.
He certainly does, to the disturbance of Theo. 8 of hearts on the river. Theo doesn't hit. Matt checks again.
Well, Theo only has a king high, and look at this, Vince.
Oh boy, look at those dangerous looking plaques coming out.
Well, those are 100,000 each. Love the plaques. That's what distinguishes European events from American events. Besides the colored money of the euros that they use, but at the table, the plaques are the big guns.
600.
Look at this, Vince, a 3-barrel bluff by Theo Jorgensen.
Oh man, he is relentless. And now, Matt Salzberg has to squirm in his seat here.
Well, you can't blame him, Vince. Virtually all he can beat is a bluff here.
This would be the call of the week in Paris if Matt should make this call, but it's tough to do with a horrible kicker.
This is the problem when you're calling re-raises with ace and baby cards. Even if an ace comes out, you're pretty much frozen in the pot.
Boy, the 2 chip leaders.
Well, there you see Theo's dad over there nervously watching his son. He'd really be nervous if he knew what Theo had.
Oh, and the producer's going to call it a wrap. He cannot compete.
Damn it.
He mucks his hand.
Well, Theo shows the bluff.
Beautifully done by Theo Jorgensen.
And folks, there's not many players that will fire 3 shells at a pot. They bluff on the flop, bluff on the turn, bluff on the river. Theo Jorgensen did it. He has taken the chip lead. He is well on his way to becoming a 2-time Grand Prix de Paris champion.
Brilliantly done by the man from Denmark.
For the past few seasons, we've followed young, talented poker pros as they begin to make a name for themselves in the poker world. Well, tonight, we find out what poker truly means to them in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
Poker, to me, is just the greatest game ever.
Sean Deeb has quite the reputation in poker. Clearly, he's one of the best. The typical grinder kid who has a lot of money when they're young.
Sean Deeb, I'd love to sit down with him for 3 weeks and tell me what I'm doing wrong.
that'd be amazing.
He's an absolute huge grinder, has done really, really well in tournaments.
John Deeb, the knock on him is that he wins everything online but nothing live, so I'm sure he'll be looking to change that.
I come from a family of entrepreneurs. My grandfather, my father, and most of my family have all been small private business owners. I'm Sean Deeb, and welcome to Ted's Fish Fry. Ted's Fish Fry is a family business that's been operated for about 60 years now. Fried seafood place with a whole host of things on the menu. And we have 5 locations currently, all in the greater Albany area. It's been in our family's name from the start, and I owe everything that I've gotten to become through that business. My brother Bill taking the orders up front.
Order crabs, catch them on your fries.
I think it'd be really cool to see Sean Deeb frying now. With one of those little hats.
Like when we called in orders, we had no paper. We would just remember everything. I think a lot of my memory in poker I owe to the early age of working there and remembering 20 people's orders in a row.
Hey, why don't you grab the dining room, too? Come on, grab it.
He wants me to clean the dining room, the only thing I was good at, and I still wasn't even good at that.
Sean is certainly capable of doing a whole lot of things.
Relentless. Knows every spot, takes every spot. Not scared, uninhibited.
He did what very few players have done and took his licks in order to get good, and now he's not only one of the best no-limit tournament players, but he's a great cash game player and can play any game very, very well.
There's always something new to learn. There's always some new way to play. And that's the greatest thing, is the game is a hybrid. It's like a virus that keeps changing, improving, getting stronger. And it's so much fun to be a part of the industry.
So after that 3-barrel bluff, Theo Jorgensen, now the chip leader with over $2.4 million in chips. Matt Salzberg drops to second place with just $1.5 million.
They are playing fast here in Paris. Back to the felt we go. Philip Grissom. Wow, he looks down at a huge hand. Pair of ladies. It's the queens. But he is raised to 40,000. Theo out, and now Fabian. Fabian's got King Jack, 30-year-old poker pro out of Germany. Got in this tournament through a satellite.
That's right, Vince. Everybody else had to pony up 7,500 euros, or about $10,000 US, to play this event.
I'm all in.
Oh boy, he's gonna push all in with this.
He is going with it right here.
Timothy Adams out, Mosin now. Can't play. Matt also going out, so back on the man with the queens.
Well, Phillips quickly calls him with the 2 queens.
That was quick.
And Fabian's going to have some help.
Disturbingly quick.
Awfully quick.
If he's going to stay alive in this tournament.
Fabian just playing that Philip didn't have a big hand, that he was messing around. His assumption wrong as he sips his coffee. That's got to disturb your stomach at this point.
Well, if he didn't win this pot, Vince, he could go out to the Champs-Élysées and be sipping coffee at a sidewalk cafe.
King Jack up against queens. Here we go with the first 3. Flop is a safe 3, 9, Jack.
Well, Fabian got some help with the 2 jacks, but
She mistook it.
he's going to have to catch a king or a jack or 2 runners to win this pot. It'd be 2 diamonds or 2 cards to make a straight. Doesn't happen.
That was a really upsetting card.
Fabian Quas from Germany must catch a king or a jack to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, he'll be heading down to the Champs-Élysées and wandering the streets.
Can he get lucky? Fabian?
Said 5th place, I go party.
Here comes the river.
So that's going to do it for Fabian Quas, 30-year-old pro from Germany. Got in this tournament by winning a $700 satellite. Out tonight in 6th place.
That is right. A gentleman shakes hands. He picks up 75,000 euros here this evening. We are down to 5 players, and right now Fabian is going to talk about his loss.
And I have 15 big blinds. I think it's pretty standard. I didn't get to play much today, but throughout the whole tournament, I'm pretty happy with my play, yeah.
That was German player Fabian Quas, who is leaving our final table in 6th place. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. Stick around.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
But the unique thing about the Aviation Club is that it's private compared to a big casino anywhere else, where this is so small, so it's kind of cozy.
The Aviation Club is very upscale because you're still playing in these casinos with all the smoke and slot machine sounds and people dressed like slobs in shorts and sandals.
It's kind of a unique experience because it's kind of like you're playing an old gentleman's gambling society or something. You just walk in and you can kind of feel like the history and stuff. It's cool, it's unique, I like it.
I like Paris. What's not to like in Paris? And we're in the center, so it can't really be bad.
Welcome back to Paris.
Well, Vince, all players love coming to the Aviation Club de France because it does have that James Bond ambience about it.
It is fantastic. We're enjoying it here as five-handed poker continues at the final table of the World Poker Tour. Let's go to the felt.
Action on our chip leader, Theo Jorgensen.
And right now, Theo Jorgensen, our chip leader, picks up a pair of sevens, Mike, just like that.
Yep, got the two walking sticks. Going to raise it up to 45,000.
Timothy Adams from Canada goes away. Mosen out.
Now we're around to Matt Salzberg, who looks down at the ace-nine of diamonds, and he is going to make the call.
Philip out.
What's going on with you?
And Matt wants revenge on Theo, perhaps, from that last debacle with the aces. And here comes the flop, 5-6 deuce, and he gets two diamonds.
We can see some action here.
Check.
Matt's flopped the nut flush draw. Theo has the overpair. Matt checks. As you can see, Theo is going to bet, and I'm guessing it's going to get check raised here.
Theo bets 58,000. Matt with the four flush. Oh yeah, he's going to put in a raise.
Yeah, that's what you do with the nut flush draw.
Goes to 150,000 back on the Dane.
Now you have an overpair, but you're saying to yourself, would this guy have called a raise before the flop if he had junk cards like that on the flop? Not so sure.
Well, he's going to gamble, makes the call with the overpair.
So Theo does make the call.
Matt's praying for a diamond. Can he get low? He gets a diamond.
The diamond comes off. The board also pairs. Not a good card at all if you're sitting in Theo's seat. If you're sitting in Matt's seat and just made the nut flush, you're quite content.
Oh, $175,000 content. That's what Matt's betting, and he's going to get the action. He gets the call by the Dane.
Well, Theo quickly calling there. Not sure what, he just doesn't even want to look at the river card, and I don't blame him. King of diamonds comes off, so he didn't want to see a diamond for sure. Now there's four diamonds out there. Action is on Matt. And Matt picking up a couple plaques. That's 200,000 and bets.
You don't have it.
Yeah, he's not going to let up on the Dane. Makes a comfortable bet.
Well, Theo's in that spot that Matt was in a minute ago. Basically, all he can beat is a bluff here. You know, one thought that you might have in your mind here if you're sitting in Theo's seat is, you know, I stole a pawn off this guy and showed it to him. Is he going to do the same thing to me? That's the problem when you show a guy a bluff earlier, because now you're thinking maybe he's going to try to bluff you back here. And basically, with these two sevens and no diamond, that's all you can beat is a bluff.
This looks like 200 out the window. On the other hand, I'm a curious guy.
Oh boy, he's going through torture now. Theo's actually starting to look a little like Gus Hansen with his mannerisms. A little bit.
Now there's the curiosity call. He does make the call.
That's a winner.
Sort of a hero call, but it's not going to work here. Matt shows him a nut flush, and Theo says, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
There's Theo's dad, Gert, who looks like a bouncer from anywhere. Tough-looking guy. Don't want to get on his bad side, that's for sure. Theo, of course, takes his dad. Every time he makes a final table, he flies him in just for intimidation. All right. Ante's to 3,000. Blinds are up to 12 and 24,000. Back to this hand motion with a quick fold. Matt also folding, and now it's around to Philip.
Philip on the button now. Looks down at the queen 10, and he's going to raise it.
This is Philip's fourth WPT event.
Now, Theo goes out, but...
On.
Timothy Adams all in with ace-queen.
Oh,
Yep.
That's not wasting your time, guys. 220 on top, 270 to start.
And the German is contemplating this.
Well, Philip trying to contemplate the odds here.
I think I gamble a little bit.
Saying, is there a chance the guy could have 2 7s or 2 8s, or I could be in a race here?
He's a big gambler, Philip. Played the one-drop event.
I want to kick you out anyways.
Pardon?
I want to kick you out anyways. Let's speed it up a little bit, huh? 220 to call, yeah?
Looks like he's going to make this call and try to get lucky.
Then he's going to have to get very lucky because he's dominated, and he does make the call, and he's not going to like it when Timothy turns up his hand. Ace-Queen versus Queen-10.
Good place for the Canadian Timothy Adams to double up.
Timothy all smiles right now. And why wouldn't you be? You're short-stacked. You're all in with a dominating hand.
And the flop is, yeah, you hit the ace, just like that ace-9-3 on the flop.
So Philip's going to have to catch 2 runners to win this pot now. Doesn't happen as the deuce of spade comes off.
Yeah, all right.
Timothy Adams from Canada is going to double up here.
10 on the river.
There we go.
Timothy quite content to double up. He's traveling through Europe with a bunch of friends just to play poker. It's got to be exciting.
I tried it, guys. Sorry. Tried hard.
You look at Philippe's hair, Mike, right there. You know that must have been a mohawk about 4 months ago. And now it's just a bad wig look. I don't know. Probably had it all purple and pink. Who knows? We've seen them here on the poker tour before.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with Philip's hair, Vince. You guys with perfect hair, you're always criticizing the rest of us on our haircuts.
Just a little observation, my friend. Just thinking outside of the box there. All right, back to this hand. We got a couple folds, and now Theo Jorgensen has a Queen-10. This Dane loves the action.
52.
Well, he just saw Philip get burned by a Queen-10 in the last pot, but thinks maybe it'll work this time, so he raised it.
Timothy out. And now Mosen with an ace-10.
Well, he doesn't 3-bet it. He just makes the call here.
He's from Chicago.
He's been relatively quiet at this final table, but I'm telling you, this guy has game, and he'll be a force to be reckoned with before this night is over. Mark it down.
He's in a good place right now. Ace-10 versus Queen-10, and the flop comes up 9-8-3.
Well, no help to either player. It does give Theo a gut shot straight draw, so I guess it is a help for him. And it goes check-check. And now the 7 of clubs comes off. And with that card, Mosen reaching for chips here because he has the open-end straight draw. Gonna bet 54,000. Theo also has an open-end straight draw, and he's gonna make the call.
Theo not afraid to gamble. Great understanding of the game. 8 on the river, pairs the board.
And also puts a flush possibility out there.
Mosen checks.
Theo's eyes roving around. But he doesn't have the facial antics that Gus
He
has,
will.
you know.
He's warming up.
You know, Gus.
You
know, Gus.
120.
Well, he's got the heart of Gus. Here he is going to bluff here. Again, this time with just the queen high. Makes it 120,000 to go.
Now, there's no facial expression now, though, because he doesn't want to give a tell away.
Well, will Mosen make this call with just ace high? It'd be a tough one to make, but look at this, Vince.
And
He has done it.
got it.
What a call by Mosen. He put the pieces of that puzzle together just perfectly.
Beautifully done by the young guy that dropped out of law school. Now, you don't want to upset Gert. Mosen, take it easy. Oh, very intimidating man.
Mosen making a great call with ace high. With that hand, we end our first hour of coverage at the Aviation Club du France. Mike, what do you think has been the biggest surprise we've seen so far?
Well, honestly, Kimberly, I haven't seen any big surprises so far, but I wasn't expecting any. These are top-notch poker players. They all play really, really well, and that's what I was expecting to see. Now, as a player, I love to see things like the 3-barrel bluff that we saw Theo pull off to win a big pot, and the ace-high call that Mosen just made to win a pot. These guys are playing the game. I can't wait to see how it comes out.
Yeah, it's only just the beginning. Vince, who should we keep an eye on when play resumes?
Well, I think you got to keep an eye on the Hollywood producer, Matt Salzberg. I mean, he is the producer of a major show in Hollywood called Weeds, and apparently he has not been smoking the weeds tonight because he is playing sharp, he is focused, he is playing excellent poker, he's playing with the big boys, and he's doing it well.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from Paris for more of Season 11's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. Where were you last night? What happened?
Most incredible thing ever happened to me last night. I'm walking around Paris, and all of a sudden, this car pulls up in front of me with two beautiful girls saying, come, come. So I did. I went to the car.
That's where you're dreaming?
No, this is not a dream. You got to listen to me carefully. They take me to the aviation club, but Mike, it's not now. It was back in time. It was like 60 years ago. I was playing with legendary poker players. I was playing with Titanic Thompson. I was playing with Amarillo Slim when he was young and very slim. I played with Bobby Riggs. We played cards. We drank. We had a great time. It was the most amazing thing I've ever
Sounds like
been.
you're drinking too much tequila.
No, I know it sounds crazy, but it happened. It's gonna happen again. Go with me tonight.
Vince, how long are we going to be out here? We've been here over an hour now.
Shh, it's gonna happen, all right? Okay, Mr. Doubter, what's mine? I told you about this. This is it. Hello.
Fantastic.
What did I tell you, Mike?
You were right one more time, Vince.
Fantastic. Oh, yes. Yes, we. Oh, a little poker tonight?
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club and WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris final table. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and tonight I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Quite an exciting table we've seen so far.
Well, it really is, Kimberly. That's because these guys are terrific poker players. These are guys that have won big-time tournaments around the world. The big story, though, at this final table is Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. He's trying to win this event for a second time and become the first player in WPT history to win the same event twice. Can he make poker history tonight? That's the question.
And Vince, what about the other players?
Well, we've got a surprise package here tonight. We have a Hollywood producer, Matt Salzberg. He's a TV producer and writer. He writes for that show called Entourage, and he also writes a show called Weeds. And tonight, he'd like to write a new TV series called Matt Wins Paris, and he has a shot, Mike. Kimberly, he is good. He's playing with the big boys.
Well, he made it in Hollywood. I guess next up, Paris, right? We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the felt.
We started 4 days ago with 228 players. We're now down to these 5. The lone amateur at the table, Matt Salzberg from the U.S., our chip leader.
Very exciting. 5 players left. Winner's going to take home 400,000 euros, which is approximately 520,000 U.S. And here we go. Action on the Canadian. Timothy Adams looks down at a Jack-3. He folds it.
Over to Mosen from Chicago. Very tough pro.
Yep, he dropped out of law school to play poker. He's got ace-9 of spades, and he will raise.
Wasn't a bad idea, Vince, because he made $1.8 million in 2012 by taking down an EPT event in Monte Carlo.
Matt Salzberg out, but look at this. The German here, Philip Grissom, he makes it $135,000 with just king-4.
Well, it just shows you how aggressive these young guys are, Vince. 3-betting a guy with a king-4 offsuit.
Theo Jorgensen out.
How much did you start the hand with?
900,000.
Back around to Mosen. Well, Mosen's making the good call. The German doesn't like it. Here we go with a flop.
Vince, I know you're like most Americans and most players that can't stand it, the way they deal the flop here 1 card at a time.
Well, they do it differently here. In Paris, of course. It is 5-9 Jack. Mosen hits the 9s.
Yeah, he's got middle pair with top kicker, but There you can see Philip. You 3-bet with nothing before the flop. You're going to make a continuation bet on the flop, and that's what Philip's doing here.
Yes, 130,000, Mike.
Well, he does make it, and look at this. A quick, relaxing call, it looks like, by Mosen. And yes, that's the case. He's got second pair with top kicker. Calls him, and here comes the turn card. 7 of hearts comes off. Will Philip continue to fire? That's the question. His problem is he just doesn't have that many more chips to keep firing blanks.
Yeah, he is going to slow down. He has checked it into Mosen. Mosen content to make the check as well. Here we go to the river.
Well, the board pairs 5s. Well, Philip knows there's no hand he can beat at this point. The question is, does he want to bluff at it and burn up more chips? The answer is no.
Well, they both check again.
Well, Mosen going to take this pot down with the 2 9s, and Philip saying to himself, not a good spot to bluff.
So Mosen from Chicago, Illinois, 27 years old. His 28th WPT event is going to take this pot down.
Chalk one up to the Chicago Pro.
My first final table at the WPT was in Foxwoods 2 years ago, and I came into the final table in third. And it was a pretty tough final table. It was Tom Marchese, Kevin Stammen, and Jeff Forrest. And the blinds were so high, got into a pretty normal standard spot. Mullen.
Both picking up mid pairs and moving all in like most guys would do.
Gonna need a little bit of luck. I just got unlucky, didn't suck out, and I was pretty surprised I didn't get there. And then I ended up getting 6th place, so it's like really quick because I was very excited and I busted in an hour.
Just like that, Mosen Charania out in 6th place.
So I'm gonna try to make sure I make it all the way through this time.
Well, he is a talented young player. He actually dropped out of law school to play poker, Mike.
Yeah, he majored in finance and economics at the University of Illinois. He was classmates there with 2 very tough players, Ravi Raghavan and Faraz Jaka, a former WPT Player of the Year.
Okay, on this hand, a couple folds, 3 folds to be exact. Around to Theo Jorgensen, the Dane. Theo's got a pair of 5s.
Yep, got the speed limit here.
52.
In the small blind, though, so certainly going to raise with this hand. He does it. Makes it 52,000 to go, and Timothy in the big blind. Looks like he's going to make the call with the Jack-10.
Certainly is. Makes the call. Timothy Adams is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner in 2012. Talented young player. And here comes the flop. It's an ace, a 10, and a 7.
So Timothy out in front right now with the 2 10s.
60.
But Theo with the absolute continuation bet. This guy loves to plunge ahead, makes a bet. But Timothy not going anywhere with the 10s. Makes the call. Theo doesn't like that.
Well, now the board pairs 7s.
What do you got back? 400?
Theo asking his opponent how many chips he has left. You're sitting in Theo's seat right now. You're thinking, when this guy raised if he had an ace in his hand? I don't see that happening. Maybe he's got Queen Jack. Maybe he's got 8-9 suited, something like that. Or my 2 5s are the best hand.
Theo is a former casino dealer. He won this event in season 9. He has his father, Gert, here, standing by for luck.
130.
And he is going to plunge ahead again. That's 130,000.
I think he's betting not because it's a bluff fence, but because he thinks it possibly could be the best hand.
Well, Timothy's going to fold it.
Yeah, Timothy folds his 2 10s, and Theo taking down the pot by betting.
Well, that's what he does. He doesn't have to have hands necessarily. He just keeps plunging ahead. What a talent we're seeing here.
And Mosen from Chicago now our chip leader with nearly 2.3 million in chips. Matt Salzberg in second place with 2.1 million. We've got 2 guys from the U.S., 1 from Canada, 1 from Denmark, and 1 from Germany still left in this competition.
All right, Matt has folded.
Fort.
Philip the German also folding.
Oh, wait. No, I'm going to...
Theo's going to get out, so we're going to have a battle of the blinds here.
Now, our short stack here tonight from Canada, Timothy.
No.
He's going to go all in with his ace-4 clubs.
I call.
Oh, Mosen picked up a pair of jacks.
Well, the snap call by Mosen with the 2 jacks, and Timothy Adams' tournament life is on the line here.
Good luck, buddy.
Must improve his hand, otherwise he'll be our 5th place finisher.
Two buddies going after each other right now. Timothy Adams and Mosen Charania.
Think you're gonna win? You think you're gonna win? I don't think anything.
Well, these are 2 really good poker players, folks.
I think there'll be 5 cards on the board.
Right now, Mosen out in front with the jacks. Will they stand up?
There's a 5, and then an ace just like that for Timothy. Beautifully done, and a 3 of diamonds.
4 diamonds.
Timothy flops aces with a gut shot draw. Mosen knows he needs to catch a jack or 2 running diamonds to win this pot. That doesn't happen as the queen of spades comes on the turn, so we're down to the river. And Mosen, who was a nice favorite pre-flop, is now a huge underdog with 1 to go.
Not putting it out there, don't
He's got to hit a jack to knock out the Canadian, Timothy. Can he do it? Will a jack appear? Nope. A 3 of spades. So Timothy Adams going to take that pot, hitting his aces. Beautifully done.
Plenty more to come from Paris and the Aviation Club de France, including a look back at one of Season 10's best moments.
I got luck, boys.
And Tony Dunst gets raw as he breaks down tonight's play. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the Aviation Club's Grand Prix de Paris. Raw deal analyst Tony Dunst has been keeping close watch of the action we've seen tonight and is ready in Command Central to give us his detailed analysis in this edition of the Raw Deal.
For many years, my generation of poker players talked about Mosen Charania like, why hasn't he won anything yet? He's such a nice guy. I'd like him to win just once.
Mosen Charania out in 6th place.
All of that changed in the spring of 2012 when he won the EPT Grand Final in Monaco. And finding him at another major final table just months later came as a surprise to nobody familiar with the quality of his play. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break him down. Let's check out a telling hand from the previous episode. Mosen and Theo are 2nd and 3rd respectively at this final table. Theo opens the hand with a standard button raise holding Queen 10.
52.
And Mosen makes the call from the big blind with a dominating Ace 10. If the effective stacks were much shorter, you'd potentially see Mosen move all in. But with stacks of this depth, most players prefer to call. The flop comes 9-3-8 rainbow. While Mosen's check is pretty natural, some may be surprised that Theo elected to check behind. It's one of those spots where either checking or betting can work well, depending on your intention for future streets. If Theo thinks Mosen is likely to get stubborn or has a liability to check raise the flop, then checking behind is a perfectly viable option. When the turn brings a 7 that adds a flush draw to the board, Mosen leads out and Theo makes the call with his straight draw. The river completes the backdoor flush draw and pairs the board with the 8 of clubs. Mosen checks and Theo makes a bet of $120,000.
120.
About exactly half pot. You'll notice that it didn't really take Mosen very long to make the call with just ace high. Why is that? It's because Theo's line represents very few credible hands that would bet this river for value. Mosen knows that if Theo had an overpair, he'd bet this flop. He knows that Theo could have an 8 with a hand like 10-8, but that it's simply improbable. Mosen also anticipates that Theo would bet if he had a coordinated hand that contained a backdoor flush draw, so he discounts the likelihood of running into a flush here. On top of eliminating many potential value betting hands from Theo's range, Mosen is getting exactly 3-1 on this call, meaning he only needs to be good 25% of the time to make it profitable.
And you got it.
It makes you wonder whether Theo would have gotten away with it if he had fired $200,000 into the pot. We'll never know. But Mosen probably would.
Well, certainly Mosen, a great poker player, no doubt about that. But right now, it's Matt Salzberg on top with 5 players left. He's got over 2.1 million. Can the amateur shoot down these pros?
Okay, action on. Timothy Adams with a quick fold. And now Mosen with a king nine of spades. Makes it 50,000. Matt out.
Look at this. Philip three-betting here with an ace deuce. What a bold play by the German.
You're right. Ace deuce of diamonds.
Well, Theo's played a lot of poker with Philip and knows he three-bets light on a number of occasions. And look at this. Theo Jorgensen. It looks like he is going to four-bet here with just a queen high. Incredible.
Look at this. He is going to push. What instincts. Mosen quickly getting out of the way. So with just queen jack, Theo has gone up to 270,000 into the German, who has just ace deuce. Wow, this is incredible.
Oh, Vince, I don't know what you're thinking about here. You tried to take this pot down. The guy's four-bet you. You're looking at an ace deuce.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in.
Well, that's what he's thinking about. What an amazing raise.
Folks, to move all in here.
Oh, and he's going to show it.
With just an ace deuce there is incredible. What heart this guy's got.
Nice move.
I was ready for Paris nightlife.
And you can move all over the top of a guy that three-bet with just an ace deuce for all your dough. That is playing the game, Vince. We are seeing some plays at this table tonight here in Paris.
Oh, man, he just
very exciting stuff.
burnt the croissant right there. Nicely done, and they're showing it. You gotta love it. And this is some of the best poker we've seen all year long on the World Poker Tour. I'm not kidding. These guys are battling for pots. Beautifully done. Back to the next hand. Theo Jorgensen now with a queen seven of diamonds.
And I said he moved all in on the guy that three-bet. He was actually four-bet, and he five-bet all in with the ace deuce. Amazing play by Philip.
Well, a lot of folds around to our Hollywood producer, Matt, who's finally picked up a nice pair of eights. He raises to 55,000 into the German, who geniusly played ace deuce last hand with all in. Now he's going to speculate with a jack five.
Well, he likes to play a lot of hands. We can see that.
All right, so eights up against jack five. Here we go with the flop. And look at this, an eight on the flop, Mike. Three of a kind for Matt.
He's flopped a set, and as you can see, Philip's got top pair.
Matt's going to come out and bet 52,000.
Well, this could spell doom for the German here. Oh, Philip better be very careful here. He's flopped top pair, but he is in dire straits.
Philip is going to make the call with top pair. What a position here for Matt Salzberg, who's flopped three of a kind.
And now a nine comes off, so that puts a lot of straight possibilities out there.
And Matt just wants to hide his face, a lot like Phil Hellmuth does, as you can see. It works for Phil.
Well, he wouldn't mind check raising with 3/8, but when the nine comes up, too many straight card possibilities where you just can't afford to check where your opponent could check behind you and get a free card to make a straight.
Well, it's a mere 86,000. But will he chase away the German with top pair? Yes, he does.
Lucky for that turn card.
Just shows you the feel that Philip has for the game, Vince, and I'll tell you why. A minute ago, he five-bet all in with an ace deuce. This time he had top pair and just mucked it right on both occasions.
Just great stuff, and he's got to be feeling good about himself.
Flop a set.
You flop this.
Yeah.
You check, I bet you.
Yeah.
You raise.
I just didn't love that turn because just put a few draws.
Got five talented players here left.
Yeah, Matt Salzberg still out in front. Could the amateur possibly take down this WPT title?
All right, the antes are going up to 4,000. Lines 15 and 30,000. On to the next hand, Mosen with an ace queen. Gonna make it 60,000. Matt folds.
Fold.
And Philip also gonna fold. Around to Theo Jorgensen, who has a very solid pair of tens.
Yep, he's got Ren 10-10 here. And he is going to re-raise up to 135,000.
Certainly should. Timothy the Canadian out.
Start with $1 million.
Mosen.
Raise.
He's going to raise.
You're young, you're fearless. You four-bet, that's what you do.
270,000, Mike.
Now all of a sudden those two tens shrink up a little bit, Vince. When a guy four-bets you and you've got two tens, you're fearful he's got jacks or queens possibly kings or aces, and at worst, ace, king, ace, queen, where you'd be in a race for all your dough.
I'm all in.
Whoa. He's gone all in.
Call.
And a quick call by Mosin.
That's bad news. Oh, at least I'm alive.
So here we go, the classic race situation.
Oh, you said it first. I can't beat that. Congrats.
You just jinxed it back the other
Yeah.
way.
Oh boy, both guys don't like being in this position. A coin flip for a lot of chips. Now there's Gert, Theo's dad.
Let's just take the money back and play on.
I'll do it.
I'll definitely do it as well.
These guys play so good, they don't want to race for all their dough. They'd rather play a little longer, but old Theo's going to love to race with that flop.
That's an amazing flop.
He's flopped a full house.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's it. 10's full, just like that.
Well, it's not over.
I like that flop.
Mosin
I
can
got
catch
it.
2 runners to make a bigger full house, but he is up against it right now.
Theo takes a big gulp. He's got to love this, but not as much as Gert, Theo's dad.
I kind of like that flop.
Who's loving this for his son. Here goes the turn, Mike.
Well, it's a 4 hearts. That's going to do it for Mosin in this spot. Theo Jorgensen going to double up and take 1 step closer to capturing his second WPT title in the same event, something that's never been done before.
They are playing at an amazing high level here in Paris.
Yes, these guys are fighting for every pot.
Yeah, they are flopping back and forth. We're seeing it all here tonight at the Aviation Club. We're coming back. Stay with us here on the WPT.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club. You're watching the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And this week, Vince, one of our lucky ClubWPT.com VIP members got a chance to win a seat into this tournament, come over here to Paris, experience all the great things of Paris, as well as get a chance to play against some of the top players in the world.
That is true. David Zabak from Pennsylvania got the tournament, got the tour around Paris, got to talk and flirt with the Royal Flush girls. You can't beat it.
Well, it was nice to have a chance to meet David, but you could follow in his footsteps. You too can become a ClubWPT.com VIP member and enjoy all the VIP benefits, including play all the poker you want and winning your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, Mike, back to the felt we go. As you can see right there, the chip leader is the American, the so-called amateur at the table, Matt Selsberg with $2.2 million.
Yep, a tough pro, Theo Jorgensen from Denmark, looking to take down his second title in this event, in second place right now. Back to the action.
Yeah, Mosin with a quick fold, and now the American with ace-5 will make it $65,000 to go into Philip, who has picked up a strong hand, pair of jacks.
I mean, she's just calling here. I'm surprised at this call. And I say that because when you call, you're just pricing the guys in the blind to play the pot, meaning you got to beat multiple players to win. Not easy to do with 2 jacks, but the blinds go out. Flop comes 10, 5, 3. Matt, who raised pre-flop, checks with second pair and top kicker.
80.
Well, the German's going to take control with the overpair. 80,000, a quick call by Matt Salzberg. The turn card.
And the 4 spade comes up, puts a possible flush and a possible straight out there. Matt checks again.
Philip has the overpair and a big spade. And the German has to feel pretty comfortable as he gets out the pink chips and the plaque. Yep, 175,000. Matt does not have a spade. He's got a little piece in it, the pair of 5s.
I'm still wowed. He just check called on the flop here. And now he's getting away from this hand on the turn.
That was an even bigger bluff than the ace-deuce against me.
That was a bigger bluff. It's 175.
Yeah, well.
Philip taking this pot. His 4th ever WPT event. And there's the lobby right now at the Aviation Club. The crowd watching on TVs.
The French player just staring at the monitor out there, wondering, where's our French players at this table? There are none.
Appreciate it.
All right, action on the Canadian Timothy Adams with a quick fold. Mosin out as well.
70.
Now Matt.
Well, with another ace-5, he's going to raise this time again with it. Hadn't fared too well with that ace-5 so far.
Makes it 70,000. Philip out. And now the Dane. Theo with a nothing hand, a queen-6.
Well, incredible, Vince. He is going to re-raise with a queen-6 offsuit here. Not folding it, not calling with it, 3-betting with it to take the lead.
Now there's Gert. Looks like a professional bouncer out of Denmark. That is Theo's dad, of course. His luck charm.
You just wonder if Matt is getting superstitious about this ace-5 offsuit. Just not going to fool with it this time. Gives it up and chalk up another pot to the aggressiveness of Theo Jorgensen. Vince, you got to love the way this guy plays.
I like my chances, but I like my chances 2 years ago a lot more. 2 years was a lot softer table. I was a huge chip leader. This is, to me, by far the toughest final table I've ever played. And if there is a soft spot, it has to be Matt. Matt is the only one I am assuming plays fairly tight.
Never bluff.
When it comes to 3 and 4 bets. Phil is a guy that's gonna pay me off. Phil is definitely a guy that doesn't believe I have it. Mohsen I would put in the same category as Phil. Those two I consider being more capable of making the 5 or 4 bet shove. Timothy plays extremely well as well. He's definitely capable of making the moves. It's amazing to be back here to go for the same title. I haven't been back here since the last time, so it's like déjà vu all over again, and that feels great. And it would be fantastic to take it down twice in a row here. Yes, baby.
Well, Vance, that's how you win poker titles, when you can assess your opponent's play as well as Theo does right there.
Well, he does pretty well, but you know what? Don't underestimate the Hollywood writer. He's a writer. Maybe he's setting them up for a little twist, a surprise ending. He could be doing that. All right, back to the felt we go. Action on Timothy. He's going to fold it. Mohsen, the 27-year-old out of Chicago, also folding. Matt goes away.
So we're round to the blinds here. Phillips got Jack-9 offsuit. Just limps in, makes the call out of the small blind. And look at this. Theo Jorgensen has 6-4 of diamonds. He's going to raise it himself. Makes it 80,000. Just to spruce up the pot a little.
You just don't want to lay down, do you?
Yeah, once I limp in, that's where I limp in. You got it, huh?
Got position on the German. He likes his chances with that. And look at this. He's 4 flush so far.
Phillip out in front with the 2 9s and the gut shot straight draw, but Theo has a flush draw.
The German checks to Theo.
80.
Well, Theo is going to bet this because he's just not going to put his opponent on big cards because he didn't raise before the flop.
Plus you have a 4 flush. So why not do the continuation bet? That's exactly what he does. 80,000. And he's going to get the call with the 9s. These guys love to battle hard. Here we go with the turn. Not a diamond for Theo. It's an ace of clubs.
Well, now an ace comes off. Phillip checks again. Now Theo's scratching his head, but he knows his opponent didn't raise before the flop, so you're just not going to put him on aces, kings, and queens in that kind of hand. I think Theo is going to put him on exactly what he's got, like a pair of 9s and a gut shot straight draw.
Well, he's pushed in 150,000 to the German.
This is a semi-bluff. Theo does have a flush draw.
Suspicious.
Where he could catch a diamond and make the best hand, but he knows a 6 high is not going to win the pot. That hand was very well played and thought out.
Eventually, I get a hand too.
By Theo Jorgensen right there.
I do get a hand once in a while.
I was going for the 9.
Just tremendous poker we're seeing here at this table, Vince. No doubt about it.
Chasing the 9.
Hi, I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix du Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club and WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. Although it's early in the season, the race for the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year is already in full swing, and tonight's champion will leap into a tie with Josh Hale at the top of the leaderboard, as they will earn 1,200 points for their victory. We'll be keeping an eye on the standings all season long, but now it's time to get back to the call of the action with Mike and Vince.
There are the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying Paris. Angelique and Ivy, of course, looking fantastic here at the Aviation Club de France.
Well, there you see the chip leader, Theo Jorgensen from Denmark, out in front with 2.4 million, trying to win his second WPT title in this event. That's a feat that's never been done before on the WPT.
Back to the felt we go. The German Philipp going to fold his hand, and now Theo Jorgensen, the chip leader with 8-7 of spades, going to raise to 65,000.
Staying aggressive here.
Timothy out. Mosen now with an ace-5.
Just not going to get involved with it.
Yep, and now Matt Salzberg, the American with an ace-10 of clubs, will make the call, doesn't raise. So these two are back at it, and here's the flop. Jack 8 and an ace for Matt Salzberg. Nicely done, and he's going to check it.
Well, Theo's got bottom pair, but he's going to make a continuation bet here of 85,000.
And Matt just calls. Now, Matt's in a good place right now because he didn't raise before the flop. So Theo probably doesn't put him on an ace. Here we go with the turn.
Oh, deuce of clubs. Really nice card for Matt here, as he now has an ace-high flush draw to go along with his two aces. He checks again.
That's the thing of beauty.
It's probably for the check raise, but Theo checks right behind him and catches an 8 on the river to make 3 8s.
Oh, what a horrible card. Now, Matt's going to check it. It's horrible if you're Matt. And Theo, of course.
Well, he's now going to make a healthy bet here, 250,000. And I don't see how Matt's going to get away from this hand. His opponent checked on the turn. You're just not going to put him on aces or better there.
Oh.
What?
Call. I call.
Well, he mumbles call.
How many times does he have to say call before he gets slow rolls?
Verbal declarations are binding. He doesn't have to put his chips in. He said call.
But worse than that, he says call, and then Theo says, what? He gets the slow roll. That's what we call that. Beautifully played by Theo, though. Oh, and Matt has to be smarting right there.
He didn't ever take the lead in that hand, Vince. That's what cost him.
Well, we have been seeing some great play, lots of bluffing, and right now let's take a look back at the best bluff of WPT Season 10.
Over the course of WPT history, Bay 101 Casino in San Jose, California has seen its share of memorable moments between poker pros and local amateurs. Last year's event was no exception, and home to the best bluff of Season 10 between WPT Tour regular Joe Elpaya and local player Moon Kim. The groundwork for the bluff was laid in the previous hand when Joe called the clock on Moon.
Hey, the clock, please.
In a hand that Joe wasn't even playing in.
Elpaya with a brash move there.
Feeling rushed by the clock, Moon let Joe know that payback was coming.
I'm calling clock on you too, man. Don't worry about it. If I ever take too long, feel free.
He's targeting Elpaya now.
Little did anyone know, Moon found his target immediately after. In a hand that saw Joe smash the flop with top pair, and Moon completely missing his, Moon took his shot with a check raise.
I think he is steaming because the guy called the clock on him the last hand.
Moon let out on the turn and was called by Joe. Going to the river card, there was no card in the deck that could win the hand for Moon. Only firing a third bullet into the pot could do it for him.
Those are $100,000 plaques he's putting out there, and he's essentially setting Elpaya all in right here.
With absolute zip and pip.
Deuces?
You got aces with the king kicker. You pay that off, but you can't fold his hand.
You just don't think amateurs are going to make bluffs of this size.
With his continued aggression,
Joe Elpaya lays it down.
Moon Kim showed that even an amateur player can pull off a fast one against the top pro. And Moon Kim is going to show the bluff, and he's going to put the salt in the wound.
Not a good fold. I got bluff, boys.
Stone bluff by the Moon Man.
And in doing so, created one of the best moments of Season 10. You know, these guys are not waiting for hands. They are playing on instincts and guts. Great skill factor here in Paris. Theo just has Matt's number right now. As you see, Theo moving up in chip stack over 2.8. Back to this hand. It's going to be on Theo. Looks down to the Jack 5. And he finally is going to eject a hand. Timothy also out.
All in.
And look at this. Mosen is going all in with the king-queen. He's on the short stack.
470.
My call.
But Salzburg right behind him with ace-jack of hearts has made the call like he should. Philip out as well.
The tough pro out of Chicago is going to have some help here to stay alive. Mosen with the king-queen. He is all in and will be out in 5th place if he doesn't get some help.
And no help there. 10-4 deuce.
Jack of clubs.
Mosen, who dropped out of law school to play poker,
Jack of clubs.
been hugely successful, is in a lot of trouble right now.
I can be honest and say I want you out.
That's his case is going to be closed if he doesn't get some help here on the Turner River. Doesn't happen on the turn as the 10 comes off.
Now the Hollywood producer wants to write the ending of this story. And he wants to write the ending for Mosen. And he will do so as a 5 of diamonds appears on the river. Mosen is knocked out.
And Vince, the guy just had no luck in all-in situations. He had the best hand a couple times when his opponent was all in against him. He lost those. Here he was up against it a little bit. Didn't get lucky. Out in 5th.
Yeah, he'll take home 94,000 euros. Some big bucks for Mosen. Back to Chicago he goes. So he slips down the trap door here at the Aviation Club. And we're down to 4 players. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Nicolas Fraioli. The Aviation Club de France is located on 104 Avenue des Champs-Élysées. It's the most beautiful street in the world. For the WPT Grand Prix Paris, always we have a lot of different kind of players coming from all the way around the world.
I have a great table. Great for fun.
The best way I could describe it is a private, cozy club with nice people, respectful, and a very professional crew. We have a restaurant, we have a bar, we got everything to make players happy.
You should play, it's the most fun.
Everything's like Christmas every night here.
Bonsoir, I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Aviation Club de France and the World Poker Tour.
4 players left fighting it out for this coveted Grand Prix de Paris title. But you know, Vince, in addition to our televised and non-televised main events, the WPT also offers regional and national events throughout the world. These tournaments feature a smaller buy-in so that you too can experience the excitement of playing in a WPT event. Since we last saw our viewers, the WPT traveled to Florida for a regional event at Best Bet Jacksonville. Mark Steven Edwards won the event and took home over $107,000. Congratulations to Mark. And for more on when the WPT visits your neck of the woods, log on to WPT.com for more information. Now, let's get back to the action. There you see the 4 players left in their chip counts. Theo Jorgensen from Denmark out in front with 2.7 million. Matt Salzburg, the amateur from the U.S., in 2nd place with 2.1.
That's right. Now the antes are 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40. To the felt we go. Hollywood producer Matt Salzburg with a queen jack of diamonds.
85.
And he knows that's a pretty strong hand, and he's going to raise it. Makes it 85,000 to go. Right behind him, Philip the German with just a 6-3.
Well, he is a tough German player that 3-bets a lot of pots before the flop. Here he's doing it with just a 6-3.
He certainly is. Makes it 200,000.
And we've seen him do it before with the weak hand, and Theo came right over the top of him before bet it with a weak hand as well. He's thinking about doing that right here, but opts to give it up.
Now it's on to Timothy with a 7-4. Mucks his hand. Back on Matt Salzburg.
Well, certainly you got a hand you want to see a flop with.
Good.
And look at this. Matt's going to make the call like he should. Flop's coming up.
Now flop comes ace, ace, 10. Matt with the gut shot straight draw and the best hand checks.
And now Philip the German, he slows down.
Well, Vince, the only reason he's checking there in my mind is if he's going to raise on the turn in case Matt comes out betting. No way you're going to check 6-3 when you 3-bet before the flop.
And Matt's going to check again.
Well, Philip's going to get to bet now. He knows it's the only way he can win the pot is by betting. So he's going to start here on the turn. And here he goes. 155,000. Now that's not a big bet into a pot that's got 480,000 in it, but it's enough to get the job done. So well done there by Philip. 3-betting before the flop, betting on the turn there to take down that pot with just a 6-3.
Yeah, nicely done by the German. He has 2 EPT titles from 2011.
Well, Vince, if our viewers are learning anything tonight, they should be learning the value and the power of the 3 and 4 bet before the flop. These guys doing it to perfection tonight.
85.
Okay. On to the next hand, Matt Salzberg, this time with an ace-jack and going to make it 85. Behind him, Philip going to call with queen 10. And now it's on the Dane. Theo Jorgensen, 40 years old, a former casino dealer, Mike.
He has nothing but a queen 6 here, but you can see his mind is whirring away, contemplating the squeeze play, as we call it. That's where the first guy raises and the second guy calls. You know the second guy's not that strong, or he'd have raised himself.
225.
Look at this. Theo is making the squeeze here with just a queen 6, meaning he thinks if the first guy folds, the second guy is going to automatically fold.
Well, Timothy Adams has to muck his deuces. Back around to Matt.
Now, Matt has an ace-jack, a pretty good hand, but he lays it down. Philip's going to go out as well. And once again, the aggressive betting by these guys takes down the pot. Well done by Theo Jorgensen there.
Just one time.
Theo looking back at his hand, just stalling, just appreciating the moment when you play that well. It's got to feel good.
Well, he's got the chip lead, Vince, and he deserves to have it right now, no doubt about it. Theo Jorgensen playing terrific poker.
Well, these guys are playing with absolute zip and pip. They are moving their chips. And right now, back on Matt, who's been taking a beating lately. He folds his hand.
I bet he's just getting outplayed by everybody here so far at the table, at least lately.
Yeah, but he's not paying off a lot, which is pretty smart of him so far. Let's see if he can turn things around. Philip is raised with his ace-jack to 80,000. And Theo out. Timothy Adams now.
You know, Timothy on the short stack here with 4 players left.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in here.
Nose bleeding.
And
Call.
Philip has quickly called it.
Well, Philip calls it, and Timothy knows that Philip could raise with a lot wider range of hands than an ace-jack or better. He's up against it right now. Needs some help to stay alive here.
Here's the flop. It's a 7, a 6, and a 10. All spades. And Timothy doesn't have a spade.
Not too good.
Well, Philip has the ace of spade.
Nothing changed, huh?
This means for Timothy to win the pot, he's going to have to catch an 8 or a 9. That's not a spade.
Well, Timothy Adams has been traveling Europe to play poker with his buddies, and right now he needs luck. Otherwise, he's gone. Here comes the turn card 7.
Well, he could split the pot. If the board pairs twice, it does once on the turn as the 7 comes off. If a 10 or a 6 comes off, they would split this pot.
Can Timothy suck out here at the Aviation Club? We will see. Here it comes.
Nope. 5 of clubs on the river. So the 26-year-old Canadian pro Timothy Adams out tonight in 4th place.
That is right. Going to take home 125,000 euros. That's about 162,000 in US dollars. So, ooh la la, just like that, Timothy Adams from Canada out in 4th place. Going to take home 125,000 euros.
Terrific young player. This wasn't quite meant to be for him tonight. Still a good showing this week.
Well, gentlemen, that hand brings us to the end of our 2nd hour of coverage from the Grand Prix de Paris. Guys, tell us about our 3 remaining players.
Well, Kimberly, we've actually got 3 great stories left fighting it out for this title. Certainly the big story is Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. He's got a chance to repeat and win this event for the 2nd time. That's something that's never been done in the history of the tour in our 11 seasons. We've also got a young, tough player from Germany, Philip Grissom, fighting for this title. And Vince, of course, then we got the amateur player.
Oh, Mike, it's an upset special. We have a Hollywood producer. He produces and writes TV shows, and he's out here playing poker. He's like cast himself into like a star-studded Final 3 here in Paris. And you know what? He wants to take home the title. That would be sort of like taking home the Emmy himself.
Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Tony Dunst, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Paris on the Champs-Élysées, the toughest players in the world battled for 5 days, but only one will become victorious and be crowned WPT champion. Continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris final table begins now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club de France and the Grand Prix de Paris. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, as we begin our third hour of extended coverage here in Paris, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, Kimberly, obviously the big story tonight is, can Theo Jorgensen capture his second WPT title in the same place he won the first one? That hasn't been done in the history of the World Poker Tour in 11 seasons, so perhaps a little poker history in the making tonight. Right now, let's look back and see the three guys that were eliminated in 6th, 5th, and 4th place. The first to go in 6th place was Fabian Quass. He was all in with the King-Jack against the two queens of Philip Grissom from Germany. Out he went. Next to go was Mosen. He was all in with the King-Queen against the Ace-Jack of Matt Salzberg. And our 4th place finisher was Timothy Adams. He was all in with the Ace-8 against the Ace-Jack of Philip Grissom. We are down to 3.
But how about this Hollywood story? Matt Salzberg, a Hollywood producer, if he should go on and win this title. I mean, he's a legitimate producer-writer of shows like Weeds and Entourage. So if he should win this title, forget about Ben Affleck and your Tobey Maguire, Jimmy Woods. This would be the first Hollywood bigwig to ever take down a WPT title, and he could do it here tonight, Kimberly.
Thanks, guys. Action is about to get underway, so let's get down to the table.
Well, 3 players left fighting it out for this title. There you see Theo Jorgensen from Denmark out in front with 2.6 million. Philip Grissom in 2nd place with 2.2, and Matt Salzberg from the U.S. in 3rd place right now with 1.9.
The buy-in to this event was 7,500 euros, which is just around $10,000. And he's a 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40,000. Look at this. Matt Salzberg picks up the ladies. Well, he's made it 80,000 to go.
Well, Matt has held the best hands at this final table, but he's got outplayed a number of times tonight by these two guys specifically.
The German Philip is out, and now Theo Jorgensen, the Dane, is going to speculate with just a 3-5. Let's see if 3-5 is lucky for him. An ace on the flop, a 4, and a 7.
Well, so Theo has flopped a two-way straight draw. A deuce or a 6 gives him a straight. He checks. Matt going to make a continuation bet here with the 2 queens. And Theo most likely will check raise this.
185.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He is check raising, and all of a sudden, 2 queens have shrunk up, Vince.
He's made it 185 to go. Now, Matt has been pushed around by Theo. And at some point, you're saying, wait a second, if this guy had an ace, wouldn't he have re-raised me? Most likely he would. I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm calling.
Well, Vince, he's not only pushed around, every time he gets pushed around, these guys have been showing the bluffs to make it worse. So that could come back to haunt him here. As you see, Matt getting stubborn with the queens, not giving them up. Calls a $250,000 bet on the turn.
Well, that's good instincts by him. And an 8 on the river does not help Theo.
He just doesn't want those guys to bluff him again and then show him the bluff.
Let's see if Theo fires 3 shells. With absolute zip and pip. Nope.
He just waves a white flag. He cannot win checking this pot. It goes check, check.
5 high.
Matt Salzberg's queens are going to win this pot. And you just wonder, had Theo not shown those earlier bluffs, perhaps Matt would have laid the queens down there.
Matt Salzberg taking the pot. Tired of getting pushed around. He's playing well here tonight.
Oh, you got that right, Vance. Take a look at the WPT stack tracker. Matt started this final table as the chip leader, lost the lead to Theo Jorgensen,
Now it's Theo who is taking a dive, and Matt is back in the lead.
That's right, and Philip Grissom hanging out in third, hoping slow and steady will win the race.
Winner tonight will take home 400,000 euros and get a coveted entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season.
We have a prize pool of over 2 million U.S. currency. Tremendous prize money up for grabs. Okay, on to the next hand. Matt Salzberg, he has a solid pair of tens.
Another big hand for Matt.
He is going to raise 95,000 to go. Well, the German Philip with just king 6 has raised this, makes it 240 to go. Theo out, and there's Renee, Matt's girlfriend, who's a fine poker player herself. And now Matt.
550.
Oh, Matt, he's going to push. He says, if you can beat me, you can beat me. I have tens. He makes it 550 to go into the German Philip, and Philip has to release his hand.
Matt coming back over the top of these guys because he's getting 3-bet a lot.
I've been part of different games over the years in LA. There's probably like 20 to 25 hardcore guys I'll see on a regular basis that work in the business. Last year, in the Legends on day 2, my girlfriend got moved to my table.
Happy to be here.
So we played side by side, and then when we did the redraw for day 3, we got side by side again.
2 days in a row.
So that was pretty cool, and she managed to squeeze into the money and came 53rd, and I got 42nd, and I'm really excited. This is fun.
Our third hour of coverage from the Grand Prix de Paris at the Aviation Club de France is underway, and we have a special look at how the Aviation Club and the WPT Foundation are playing for a better world. Plus, Tony Dunst breaks it down in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the Grand Prix de Paris. Under the bright lights of the WPT stage, players can often make a mental mistake. It's at that point we turn to our Raw Deal analyst, Tony Dunst, to shine even more light on the play we've seen thus far in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Going into three-handed, there's no doubt that Theo Jorgensen and Philip Grissom are aiming to drain chips from the lesser experienced Matt Salzberg. This is the first time he's found himself at the final table of a major event. Meanwhile, Theo and Philip are two of the most successful players of the last 2 years, and likely imagine themselves as two sharks circling around prey before having to do battle with each other. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Unfortunately for the pros, Matt is no lamb willfully going to his slaughter, as we see in this hand against Theo. It begins with Matt opening the button for a min raise with pocket queens, and Theo making a call out of the big blind with a 5-3 offsuit. A hand so bad that calling a raise with it implies something about what Theo thinks of Matt's play. The flop comes ace 7-4 with a spade flush draw, and when Theo checks, Matt makes the same 80,000 bet. Theo check raises to 185,000.
185.
And Matt makes the call without much thought. Why isn't Matt more scared of that check raise? Because he knows that Theo could have two pair or bottom set, but beyond those holdings, the rest of Theo's range is made up of semi-bluffs, with hands like flush draws, 6-5, 8-6, and 5-3. That doesn't make Theo's check raise bad in any sense, but it does mean that if Matt has showdown value, he probably won't fold on future streets unless a scare card comes off, such as the 8 of spades. The turn is the 7 of clubs. Theo fires out 250,000 anyway.
250.
And Matt again makes the call. The river brings the 8 of diamonds, which completes 5-6 but misses everything else. At this point, Theo seems convinced that Matt has something he doesn't intend to fold, so he correctly gives up his bluff and checks to Matt on the river. Matt naturally can't get further value from his queens, so he checks behind and discovers that his read on Theo was correct all along.
5 high.
It was a nice read by Matt. That or his long experience in Hollywood has convinced him everyone's full of
Well, what's also convinced him, Vince, is the fact that these guys keep showing the bluffs here, and he just can't take it anymore. Wow, and look how close the chip count is now. Everybody with over 2.1
1 million and less than 2.5.
As we continue three-handed action here, right off the Champs-Élysées. And action goes to Theo Jorgensen, who has a pair of fives. He's going to make it 90,000 to go.
Raise.
Well, Matt is going to raise it with 2 sixes.
210. 210,000.
So he is 3-betted up to 210,000. Philip goes out, and very tough now to play these small pairs. Theo just hasn't seen Matt 3-bet without a hand, so you know, maybe he's got ace king, maybe he's got a bigger pair, but Theo wants to see a flop where he might flop a set and bust this guy.
All right, he's made the call with the fives. Matt with sixes. Here's the flop, Jack 4-7. 2 hearts out there. Matt first to act.
230.
He's reaching for chips, 230,000.
Makes the continuation bet.
And a quick call by Theo. Theo just put him on ace king or ace queen here. Thinks his 2 fives might be the best hand, makes the call.
To the turn we go.
Well, an 8 comes off. Now this gives both players a straight draw. Well, Matt is not slowing down, Vince.
330.
He got called on the flop, but he's firing again on the turn here.
Yes, he's betting 330,000.
Now both players have a straight draw, ironically. They need the other guy's card to make their straight. But I just think it's tough for Theo to keep going here as Matt keeps firing.
The producer says, you lose, get off my set. Or something like that.
Let's take a little look at the rabbit cam. Oh, look, a 6 comes off. That would have given Matt 3 sixes, but would have made Theo a straight. And Vince, that would have been the end of Matt had Theo gone ahead and played that hand out.
So aggressiveness pays off for Matt Salzberg.
Now, Vince, it's just obvious to me he's changed his game plan. He's not going to get pushed around like a mop anymore, like he was earlier at this final table by these guys. He's got down to 3-handed. He's going for the W. He's going for the win. He said, if I go broke, I go broke, but you're not pushing me around anymore.
Well, he's made the adjustment. Shows that he's a fine player, a top-notch player. And right now he folds an ace-6. And it's on the German, who has an ace-9, who is going to raise. Nope, just call, surprisingly.
Well, limps in the small blind with ace-high. Matt folded an ace on the button. Those are 2 things you don't see much.
Theo Jorgensen looks down at a queen-4. Theo's got position on Philip, but no, he's going to check as well.
Well, the last time Philip limped in this spot, we saw Theo raise the pot with a 6-4 and keep betting it and won that pot.
Well, the flop comes up 8-9-4. They both have a piece of that.
And Philip's got top pair with top kicker. He's going to bet 40,000, the minimum bet.
Yeah, Theo's caught the 4s, and he makes a quick call with it. Here goes the turn.
Oh, and now the board pairs 4s.
Ooh la la.
Well, this could spell big trouble for Philip here.
What a card for Theo. Getting in cheap, hitting a set. Life is good. And Philip betting right into you.
Yep, bets 125,000. But notice, Theo just calls here, does not raise with a 3-4, trying to camouflage the strength of his hand.
Gonna milk the Holstein. Let's see if it pays off or backfires. No, it's gonna pay off. He hits a queen, fills him up. Didn't need it, but nice to have.
Oh, it sure is. Just in case your opponent's got a 10-jack where he made a straight here, you've now got a full house, and you are doing the Watusi. And your opponent is reaching for chips, and it looks like a pretty amount of chips. And it is 400,000 is the bet here. Now, the pot's only got 425,000 in it, so this is a very big bet by Philip, in my opinion.
Now look at Gert. That is Theo's dad. That's one tough-looking dude. I have to keep saying it.
1 mil.
Well, 1 million, says Theo here with his full house.
$600,000 raise by Theo.
Philip knows Theo has a lot of heart. But the truth of the matter is, all he can beat now in this situation, the way this hand was played, would be if Theo had a 6-7 or a 7-10 in his hand. There's nothing else he can beat than those 2 hands.
I believe you.
if I was Philip here and I knew Gert
I'm big, too. I can't.
was standing behind me like that, I'd say, get this guy out of here, okay? You're making me a little nervous.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't say that. I wouldn't be saying too much to Gert.
He lurks closer and closer to you. It's just disturbing. What do you think? Tough-looking guy.
Theo, you got hard. So it's tougher.
What's disturbing right now is what should Philip do here in this spot? He knows Theo very capable of bluffing in this situation.
All right, take it.
Well, it'd be a nice lay down. And he does the right thing. Gets away from it.
Nice.
Is that Philip or Borat? I don't know, but nevertheless, he has folded the hand. Theo Jorgensen taking down a nice pot.
I think it started off when I hit the main event in the World Series of Europe, and my dad flew in and he had to work the next day. He said, well, if my son makes it, I'm not going to be able to go to work. And I get into a huge hand where one of the guys is actually considering laying down kings. And he calls, and I got 5 big blinds left. And then I can just feel this tap coming on my shoulder after I lose this hand. And it's my dad. Leans in and says, I can just make the flight if I leave now. Good luck.
Oh, you got to love that story.
Yep.
Bet you're going to stick around if he's winning. If he's losing, you might as well catch the plane.
The family that plays poker together stays together.
Oh, boy.
There's proof of it right here.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more of Season 11 on the WPT.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
We are back here, Season 11 of the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten with Mike Sexton, and we're at the Aviation Club de France in Paris. We're having a great time. Now, before we get back to the final table, I want to talk a little bit about our sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Well, Vince, as you know, ClubWPT.com is a great way that you can learn and play poker online. And who knows, you could get lucky and win some of that $100,000 in cash and prizes they give away every month.
Plus, Mike, you have plenty of benefits if you join. You know that you can watch any episode you want of the World Poker Tour on ClubWPT.com, especially some of the earlier ones when we were back in Paris having some laughs, having a good time, and very insightful shows as well.
Well, you can also win entries into WPT events. That's exactly what David Zajac from Pennsylvania did when he won an entry into this tournament and got to experience Paris. You too can become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, enjoy all the VIP benefits, play all the poker you want. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, now we go back to the final table.
Well, there you see the 3 players left in their chip counts. Theo Jorgensen well out in front with 3.5 million. Matt Salzberg from the U.S. in second with nearly 2.5. And on the short stack right now is Philip Grissom from Germany.
All right. The American Matt first to play. He's got ace-9 of hearts.
And everybody going to raise on the button with this hand in a 3-handed poker game, and that includes Matt. He makes it 110,000 to go.
Philip with a nothing hand folds. And now Theo, the Dane.
He's a defender like his buddy Gus Hansen from Denmark, meaning they don't like to give up pots. They like to fight for everything. And when I say fight, I'm talking about fight, as you can see here, a 3-bet by Theo with just a queen deuce.
Made it 250 to go. Matt's going to call, though, of course. And we got another battle. Here's the flop, a king, a 4 of hearts, and a 9. The 9 good for Matt.
Yep, he's got middle pair with top kicker. Theo, of course, going to make the continuation bet because he has nothing. 300,000 to bet. And Matt going to make the call.
Smooth call by Matt Salzberg. And here we go to the turn.
Well, the 5 of hearts comes off. This gives both players a flush draw. As the cards lie, the only way Theo can win the pot is to catch a queen.
Theo Jorgensen, the Dane, our chip leader at this point.
Well, he won this event a couple years ago.
750.
Trying to win it for a second time, and he's bet 750,000 here.
6.
With the queen deuce.
Wow. What a moment for Matt Salzberg. Right now, you're 4 flush with the nuts if a flush should come out there. You got the pair of 9s. There's Renee, his girlfriend, sweating him.
At this point, Matt's only got about 1.7 million in chips. It's going to cost him 750,000 to call this one, so he'll have about $1 million left if he makes this call.
I can't see anybody folding this hand, and what a pot it would be if he should go all in. Theo might just call him with a 4 flush.
Time. Theo called the clock on him, Vince. Now, in my mind, that is a tell. Nobody that has a real strong hand is going to call the clock on their opponent.
Never.
And let's see if Matt can pick up on that.
Because if you have a strong hand and you want the call, you want to give the guy time.
Wow.
And Matt does pick up on it. Nice. We're going to the river.
He does make the call. It's going to be interesting to see what happens if a heart doesn't come off here. How this hand's going to be played from here out.
Down to the river. Will a flush come out? We will see. No, but it's a 10 of diamonds. So Theo has nothing.
How much do you got left?
A little over $1 million.
And he said a little over $1 million, and he said it confidently. So Theo is going to check and just surrender.
Queen high.
He's giving up this pot, queen high. Matt going to take this pot down with the 2 9s, and there you see his girlfriend, Renee. She can't believe it.
And that is the biggest poker moment of Matt Salzberg's life. What a call. Very solid. The hand holds up. What a pot. And that is turning things around now for the Hollywood producer.
Now, 2.6 million in that pot.
Holy cow. He can't believe it himself. And Theo.
That's a knot.
Vince, he's won his chips tonight by being aggressive, by stealing pots. You just wonder about the 3-bet there with the queen deuce, but more so, why would the guy call a clock on his opponent?
Yeah.
If he had a real big hand, he would never do that.
That's a massive mistake and a massive tell. The crowd is stunned, as we are. And now Matt Salzberg is our chip leader. And right now, Theo Jorgensen, he is steaming like a cheap economy car.
Here's got king 9 of diamonds on the button. You're going to raise with this hand. And he does so, makes it 120,000 to go. Matt gets out and stacks up his chips.
He's got to be feeling good, gets out of the way. Now, Philip has got a real hand, though, pair of jacks.
I'm all in.
And he's going to go all in.
I would most likely call here. I can't see myself getting out of that one. 500, 600.
Not for this amount.
Yeah, shove it in there first.
Theo is still going to have a couple million left, even if he plays this pot and loses it. So
it's 500 more.
I don't see him giving this king 9 up here.
How am I doing in that spot?
And he's going to dump him off. He's calling.
Yep, he has made the call. Philip has the best hand with the 2 jacks. He must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. And right now, Theo in a tailspin.
Yeah, cheers.
I'm running out. I ran out here.
Oh, yeah.
You can get the one.
Bottoms up. And let's see who will get lucky here. The German.
Let's see a cowboy.
Has to have his jacks hold up.
Jack, king.
Already Theo calling for the cowboy. That's the king. That's what he's probably going to need to win this pot. That's a lot of diamonds come out there.
Or some diamonds. Loads of diamonds. I got to feel it.
Oh, a king right in the door.
Oh, yeah.
And Philip sort of waves goodbye.
What a first card.
He knows that card spells doom for him.
All right.
It's not over. He can catch a jack or 2 runners to make it straight, but as you can see, he is not confident that it's going to come.
And here comes the turn. Will it be a jack? No, it's a 4 spades.
So we are down to the river. Philip must catch a jack to win the pot. On goes the jacket.
One too much.
Fearful there will be no jack.
He's got a 2 outer. Crazy things happen on the WPT. Will it be here tonight in Paris? Let's go to the river. Nope. It's a 10 of hearts.
It was honestly
a
play for
And we have lost another player in Paris.
Well, Vince, poker is a strange game. Twice we saw Philip Grissom all in with the worst hand. He won those pots. Now he's all in with the best hand, and he gets knocked out of the tournament. He's broke, out in 3rd place.
He's a very tough player. Great display of his genius poker play. He's going to take home 170,000 euros. Let's see what he has to say.
Good competition and a lot of fun at the table. Theo was putting the pressure and Matt is making the calls. Let's see who got the right timing. Once you get that far, you will always want to win. But I'm very happy with the result, and yeah, I will have a good night here, I think.
With Phil Grissom out in third place, we are now heads up with Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salzberg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action from the Grand Prix de Paris is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Right! Voila, just like that, we have Brittany, Jeannie, Angelique, and Ivy all here for the festivities. The champion will get his name on the WPT Champions Cup. But along that, they get the cash, Mike.
Yeah, those are euros, folks. It's colored money here in Europe, but it spends very well, I must say. These two guys are fighting out for the 400,000 euro first place prize, as well as that coveted entry into the WPT World Championship, and most importantly, to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
And there's the culmination of all their money. It gets stacked right there on the table. It's just a thing of beauty, Mike.
Heads up action here at the Grand Prix de Paris is about to get underway between Theo Jorgensen and Matt Salzberg. During the break, we had a chance to speak with both players.
He's really, really tough. He's had a lot of swings with his stacks, and he's a very tough player, so, you know, hopefully it'll be a fun battle.
I feel like I'm getting bluffed out in so many 3 or 4 bets all the time, and every single opponent here has been playing extremely well.
Well, I would agree with you, but you've been doing your share of bluffing as well. But the truth is, as you know, the symbol of a great poker player is a guy that'll fight for pots. These guys tonight have been fighting for pots all night long, including you. Theo, best of luck in your quest to do something that nobody's done in poker history. Win the same event twice on the World Poker Tour. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike, this is very special.
Well, we've never seen it before in the history of the World Poker Tour.
Then shots.
One shot.
Whoa! Whoa! There it is, folks.
Ooh la la.
You know, I wonder if it's symbolic. That's a first on the World Poker Tour, and we could have a first in the history of the World Poker Tour. If Theo Jorgensen wins this tournament, he'll be the first guy to win the same event twice in the 11-year history of the World Poker Tour.
Look at this. Good sports. They cheer each other.
Why not cheer, Vince? They're taking home over $800,000 between them. Life is good here in Paris for these guys.
All right, about to get started. The heads-up battle. And right now you see that Matt Salzberg is the chip leader with 3.5, Theo with 3.3.
Very close in chip count starting out this heads-up battle. 2 good stories. The lone amateur at the table, the Hollywood producer, Matt Salzberg. Can he win? Or can Theo Jorgensen make poker history by capturing his second title in this event?
Look at this hand by Theo. He has ace-king, big slick of diamonds. Matt with ace-5 has raised.
275.
He was coming back over the top.
He's betting 275. In case Matt gets too aggressive here with this ace-high, he could be in big trouble.
Matt's called it.
Well, he has made the call. Going to see a flop here.
Flop is a 10, a queen, and an 8.
Well, those are scary cards if you're sitting in Theo's seat. The guy didn't re-raise yet he called the raise. So many times you put him on those middling type of cards.
Well, Theo has checked. Matt's going to check as well. Going to the turn.
Well, Theo happy to hear that. Now a 3 comes off.
Helping neither player. And 3. Theo's going to check again.
I don't blame him. And Matt checks right behind him.
Surprised at that. He could have taken advantage of that, and it could backfire because an ace on the river. They both have aces. Theo, of course, with a huge kicker.
300.
Call.
Well, Theo going to bet 300,000. A snap call by Matt because he knows that ace is the only card he would pay 300,000 off with in this hand. He checked it on the flop and the turn. The only way he could lose money is if an ace came up. It did. It cost him.
Well, you know, Matt, I think with 2 checks on
Nice river.
on the flop and then on the turn, I think you got to take advantage of that. You're in position, make a bet, try to get your man out. Perhaps he wouldn't have gone out anyhow, but that one turned around quickly. Not good for Matt right there. Now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. And Matt is first to act. Let's take a peek at his cards.
Raise.
He's got King 9.
75.
And he's going to raise it here, 175,000. Theo with the King 7 just calls. Might be the first time he had in 3-bet tonight. Stop the presses.
King 9 versus King 7, and Theo gets a piece of that with 7s. It's a 4 flush there for Matt, though, with the King of Clubs. Theo has checked into Matt. Will Matt make the continuation bet?
Well, I'm sure he will with the 4 clubs.
135.
And indeed he does. 135,000.
Very good. He makes the bet.
Well, Theo has the middle pair. But it's the kind of hand you're frozen on, Vince. You can never take the lead with this hand. You can never raise with it. Doesn't matter what comes up. You're just going to be checking and calling.
4 of diamonds.
200.
And quickly a $200,000 bet here by Matt.
Well, Matt's maybe learning a lesson from the last hand. You got to bet sometimes. Don't let these guys get in and outdraw you.
Well, part of the problem for Theo is, if he calls this 200, is he going to be faced with another big bet to call on the river? Well, we're going to find out because he does make the call here.
Yes, the Dane just does not care. He calls, and we're down to the river.
Well, an 8 comes up. Well, Theo checks again. Will Matt fire yet another shell?
350.
Yes, he does. 350,000.
Very solid bet.
Well, it's not that big a bet into a pot that's got over $1 million in it, but still, he is trying to win the pot.
Theo just has the 7s.
I'm all in.
Wow.
What the heck?
Goes all in. Well, obviously, Matt can't call him, but I'm a little puzzled by that all-in bet.
I agree.
I mean, the only way you can make that all-in bet, in my mind, is if you think your opponent has a queen in his hand and will lay it down if you move in on him.
Earlier in the week, the Royal Flush Girls Ivy and Jeannie took a break from the poker action here in the city and headed to the French countryside. On behalf of the WPT Foundation, they visited AVA Refuge, a wonderful animal sanctuary. AVA Refuge provides a safe place for pets like dogs and cats whose owners no longer can care for them. These animals are available for adoption. It's also home to old workhorses, injured pigeons, and even a herd of native deer. The WPT Foundation and the Aviation Club de France are proud to bring attention to this fantastic nonprofit. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, with that last pot, you can see Theo Jorgensen well out in front right now. He's got 5.9 million. Matt with just 865,000. Theo now thinking about becoming a 2-time champion in this event, making poker history.
Blinds are 50 and 100. Theo's got an attractive ace-5 of diamonds.
I call.
And all in by Theo, and Matt Salzberg has called it with ace-4.
Theo is out in front with the ace-5 of diamonds up against the ace-4, but don't let that fool you, folks. Most of the time, when players have hands like this, it's going to be a split pot.
Yeah, most of the time.
It looks like a push.
Maybe. Maybe spike a 4.
The producer would love to hit a 4. Let's see what happens. Oh, he got the 4!
Yes.
Hooray for Hollywood!
Matt Salzberg has taken the lead.
Oh.
Theo is going to have to catch a 5 to win this pot.
7.
Now he can win with a 6 as well as a 5.
Uh-oh.
That would give him a straight.
Down to the river we go, Mike.
So Theo looking for a 5 or a 6 to become our champion. Can he catch it?
Otherwise, the producer will double up.
Nope, the 3 comes off. So finally, the poker god's smiling down on Matt Salzberg as he outdraws his opponent to double up to stay alive.
That is a big comeback for him. He's right back in the hunt. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Et laisser les cartes devant les joueurs, on n'est pas à la télé.
Bonsoir, I'm Ivy, one of your Royal Flush girls. Welcome back to Aviation Club de France and the World Poker Tour. The Aviation Club de France is on Champs-Élysées, just an exciting area. I love walking down the Champs-Élysées. You just feel so pretty and beautiful. There's some magnificent sights to see, including the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower. Just to be in it and learning the food, the people, the culture, the art. I love Paris.
Well, everybody loves Paris, especially Theo Jorgensen, who's going for his second WPT title in this city. And right now, he has got a nice chip lead and is a favorite to do just that.
Yes, but Matt Salzberg just doubled up, back in contention. Now look at Theo's cards. Ace, Queen. He's got the big hand. He's got the button, and he will raise to 250 to go. But right behind him, Matt has an Ace 10.
Well, this could be doom for Matt right here.
All in.
I call.
All in and call just like that.
Cooler.
And again, Theo has him dominated. Ace Queen versus Ace 10. Ooh. He is loving it.
Another cooler,
He
man.
just had the Ace 5 versus Ace 4. That didn't work out for him. He gets to try it one more time. If he's successful, he'll be our champion.
Let's see a queen out there.
2 10s. 10 of hearts.
Let's just see a queen. Well, and you just keep it low.
10.
I don't care.
10
As
of
long
hearts,
as you
10
don't
is
hit the
good.
10.
Theo Jorgensen, the 40-year-old from Denmark, with a huge opportunity to take a title down and become a champion here on the WPT.
And the second time he ever won this event. Nobody's done that in the history of the tour. Can he do it? Whoa, all diamonds
that's a
on the
good
flop. As you can see, Matt has the ace of diamonds. Theo can't believe it. It's never easy,
Oh,
Vince.
boy. That is making Theo punchy right there.
Oh, kiss, man.
It's like the air went out of his balloon. He just can't believe it.
One more diamond. Diamonds are forever. Let's go.
Matt senses hope. Theo back down, deflated. He's got to sweat 2 more cards.
Well, he's still got the best hand with the ace queen.
And here is the turn.
9 of hearts has come off. We are down to the river. If Theo Jorgensen can dodge a diamond or a 10, we are going to see a little poker history made.
We certainly will. The
Black.
championship at stake with the last card coming up.
Just keep it black.
Everybody at the Aviation Club holding their breath.
Let's go to it, Mike.
Here's the river card. It's a diamond.
Yes!
Unbelievable. Matt has doubled up again. Really, really tough luck for Theo Jorgensen.
Oh, this is astounding.
Don't spew.
Theo Jorgensen, absolutely punchy from that.
Well, Vince, as a poker player, you got to feel the pain for Theo Jorgensen. Had this tournament won twice when he had his opponent dominated both times. Got sucked out on in both hands, and his opponent doubled up twice, and now has the chip lead in the heads-up battle.
I think Gert just jumped out a window, if I'm not mistaken. All right, back to the next hand we go.
320.
Oh, boy. Well, it's tilt time now for Theo. He raises to 320,000 with the 10-3 offsuit. And Matt can't wait to get his money in.
Oh, Matt's got an attractive queen jack. No, Gert is still here. And the flop comes up a queen. Beautiful there for Matt Salzberg. And a 10 there for Theo. Trouble.
Yeah, this could spell doom for Theo Jorgensen right here. He's flopped second pair. Unfortunately for him, Matt has flopped top pair. Well, incredibly, Matt checked and Theo checked the 10s right behind him. Now an 8 comes off. So Matt has top pair and a straight draw now, and he is going to bet a couple 100,000.
Oh, boy.
Vince, I don't know how you get away from 10s here in this spot. But maybe you do. Nope, he's going to call. So we are going to the river. And a nonchalant 4 comes off.
No help for either player. Matt's out in front, but he's going to check it.
Can't believe he checked queens there. And Vince, right now, Theo's got to think he's got the best hand with the 2 10s.
400.
Oh,
I got a 10.
I have a queen.
That's a value bet, 400,000. He's in shock. This guy turns up 2 queens here.
Well, that is interesting. All that checking before by Matt, playing very soft, actually pays off here.
I thought I was value betting there.
Because he suckered his opponent into thinking that he was in front, makes the value bet, and then a hefty $400,000 is grabbed by Matt Salzberg. Nicely done.
Well, as Theo said there, he thought he was making a value bet there, and I would have thought the same thing had I been him, the way that hand was played.
Lines are now 80 and 160 with a $20,000 ante. Theo has a queen 10.
Well, he didn't have that many chips, so he takes a conservative route now and just calls on the button. Oh, look at this. 2 queens for Matt. Wow.
Raise.
The guy has just held the most cards at this table, no doubt about it.
275 more.
And he's going to raise, makes it 435 to go. Theo, he's a very creative, punishing player. If he gets out of line here, he would really regret it.
I'm all in.
I call.
Oh boy, he's done it, and Matt makes the quick call, of course.
Queens.
Yeah.
I'm in such a bad shape.
Well, he just can't believe his opponent's got the one hand he didn't want to see, the 2 queens, and he's saying, what happened here? I just can't believe my luck can be this bad. I had the guy dominated 2 hands in a row where I was going to win the tournament, ace-5 versus ace-4, ace-queen versus ace-10, and now all of a sudden when I get all in, the guy's got 2 queens and I got queen-high.
Absolute debacle there for Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. Everything turning around, and right now he's in a huge bit of trouble. Matt Salzberg can taste it. He would love to get this victory.
4-4-4.
Well, Vince, he's the heavy favorite to do it right now, no doubt about it.
I don't know what to cheer.
And Theo just can't believe how things have turned around here.
And here comes the flop. It's a 3. It's a 5. It's an uneventful deuce. That's a beautiful flop for Matt Salzberg.
Now, no doubt about it, for Theo to win this pot, he's got to catch 2 running 10s.
Everyone in the room absolutely stunned.
8 of diamonds.
He could split the pot if 2 cards to a straight come up, but that's all.
Theo's got to catch runner. A couple cards away.
Oh, 4 comes off. This gives Theo hope that he can get a chopped pot out of this.
Pair the board.
He still has 6 outs he can get a split pot with, an ace or a 6. It's not a club, and Theo Jorgensen will still be alive in this tournament. Otherwise, it's tapioca pudding.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
Theo almost deserves it at this point to get the split. Or will Matt become a champion? Here it comes. It's a 7 of spades. It's over.
Yeah!
Well, Matt Salzberg has done it.
Holy crap. Sorry, dude, I got lucky, man.
No problem.
You played great.
The producer, writer of Weeds and Entourage is now a WPT champion in a great turnaround. The only amateur at the table has won this event.
But I'll tell you, Theo Jorgensen, wow, do I feel his pain.
Ladies have been good to me all tournament.
And right now, we're going down to talk to our runner-up.
Well, everything was pretty much going according to plan in the heads-up match. I was bluffing slightly more than he was and chipping him down according to plan. He pretty much played like I expected heads-up. It was pretty obvious that the money was more important to him, and that had influence on his game because we're playing for so much money if you're not used to it.
Well, we are with the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris, Matt Salzberg. Matt, you came to the final table as our chip leader. I believe you were destined to win this tournament.
You know, it might be destiny, actually. Like, you know, I'm a writer on Weeds, and 4 years ago, I wrote a scene where Albert Brooks's character, who is a gambler, said he's on his way to the Aviation Club in Paris to play a WPT event. So if there's any such thing as destiny, I think this could be it.
Well, in addition to winning over $500,000, you also get an entry in the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. And probably just as important to you, you get to inscribe your name on the WPT Champions Cup with all the other great players of the World Poker Tour, including the guy you defeated tonight, Theo Jorgensen. Kimberly, back to you.
A very happy player there. A big congratulations to Matt Salzberg, the season 11 WPT Grand Prix de Paris champion. Join us next time as we travel to Atlantic City for the Borgata Poker Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
and fortune are on the line tonight in Atlantic City, and the WPT Champions Cup is up for grabs. The multi-million-dollar Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. Year after year, players flock to the Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa to take their shot at poker greatness and attempt to follow in the footsteps of dynamic past champions, including Daniel Negreanu and Vivek Rajkumar.
This is so exciting.
5 days ago, East Coast grinders and pros from around the world hit the felt in Atlantic City to capture a piece of that excitement. On day 1A, Royal Flush girls Tuba and Danielle ushered in the start of play as the room filled with players all eyeing a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Winning this title will be no easy feat. Just ask the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion, Dwight Pilgrim.
You know what? If I'm gonna repeat, it's gonna start with discipline.
This season, players who busted out would have a chance to re-enter the tournament on the same day or on day 1B. And Kenny Super Twan Win, who made this final table in Season 8, found himself back at the registration desk to receive a second starting stack.
Super Twan is re-entry, and I want to take this thing down.
As Super Twan was on his second entry of the day, others were just arriving, including Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, who was on the cover of WPT Poker Magazine.
They airbrushed that. It looked better there.
Yeah, you look like a fashion model.
Registration for the day closed with a total of 374 entries, including Season 9 ones to watch Matt Affleck.
Since I've been one to watch in Season 9, I've been back in Seattle playing a lot of cash games. Borgata is one of my favorite stops on the tour. Structure's really good, so really hoping to make a deep run here.
While Matt was slowly chipping up, the day would come to an end for Season 11 ones to watch AP Fahurat and Amanda Musumeci.
Today was not a good day for me, day 1A. I'll be back at it again tomorrow.
In the dark, Al.
Hoping to build some momentum, WPT champ Will the Thrill Fiala got his short stack all in
For 30,000, how's that?
before he looked at his cards.
Best dog player in the country, I'll tell you that much.
He was called by Jake Schwartz in the big blind, holding ace-3. Will then peeked at his cards to see that he held pocket jacks. But an ace fell on the flop, sending the Season 10 champ packing with a chance to re-enter on day 1B. The field thinned out and the race was on.
This game, love it.
The player with the chip lead at the end of days 1A and B would receive a $10,000 bonus, and local player Robert Boyko had his fingers crossed that the honor would go to him.
Come on, baby. Come on. This is one hell of a roll right here. Be on a free roll.
Once the chip counts were verified, Robert did indeed finish the day with the big stack in the room. Not too far behind Robert were WPT Champions Club members Barry Greenstein and Carlos Mortensen, as well as WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who also bagged a big stack, joining today's survivors who would return to play on day 2.
I'm Mike Sexton on behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour. Allow me to welcome you to Atlantic City and the Borgata Poker Open. And now it's time. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Mike Sexton and the Royal Flush girls kicked off play on day 1B, and a huge field showed up at Borgata to battle for a spot on the WPT Champions Cup.
Go for 3.
There were a number of new faces at the tables, including reigning champion Bobby Booty, Matt Salzberg, fresh off his Grand Prix de Paris victory, and Season 8 Borgata Poker Open champion Olivier Bousquet.
Just flew in from Toronto today to make it, so I'm excited to be here. They run great tournaments, they have huge fields. I've gotten lucky and run good here, so I try not to miss any Borgata events.
A number of players also didn't want to miss another shot at this WPT title and re-entered after busting day 1A, including WPT champions David Williams and Will Fiala.
This will be this.
During the break, a more casual Mike Sexton stopped by the Mitch Grooming Bar and took his seat ready for some action.
Back to back.
For season 11 Paris champ Matt Salzberg, it was going to take more than one entry to win back-to-back titles on the WPT.
Second bullet, first one didn't work out too well.
And two-time WPT finalist Christian Harder would also take advantage of a same-day re-entry, but this time with a new strategy. Registration closed with a total of 1,181 entrants, creating a nearly $3.9 million prize pool, making the Borgata Poker Open the largest event so far in season 11. While making the money was still a few days off, East Coaster Brian Lemke tore apart the competition, and Brian was awarded the $10,000 bonus for the honor of being the chip leader on day 1B. The next closest player to Brian was season 10 WPT finalist Kyle Bowker. Grand Prix de Paris champ Matt Salzberg made good use of his second bullet, and past Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Fabio Budi were still alive to join the remaining players from day 1A to contend for this WPT title. On day 2, the 625 remaining players from days 1A and B combined to battle for a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The day started off on a good note for both season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic runner-up Stephen Reynolds and WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst. But things were not falling into place for a lot of players, including Day 1A chip leader Robert Boyko and WPT Players of the Year Joe Sirach, Jonathan Little, and Andy Frankenberger, who joined the growing list of bust-outs at Borgata. As the field narrowed, players honed in on their opponents, and music producer Irv Gotti had his target set.
C-Day, I got a personal vendetta with him right now. He may not know it, but I'm gonna hunt him down like it's Hunger Games right now. We teenagers.
Across the room, local pro Orson Young got involved in a huge three-way pot holding pocket kings.
Do it. I absolutely do it.
Where Orson made a flush on the river, busted 2 players, and quickly became the big stack in the room.
I'm so jealous right now.
But just one table over, Orson's girlfriend Cherish Andrews was not looking as fortunate when she started a raising war with pro Jeff Gross. Cherish 4-bet holding pocket queens. Jeff then 5-bet with pocket aces. Cherish thought for a moment before 6-betting all in. When Jeff quickly called aces, Cherish knew a large portion of her stack was at risk. The flop came Jack 4-3, but a miracle queen hit on the turn. The river was no help for Jeff. He pushed his chips towards Cherish and quietly exited the room. With these big hands, the poker power couple stayed modest about their play on day 2.
I'm just running well. You know,
I'm running really well too.
taking what I've learned from her, you know, putting it to use.
And they continued to put their chips to good use, landing them at the top of the leaderboard. When day 2 came to an end, 450 players were eliminated, leaving only 175 still in contention. Orson Young finished the day as chip leader. He was trailed by season 11 finalist Stephen Reynolds and a talented field containing 5 WPT champions who are all familiar with what it takes to win, including season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim.
All of us got the same dream, but it's only going to be one winner.
With so many eliminations, who will make it to the WPT final table? Find out who survives when we return with more from Borgata, including some quality time with the Royal Flush Girls.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling of traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort of our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, where the largest field of the season fought for the coveted 6 seats at the final table. On day 3, the remaining 175 players hit the felt to take aim at becoming one of the 110 players to make the money, and brothers Vinny and Muckle Pahuja had high expectations.
It's pretty cool. I mean, we've gone deep in some other tournaments before, not something as big and prestigious as this, so it'd be neat to make a run together, you know?
The Royal Flush girls checked out the action as the field thinned out and the money bubble quickly approached. Defending Borgata Poker Open champion Bobby Abudi found a much different fate this season when he was eliminated 2 spots from the money and was not pleased with the outcome.
Unbelievable. A room full of I guess, oh my God.
With last season's champion gone and 1 elimination away from the money, New Yorker Albert Smith got his chips in good, holding ace-king, and was called by Andrew Lee with ace-queen. The flop came 7-7-4, but Andrew hit a queen on the turn to take the lead. The ace on the river was no help for Albert, and he was eliminated 1 spot short of cashing at Borgata. Yeah. With the money bubble broken, one of the first players to drop was Season 9 champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Sometimes it's not your turn.
And the bust-outs kept coming, including Day 2 chip leader Orson Young and Day 1B chip leader Brian Lemke, who was eliminated in a double bust-out by businessman Patrick Eskandar, who had become the massive chip leader in the room. A short stack Tony Dunst went out in 64th place, and he of course left with some thoughts on the remaining players.
From what I've seen overall in this tournament, I think, you probably have a few good players at that final table. I think you probably have a few pretty bad players at that final table, and we'll get some stuff to really talk about during the broadcast.
Some players we won't be talking about include music producer Irv Gotti, WPT Champions Club member Sean Kunix, Cherish Andrews, and 2-time WPT finalist Alan Cunningham, who would all hit the rail at Borgata. With the field narrowing down, the Pahuja brothers were moved to seats next to each other, where Vinny unfortunately ended his brother Muckle's tournament run. Season 11 WPT finalist Stephen Reynolds would be one of the last of many to fall as play ended for the night, and the remaining 27 players had the WPT Champions Cup close in their sights. The field was a dangerous mix of East Coast grinders and tough pros, including WPT champion Steve Brucker and 4 other WPT finalists. But leading the way with nearly $3 million in chips was businessman Patrick Eskandar.
Looking forward to more.
Pressure was high on Day 4 as the final 27 players would battle for the coveted 6 seats at the WPT final table. Play got off to a fast start, and Jean-Max Gaspard was the first to hit the rail when his 10s collided with Memphis pro David Diaz's queens.
You make a profit, you can't be mad, but my goal was first.
WPT Champions Club member Steve Brucker then went on a rush when he eliminated novelist Helen Ellis in 24th place and WPT finalist Todd Terry in 22nd place. But it looked like that rush was coming to an end when Steve collided with young pro Jeff Williams in a massive pot. After a flop of Jack 4 deuce, Steve raised with top pair, top kicker. Jeff 3-bet all in, holding kings, putting Steve to the test for his tournament life.
I guess this is the perfect storm. I called.
Steve made the call, and when he saw what he was up against, grabbed his belongings to make an exit. The turn was no help, but Steve spiked an ace on the river to win a crucial hand at this stage in the tournament.
I don't like to play bad and get lucky. But of course I'm glad to have the chips.
Chips now flying, IT engineer Matthew Burnitz would end Vinny Pahuja's second deep run in Season 11. Looking to make it back to a Borgata Poker Open final table were Season 9 third-place finisher Ophir Moore and Season 8 runner-up Jeremy Brown. But Jeremy would fall victim to a cold deck when he ran queens into Steve Brecker's aces, dashing Jeremy's hope for redemption on the WPT stage.
Not the result I was looking for.
And after a few more eliminations, players would combine to one table where David Diaz would double through Steve Brecker, putting a dent in Steve's chip stack. The next to fall were young pro Scott Schwalick in 10th place.
and day 3 chip leader Patrick Eskandar in 9th place. Play slowed down with so much at stake here at Borgata until Jeff Williams and Washington-based pro Tyler Patterson got all in with roughly the same size stack and both holding ace-queen.
All right, let's give us a sweat.
2 clubs fell on the flop, and the queen of clubs on the turn did give both players a sweat as Tyler picked up the nut flush draw.
Oh my God.
The table was stunned when the 8 of clubs hit on the river, completing Tyler's flush. When the chips were counted down, Jeff was left with only 1 big blind. Unfortunately, a comeback was not in the cards for Jeff, as he would have to settle for an 8th place finish. With only 1 more elimination until the WPT final table was set, Matt Brady was looking good to double up when he moved all in holding jacks and was called by Ophir Moore with 9s. But Ophir flopped a full house, and Matt was unable to catch up as he was eliminated in 7th place.
I really wanted to make the TV table, but did the best I could, hung in there as long as I could.
The massive field was now down to 6 players. 3 talented young pros, a WPT champion, a returning Borgata Poker Open finalist, and an amateur player with the chip lead, all going after the glorious distinction of having their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup.
Quite an accomplishment for these 6 players to make it through this huge field, but the competition only intensifies from here. And now I'd like to turn to poker's 2 best voices, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and tennis champ and poker expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, I'll start with you. Steve Brecker already has his name on the Champions Cup. How will his experience factor into tonight's play?
Well, Steve's starting out tonight in 3rd chip position behind Matthew Burnitz and David Diaz, but I do think his experience will bode well for him here tonight. This is Steve's 16th WPT cash, his 3rd final table, and I look for that experience to give him a nice edge tonight. Certainly, he's looking to join that elite club of multiple winners out here on the WPT. He's been there, he's done it, and Kimberly, I give him a good shot to do it again tonight.
Okay, and Vince, like Ophir, you play a lot of cash games. Will he need to adjust his style of play to be successful at this table?
Oh, well, Kimberly, as we all know, cash games and tournaments are completely different. Cash games are like Lindsay Lohan, where you can hit and run. Whereas tournaments, you have to sit there in your seat until you get busted, of course, or if you get very fortunate, you're the champ. And your name gets put on the trophy. It's very, very exciting. I believe Ophir can make that adjustment. He has good tournament results. The bottom line to Ophir is the only thing Ophir really has to fear is Ophir himself.
Wow, Vince, you're actually quoting a poker player. FDR, I hear, was kind of a grinder.
I stumbled on it, but he will be tough.
All right, thanks, guys. And just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with returning finalist Ophir Moore.
Honestly, I feel blessed to be in this situation. I finished 3rd last time, and I'm looking to finish 1st this time.
Will Ophir's 2nd shot at a WPT Champions Cup here at Borgata be the one, or will it be snatched by one of the 5 players standing in his way? The battle for the Borgata Poker Open title continues right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Are you ready to meet our players? It is Ophir Moore!
To tell you the truth, when you get to the end, it really gets interesting. That's when the fun starts.
Steve Brecker!
I could take the line that, well, I'm going to rip these guys' lungs out, you know, but I don't think that's the way it is.
Matthew Burnett!
To win tonight would be a dream come true.
Benjamin Hamner!
$800,000 would be a big change in my life. That would be great. It would give me a lot of freedom.
Tyler Patterson!
I definitely want my name on the trophy. The thought of it gets me kind of excited.
David Diaz!
David Diaz, WPT champion. Sounds great.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Atlantic City in the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. We started 5 days ago with 1,181 players. We are now down to our final 6. And with me, as always in the booth, my good buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Hey, my paisan. Mike, this is fun to be back on the Jersey coast. We have a great one here at Borgata tonight. The cards are being shuffled. They're getting ready. Almost in the air. Let's go to the felt.
There you see our chip leader, the lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, with 8.8 million in chips. And that's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over $818,000, as well as get his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, Andes will start at 10,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action going to Ophir Moore. He's a poker pro, used to work in the jewelry business, and now he goes out in the first hand. Tyler Patterson also folding.
Now around to Matthew, the lone amateur. He's out. Over to WPT champion Steve Brecker going for his second title tonight.
Yeah, he's 66 years old, out of Reno, Nevada. He's got King 7 of hearts.
A very successful retired businessman, actually flies his own planes to the tournaments.
Well, he has raised it, makes it 270. David Diaz folding. And now Ben Hamnitz has a pair of 10s. Ben's a poker pro out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 29 years old. And he is going to re-raise, makes it 540 to go. And Brecker quickly flying away, as he likes to do, because he does like to fly planes, Mike.
Yep. So Ben Hamnett from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's his buddy sitting up there at the Royal Flush Girls.
And if you come out to the WPT, you too could sit down there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, talk to the girls, have some fun.
Tyler Patterson going out here.
Here's our chip leader, Matthew Burnett, so-called amateur out of Bear, Delaware. He's got Jack 8 of diamonds, and he's going to raise. Steve Brecker folding. And now David Diaz with a King Jack offsuit with the button.
David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee. Injured his arm at age 4 in Honduras, and they accepted him in St. Jude's Hospital, where he discovered cancer and amputated his arm. So I can tell you that one arm is very strong when it comes to betting, Vince.
Well, he's made the call. A couple of guys also fold, so we have Jack 8 of Burnett's up against David Diaz's King Jack. Here we go with the flop.
Flop ace, queen 5 with 2 hearts.
Diaz with an inside straight draw. That's about it. But look at Matthew with just Jack high. He's going to bet. Continuation bet 350.
Wow. Matthew leading right out.
David's not going anywhere. He's making this call.
David just has the ace high straight draw. Needs a 10. Now 6 comes off.
Helping either player. Matthew's going to slow down and check.
And look at this. David Diaz, who has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, trying to add a WPT title to his resume, betting here with the gut shot straight draw.
575,000. The 27-year-old's going to put the pressure on the chip leader. Will it work? Yes, it does.
Well, both guys fighting for the pot, but Diaz getting in the last bet to take it down.
And this is David Diaz's 15th WPT event, his second cash, his first final table. And very impressive right there. Okay, we're just getting started here at Borgata. And Mike, since we last saw our viewers at the Grand Prix de Paris, the WPT has held tournaments around the globe.
The WPT traveled to the beautiful island of Malta and the casino at Portomaso for a non-televised WPT main event where French poker pro Yoran Carignan won in dramatic fashion. He took home 140,000 euros, a seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship, and will be forever immortalized with his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Mike, season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins, ensuring players a high-quality experience worthy of the WPT name.
And Mike, just down the East Coast, we held a WPT regional event at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, where Andrew Whitaker emerged victorious, winning $55,000.
Well, that's great, Vince. For upcoming tour date, log on to WPT.com. But in the meantime, let's get back to the action here at Borgata.
As you can see, Matthew Burnett, the so-called amateur, still our chip leader with 8.2 million in chips.
Yeah, but David Diaz right on his heels now, also has 8 million.
Action on Matthew Burnett. 43 years old, Went to the University of Delaware. This time he looks down at an attractive ace-9. And he will pop it up to 325 to go. Steve Brecker with a suited connector quickly folded that hand. David Diaz out, but Hamnet with an ace-queen.
Yep. Ben's got pretty much of an outgoing personality. I guess you have to if you're going to be a stand-up comedian. He likes doing that once in a while. He's going to 3-bet it.
Yep, he's raised it to 525. Ophir Moore and Tyler Patterson going away.
And the amateur quickly calls the 3-bet with the ace-9 offsuit. Not a play I'm fond of because it doesn't matter what comes out there, you're pretty much frozen, even if an ace comes out. Nothing comes out there for him as it comes Jack 8-4, and he checks, and Ben gonna make the continuation bet, it looks like.
Yeah, Ben Hamnet wants to start a film production company with his winnings, he says. And he is gonna bet this, makes it 455 with the ace high.
Look at this, Matthew calling with just an ace-9 offsuit.
Whoa!
And now the ace of diamonds comes off, and this could spell trouble for the amateur here.
Burnitz checks his aces.
This is what happens when you call with these ace middling cards, and ace finally comes up. Now what do you do?
Ben Hamnet has bet 1.2 million.
Ben has the best hand, the best kicker, the best draw with the flush.
And the problem is Matthew is going to make the call. He probably thinks he made such a good instinct call on the flop. Going to the river, 7 of clubs. Helping neither player.
Well, Matthew checks. Will Ben get a value bet in here on the river? That's the question.
Do you want to risk it?
Well, you're fearful of a flush. Now a possible straight out there. You've only got one pair. Your opponent called you on the flop, called you on the turn. What do you do?
All in.
Wow, he's going all in.
All in. This is a very strange play in my mind.
Certainly is.
Just can't understand that bet.
Well,
I mean, his opponent could have had a flush here or a straight.
He could have, but what if he had 2 pair? He might lay down 2 pair. That's the only reason why you could make this all-in bet and be successful with it, but...
Well, you want to make a bet your opponent can pay you off where you have the best hand.
Wow, he is going to get called.
Well, so much for our analysis, Vince. He made the right value bet because he got the maximum value, all his chips.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ben Hamnet with a genius play.
And Ben takes the pot.
It wound up being at least.
Well, Vince, Matthew Burnett's the lone amateur at the table, in my mind, played that hand like a complete amateur. In my view, he misplayed it on every single street.
Wow, phenomenal value bet on the river by Ben Hamnet.
Your rock star glasses.
He has doubled up in a big way. He has become the new chip leader at Borgata. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Borgata is the preeminent place to play poker on the East Coast. People love playing at Borgata because we make them feel welcome.
I really feel like I'm at home when I come here.
It's a really good card room. It's a shining star in Atlantic City.
Borgata has one of the best tournaments areas.
They give a lot of play, which suits my style. So, as the saying goes here in the East, what's not to like?
Well, players love coming to Borgata events, no doubt about it. They do a terrific job of running tournaments. It's the largest event we have every year in the World Poker Tour, it seems now. Certainly the last couple of years have been. Hats off to everyone here at Borgata because they run a first-rate show and players love it here.
Well, as you can see right now, Ben Hamnet is truly loving it. He's the chip leader, 9.7 million in chips. The 29-year-old out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, doing well here tonight. But to the hand we go. Tyler quick fold. Matthew Burnitz now with an ace-jack.
Well, he just botched up the way he played the ace-9 offsuit a moment ago. Now he's going to limp in here with the ace-jack.
But right behind him, the senior at the table, Steve Brecker with a pair of jacks.
You know Steve is going to raise it here, just no matter how much.
Steve Brecker, he's a champion here on the World Poker Tour.
Makes it $420,000 to go.
David Diaz folding. Our chip leader, Ben, out.
Down to Ophir Moore, he's out.
Yep. Back on IT engineer, Matthew Burnitz. And look at this, he's going to re-raise, Mike.
Well, Vince, he limped in an early position. Now he's re-raising. That always scares you as the player. Beware of the limper is the slogan. Let's see what Steve Brecker's going to do now with the jacks.
Yeah, is he in fear that the guy might have queens, kings, or aces? He doesn't care. He's going to plunge in. He goes all in with his jacks.
Wow. Well, I think these guys know Matthew better than he knows himself.
Well, Matthew in a pickle here. Can't like this. Brecker putting the pressure, and Matthew is going to lay it down.
So Steve Brecker taking down that pot and taking one step closer to becoming a two-time WPT champion.
This is a very talented player, Steve Brecker. He loves to fly. He's a pilot. He's played so many WPT events over the year. Very consistent, very shrewd player, and this time he picks up Queen Jack of Spades.
And he's going to raise it up. Makes it 260,000 to go.
David Diaz gonna peek down a little pair of deuces
I don't think
here.
this is anything new.
No limit hold'em. You like to play small pairs. In my mind, they're the easiest hands to play. You flop three of a kind, or you just get out of the pot after the flop.
Well, he's made the call. Ben Hamnet out. Ophir Moore. He considers the Borgata his office because he plays here so much, but he's going to fold. Tyler Patterson also going away.
Matthew Burnitz. So far, he hasn't seen a hand he doesn't like.
Got a nothing hand, but he's got money already in there. He can afford to gamble and speculate, and he does so.
Vince, he came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's bungled about every pot, and now he's on the short stack with 6 players left. Now calling a raise with a 6-9 offsuit, but he's back.
He's going to love it. 3 of a kind on the flop, and he's going to check.
Well, Steve has flopped jacks up, so naturally he's going to bet. And this could spell big trouble for Steve Brecker here.
Certainly could. Steve Brecker going to put a $475,000 bet. David Diaz not improving there on the flop.
Well, I see he doesn't use my theory about the small pairs.
Uh-oh, don't get fancy on us here there, David.
If you don't flop 3 of a kind, get out.
He's getting chips out for...
He's raising.
Oh, boy. He's going to try to bluff this off with his silly deuces. Makes it $975. Now it's on the man that has the real hand. Matthew Burnitz, 3 of a kind.
I'm all in. Well, he has gone all in here.
Yeah, he's getting impatient, saying that's it.
This should be a pretty easy getaway for Steve Brecker anyway, the way the betting has gone.
Well, Steve's got top pair, pretty good kicker, but you got 2 6s out there.
No chance.
Yeah.
One guy re-raised you, the other guy moved all in. You just throw it away. They're stealing, they're stealing. You can't jeopardize all your money here with 2 jacks and a queen kicker, and he doesn't.
Does the right thing. David's got to be saying, why did I have to get fancy? I fold now. Nicely played by the IT engineer, Matthew Burnitz.
This guy is an action-oriented player, Vince. Most amateur players play tight. This guy's just the opposite.
You know what's amazing? Season after season, people just keep coming to Borgata. They love this place.
Well, you're right, Vince. That's because it's a terrific event. As you know, I played in this tournament, but I had to put up $3,500 to play in this event like everybody else. But how about a guy that put up nothing? He won his entry on clubwpt.com. And I'm talking about Dale Lloyd from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. He not only got to mix it up on the felt, he also got to attend an exclusive Champions Club dinner with myself, the Royal Flush Girls, and a number of the greatest players in the world.
As the Club WPT qualifier, how has your experience been so far?
I've loved it so far. Everything's been nice. The tournament's great, and the people are great.
You got to check out clubwpt.com. But for just a small amount each month, you have a shot at coming to one of these WPT events, winning big money. But like you said, you could be hanging out with the Royal Flush Girls and Mike and I, having a good time. You get all the VIP benefits, so check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, Ben Hamnet's still out in front with about $9.4 million. Ophir Moore, a local here at Borgata. They call him the Beast from the East, in last place But I can tell you, he has game. Don't count him out.
Yeah, but what about this cool customer? Matthew Burnitz, so-called amateur, came in as the chip leader. Now he's battling back. He's got king, queen this time. And he makes it 250,000 to go. Brecker out.
He makes a lot of amateurish plays to me, Vince, but he says he would like to become a pro player, so loves the game. He's certainly not afraid to play pots, that's for sure.
David out, Ben out, Ophir Moore. Very tight tonight, won't play that. Now Tyler Patterson wakes up with a pair of jacks.
Big hand for Tyler. Tyler needs to make some money in this tournament, Vince, because he plays a lot of golf with our buddy Matt Savage.
Oh, boy. Well, he just calls this. And look at this flop, 10-10-3.
Nice flop for Tyler there. Got the overpair, he checks.
Gonna hope that Matthew bets, apparently, and yeah, Matthew's gonna bet. Perfect time to set him up for a check raise.
Yep. That's what he should do in this spot.
Tyler Patterson, a former poker dealer. Now look at that, that's kind of shocking. Just calls it.
Well, it is shocking, Vince, because if an ace or king queen comes up, you're frozen in the hand. And there's the ace.
Yeah.
Just what you did not want to see if you're Tyler Patterson.
Tyler checks it.
Well, Matthew, just what the gut shot straight draw is going to bet here, and it may work.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. 650,000. Tyler, but he's going to stick around. He is out in front.
Wow, what a call by Tyler.
Oh.
But a king on the river.
That's going to hit Burnitz. Tyler just playing a little too passive there. It's going to backfire. He's going to hate it.
Well, Matt's been betting all the way with the worst hand. Now he's made the best hand and checks.
His hand.
And Tyler sort of grimaces.
Thank you.
He knows he should have played those two jacks a little bit different.
Yeah,
Vince.
you got to raise before the flop, but at least after the flop, after you've been bet, find out where you are. Don't let them draw out on you. You know, it's poorly played by Tyler, and he has to pay for it.
That's like a triple bogey against Matt Savage.
We're going to take a quick break, but coming up, see what the Royal Flush Girls were up to this week at Borgata. Stick around.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
There's the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, enjoying the moment here at Borgata.
With some of the bust outs. But these guys aren't busted out. They're playing for the big dough and to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Ben Hamnet still out in front.
That is right. Now the antes are going up to 20,000. The blinds are 80 and 160. Action on David Diaz. David looks down at an 8 deuce. He mucks the hand. Ben Hamlet out. And now it's on Ophir Moore. And so far tonight, he has been tighter than my hamstring coming out of an igloo. But right now, he picks up a pair of kings, Mike.
Yep, he's a high-stakes cash game player here at Borgata. They call him the Beast of Borgata. We saw him finish third in this tournament just a couple years ago. He's back at this final table. Pretty good stuff for a guy that doesn't play that many tournaments.
He's made it 350 to go. Tyler out, and now Matthew Burnitz.
Well, he hasn't found a hand he doesn't like. Vince played every pot so far, but when the tightest player at the table all of a sudden comes in a pot for the first time, you just don't want to get involved with an ace-7. This hand pretty easy to jettison. Forget about jettison. He's firing it up, Vince. He is re-raising here.
Yeah.
3-betting to 750,000 with an ace-7. Just incredible. This is the kind of hand you can 3-bet. If a guy's a very aggressive player playing a lot of pots, that's fine. But for a tight player, to 3-bet with an ace-7 offsuit, I think is just a very amateurish play.
Well, Ophir now, oh, he's going to go up the ladder again, makes a re-raise, makes it 1-7 to go.
Yeah, another million to Matthew here.
And now Matthew's thinking, what did I do? Why? Why me?
And I should be thinking that, Vince. Very poor re-raise here against this particular opponent.
And he's got to fold the hand. And oh, fear more. Mr. No Fear from Woodmere, New York. Going to take down his first pot here tonight. And it's a good one.
It's really sweet that I got a second shot at this. I don't really play many tournaments throughout the year, but I seem to have success in the ones that they do over here.
The king comes off. Ophir has done it. It's over now.
Well, I tell you, I have a lot of respect for Ophir Moore from Woodmere, New York.
I got third last time, and I only think that first is going to satisfy me this time.
And when you've been there to the final table before, the next time you get there, all you're thinking about is getting your name on that Champions Cup.
All right, back to this hand. Matthew Burnett's out. Steve Brecker.
Steve Brecker, of course, already has his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
With just a 10-8, also going to fold.
And over to David Diaz.
He won't play that. Now our chip leader, Ben Hamnet, will.
I'm going to raise on the button here with a queen 9.
Certainly does. Makes it 3:25 to go. Ophir out. And now Tyler Patterson in the big blind with a queen 10.
You think he's an Elvis wannabe?
Yeah.
Those are sideburns like Elvis Presley had in the old days. Meantime, he makes the call here with queen 10.
Queen 9 versus queen 10. We are flopping.
Queen, jack
Oh,
with 2
boy.
spades. Both players have flopped 3 queens.
They certainly have. And a quick check by Tyler Patterson.
You're going to see a little raising war take place very soon here, Vince.
You would think. Now Ben, 3 of a kind with the continuation bet, it appears. Yep, he's going to stick out a bet. 400,000.
Well, folks, no chance. Either player's getting away from this hand. Both have 3 queens.
1.1.
It's going to get raised and re-raised and probably all in before we see the next card.
Now Tyler's going to pop it up, makes it 1.1. And now if you're Ben, 3 of a kind, you're right.
And with 2 spades out there,
would
there is a
think.
possible straight out there. You know, a draw, but you get 3 queens. Not going to get away from this hand.
Call.
Oh, there he goes, all in and a quick call.
Well, all in and called, and Ben is going to see he is out kicked here. As you can see, Tyler had the 10 kicker, so if 2 little cards come off, he is going to be a happy camper. If a big card comes off, they'll split this pot.
But what an opportunity for Tyler Patterson. They call Tyler Patterson the Titan of Tulip. That's a casino up in Seattle.
Let's go 10.
Turn off, please.
He has outkicked his opponent here in a good place right now with 2 cards to come here.
20 diamonds.
5 of clubs on the turn.
That'll do. I like that card.
Tyler likes that card. One more little card that doesn't pair the 5 will be a bingo for Tyler.
3 of
and
diamonds.
he will double up.
Well, the last card coming up now. If a 9 should appear, that long shot, Tyler Patterson would be out. Here comes the river card. It's a very safe 6 of clubs.
Well, just that quick with that pot. Tyler Patterson went from the short stack to the chip lead. He bolted from 6th to 1st. Bam, just like that.
With Tyler Patterson's double up, we conclude our first hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. But before we go, Mike, I have to ask, did you expect the players to come out of the gates so fast?
Well, Kimberly, I didn't. It's actually surprised me that we've had 3 different players at this final table with the chip lead so far, and there's still 6 players left. So action has certainly been hot and heavy at Borgata tonight.
And Vince, do you anticipate them keeping up this pace when play starts back up?
Well, I do. I mean, the blinds are big, the structure's fast. These guys are playing loose. I mean, this game is hotter than the watch that I bought down by the boardwalk. This is a lot of fun.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Please join us next time with more from the Season 11 Borgata Poker Open. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, Borgata plays host to the biggest show in town. Continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing and welcome to the World Poker Tour. For the 4th season in a row, the Borgata Poker Open has drawn a huge field of well over 1,000 entrants, and we still have 6 players left. It's time to turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to set the stage for tonight. Now Mike, we have seen some compelling play and the chip lead seesaw back and forth. Who do you anticipate dominating the action when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, I don't see anybody dominating the action. What we've seen so far is an ebb and flow of the chip lead. 3 different guys have held the chip lead at this final table so far. And right now, that honor goes to Tyler Patterson. But the way things have gone, who knows how long it'll last.
And Vince, as the payouts continue to get larger, do you think the pressure is going to break any of these players?
Oh, not at all, Kimberly. I mean, these guys are all tough poker players. They are animals at the table, especially the guy they call the Beast of Borgata, Ophir Moore. He is the beast. He is playing well. There's no pressure here. They're all going for this title.
Thank you, gentlemen. Looks like the action is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Tyler Patterson, with 7.4 million. The lone amateur at the table, Matthew Burnett, is in 6th place right now. He came to the final table as a big chip leader. Got some work to do now. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight, taking home over $818,000.
Okay, and he's 20,000 blinds, 80 and 160. Here we go, David Diaz. First to act. David's a poker pro out of Memphis, Tennessee, 27 years old. He's got a 10-8 of spades.
Also has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Going to raise it up here, makes it $320,000 to go.
And now Ben Hamlet with a pair of threes will make this call.
Get him, you always like to call with small pairs.
Talking to me?
Ophir Moore.
No, I'm talking to Ben.
Always tighter than a Roseanne Barr wetsuit, folds his hand. And now we're around to Matthew Burnett.
Well, what we've seen from this lone amateur at the table so far is he's played about every pot. He finally throws one away, Vince.
Here we go to Steve Brecker, 66-year-old senior WPT champion, has made the call as well.
Yep, Steve going for his 2nd WPT title tonight, makes the call with the ace-9 of spades. And an ace comes right on the flop. Steve Brecker out in front with the 2 aces and checks.
David Diaz, nothing hitting there for him, and he's going to check it. And Ben Hamlet.
Also checking, and now a 3 comes off.
Incredible.
This could spell doom, or at least serious trouble for Steve Brecker here. He checks the aces again.
Diaz also checking. Ben Hamlet hitting 3 of a kind on the turn. Hallelujah.
Well, Vince, you're never going to think the 3 helped the guy. So when he bets here, I don't see Steve Brecker getting away from these aces the way this hand was played.
735, he's betting. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where the Royal Flush Girls are enjoying the moment. Look at Brecker. He's got his big aces.
Well, he's just falling into a trap here, Vince, but you can't help it.
Made
the
the
way
call.
the hand was played.
David out. Here we're going to go to the river.
And a 10 comes up.
Oh, man, 10 of hearts. Steve Brecker going to check again, trying to get off cheap. Ben Hamlet's going to hammer away.
Well, can't blame him. Hit the joker on the turn.
Oh, speaking of joker, he's done stand-up comedy. He wants to use his money to start a film production company. And he's going to stick out a bet with his 3 of a kind, $1,760,000 in chips.
I just think it's very difficult for Steve to get away from this hand.
Steve Brecker is a pilot, loves to fly his own plane. What a great time to fly away if he could possibly.
Call.
Oh, no, he's got to make the call.
Yeah, Steve, a retired, successful businessman. Not so successful in this pot.
Oh, he's sickened by that. He's thinking to himself, why couldn't I have taken the initiative and just bet when I hit the aces on the flop? Oh, position, position, position.
What I think will give me an edge is just grinding people down. At first it was just like a bar fight, and now you just turn it into like a gunfight, and now it's like, does anybody really want to pull the trigger because it's going to be bloody? I'm definitely capable of pulling the big gun when I need to.
Ben Hamlet, he's the chip leader. He took up stand-up comedy before. Not very funny at the table, but Look at him raking in those chips. He's a happy guy.
Well, there you see the WPT Champions Cup. The winners of all WPT events get their name engraved on that trophy, and in addition to the cash, Vince, as a player, that's what you want.
All right, back to the action we go. Tyler Patterson with a quick fold. And now Matthew Burnitz, loosey-goosey kind of guy, has an ace-3 of diamonds. He's an IT engineer. He's 43 years old.
Says he would like to become a poker pro, but from what I've seen, he better keep his day job for a while.
He's very superstitious, he says. Now, he's going to raise with the ace-high. Makes it 325. Brecker out, but David Diaz with a king-7 of spades appears interested. Oh, look at this. Re-raises to 750.
Wow, a 3-bet here with the king-7.
Ben Hamnet out. Ophir now with a jack-10. Goes away. And Matthew likes the action, makes the call.